Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theatre, starring Edward G. Robinson, Claire Trevor, and Edmund O'Brien in Key Largo. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's recipe for your enjoyment is melodrama. That spine-tingling compound of mystery, murder, and romance, Key Largo. It brings back to this theater a famous star of melodrama on both stage and screen, Mr. Edward G. Robinson. And Key Largo gives Eddie the kind of part he made famous in the days of Little Caesar. Co-starring with him are Claire Trevor, who repeats the brilliant performance which won her an Academy Award in the picture, and Edmund O'Brien, an actor with a fine talent for action drama. Anderson was the author of the stage play, and Warner Brothers repeated the Broadway success with their screen version. You know, it takes just the right ingredients and the playwright's know-how to make a successful drama. And it takes just the right ingredients and scientific know-how to make a product like... But women everywhere recognize its quality, and like 9 out of 10 screen stars, choose Lux Toilet Soap as their own complexion care. It's curtain time, and here is Act One of Key Largo, starring Edward G. Robinson as Johnny Rocco, Claire Trevor as Gay, and Edmund O'Brien as Frank. At the southernmost point of the United States are the Florida Keys, a string of small islands connected by a concrete causeway. Largest of these remote islands is Key Largo. Key Largo has very few visitors this time of year. It's midsummer, and the old wooden hotel is drowsing in the heat. But there are guests in the hotel. A few men and a girl gathered at the little bar just off the lobby. And now, a newcomer walks in.
Okay, Jack, what do you want? I just got off the bus. Is the proprietor around, Mr. Temple?
He ain't here. The hotel's closed.
When'll he be back?
I don't know.
Oh, it's awful hot. How about a beer?
Bar's closed.
That's right, Jack. Everything's closed in the summertime.
Give him a drink. You heard me. Give him a drink.
Well, thank you.
Oh, please. Think nothing of it.
Wake up, Toots. The buzzer.
I hear it. Mr. Brown wants his drink.
Oh, his drink. He does. Oh, put plenty of ice. Plenty of ice. Listen, I'll take it up to him.
When he wants you, he'll send for you.
I know he will. I know that. Well, turn on the radio. It's almost time for the races. You just wait and see that first race. This, Fancy Freak. That's the one. He'll just walk away with it.
Yeah, sure.
You know why? They've been holding him back his last two. Today he wins. Hey, fella, what do you think? Do you play the ponies?
Me? No.
Why not?
Well, I haven't got the money.
This is what I want to tell you. I play the long shots because, you see, well, betting on a favorite, what do you win? Now, for instance, take this Fancy Free. You know the odds? 20 to 1.
A real long shot.
Say, what's her name?
McLeod, Frank McLeod.
Oh, I'm Miss Dawn. Miss Gay Dawn.
Okay, Miss Dawn, he wants you upstairs.
Oh, he wants me. I better, excuse me, please.
Look, mister, if you're thinking of putting up here, the hotel's closed.
Well, I don't plan to stay here. I just want to see Mr. Temple.
Oh, why'd you say so? He's outside down at the dock.
Yeah, by the boathouse.
Thanks. I'll go see him.
That's right, brother. I'm Mr. Temple.
My name's McLeod, Frank McLeod.
McLeod? Frank? Major McLeod? Nora, come here. When'd you get here?
A few minutes ago. I'm on my way to Key West.
Nora, look who's here. This is Major Frank McLeod. And this is Nora. This is George's wife.
Your husband and I were in the same outfit overseas.
As if she didn't know.
I wrote you a letter, Major, but it came back.
Well, I haven't been staying put very long.
Ever been down here before?
No, sir.
She cools off some come November. Right livable then for about 3 months. How long you going to be with us?
Oh, for an hour or so till the next bus.
An hour? Why, you could spare us more time than that, surely.
Well,
overnight at least. Sure you will. He can have George's room, Nora.
Yes, Dad, of course. Oh, it looks as if we have more company. Hi.
Local police, Major. They're looking for a couple of Indians.
Good afternoon. Any sign of the Osceola brothers?
Sorry, Ben. No sign of them around here. I want you and Clyde to meet my son's commanding officer. This is Major McLeod.
Nice to know you, Major.
Hi, Major. If you don't mind, Mr. Temple, we'd like to have a look around.
Was I you, I'd save myself the trouble. They'll give themselves up by morning.
Well, Clyde and Mr. Temple says they ain't here. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Temple.
Such a fuss over a couple of harmless Indians.
Nora's right, Major. They just got a little snootful and started to take Florida back for the Seminoles. Well, I sent word for them to come here and give themselves up. Not that I'm supposed to know where they are, you understand. Well, let's get inside and cool off. You mind giving me a hand?
Be glad to. George told me how you were sort of crippled up.
Yeah, my legs. Tree fell on them 8 years ago. Hurricane. Been no good for anything ever since.
I'll go on and see about your room, Major.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Hiya, Mr. Temple. I see the fellow found you okay.
Major McLeod here. He was my son's commanding officer overseas.
Yeah?
Yeah, they were in the Italian campaign together. My boy George was killed at casino.
Yeah?
What's going on up there?
Nothing, Mr. Temple, nothing at all.
Nora, what is it?
It's Miss Dawn.
Hey, one too many, Pop. Miss Dawn drinks too much.
You had no right to hit her.
If you people can't behave yourselves, you gotta leave.
Don't worry about it, Pop. She'll behave.
You got the room ready, Nora? Maybe the Major'd like to wash up.
Yes, it's ready. This way, please. Up the stairs.
Thanks. Say, these other guests, how long have they been here?
3 days. That's their yacht you saw off the pier. Mr. Brown's yacht.
Which one is Mr. Brown?
Oh, he's in his room. Rich, I guess, from the way they all jump when he lifts a finger. He's a lady killer. Or he thinks he is. Anyway, they'll be leaving soon. Well, here's your room. Major, were you with George when he died?
Yes, I was.
Did he suffer a lot?
No. No, he never knew what hit him.
I was afraid he might.
Can I come in?
Yeah, sure. Come on in.
Come down to Dad's office when you're ready, Major.
So you're staying the night, huh? I'm Curly Hoff. I hope you're not sore. I mean the way we handle you downstairs.
No, I'm not sore about anything.
I guess you're wondering what we're doing here.
I don't suppose it's any of my business.
We come down from Milwaukee, the four of us, deep sea fishing. More than a year we've been planning this trip. So what happens? The blonde shows up. If she isn't drunk and crying and she's got a hangover and arguing. Now, I ask you, can you blame us for not being nice and polite?
No, I don't blame you.
You're going downstairs. Let's have a little drink.
Well, not right now, thanks.
Well, come on, Jack. Just to show there's no hard fit. Hey, miss. Was you just talking on the telephone?
Yes, the Coast Guard called.
Oh. I thought maybe it was for one of us.
The storm signals are up. Hurricane's on its way.
You see what I mean, Mr. Hurricane? Yes.
Dad's in here, Major, in the office.
Sit down, Major. Sit down.
The war's over, Mr. Temple. I'm not a major anymore. Well, guess you want to know about George. He was a good soldier, Mr. Temple. You can be proud of him.
I always was.
George was a born hero, I guess. It's a wonder he lasted till casino. But when you believe like George believed, maybe dying isn't very important. Well, he talked a lot about both of you. You'd be surprised how much I know.
What's it like where George is buried?
Sort of pretty and peaceful. Crosses on a slope, and high up what's left of a church. You can see a river from where George is.
I'd like to pay a visit to that place.
Maybe someday we can, Dad.
Go to Italy and see where George is buried.
Dad, there's a storm warning. I'd better see to the boat.
Maybe Frank would like to go with you.
Yeah, sure.
Tell me something.
What brought you down here?
Oh, I like the sea, and I thought I'd like to make my living at it.
Doing what?
Doesn't matter. Life on land's getting too complicated for my taste.
What'd you do before the war?
Circulation manager for a newspaper. Good job.
Didn't you go back to it?
Yeah, but I couldn't stick to it. I've done a lot of things since. Anything to make $1.
Well, this is our boat to Santana. Not much you can do when it starts to blow like this. Just hope for the best.
How's your ground tackle off stern?
Oh, plenty heavy.
I've got to double up in these bow lines.
Where'd you learn about boats?
Oh, my first sweetheart was a boat. Say, that yacht out there. That's his, huh, Mr. Brown?
I think he chartered it.
You'd better get away from the reefs.
Oh, there's a skipper aboard. He ought to know what to do.
Hello, Miss Nora.
What? Tom. Hello, and John. Well, come here. Frank, this is Tom and John Osceola.
How do you do?
We're bad Indians, huh, Miss Nora? Well, we give ourselves up to police.
I'm glad, Tom. Dad says it's the best thing.
We do whatever he says. He's a good friend.
Oh, did you come here alone?
Oh, no, miss. All Indians on Clawfish Island come. Best thing when hurricane blows.
It's all right, Miss Nora. The family stay on hotel porch, not make any bother.
Of course it's all right. Where are they all?
At Cove, miss. We go tell them.
I'll tell Dad. He'll telephone the police.
Yes, miss, very good.
They'd do anything at all for Dad. As far as they're concerned, he's the United States of America.
You're very happy here, aren't you?
Very.
Never lonely?
No, not anymore. Before George, my life hadn't made much sense. I never had much of a home and didn't like what I had. Well, George gave me roots. When he went overseas, I came down here to stay with his father, and the roots took hold. Now I'm like one of those men.
Well, I guess that answers my question. Oh, here it comes.
Come on, before we get soaked.
Well, I just talked to the Osceola brothers. They're going to wait out there on the porch.
I thought you said the police had come back.
Car's down the road, all right, but no sign of Ben or Clyde. Wonder where they went.
Where'd those people go, Dad? Up in their room?
They're all in the bar. Well, this is going to be an experience for them. Real Florida hurricane.
I'll get it, Dad.
It's okay, miss. I'll take it.
But
I said I'll take it.
Hello? No, Mr. Temple's not here now.
Of course I'm here. Who is it?
Me? I'm a guest at the hotel. No, we haven't seen him.
Give me that phone.
You heard her. Give her the phone.
Take it easy, soldier. Put down that gun. What do you think you're doing here?
Shut up, all of you.
Okay, Sheriff. If Sawyer shows up, I'll have him call you right back.
That was Ben Wade.
Yeah, I guess it was. He's looking for his deputy.
Then Clyde Sawyer must have come here alone. That's his car down the road.
Is it?
Well, I'm calling Ben right back.
You're not phoning anybody, Pop.
Who are you? Pack of thieves? Put that gun away.
Come on, Toots. Let's take him upstairs and see Mr. Brown. Angel, keep your eyes open.
Curly's got him across the hall, boss. The old man, the girl, and the soldier.
Well, what happened? Who's on the phone?
Yeah, the law, sheriff, looking for the deputy.
Oh, that means it won't be long, then. Oh, you think this rain will cool things off, but it don't. Gonna have a hurricane, huh?
Yeah, that's what they say.
I want to talk to you, Mr. Brown. Open that door and come out here.
Well, now, what's all this about? Oh, good evening, Mr. Temple. Who's the young man? My name's McLeod.
I want some answers, Mr. Brown. You want money? Is this a robbery?
Now, look, Pop. Let's be nice and sensible, huh? Now, forget the questions. What you don't know won't hurt you. I'm expecting a friend. He ought to get here in a couple of hours now, and then we'll get out of here. Now, try and put up with us that long, huh? Well, sister, what are we going to eat tonight? Pompano, maybe?
Am I to understand we're prisoners?
Well, put it this way, Pop. You're going to be my guest for a little while. You know, back in Chicago in the old days, we used to pay $8 or $10 for an order of pompano. Used to fly it in. And the way they served it. Yes, sirree. All done up in a brown paper bag. Oh, got any champagne, miss?
No champagne, boss. I looked before.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Champagne and pompano.
They really go together.
Hey, boss, the cop's starting to come around.
Sawyer. You've got Sawyer in there.
Yeah, that's right, Pop.
Mr. Temple, call Ben Wade. Tell him I need help.
I happened to run into him, Pop, about 10 minutes ago down on the beach.
Look at him. He's all beaten up. Why did you hurt that boy?
He's a cop, that's why.
And who are you? Answer me, who are you?
He's Johnny Rocco, Mr. Temple.
Yeah, that's right. Johnny Rocco.
Please, let me help Mr. Sawyer. He's badly hurt.
Okay, go on in. Curly, let her help him.
Rocco. I know that name.
Johnny Rocco, the gangster. The one and only Rocco.
But they threw you out of the country.
Yeah, that's right. After living in the USA for more than 30 years, they called me an undesirable alien. Me, Johnny Rocco. Like I was a dirty red or something.
Well, how can you be here?
Well, maybe I'm not, Pop. You know, this ain't real what's happening. You're having a dream.
Yeah, wake up, Pop. You're snoring.
You're right. You shouldn't have been deported. You should have been exterminated.
I'll show you.
Rocco. I apologize for Mr. Temple. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Or who to. Sir, Johnny Rocco was a king, an emperor. His rule extended over beer, slot machines, the numbers racket, and a dozen other forbidden enterprises. He's a master of the fix. Whom he couldn't corrupt, he terrified. Whom he couldn't terrify, he murdered.
You filth. You city filth.
Mr. Temple, please. Welcome back, Mr. Rocco. It was all a mistake. America's sorry for what it did to you.
Hey, on the level, boss. Were you that big?
Yeah, that's me, sure. I was all of those things and more. When Rocco talked, everybody shut up and listened. What Rocco said went. Nobody was as big as Rocco. I'll be back up there one of these days, and then you're really going to see something. Now, what's with you, wise guy? Well, give. You were in the war, huh?
Yeah.
Get any medals?
Couple.
Brave, huh?
No, not very.
Why'd you stick your neck out?
No good reason.
Frank, what are you saying?
I believed some words.
Words? What words?
Well, it went like this, Mr. Rocco. But we are not making all this sacrifice of human effort and human lives to return to the kind of world we had after the last World War. We're fighting to cleanse the world of ancient evils, ancient ills.
Well, what's all that about?
I remember those words.
That makes two of us.
We rid ourselves of your kind once and for all, Rocco. You ain't coming back.
Who's going to stop me, old man?
If I wasn't all crippled up...
You wouldn't be talking this way. Right, Bob?
Filth, you filth!
Yeah, that's it, Pop. Go on, get him. Go on, stick him.
Go on, keep swinging, Pop. Come in, hit me, will you? Oh, you're not quitting, are you?
My boy George never quit, and I ain't quitting. I ain't never...
Dad! I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Little wildcat, huh? I like that. Yeah. Got claws, huh? Want to scratch, huh?
Hey, boss, telephone. Miami wants you on the phone.
Okay. You stay here, sister. I'll be back for some more in a few minutes.
It's all right, Nora. He won't touch you. Not as long as I'm alive.
Ah, you're a real man, Pop.
Boss, there's a whole bunch of people out on the porch. Looks like Indians.
What do they want?
They want in the hurricane.
Well, keep them out. Where's the blonde? How come she's missed all this?
I guess she's still in the room sleeping it off.
Yeah. Hand me the phone. Hello? Yeah, this is Mr. Brown. Oh, hello, Ziggy. How are you? yeah. Well, it's well hearing from you again. Well, how's every little thing? Who's at the door? What'd you say, Ziggy?
Maybe it's the law.
Well, show him in. Look, when you coming down here? What hurricane? Is that right?
Hey, it's the guy from the yacht, boss, the skipper.
Well, so what, Ziggy? You're only a couple of hours away. No. It's got to be tonight. Well, that's more like it. Yeah, see you in a couple of hours. How you doing, Skipper?
Storm warning. Big blow on way.
So what?
If this reef not safe, senor, got to make for deep water right away.
Now, the boat stays right here.
No, too dangerous. Boat bust up on reef.
I tell you when to move that boat.
I am skipper.
Now, you want your dough, you do as I say.
Please, senor, I got to move my boat.
Angel, give me your rod. See this? Now, you try to move that boat, and I'll blow your brains out. Now, we'll be out of here in a couple of hours.
Si, senor.
Now, get back to the boat. Angel, that cop's car, drive it off the road. Bring it around back.
Sure. Hey, boss, Ziggy's coming, huh?
Yeah. Just 2 more hours. Then what, huh? Then what? Then Johnny Rocco is back in business.
In a few moments, we return with the second act of Key Largo. And now, our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins, with news about the stars.
Isn't it good to have Betty Hutton back on the screen again, Mr. Keeley, after a 2-year absence?
I should say so. You know, Betty is just the girl to put over a madcap musical like Paramount's Red Hot and Blue.
Oh, there's no one quite like Betty. She's her own slam-bang self once again. Victor Mature plays her boyfriend in the picture, and I must say they make a wonderful pair.
There's also a new twist, Libby, having the villain of the picture played by Frank Lesser, composer of the 4 song hits in Red Hot and Blue.
You know, it's his first screen role, and he enjoyed it as much as he did hearing Betty sing his song.
Looks lovelier than ever, doesn't she?
Oh, yes, indeed. Of course, you know she's now the mother of a second adorable daughter.
Well, that makes 3 beauties in the family. All Lux girls, I'll bet.
Yes, John. You can be sure those little girls will get the right start on complexion care. Betty has used Lux soap for years to protect her lovely complexion.
You know, Libby, Lux toilet soap just has to be good. When 9 out of 10 famous stars depend on it for daily beauty care.
There couldn't be a finer soap. Women love the softer, smoother look Lux soap facials give their skin.
And these facials do make skin lovelier. Tests by skin specialists prove it. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, complexions improved in a short time.
A Lux soap facial is so quick and easy. Just smooth the creamy, fragrant lather well in. Rinse, pat with a soft towel to dry. That's all. But it works.
Why not take a tip from Hollywood? Try this fine product of Lever Brothers Company, the gentle complexion soap that screen stars recommend. You'll be delighted with the fresh new beauty Lux toilet soap gives your skin. Now, here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Key Largo, starring Edward G. Robinson as Johnny Rocco, Claire Trevor as Gay, and Edmund O'Brien as Frank. It's a few minutes later. On the porch of the modest hotel, a cluster of Indians patiently observe the increasing fury of the hurricane. Inside, the lobby and bar are deserted. Johnny Rocco is going up the stairs.
Can you talk, Clive? Are you feeling better?
Well, I guess I'm all right now, Mrs. Temple.
What happened? Go ahead, Copper. Tell him.
I drove back here alone. I was sure those 2 Indians were around here somewhere. I was near your dock when somebody slugged me. Whose room is this?
A very famous man, Johnny Rocco's.
Rocco?
You heard him, Deputy.
What did Miami have to say?
They're on their way. Well, how you feeling, Copper? You give your left eye to nail me, wouldn't you? Local deputy captured Johnny Rocco. The picture in all the papers, huh? Well, listen, Hick. That was too much for any big city police to handle. They tried, but they couldn't.
That's right, Mr. Sawyer. It took the United States government to get Johnny Rocco.
Yeah, and I'm back again, ain't I? They threw me out, but now I'm back. And before you know it, I'll be pulling the strings again. I'll be electing mayors and governors before you ever get a $10 raise. Yeah. How many of those guys in office owe everything to me? I made them. I made them like a tailor makes a suit of clothes. I take a nobody seat, teach him what to say. I pay for his campaign expenses, dish out a lot of groceries and coal. Get my boys to bring the voters out and then count the votes over and over again till they add up right, and he's elected. And what happens? Does he remember when the going gets tough, when the heat's on? Oh, no. All he wanted was to save his own dirty neck. Yeah. Public enemy, he calls me. Me, who gave him his public all wrapped up with a fancy bow on it. What am I getting mad about? Billy, lay out my clothes.
What suit, Johnny?
The gray one and the white shirt. Nora, huh? Your name is Nora, huh? That little wildcat. What are you sore about, honey?
Keep away from me.
Wait till I'm dressed up. You like style, I can tell.
Keep away from me.
You know, I knew one like you a long time ago. Scratched, kicked, bit, even stuck a knife in me once. Little and kind of skinny she was, with a real fireball. Her name was Maggie Mahoney.
And then, for professional reasons, I had to change it to Gay Dawn.
She was sure some knockout in those days.
Yeah, just like this one, eh, Curly? Just like this one, huh?
Look at him. The great Johnny Rocco, slapped by a girl.
Shut up, old man. You hillbillies. There's nothing to stop me from wiping you all out.
Give her a smack. Get it out of your system.
That might be right for you, Curly, but not for Johnny Rocco.
I need your advice, soldier. I asked for it.
No, smacking her isn't enough for such an insult. He'd have to kill her. And he'd have to kill the rest of us because we witnessed it. But he needs your help. So he's going to forget it.
Wise guy, huh? Regular wise guy.
Unlock the door! Unlock this door! I want out!
It's the blonde, Johnny, sounding off again. Now, let her out. Get out, all of you. I'm going to get dressed.
I'd take off my hat to you, soldier. It's a good thing you said what you did. I know Johnny. He'd have started shooting.
Where is everybody? Downstairs? Oh. Hi, everybody. Where's Johnny?
In his room.
I need a drink. What's everybody doing upstairs? Miss Temple. Hey, what's wrong, honey? You've been crying. Has somebody been mean to you? Oh, him, huh? Did you make her cry?
I may be partly responsible.
Well, you ought to be ashamed.
Come on, downstairs. Downstairs.
Come on, let's go to the bar, honey. Have a little drink. It'll chase the blues away.
No, thanks.
I think I'll have one.
The boss said that...
I don't care what he said. I need a drink. I don't feel well. How many times do I have to tell you?
Johnny says no more drink.
This is a free country. If I want a drink, I can have one. I can buy my own. See? Yeah. Well, it's money, isn't it? Take it.
Sorry, baby. The boss
The
said...
boss. Tell the boss he can... Hello, darling.
How come it's hotter at night than in the day? When it's raining than when it ain't. Well, wise guy?
I don't know.
You don't know? I thought you was a wise guy from way back. You got $1 million?
No.
How much?
Nothing.
But you're a wise guy.
Johnny, why don't you talk to me?
Well, wise guy?
You see, Mr. Rocco, it's just the opposite.
I am afraid of the storm. I hate thunder.
Say, Pop, this is a hurricane, huh? A real thing.
It's the beginning.
Oh, I'm afraid.
Can cars get through during a hurricane?
Maybe, maybe not.
I think I'll have a scotch and soda, please.
No.
Oh, please,
No.
darling.
You, McLeod.
Yes, sir.
You know, I can see right through you. You're saying to yourself, I'm better than Rocco. He's felt. Like the old man says here. Right?
Right.
You say to yourself, Rocco's got a gun, and I haven't. You figure it's a gun. Well, listen, soldier. Thousands of guys got guns, but there's only one Johnny Rocco.
How do you account for it?
He knows what he wants, Mr.
Sure.
What do you want?
Tell him, Rocco.
Well, I want,
He wants more.
Yeah, that's it, more. I want more.
Will you ever get enough?
Well, I never have. No, I guess I won't. You. Do you know what you want?
I had hopes once, but I gave them up.
Hopes for what?
A world in which there's no place for Johnny Rocco.
Okay, soldier. Here's your chance. Give me a gun, Curly. Now you take mine, soldier. Go on, take it. That's it. All right, you can make your hopes come true. But you gotta die for it. See where I'm aiming? Right at your belly. Go ahead, shoot. You got a gun now. You gonna use it or not?
Kill him, Frank. Kill him.
Yeah, kill him. Go ahead now. Show him how you're not afraid to die for your hopes.
No. One Rocco, more or less, isn't worth dying for.
Give it to me. Give me the gun and the same chance.
Oh, no, Pop. I'm afraid you'd use it. What's the matter? What's the matter, Nora, honey? You look like you lost somebody near and dear. A live war hero. Well, now I know how you did it. Hey, Curly, Gay, anybody want a hero? Here's one for sale, cheap.
All right, Rocco. Let you and me play that game.
He got the gun. Clyde got the gun. Kill him, Clyde. Kill him.
You can stop me from going out that door, Rocco. But I'll shoot you first. If your friends shoot me, you'll still get it. Now then, stand away from that door. I said to stand away.
The gun wasn't loaded. He didn't have a chance.
Murderer.
I had to do it, old man, or he would have been out that door and gone.
Hey, sure gone now, Johnny.
You were right, little lady. That gun wasn't loaded, but the brave deputy didn't know it.
But you knew the gun was empty, didn't you, Frank? You could tell by the weight.
No. No, I didn't know.
Oh, but you were smart, fella. I always say it's better to be a live coward than a dead hero. Oh, excuse me. I guess I was talking too much.
You weren't afraid, son. We know that.
I was afraid. That's not why I didn't pull the trigger. What do I care about Johnny Rocco, whether he lives or dies? Rocco wants to come back to America. Let him. Let him be president. I fight nobody's battles but my own.
No, Frank, no.
Yeah, say, that's good. Rocco for president.
If I believed your way, I'd want to be dead. It's true you are a coward.
Hey, Toots, get rid of the deputy. You and Curly, get rid of him. And as for you, sister, I want something to eat.
Our best is none too good for Johnny Rocco.
Yeah, well, now you're talking, sister. Only, you go to the kitchen with her, Angel. I ain't ready to die yet. Not from cockroach poison.
He's on the phone, boss. Ziggy, why ain't he here? Why ain't he coming?
Oh, he's coming, all right. Give me that phone. Hey, what's the idea, Ziggy? Why ain't you started yet? Well, we got a hurricane here, too, so what? Now, look, wait a minute. Keep quiet. Look, I make the run from Cuba. I risk my neck, and you won't come out in the rain. I'll give you 2 hours to get here. You ain't here by 10, the deal's off. Hello.
Well?
Phone's gone dead. So what? You heard what I had to say. Gay. Didn't I say no drinking?
Oh, please, honey, just one.
There are some people at the door, Mr. Rocco. They want to come in.
It's them Indians, boss. Getting kind of blowy out there, I guess.
I'll send them away. Get rid of them.
No, you have no right.
So he has no right.
I'm going upstairs.
You're not going anywhere, honey. Well, Mr. McLeod, ain't you got any conversation left?
I've said my piece.
Yeah, you sure did, wise guy. Well, let's talk about her, the lady on the bar stool. You know, one thing I can't stand is a dame that's a drunk. What I mean is they turn my stomach. No good to themselves or anybody else.
Drunk? I haven't even had one drink.
She's got the shakes, see? So she has a drink to get rid of them. That one tastes so good, she has another one.
You gave me my first drink, Johnny.
Oh, so it's all my fault now. Everybody has that first drink, don't they? But everybody ain't a lush.
Oh, if I'd have known you were going to act this way, I wouldn't have come here.
You know, 8 years since I seen her, Pop. You wouldn't know it was the same dame.
Gee, honey, you're as mean as can be.
Mean as can... Now, what does that remind me of?
Don't you remember, Johnny? In a song, she used to sing it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, meet it. You know, I gave her a first chance. Took her out of the chorus, made her a singer. Mention that while you're at it.
Gee, Johnny, I didn't mean anything.
Yeah, she could have had a future.
That's right. She had everything.
Yeah, voice, looks, plenty of class.
Yeah, I was the rage. Gee, honey, I've never...
Now, look, Gay. Why don't you give us your old song? Come on.
You mean right now?
Yeah, now.
I can't.
Sure you can.
Please, Johnny, don't make me.
Now, look, if you were nice, if you sang a song for us, you can have a drink.
Well, can I have the drink?
No, the song, then the drink.
Without any accompaniment?
Now, look, you want the drink or don't you?
Okay.
Well?
You should have seen me then in this temple. See, my gowns were gorgeous. Only the best. And yet I hardly wore any makeup. Just some lipstick, that's all. And no lights when I came out. Just a baby spot. They play the intro in the dark, and then the spot would come on, and there I'd be.
Well, go ahead now. Sing for the people, honey. Keep quiet, everybody. Go ahead, Gay, sing.
Moaning low, my sweet man, I love him so. Though he's mean as can be, he's the kind of man, he's the kind of woman like me. Gonna die, my sweet man should pass me by. If I die, Johnny, the drink. Give me the drink.
No.
Johnny.
No.
Make a promise.
You were lousy. You couldn't even finish the number.
Here. Here's your drink.
Thanks, fella.
storm. How bad can it get? How bad?
Back in 35, 800 people washed out to sea.
Yeah? Well, how far away was that from here?
Oh, a few miles.
Oh. Yeah, well, I want a drink. Fix everybody a drink, Angel. Oh, everybody except her.
Frank, I'm sorry about the things I said before.
Forget it, Nora.
You gave her a drink. He was ready to kill you for that, but that made no difference. You had to help her. Your head said one way, but your whole life said another. The other things, maybe they're true. Maybe it is a rotten world. But a cause isn't lost as long as someone is willing to go on fighting.
Only I'm not that someone.
You may not want to be, but you can't help yourself.
What do you know about me?
A lot. From the way you look and talk. From the things George wrote me.
Come on. Break it up over there, will you? I don't like people whispering. Why's everybody so quiet? Well, go on, talk, why don't you? You, Curly, say something.
What do you want me to say, Johnny?
Well, anything, just so it's talk. Go on, go ahead.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, I'll bet you 2-3 years we get prohibition back.
Yeah, go on, go on.
This time we make it stick.
Yeah.
I bet you 2-3 years prohibition comes back. Absolutely,
Yeah, I bet you.
The trouble was, before, too many guys wanting to be on top.
Yeah.
One mob gets to massacring the other. The papers play it up big, see? So what happens?
Look, Pop, I don't believe it. 800 guys getting washed out at sea. You're a liar, old man.
200 miles an hour that wind blew. The tidal wave, 12 feet high, went right across the key.
you're
A month
lying.
afterwards, bodies were found in the mangrove swamps.
You don't like it, do you, Rocco? The storm. Show us your gun, why don't you? If it doesn't stop, shoot it.
So the public votes out prohibition, and that's the end of the mobs. Next time it'll be different, though. We learned our lesson all right. Next time the mobs will all get together.
I'm asking God Almighty to make a big wave now. Send it crashing down on us. Destroy us all if need be, but punish him.
Shut up, Pop. I'm warning you. Shut up.
Heavy! I'll kill you!
Listen, Temple, don't.
He will. You don't have to stand in front of me. Let him shoot me. Make a big wave, Lord. Send it against us. Take us all, but destroy him.
I guess we both forgot, Mr. Rocco. Your gun, it's empty.
No, it ain't empty now. I'm loading it. See, wise guy?
Johnny, we'll all be killed in this place. The storm is getting worse.
It's slowing down. The whole place is slowing down.
Outside, Johnny, it's taking outside.
Destroy him, Lord. Destroy him.
Pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll present the third act of Key Largo. I believe our guest tonight, Miss Debbie Reynolds, has established a record. You must be the youngest starlet on the Warner Brothers lot, Debbie.
Well, I'm 17, Mr. Keeley, and I was lucky enough to be signed even before I graduated from high school.
Wonderful. Had time to catch your breath yet?
Not quite, Mr. Keeley. There's so much to learn. I never miss a studio showing of a new picture. One that especially impressed me was The Hasty Heart.
Ah, yes, a most unusual story starring Ronald Reagan and Patricia Neal.
That's right, Mr. Keeley. And in addition, there's Richard Todd, the new British actor. I'm perfectly sure he's going to make a hit over here.
And moviegoers will applaud Patricia Neal as an army nurse. You know, she plays her role with great charm and conviction.
Isn't she lovely? Ronald Reagan is the American soldier who falls in love with her.
Well, now, Debbie, who could blame him? She's mighty easy on the eyes.
Oh, yes, a gorgeous blonde. And in her nurse's uniform, she's simply dreamy. What a complexion. She's a Lux girl, Mr. Kennedy. Never neglects her daily Lux soap facials.
Like most screen stars, she knows it's a care she can depend on. A gentle, protecting care that's right for delicate skin.
Well, it certainly works for me. It's a real beauty soap. And I'd like to recommend Lux Soap Care to any girl who wants a nicer complexion.
Thank you, Miss Debbie Reynolds, for that very sound beauty hint. 9 out of 10 screen stars, you know, use Lux Toilet Soap for daily complexion care. Try it for your precious complexion soon. You'll discover that this fine white soap with a delicate fragrance really makes skin lovelier. Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of Key Largo, starring Edward G. Robinson as Johnny Rocco Claire Trevor as Gay, and Edmund O'Brien as Frank. On Key Largo, the little hotel still stands. It's weathered another hurricane, and now the storm is passing out to sea. It's nearly 10 o'clock. In the lobby, Johnny Rocco stands before a window, peering out into the night.
I don't mind telling you, Pop, that storm had me a little scared there for a while.
I'm sorry it's gone. I'm sorry you're still alive.
Well, keep praying, Pop. Maybe something will happen.
You think Ziggy's going to show up?
Sure he'll show up.
We'll get out of here then, won't we, honey? I've all packed. I'm ready to leave any
Well, let's get upstairs, Curly. We'll get the stuff ready for when Ziggy gets here. Oh, Angel, stay there, will you? Watch him.
Yes, sure.
You'll be leaving too, Frank?
Yes, I guess so.
Will we ever see you again?
Well, I hope so.
Why don't you stay right on here with us? You're most welcome. Go on, tell him, Nora. You tell him.
Have you any folks?
No.
I'd be proud to have you regard us as your family.
Maybe that isn't what Frank wants to have. Maybe...
Hey, boss! Boss! Hey, where is he?
Upstairs. What's the matter?
Hey, the boat's gone. Not a sign of it.
Yeah, huh? How he done it? And Skipper. I told him I'd kill him, but he took the boat anyway, just the same. Hey, what's the joke?
No boat. It strikes me funny.
Well, there is a boat. All ready for us down at the dock. Pop, we're going to borrow your boat.
Who's going to run it for you? Answer me that.
That's right, Johnny. We don't know nothing about boats.
He's going to run it. The soldier. The wise guy. He knows about boats, don't you?
Yeah, some.
His first sweetheart was the boat. I heard him tell her.
Well, you're taking us to Cuba.
Why should I?
Because you know it'll happen to you if you don't. Besides, one Rocco, more or less, ain't worth dying for. Ain't that what you said?
Hey, boss, it's the law, boss. Sheriff.
Okay. One wrong word out of anybody, and he gets it now.
Temple. Mr. Temple.
You understand me, old man? All right, sister, let him in.
Just a minute, Mr. Wade.
Evening, miss. I'm looking for Clyde Sawyer.
He's not here.
You been here?
No, not tonight.
That's funny. Put in a call for me from here about 7 o'clock. Well, evening, Temple, folks. Pretty good blow, huh?
Yeah, a regular hurricane. How's the road?
Passable. I'm trying to find my deputy. By the way, on the telephone, who answered?
Nobody was around, so I answered. I guess Mr. Sawyer must have got stalled along the road.
Seen anything of the Indians, Mr. Temple, those Osceola brothers?
No.
Sheriff! Get up, you dog!
Dog, guess the storm upset him some.
Well, I don't mind saying it had us all a little upset.
That's funny.
Sheriff!
He's found something out there. I know that bark.
You got a flashlight? Let's see what it is.
Yeah, he's found something all right. Let's go.
Well, that's some dog he's got, Mr. Temple. He found something all right. A dead man.
It was him, Temple Clyde. He'd been murdered.
Well, I don't like to say anything, Sheriff. After all, it's not my business, but those Indians you were talking about, they were here before.
The Osceolas?
Yeah, they were out there all during the storm. Left only a few minutes ago.
I'll get them. I'll get them Indian if it's the last thing I do.
No, Ben, no.
You lied to me, Temple. Your Indians murdered Clyde Sawyer.
Watch yourselves all of you. One peep and I shoot.
Said you hadn't seen the Osceolas. You lied, didn't you? They murdered Clyde. Them Indians thought they could hide his body, but the storm tore it loose and threw it up right out there, right in front of your door. And that's where the crime belongs, right at your door.
Ben, that's shooting just now.
They tried to get away. I killed them both.
Kill them.
You. What's your name?
Killed them.
Me? Howard Brown.
Address?
Hotel Central, Milwaukee.
Haven't I seen you someplace before?
No, I don't think so. Oh, these other men, they're friends of mine. We're all here from Milwaukee, Sheriff. Deep sea fishing.
See that you all stay here. I'll be back in the morning.
Yeah, you did a great job, didn't you, hiding that body?
Boss, how did I know the storm would...
Now, shut up. Ziggy. Here, Ziggy, don't come now.
Ziggy's here, boss. Him and his boys are here.
What are you talking about?
They drove up in the back while the sheriff was out hunting Indians.
That's Ziggy. All right, Pop. You and the soldier boy and the dame inside. Get in your office. Come on, you too, Gay.
No, but...
I said inside. Angel, you stay with him. I don't want no more trouble. All right, bring him in, Curly. Ziggy and his mom. Bring him in. Well, look at him. Ziggy. Well. You sure are a sight for sore eyes.
Sure great to see you again, Johnny pal. Hey, put on a little weight, huh?
Now, look who's talking. Say, guess who's here?
Huh?
The blonde. Remember? Gay Dawn.
Gay, here?
Oh, you think I'm kidding? Gay! Come on, get in here.
Hey, as pretty as ever.
Yeah.
Where you been, honey, all the time Johnny was away?
All around.
If I'd have known that, I'd have tried to beat Johnny's tie.
The same old Ziggy. All right, baby, all right. Come on, step aside. Why don't you go over there, fix yourself a drink?
A drink?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Well, Ziggy, the stuff's all here in the suitcase.
Open up, let's see it. Hey, Lou, come here.
Who's he?
Lou, just about the best expert there is on counterfeit dough.
Oh.
Take a look, Lou.
The paper feels good. Blade works okay. Portrait's good. No breaks in the lines.
Serial numbers check out?
What do you think? I'm an amateur?
That cover's okay, Ziggy. Looks like high-class merchandise.
Okay, huh?
So far, yeah. Now bring out the engraving.
Now, wait a minute. Now, just don't stall, Ziggy, will you? I'm in kind of in a hurry.
We don't have much time, Mr. McCloud. They'll be leaving soon. What are you going to do?
Not much choice, is there? I'll run the boat for them.
No, don't. Don't go with us. They'd wait till you got in sight of Cuba, and then they'd kill you.
She's right, Frank. Tell them you'll go. Then when you get outside in the dark, make a break. Run. Try to get away.
Yes, your only chance, fella. Out there in the dark. Make a break.
Well, that's what my head says.
You ain't gonna make a fight of it.
I don't know. Not that one Rocco more or less makes any difference. What I said still goes. And it's just
They'll kill you.
If a man's a fighter, he can't walk away from a fight. That's the answer, I guess. I know how he feels.
Well, listen, they're leaving. They made their deal.
Yeah. Well, we just wait now. See what happens.
Hey, you, McCloud. Come in here. All of you, come in here.
Your friends leave?
Yeah. Are you coming with a soldier, yes or no? I'm in a hurry.
You win, Mr. Rocco.
Yeah, I thought you'd change your mind. Well, Nora, want to come along, sister? Want to come along?
Where are my things, Johnny? I better get my things.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, you're not coming.
Johnny.
Let go of me. Will you get off me?
Please take me with you. You got to, Johnny. You got to. Oh, please, I'll stop drinking.
Get out of my way.
I'll kill myself. I will. Johnny, please.
Baby.
Please listen. I'll be good like I was before. I won't let you go without me. You got to take me with you. You've got to.
Johnny, we're wasting time. Get away from me. Now, stay close to the soldier, will you? If he tries anything, let him have it good. Now, so long, old man. Next time you have a hurricane, think of Johnny Rocco.
Frank. Goodbye, Frank.
Good luck, son.
Thanks.
Johnny!
They're on the dock. I can see him. He's starting the motor.
He'll make his break now. He'll run away. He's got a gun now. He'll be able to.
Gun? What gun?
Yeah, Rocco's. I took Rocco's gun and gave it to him.
You?
Yeah, why doesn't he run? Run, fella. Run! Why doesn't he run?
He's in the boat. They're casting off.
He had his chance to run. His only chance. And he didn't take it.
No answer. The phone's still dead. I'll take the car, Dad. I'll drive to Palm Grove, the Coast Guard station.
Yeah. Coast Guard.
I'll hurry. I'll be back as soon as I can.
How we doing, McCloud? We're on our course, or close to it. Just see that you keep us that way. Hey, Toots, how you feeling?
I told you I could never stand a boat. I feel awful. All this bouncing up and down.
There's a bed down there.
Yeah, it's too hot down there. Hey, what time is it?
Little after 4. Not halfway there yet. Watch McCloud. If he tries anything, shoot.
Yeah, sure. Oh, damn. Just had a little nap.
Everything all right up there, Curly?
Yeah. What's the matter with Angel?
No, sleeping. He'll take over for Toots after a while. Yeah, they've been talking about us on the radio just now. We got boats out looking for us. Coast Guard.
We got too much of a start for him.
Yeah, a fog like this, they couldn't find a Queen Mary. Got some cards? Let's kill a little time.
Hey, you, Toots. What do you want? You try anything? Take a look over the stern. See if we picked up any kelp. Any what? Seaweed. Can foul up the shaft. You better look. Okay. No, I don't see any. Help! Help!
What's the matter? What's going on out there?
Your friend, he fell overboard.
You did it. When you read the motors just now. Yeah, when you swung the wheel, you made him fall over. Johnny!
I got a gun. Stay where you are, Curly.
Johnny! Watch it. He's got a gun.
Oh, Curly. Curly, what's the matter? Curly!
He don't answer. Nobody answers Toots and Curly.
Curly!
Steps, Johnny. Blood coming down steps.
Well, it's him, McLeod, the soldier. Curly killed him. Go on, go up there. Get up there and see. Well, don't you hear me?
I'll get killed.
You gonna go up there, are you? There's nothing to be afraid of. Curly shot him. He's dead.
Then you go, Johnny. You go up.
Nobody tells me what to do. Nobody.
Johnny.
Hey, soldier. Soldier, listen to me. I know you're up there. Say something. Curly's dead, huh? Well, so's Angel. Just me now. Me down here and you up there. From now on, we'll be partners. Everything will be 50-50. I got $100,000 out here. $100,000. Well, what do you say? Can you hear me? What do you say? Yeah, I know what you're thinking. You'll get rid of me and have all the money for yourself. Is that it? Is it? Well, suppose I say the money's yours. Yeah, I'll toss up the suitcase. I'll throw it up there on deck. There! Now, do you believe me? It's yours. And plenty more when we get to Cuba. Do you hear me? I'll make you rich. Soldier. Soldier. You're not big enough to do this to Rocco. I'll kill you. You'll never bring me. You never. Now, look. Look, soldier, look. I know what it is. Yeah, you figure that I got Angel's gun, that you can't trust me, right? Okay. I'll throw the gun up there, too. There! There's the gun. The money in my gun. Now, what else have I got? I'm leveling with you, soldier. Okay, you believe me now? Look, I'm coming up. I got no gun, and I'm coming up. Where are you? Dark up here.
Get back to the stern, Rocco.
Nobody gives me orders. Some wildcat, huh? That was a deputy's gun I threw away. You don't think I...
Go ahead, Santana. We lost you. Come in, please. We lost your signal. Come in, please. Over.
Sorry. I was calling Coast Guard.
This is the Coast Guard. Please identify yourself. Over.
My name is Frank McLeod. I'm about 12 miles off Boot Key Harbor on my way in. Over.
Are you all right? Are you all right? Over.
Yeah, I guess so. But I'll need medical attention. Over.
Continue on course. Stand by on this frequency.
I'm standing by. Will you put me through to the Largo Hotel?
Stand by, Santana. We'll try to put you through.
No sign of them at all?
Checked the Coast Guard 10 minutes ago. Nothing yet, Mr. Temple. I'll have to take you in, Miss Dawn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. Take me in.
They all get away, huh, Ben? Sawyer dead, those poor Indians dead, McLeod as good as dead, but Rocco and his gang get away. You get one woman who didn't have anything to do with it.
They didn't all get away, Dad. The state police picked up that man they called Ziggy.
Yeah. They want all of you to identify him. Mr. Temple, I'm mighty grateful to you for saving my life and all, but those two boys, the Osceolas, well, I'd rather been killed than have innocent blood on my hands.
I'm the one to blame. If they hadn't trusted me, they wouldn't have turned up here. They'd still be alive.
Oh, no, Mr. Temple, it wasn't you. It wasn't the law or anybody. It was only Johnny Rocco. Nobody in the whole world is safe as long as he's alive.
We better go, miss.
I'll take it, Dad. Hotel Largo. Yes? It's the Coast Guard. Yes? Yes, I'll hold on. Frank! Oh, thank God. Yes. Yes, Frank. Yes, we'll be waiting.
Nora.
He's all right, Dad. He's coming back to us.
The curtain falls on Key Largo, and the spotlight turns to our stars as you meet them in person. Edward G. Robinson, Claire Trevor, and Edmund O'Brien. Claire, it's easy to understand how your performance in Key Largo won you an Academy Award.
Well, thank you, Bill. And speaking of awards, Eddie Robinson won a very important one in Europe recently. The famous World Award for Acting, presented to him in Cannes, France.
Our congratulations, Eddie. And it's certainly good to have you back after so many months abroad.
Good to be back, Bill, and learn all the news, such as Edmund O'Brien being the father of the prettiest daughter born in Hollywood this year.
Well, what's her name, Edmund?
Bridget Eileen. What else could an O'Brien be named?
Eddie, I hope you know there are certain things a daughter should be taught very early. Things like the right complexion care. Lux soap has been mine for a long time.
What are they saying about that in Paris these days, Eddie?
Well, the same idea, only slightly different words. Le savon Lux et le soin préféré pour mon teint. You know, Lux soap is my favorite complexion care.
Well, that's the perfect way to express it, Eddie. By the way, what was the high spot of your summer in Europe?
Well, I think it was the day I spent in the House of Commons in London to listen to a debate between Mr. Churchill and Mr. Bevan. Now, won't you tell us about next week's play, Bill?
Next week's play was a smash hit on both stage and screen. It's the Paramount success, Dear Ruth. And we'll have the original stars of the picture, Joan Caulfield and William Holden. This is a comedy made to order for family entertainment, so I know you'll all want to join us next Monday night.
Oh, it's a delightful play, Bill.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Joan Caulfield and William Holden in Dear Ruth. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Edward G. Robinson will soon be seen in the London Films production My Daughter Joy. Claire Trevor will soon be seen in the Universal International release Borderline, starring with Fred McMurray. Edmund O'Brien will next be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Backfire. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Join us again next Monday night to hear Dear Ruth, starring Joan Caulfield and William Holden. Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Dear Ruth, starring Joan Caulfield and William Holden. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
You said it. Yes, sir.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
At 47, 49, American.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. When it comes to real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember these 5 words. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
And for that Christmas present, remember...
LSMFT.
Suggestion, a carton of cigarettes for Christmas. No gift offers so much for so little. So say Merry Christmas with a carton of Lucky Strike.
Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 weeks ago, Jack Benny had dinner at Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman's house. And tonight, as a typical good neighbor, Jack has invited the Colemans over to his house. So let's go out to Beverly Hills, where we find Jack preparing for the arrival of his distinguished guests.
Well, I'm almost dressed, Rochester. How do I look in my, striped pants and swallowtail coat?
You look like a master of ceremonies at Forest Lawn.
I do not. Now, Rochester, when you're serving dinner tonight, remember, serve the tomato juice first, then the salad, then the meat, and then the vegetables.
I'm glad you brought that up, boss. I wanted to ask you about the peas.
What about the peas?
Do you want me to spoon them out or count them out?
Spoon them out tonight. There's nothing too good for the Colemans. And don't forget, for dessert, we're having a flaming plum pudding.
How do you fix it, boss?
Well, you take the plum pudding and put it in a bowl. Then you take a pint of brandy, good brandy, real old brandy, and you pour it over the pudding.
Continue, boss. You fascinate me.
Then you take a match and set fire to the brandy.
You what?
You take a match and set fire to the brandy.
Boss, I doubt if I'll have the heart.
Well, just do as I tell you. See you later. Jingle bell, jingle dum-da-ding, dum-dum-dum-dum. Gee, I hope the gang got all those contest letters cleaned up. I don't want the Colemans to find out that so many people can't stand me. Well, kids, are you about finished with the mail?
We're all through, Jack, except for those entries over there in the corner.
Why haven't you opened those?
They're still ticking.
Ticking? You mean... Hey, there's one that's smoking. Quick, Don, throw it out the window.
Okay.
I wonder why the... Fine Christmas spirit. That thing could have...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Huh? Who are you?
I was just passing by and something blew me in.
Oh, well, Merry Christmas.
The same to you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, kids, we've got to get all these letters read because the contest ends tomorrow night, December 24th,
Say, Jack, listen to this letter I just opened. I think it's from a Scotch girl.
A Scotch girl? What does it say?
I can't stand Jack Benny because his nose is warmer than mine. Signed, Lassie.
Oh, she's just mad because she read that big story about me in Newsweek. Anyway, kids, never mind the rest of those letters. Mr. and Mrs. Coleman will be here for dinner soon. I also invited their friend, Jack Wellington. So please be on your best behavior. Especially you, Phil.
Me?
Yes, you. Just for tonight, don't bring your jug to the table with you. Please.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Have you ever tried eating that meat straight?
I know it's awful, Phil, but do it just as a favor to me. And another thing, Phil. When you take the jacket off the baked potato, you're not supposed to go... It's only a potato. And Don...
Yes, Jack?
Don, when Rochester offers you a third helping, try to refuse, will you? Or at least say well before you dive in. And Mary...
Oh, Jack, don't try to tell me anything about eating.
You better listen to him, Livy. He was eating 30 years before you were born.
Phil, your Christmas present isn't so big that I can't carry it back to the store. So don't try to do... Oh, hello, Polly. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Isn't that cute? Say, kids, don't you think my Christmas tree is a beauty? Look how big it is.
It sure is, Mr. Benny. Where did you get it?
Well...
I'll tell you, kid. A man drove through Beverly Hills with that tree laying on top of his car, and Jackson was right behind him.
Phil.
Jackson knew about the sharp curve in the road, and the man didn't.
Phil, please. Christmas trees are very sentimental to me. In fact, I used to go out in the woods and cut down my own tree. But I gave that up.
Yeah, it's so hard to find one with packages under it.
Yeah. Anyway, this is the best Christmas tree I've ever had.
And look at all those presents. Say, Mr. Benny, what's in that great big box over there all tied up with that red and green ribbon?
That's there every year, kid. It's a decoy. It is not.
Oh, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
For dinner tonight, do you want French bread, raisin bread, or English muffins?
English muffins. Are they the real English muffins?
Are they? I cut one of them open and found 2 tickets to a cricket match.
Well, you can't go. You've got work to do. And by the way, I hired an English butler to help me serve tonight, so the Colemans will feel at home. He should be here any minute. Gosh, I'll bet right now Ronnie and Benita are sitting on pins and needles waiting to leave their house.
Oh, Ronnie! Ronnie, where are you?
Right here in the library, Benita.
Hey, darling, it's almost 8 o'clock. It's time for us to go over to Mr. Benny's house. Have you forgotten?
Oh, no, I haven't forgotten. It's been on my mind all week. Perhaps we can phone and make some excuse.
No, darling, we can't do that. He's probably gone to a great deal of trouble preparing dinner. In fact, just this afternoon, his butler... what's his butler's name again?
Manchester?
Yeah. Manchester. Well, he came to the back door and wanted to borrow some sugar, so I gave him a saucerful.
You gave him a saucerful?
Yes, they already have all our cups.
Yes, I wondered why Sherwood served my afternoon tea in a Dixie cup. But I guess you're right, Benita. Maybe we should go. I'll never forget when Benny invited us to his house 3 years ago and we didn't show up. You know, it made him so angry, he wrote a letter to Britain asking for his bundle back.
Yes, well, he's probably sensitive. Well, it's getting late. You better start dressing.
Oh, yes, and I mustn't forget to take Jack Benny's shoes back to him.
His shoes?
Yes, he slipped them off when he was having dinner here 2 weeks ago. You know, I've never seen such interesting shoes. There's so many secret pockets in them. And there's a little device in there where you wiggle your toes and it makes change.
Belong to Mr. Benny. I should have known they weren't yours when I saw the box spring in the arch support.
Yeah, I noticed that, too. By the way, Benita, who's invited to the dinner besides us?
Well, I understand there'll be Mary Livingston. She's on his program, you know.
Mary Livingston. Didn't she at one time work behind the stocking counter at the May Company?
Yes, and I can't understand her giving up a good job like that. Let's see. Oh, yes, besides Mary Livingston, there'll be that Phil Harris fellow.
Oh, yes. Ham hocks and turnip greens. Say, Benita, couldn't we phone and say that Uncle Oswald is ill and that we have to go and visit him?
You can't do that. After all, Mr. Benny lives right next door. He'll see our lights and know we're home.
Oh, yes. Even that 30-foot fence doesn't keep him from peeping in on it. Creeping along his side of the fence with a periscope. A most remarkable fellow.
I do hope Mr. Benny doesn't insist on playing that violin tonight.
No, why? Benita, why did you have to bring that up? For 10 years, I've been plagued with love in bloom. I've hoped, I've wished, yes, even prayed for a minor disaster, a fire, a tornado, even termites, anything. But destroy that violin.
But darling.
Well, if he can't be stopped, then in the name of heaven, let him play right. Give him the will. Give him the strength. Give him the talent to hit that high note.
Perhaps he's got short fingers.
Well, every day for 10 years, it's been love in bloom. And now it's a new one. Kiss me once and kiss me twice and da-da-da-da-da. Well, I'm sorry, dear, but I didn't mean to lose my temper.
Well, cheer up, darling. I'm sure we'll have a lovely evening at Mr. Benny's.
Yeah, I hope so.
Perhaps he'll eat a lot and fall asleep early. Jack, do you want to come in the dining room and see if the table looks all right?
In a minute, Mary. I'm busy.
Oh, Jack. Jack, you're not going to play your violin tonight.
I am, too. The Colemans are pretty high-class people. They don't go places just to eat. Now, let me practice. I'll have to get a new string.
That was the door buzzer.
Oh, say, maybe that's the... Never mind, Rochester, I'll get it. Yes? Oh, yes, you're the English butler I ordered. Have you had much experience at serving?
Yes.
Well, good. Go right in the kitchen and get started. What's your name? What was that? Oh. Well, tonight, I'll just call you Nottingham.
Jack, who is that?
It was the English butler I hired. For tonight, I'm calling him Nottingham. Do you think that's English enough?
Why don't you call him the White Cliffs of Dover?
No, that's too long. Maybe I ought to...
Jackson, why don't you call him Heathcliff?
Heathcliff?
Sure, you're trying to pull a bluff. Oh, Philsy, they ought to hang you up instead of your stocking.
You can say that again. Oh, that must be the Colemans now.
I'll get it.
No, Rochester, that's why I got the English butler. Nottingham, answer the door, please.
Good evening. Mr. Benny is expecting us.
Oh, come in, call the waiting room in the drawing room.
What was that?
Come in, sir. I haven't called the waiting room in the drawing room.
Oh, you're the fellow who sells the tobacco.
Ronnie, Benita, I'm glad you came so early.
Hello, Jack, old boy.
So good of you to have us over.
Oh, it's a pleasure indeed. Nottingham, take Mr. and Mrs. Coleman's hat, coat, and canoe. Thank you.
You know, Jack, I just made an awful mistake. I didn't know you had a second butler.
Oh, yes, he's English, you know.
But his English accent is so thick.
Well, he's been there twice. Twice, you know.
Well, if he ever goes back again, he'll choke to death.
Yes. Come, let's go into the drawing room.
By the way, Mr. Benny, where is Manchester?
What? What did you say?
Where is Manchester?
Oh, Manchester. Well, you go out Sepulveda Boulevard, through Culver City, you turn left at the second traffic light.
Jack, Benita means Manchester, your butler.
Oh, that's Rochester. Rochester.
Let Nottingham do it.
I'm not talking to you. Benita, my butler's name is Rochester. He's in the kitchen getting dinner ready. Come, let's go into the drawing room. I want you to meet my associates. Here we are. Mr. and Mrs. Coleman, this is my radio cast.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. and Mrs. Coleman?
Hiya, Ronnie. Benita, what do you hear from the tea and crumpets?
Well, you know, Ronnie, he's Phil's such an unruly blighter. You should excuse the expression. By the way, Ronnie, I have a little surprise for you this evening. I also invited your friend, Jack Wellington, to dinner.
Wellington? Splendid. Did you hear that, Benita?
Yes, isn't that nice?
Sit down, folks. We'll have cocktails in just a few minutes. I hope you'll pardon the way my house looks, but I've been so busy opening mail.
Oh, that reminds me. How is your I Can't Stand Jack Benny radio contest coming along?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Of course, it ends tomorrow night. So, Benita, if you want to get your letter in, be sure it's postmarked before midnight, December 24th.
You know, Jack just received a citation in Congress because of all the national unity his I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest is promoting.
Was that national unity?
Yes, it's the first time in history that the Republicans and Democrats agree on the same thing.
Yes, sir, that's me. Yep.
Oh, Ronnie, look at that Christmas tree. Isn't it beautiful?
Yes, it certainly is.
I suppose you folks have a nice Christmas tree, too.
Well, we bought a nice tree, but while we were driving home, a peculiar thing happened. Yes, Ronnie made a sharp turn, and that's the last we saw of it.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, how about some cocktails? What would you like, Ronnie?
Oh, nothing right now, thanks, Jack, but after dinner, perhaps a little B&B.
Oh, so will I. For dinner, I always have an S&S.
S&S. Now, what's that?
Half soda and half sympathy soothing syrup.
Yes, it's awfully good. What? Oh, he must mean that Wellington is here. Oh, come right in. Come right in.
Hello, Benny, old boy. Ronnie, Benita.
Wellington.
Mr. Benny told us you were coming.
Mr. Wellington, this is my radio gang here. It's Mary, Phil, Don, and Larry. Well, we're all here now.
Hey, Wellington, you lost half your glasses.
Phil, that's a monocle. Half his glasses.
Say, Wellington, I should tell you, we had a letter from Wickersham the other day.
Wickersham? Well, how is the old duffer?
Oh, he sounded cheerful enough. What a sense of humor he has.
Yeah, Willie, that reminds me. Why don't you tell Mr. Benny and his friends that amusing anecdote Wickersham always tells at dinner parties?
Oh, yes. Now, let's see. Now, how does that go?
While you're thinking about it, I can play a solo on my...
Oh, I have it.
Good.
Good. Go ahead, Willie. Tell that amusing story.
Well, it seems that there was a rather old codger in London who was somewhat hard of hearing, and he was riding on a westbound tram toward...
No, Wellington. It was an eastbound tram.
Oh, yes. He was riding on an eastbound tram.
He was going to Trafalgar Square, so it must have been a southbound tram.
By Jove, Benita, you're right. It was a southbound tram. Well, anyway, he wanted to get off at Wembley Station.
You see, Jack, Wembley is the station where the tram stops.
Oh, good. I thought the man wanted to jump off.
Well, anyway, this old codger turned to the woman standing next to him and said...
Wasn't it a man standing next to him?
No, it was... By Jove, it was a man.
Anybody here care to shoot a game of pool?
Mary.
Anyway, he turned to the man standing next to him and inquired, is this Wembley? And the man said...
No, wait. You forgot to mention that the second chap was hard of hearing, too.
Oh, yes, that's important. Well, he turned to this stranger and asked, is this Wembley? And the stranger, who was hard of hearing, said, no, this isn't Wembley, this is Thursday. So the old codger... I say, did I tell you that this old codger was also hard of hearing?
Oh, yes, you told them that when you mentioned it was a westbound tram.
Southbound.
Oh, yes, Trafalgar Square, that's right.
So the old codger who was hard of hearing said Thursday, so am I. Let's get off and have a drink.
Southbound tram, Trafalgar Square.
Oh, it was a very amusing story, Mr. Wellington. Very funny. Would you folks care for a cigarette?
Yes, thank you.
Southbound tram, Trafalgar Square, Trafalgar.
You see, these cigarettes I just gave you are Lucky Strikes. They're made of the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it now?
He got off at Wembley Station because he was hard of hearing, so he didn't...
And you notice that Lucky Strikes are so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
How enchanting.
Please go on, Mr. Wilson.
And the second chap got off the tram because it was so fully packed. No, that was a woman, by Jove. That's right.
And that's the reason LSMFT is so popular. LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Amazing.
Yes, just think of it. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Deucedly clever, isn't it?
So when the stranger said, "This is Thursday," the man who was hard of hearing said, "So am I. Let's get off and have a drink." Oh, yes, Thursday. Thirsty. That is a clever anecdote. Yes, sir. Oh, that's a honey. Oh, here come the cocktail. Set them right over here, Nottingham.
Oh.
Well, folks, dinner will be ready pretty soon, and I can't tell you how happy I am that you were all able to come over, particularly at this time so close to Christmas.
Oh, thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
And since it is so close to Christmas, I think it would be nice if we had Larry Stevens sing an appropriate song.
Oh, good.
By all means.
Are you ready, Larry?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Go right ahead. Here, let me sit next to you, Mary. That was very nice, Larry. Now, folks, let's all have a cocktail before we go into dinner.
Well, that's fine. And, Jack, if you don't mind, I'd like to propose a toast.
Of course, Ronnie. We'd love to have you do it.
I propose a toast to the world which has just survived the bloodiest and costliest of all human conflicts. A world which was so nearly led back to the dark ages of oppression and slavery by cruel and greedy men who traded in hate. It seems impossible that there could be any more suffering than mankind has just endured. But it is possible, and it will happen if we lose sight of the lessons so bitterly learned. Let us remember that men everywhere are our neighbors, and their right to life and freedom is as precious to them as ours is to us. So here's a toast to all the people in the world. May we, by working together for a lofty purpose and with God's help, achieve the goal that mankind for 20 centuries has striven for. Peace on earth, goodwill to men.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Thanks again to Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman and their friend Mr. Wellington for spending the evening with us. And I and my whole gang want to wish everybody everywhere a very Merry Christmas. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, the contest ends tomorrow, December 24th at midnight. If you haven't sent in your entry, do it now. Just complete this sentence, I can't stand Jack Benny because, in 50 words or less, and mail your letter to the Jack Benny Contest, Hollywood 28, California. Prizes would total $10,000 in victory bonds, and in case of a tie, duplicate prizes will be awarded. The Board of Judges include Goodman Ace of the Easy Aces and Peter Lorre. And the supreme and final judge will be the Honorable Fred Allen. The decision of the judges will be final, and all letters become the property of Jack Benny, including the rights to publish. This contest is open to everyone except the employees of the American Tobacco Company, its agents, and the National Broadcasting Company. It is subject to all federal and state laws and regulations.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The actions of a teenage boy are about as explosive as a thunderstorm. They never cease as long as he has an ounce of energy to draw on. And with Henry Aldrich, there are usually a few extra ounces in reserve. It is Saturday morning, and the scene opens on Homer Brown's front veranda.
Homer, look at it this way. It's January.
Stand back, Henry. You're crowding me.
And what better month is there to go fishing in than January?
Henry, can't you see I'm busy washing storm windows?
But think of it, Homer. You cut a hole in the ice, see, and you sit there, and the night's frosty air. Oh, it's not too frosty. Just healthy.
Henry, why should I go sitting around in the air when I can watch storm windows for my father?
Homer, do you feel well?
Yeah, will you step aside? Boy, after all my father's done for me, it's the least I can do.
But, Homer, think of the size fish there must be in Fletcher's Pond. They've been growing ever since summer.
There's no use asking me, Henry. When my father wants me to do something, boy, I certainly wouldn't let him down.
What? Homer, are you sure you feel well?
He's right in the living room there.
Oh, he is?
Sure, listening to every word we say. Can't you see he's left the window open?
I don't see him.
Well, he's there. My mother finally put her foot down on these windows.
What?
I'm washing the outside, and my father's washing the inside. And we can't leave until they're finished.
Homer, what are you whispering about?
Father, Henry was just... We were not whispering. How do you do, Mr. Brown?
Henry, would you mind not confusing Homer? He can only think of one thing at a time. Right now, he's supposed to be on the window.
Well, Father, Henry was just on his way home.
I was? Goodbye, Henry. Get busy with that sponge, Homer.
Listen, Homer, suppose I go in and have a word with your father.
What about?
You know, an appeal to his better nature.
Henry, you're licked before you start. I mean, he's pretty determined to get these windows done.
Well, it's worth a try anyway.
Watch your step, Henry. He's pretty busy. And call me if anything happens.
Oh, Mr. Brown, are you washing the windows?
Of course I am.
In that easy chair?
Well, I just want to get the perspective from back here before I start.
Oh.
Hand me that darn sponge.
Mr. Brown, you're quite a fisherman, aren't you?
What's that?
What I mean is, fishing is good in spring, sure, but don't you agree there's no month like January?
For fishing?
Sure. Don't you agree that that's when the fish are biggest?
Yeah?
Well, they've had since summer to put on weight.
Yes, I never looked at it that way.
Sure. I'll bet if you went down to Fletcher's Pond and chopped a hole in the ice, you could catch some whoppers.
Yes, I bet you would at that.
You mean you agree with me, Mr. Brown, that a person should take advantage of a thing like that?
I certainly do.
Oh, boy, thanks. Hey, Homer, come here.
What'd you say?
I fixed it, Homer. Your father agrees that this is a perfect day for fishing.
He does? Boy, Father, you mean I don't have to wash the outside of the windows?
Of course you do.
What?
And the inside, too.
Listen, Henry, I thought you fixed it.
And get busy right away. I have to speak to your mother.
Father, in January.
Henry, I don't want to speak to you again about your feet. Why don't you run along and let me finish?
My feet, Father? Are you afraid they'll get frostbitten?
I'm afraid they'll get chopped off.
Oh, sure. I'll stand back.
Thank you.
Boy, look at that ice fly.
And if you could find time to shovel this front walk regularly the way you're supposed to, the ice wouldn't form like this.
I realize that, Father, and I'll certainly see to it that I do it after this.
Good.
And speaking of ice, Father, how about it?
How about what?
Going fishing.
I'm sorry, Henry, but I can't find the time today.
Couldn't you chop the ice some other time?
Not very well.
Well, couldn't you...
Henry, I tell you, I can't get out of it. Your mother's keeping an eye on me.
She is?
Don't look now, but she's right there in the living room window.
Oh. Hello, Mother.
Henry, I hope you aren't slowing up your father.
No, Mother, I'm helping him.
You are?
Sort of.
Sam!
I'm stopping, Alice.
Sam! Sam, Mary says you want it on the phone.
Oh, thank you. Here, Henry.
Gee, Father, what do I do with this?
You can chop with it.
Oh, here he comes now, Mr. Brown.
Oh, is it Will Brown?
Yes, Father, I told him you were busy, but he said this is very important.
Hello.
Hello, Sam. Do I understand you're tied up today?
Well, I'm doing a little cleaning up outside.
Oh, then it's something you could get out of?
Well, as a matter of fact, what's on your mind?
Sam, what do you say we go fishing?
What's that?
Well, there's no better month to go fishing than January.
But Will.
You know, you cut a little hole in the ice and you sit around in the nice frosty air.
What made you think of that, Will?
I heard somebody talking about it. Come on, Sam, what do you say?
Well, it's a temptation, I'll admit. The only thing is, I have this work I should do, and...
Oh, do it tomorrow.
Well, you see, Alice wants... Naturally, I don't have to do it.
Naturally. It's like I was just saying to Elizabeth. Who pays the bills around here anyway?
Did it work?
Well, no. I finally said I had to go out for some cigars.
Cigars, eh?
Yeah. I'm down at the drugstore right now with my fishing tackle.
Well, I'll meet you there in 15 minutes.
Right.
You're going to meet him where, Father?
Why...
I thought you promised Mother to chop the ice on the front lawn.
Why, Mary, who pays the bills around here?
My father.
That is, I think I'll go out and get some cigars.
Darn it all, anyway.
Hey, Henry.
Is that you, Homer?
Okay, Henry, let's go.
Where?
She was, where do you think? Fishing.
Fishing? This is a fine time for you to decide that. Just when I have to chop up this darn sidewalk for my father.
Where's your father hiding, Henry?
He isn't hiding anyplace. He was called away on a very important conference.
He was?
And besides, I thought you had to stay home and wash windows.
But I don't anymore. My father went off someplace, so I threw in the sponge and left.
Darn it all anyway.
You really can't go.
Homer, do you know how long it's taken me to chop this little bit of ice?
How long?
Well, it's going to take me all day to finish it.
Gee. If your father shoveled his walk once in a while, you wouldn't have all this ice.
Oh, what is? What are you eating?
A piece of ice. It just flew in.
Listen, Homer. Listen, if you think you can stand around all day eating ice when I'm breaking my darn back...
What are you getting at, Henry?
The least you could do is help me.
Well, why should we both break our backs? Unless... Say.
What?
Listen, maybe we can still go fishing. Have you thought of hot water?
Hot water?
Sure. You have a hose, haven't you?
What? Sure thing.
It'd melt this ice in no time.
Well, gee, what are we standing around for?
Feel that breeze, Will? Yes, sir. It really keeps you on your toes, doesn't it? Incidentally, how are your toes? Oh, they're fine, Sam, as long as I keep wiggling them. Hand me the saw again. Let's see if I can get this hole a little bigger. Sure, you couldn't catch a minnow through a hole the size of that. The trouble is getting it started, Will. Once I get the saw down in there, we'll be fine. Say, I got an idea. Yeah? Have you got a penknife on you? Yeah, certainly. Here. Now, if I can just chip a little more ice off, I think we can get the saw in there. Good idea. Yeah, that's getting it, Sam. Would you mind if I run around a bit while you were doing that? You're not cold, are you? Of course not. Just a little stiff. I'll be right with you. All right, flap your arms, Sam. Hey, what's going this, Will? Makes you feel like $1 million. Say, Sam. Yes, sir. Sam, did you attach any sentimental value to that penknife? Will, you didn't drop it through. Well, now, don't worry. I'll get it back. How? I'll have Homer come out in the summer and dive for it. That's a fine thing. Now, wait a minute. Hand me my line. What for? Well, it's got a good big hook on it. I think I can fish around and hook the penknife. I doubt it, but here. Look, you go on flapping, Sam. I'll drop this in and give it a try. There. You feel anything? No, not yet. Well, let's just forget it. Hey, Will, get up off the ice. Sam, I got one. You got the penknife? I got a fish. Look at that shadow under the ice. What? Good heavens, it's a monster. What do I do? Land it. Well, how can I land it? Look at the size of the hole. Now, wait a minute, Will. Don't get excited. Don't just stand there. Saw the hole bigger. I can't, Will. We'll have to cut the line. Well, do something, Sam. Do something. Homer, stop shivering and stand still.
Listen, Henry, take it easy. You're rubbing the back off me.
Well, I have to get you circulating again, don't I?
Oh, can't you use a softer towel? That one feels like sandpaper.
Wait, I'll go to the linen closet and get some more towels.
You're going to leave me alone in your room with just a sheet on?
Well, then wait. I'll find you some clothes.
And all I can say is the next time you hose the sidewalk, I hope you have a little more control.
Gee whiz, Homer, it was your own fault.
My fault?
Sure. Didn't you come right out and say, turn the hose over here, Henry?
Sure I did. I didn't say turn the hose on me.
And then you jumped right in my way.
Oh, boy. You know how I feel about Fletcher's Pond?
How?
I've had enough water for one day.
Well, you know what I was just thinking?
What?
See, if it's no fun chopping ice on your own sidewalk, think how much tougher it's going to be out on Fletcher's Pond.
Sure. You stand around and break your back, and then some fish comes along and splashes ice water all over you.
Sure. And your mitts freeze to the line.
Sure.
And right here at home, we've got a fireplace and lots of wood.
Boy.
Then we can sit in front of the fire with a comic book.
And a skyscraper sandwich.
Sure.
Sure. Can I have some underwear? Gee whiz.
Well, wait a minute, Mary.
Henry, Mother wants to... Are you making a tent in here?
A tent, Mary?
I thought I saw...
Never mind. What do you want?
Mother wants to see you down in the living room.
She does? What for?
I don't know, but you better come right down.
Mary, can't you even give me a hand?
Mother! Mary, I don't think I've ever been so furious in my life. Why, Mother? Just look out. Look at the condition of our front walk. My goodness, it's a solid sheet of ice. The postman just slipped and fell right on his mailbag. And your father promised me faithfully he'd have all that ice cleaned off today.
Mother, if it's about your guest towels, I give you my
Henry,
word.
please put your coat on.
We're going out?
You are, dear. I want you to go straight out to Fletcher's Pond.
Well, Mother, I've changed my mind.
About what?
I don't want to go to Fletcher's Pond anymore.
Well, I want you to, and you're to tell your father to come home immediately.
Father? Father's at Fletcher's Pond?
Yes, dear. Mrs. Brown and I are positive that's where they went.
He's having his conference there?
What conference?
Well, gee whiz, he said...
Henry, he's out there with Mr. Brown, fishing.
He is? Well, I'll be darned. Anybody home? Hey, anybody home? Where's the fire, mister? Oh, I'm sorry to be so noisy, but this is an emergency. Have you got an axe? Why, sure. You want to come in? No, I can't. I have to get back down to Fletcher's Pond. Well, what's the trouble? My friend and I went down there fishing, see, and all of a sudden there was this big fellow splashing around, and my friend is hanging on for dear life, and the hole isn't big enough to pull him out. You don't see? Yeah, and man, is he struggling. If we don't get him out fast, we're going to lose him. Now, look, you find an axe around the side on a block. Oh, fine. Thanks a lot. You get right down there and don't worry. Arthur, get a big pot of hot soup and some blankets. Get them down in the pond right away. Where are my boots and jacket? Quick. And you better get me a rope. The fellow down there's falling through the ice.
And now getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry, in trying to talk Homer into going fishing through the ice, has succeeded only in selling both their fathers on the idea. So far, the men are having difficulties landing their fish, and the boys have been sent out to find them. The scene opens at Fletcher's Pond.
Hurry up, Will. I'm freezing to death. Now, listen, Sam. I got up to that farmhouse and back as quick as I could. Well, at least you've been moving. Here, you hold the fish line and let me come. Now, that suits me. Oh, boy, it's good to sit down. Get your feet out of the way, Will. My feet are all right. Let's hurry and get that fish out and get home. Well, be long now. Who's that? Look, Sam, it's a lady of some kind. Have we seen who, ma'am? What's that?
Up at the north end of the pond, and we've been looking all over, and we haven't been able to find him anyplace.
Well, say, we've been here for over an hour. We haven't seen anybody around here.
My heavens, I have this hot soup and these blankets.
Look, are you sure it was Fletcher's Pond this man fell into?
Why, I thought it was.
You don't think he could have gone through up at Birch's Creek? Sure, if he isn't here, he must be up there.
Well, then we better get up there right away. I'll go and get my husband.
We haven't time. Come on, Will, on your feet. But, Sam, what about our fish? We can't worry about that now. Tie the line to this tree over here, and we'll come back for it later.
Fletcher's Pond.
Sure. Well, nothing looks familiar anymore since it started to smell.
Listen. We don't find our fathers in about 5 minutes. I'm going home.
But, Homer, maybe they're lost. Look, Homer, where are you?
I'm down here. I could.
Oh, here, I'll help you up.
Henry, you know what I think? I think we're lost.
How could we be if this is Fletcher's Pond?
But, Henry, I just tripped over a fence.
What?
There aren't any fences around Fletcher's Pond.
Homer, this isn't any fence. It's a piece of string.
Now, listen, Henry, I'm not that weak.
But look, Homer. Look, it's tied to a tree.
It is?
And it's jiggling.
Henry, you're crazy.
Wait while I follow it along. It's definitely jiggling.
Gee whiz, you're right. Wait till I get some of the snow away.
Look at this. It goes down through a hole in the ice.
Henry, look.
What?
What? There's a fish on the end of it, a great big fish. Well, I'll be darned. Pull it out. Man, the hole isn't big enough.
Oh, gee whiz, look what's here under the snow.
What?
And that.
Henry, it's a miracle.
Either that, Homer, or it's a dream.
Even if it is, let's chop a great big hole and get that fish out before we wake up.
Well, if you'd turn around and walk frontwards, we'd get there a lot faster. Look, you walk your way, Sam, and I'll walk mine. Now, granted, the snow's flowing in block faces. Yes, and I've walked into all the trees I'm going to walk into. You're still bumping into trees, walking backwards. I can stand it better that way. Anyway, here's Fletcher's Pond. Boy, I'd like to get my hands on the guy who started us on this wild goose chase. Well, we pretty well had to go. Well, suppose somebody really had fallen through the ice. We had to go, sure. I wouldn't have minded going up there and taking a quick look around. Now, aren't they trying around here someplace? That woman insisting that we hunt for 3 solid hours. I said, I don't think I'll ever saw a house. Do you remember what tree we tied our fish line to? Oh, look at that. Look at that snow all over the place. Now, Will. Even if we do find the tree, how are we going to find the fish? Well, if we can only keep our sense of humor, we'll be all right. What? Things aren't really so bad. As a matter of fact, look. Where? There's our tree. I distinctly remember that broken branch. Now, hole in the ice can't be too far from here. Oh, we'll never find it in this snow, Sam. A tiny little hole like that. We'll find it all right. Look! Sam! Will! Pull me out! Does that fire feel good?
Would you like some more hot soup, John?
I sure would. But be sure to keep that blanket over your shoulders now, Martha. Oh, I will. We'll be lucky if we don't both catch pneumonia. When I think of going over Fletcher's Pond, inch by inch.
And, John, if you could have only seen those poor men hunting with me up there at Birch's Tree.
Now, who would that be?
Well, you going to answer?
I guess I better.
Well, sorry I'm not getting the draft on.
Yes, come quick, mister. Oh, it's you again. Hurry, bring those blankets and hot soup. My friend just fell through the ice. Oh, yeah? Well, tell it to the Marines. What? If you think I'm going to fall for that story again, you're crazy. Oh, Wilson! Just look at him, Mother. Isn't he a...
My goodness, Henry, that's the biggest fish I've ever seen. Well, just wait a minute, Mrs. Aldrich. He's 8.5 pounds. You caught him all by yourself? Well, we didn't actually catch him. If you were Mrs. Aldrich, you wouldn't believe it. But we were walking along in the middle of nowhere, see? And all of a sudden, there he was, tied to a tree. Now, Homer.
Honest, Mother?
Hey, Henry, we haven't measured him yet.
Oh, boy, come on. I bet he's 2 feet long.
You have to swing it around like that, dear?
Did we have him mounted, do you think?
What? We're just to eat him?
Henry!
Sam, is that you?
Alice, where's Henry? I just keep your sense of humor, Sam. What happened to our front walk?
Sam, what's happened to you?
Let me tell you something. A few minutes ago, we started up the front walk, and I mentioned to Will how happy I was to get home. When all of a sudden, there we both were, flat on our backs. Who turned our front walk into a skating rink?
Sam, that front walk is your own fault. And may I ask whose clothes you're wearing?
They're my own, Alice. It's just a little shrunk, that's all.
My heavens, you're soaking wet.
Well, I tried out a bit in the car.
But Sam...
All right, Alice. All right. Forget it. Just forget everything and let me lie down here. Move over, Sam.
Well, I'm certainly going to get you some blankets.
Father! Henry, come in here.
Sure, Father. What do you think of this? Do you want to get it dusty?
Henry, where did you get that fish?
We found it, Father. Sure, out of Fletcher's Pond.
What's that? Fletcher's Pond.
Father, is that you on the floor?
Henry, was that fish by any chance tied to a tree? What? Well, how do you know? Well, what do you know about that? In that case, kindly give it to me. You want to have a good look at it, Father?
It happens that that fish belongs to Mr. Brown and to me.
Oh, no, Mr. Aldrich.
Oh, yes, Homer. I'm sorry, boys, but we caught it and we tied the line to the tree.
But, Father, even if you did, we landed it.
Henry, someday I'll tell you what we went through today because of that fish. I'll hand it over to you.
But, gee whiz.
Henry!
Here, Father. Well, let's see it, Sam. Let's have a good look at it.
Isn't he a beauty?
Oh, boy, he must weigh 10 pounds.
8.5.
Come on, Homer.
Where?
I don't know. Homer, why don't you go along with Henry and stop asking questions?
Well, do you think we should mount him?
Who, Homer?
All right, Alice. Here, hold the fish, Will. I'll be right back.
Sure. And, Sam, we ought to take a picture of it, you know.
Hello.
Hello, is that Mr. Aldrich?
Yes?
I understand your son caught a fish.
No, sir. My friend and I caught it. It's our fish. After what we went through today, I'd like to see anyone else claim that fish.
That's very interesting.
Oh, say it's a beauty. A 10-pound bass. Let me tell you how we caught it.
You can tell me all about it in my office at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Who is this?
The game warden. You're not allowed to catch bass in January.
Now, wait a minute.
Will anyone have another piece of fish?
I will, please. I paid enough for it. I might as well enjoy it.
Hasn't this been some day, though, Henry?
I'll say, I don't mind a bit you're taking the fish away from me, Father.
Oh, that's fine.
I've got something much better. Homer and I were cleaning the Trixie, and boy...
What a day for miracles.
I'll say. Guess what we found inside it, Mother?
What, dear?
It's something I've always wanted, a penknife.
What's that?
The Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
The halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome once more to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. It's an exceptionally warm, lazy, hazy Saturday morning, and most of the college staff members who live on faculty row are using the sun and their free time to excellent advantage. Professor Quincannon is trimming a hedge. Professor Warren is transplanting some flowering quince. Professor Heaslip is weeding his lawn. And Dr. William Todhunter Hall, Ivy's president, is upstairs in his bedroom asleep. Now his English ex-actress wife, Victoria, cautiously enters the room.
Toddy? Toddy?
What?
You awake?
No.
But you just answered me.
What did I say?
You said you weren't awake.
You may consider that statement as absolutely correct. I'm not awake.
Then what were you lying there giggling for?
I've just been deprived of what might have been the most interesting dream.
Oh? Well, what was your dream? Well, it's a personal question, I know, but you were smiling so contentedly just before you woke up that I was a little suspicious.
Your suspicions are completely justified, my dear. As I remember, I was standing on a verdant hillside, basking in the warmth of the sun, when I glanced up and saw a bewitching, provocative maid with flaxen hair advancing towards me with an armful of flux.
The brazen hussy. What happened then?
Then disaster. I was awakened.
It's a good thing. I will not tolerate my husband dreaming of other women.
Other women? Why, Vicky, my darling, the maid in my dream was you. And what a delightful picture you made. And that flux. Where did you get that flux?
Where did I get that flaxen hair? That's all is the question.
To which I refuse to answer on the grounds that it is unfair, unethical, and because I have no answer. Now, why do you come stealing into my room to rob me of my slumber, my flower?
Well, don't you remember? It's D-Day.
Vicky, it is not D-Day. That was yesterday.
Yeah, I know. But you have a big red ring around today's date. And right below it is written, remember, another D-Day. Start early.
I made that notation?
It's in your handwriting.
Oh, it must be a forgery. That start early phrase is completely out of character for me. I don't like to start things early. I temporize, delay, fidget, procrastinate, and then do things in a rush at the last minute, muttering that I work best under pressure. Which I don't, of course. What time is it?
Oh, it's almost 9.
D-Day. Dedication Day. Victoria, is there any special function going on at the college today? One that I might have forgotten?
No, dear, I'm quite sure there isn't.
Well, there's no point in worrying about it.
Well, it probably didn't mean anything.
D-Day. When's my next appointment with the dentist?
Next week.
That's good. How's the weather?
It couldn't be more perfect. Yeah, which reminds me, I wish Mr. Weatherby called. He asked if he could drop by a little later this morning.
Weatherby?
Yeah. I told him you'd be delighted to see him.
Well, that was a gross untruth. I'll see him, but I refuse to be delighted. Did he happen to say who he is and what he wants?
Yeah, he's the father of Philip Weatherby, one of the students. He's up here visiting his son, and I think he just wants to see you.
All right, Vicky, I think I'll have breakfast.
Well, good. It's much too nice a day to sleep.
That is a fallacy. There is no day so nice that sleep isn't nicer. Yes, today I shall take mine ease in mine inn, to quote loosely from Shakespeare, who must be quite used to it by now. As of now, I have completely amputated ambition from my schedule.
D-Day. The doctor declines to disturb his day with drudgery.
Denunciation Day. Doomsday. Dog Day. Victoria, I am completely baffled. I have delved into every possible combination of words that start with D and go with day.
Oh, Toddy, forget it. I thought you weren't going to worry over that notation.
Oh, I'm not worried. I'm curious. I wonder if it might concern a donation. Well, isn't it early for callers?
It's probably Mr. Weatherby. If it is, do you want to see him alone?
Oh, good heavens, no. I don't want to see him at all. But if I must,
All right, yeah, I'll show him in.
Let me see. Derby Day. Diabolic Day. Democrats Day.
Yes, Mr. Weatherby.
How do you do, sir? It's a pleasure.
Will you have some coffee?
No, thanks. I'm a farmer, Mrs. Hall. Early to rise, early to eat. I hope this isn't too early to call.
No, indeed, Mr. Weatherby. I am an early riser myself.
I wanted to speak to you about my son, if you can spare me the time.
Plenty of time, Mr. Weatherby. Come into my study. We'll be more comfortable there.
Well, that just about winds up the story, Doctor. It wasn't easy to give Philip a proper education, and all I want is for him to amount to something. Is that too much to ask for a son?
No, I wouldn't say so. It's a rather common request among parents.
As far as I'm concerned, Doctor, it's more than a request. It's a demand. Philip has a good mind, and I won't allow him to let rot while he breaks his back on a farm.
Well, some fairly agile-minded men have been farmers. Abraham Lincoln, for instance.
Abe Lincoln was also a lawyer, Doctor. Philip is studying law. That's a real profession. Farming isn't a profession, it's an obsession. Even if you want to escape, you can't. It's got you, Doctor.
Ah, but look at what it gives in return.
Yeah, it gives you about 6 feet of itself for a final resting place. I don't want it for Philip, do you see?
Oh, yes, Mr. Weatherby, I do see. And it must have taken great determination for you to have labored hard at the work you loathed to give your boy an education.
Well, I'm not complaining about that, but you see, he sent me a wire, Doctor. That's why I'm here.
Oh?
Said he had something to tell me. When I got here, he said everything was all right after all, and for me to forget it.
Well, then I would advise you to do just that, Mr. Weatherby.
No. No, something is wrong, Doctor. I know my son.
I didn't hear him go.
Yes, he asked me to say goodbye to you, darling, which I will now do with a kiss, thereby exceeding my instructions quite agreeably. There.
Well, thank you, Mr. Weatherby.
Vicky, do you know Philip Weatherby? Has he ever been here at the house?
Not that I know of. Why?
Now, something is evidently troubling the boy, and his father can't get to the bottom of it. I told him I would see Philip and, if possible, ferret out the difficulty. Will you remind me Monday?
I'll make a note of it now. As this is D-Day, we'll make Monday W Day for Weatherby.
That's right. You know, Victoria, sometimes it frightens me when I think of the sacrifices parents make to put their young through school. Now, this man digs down in the soil. He... Vicky.
What is it?
The soil. That's it. How could I have forgotten? Today is D-Day, Dahlia Day. Today is the day I plant my dahlia bulb.
Oh. You?
Of course, me. Dahlia Day is an old custom in the Hall family. It dates way back to last year. Now, let me see. I believe the bulbs are down in the cellar.
I thought you were going to rest today.
My dear Victoria, the good fresh air, the thud of spade against sod, the pungent odor of newly turned earth. These things all provide their own form of relaxation.
A likely story.
Ah, yes, it does a man good to work outdoors. It gives him a chance to breathe, to develop muscles.
To develop backache.
It takes a great deal of time and care to do this job right. No half measures.
No cutting corners.
That's right, no cutting... Oh.
Now what?
Young Weatherby, I just remembered who he is. Philip Weatherby cut his last class yesterday. Monday, he's going to be expelled.
Oh, no.
Yes. Apparently, Farmer Weatherby has just had a crop failure.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
We'll return to the halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, in just a moment. But first, let's hear how a man whose job is to find out about things for the people found out something for himself.
I'm a research man with a large organization. One of those fellows who asks people questions to find out the why of things. As you might suspect, I'm not given to snap judgments. A few weeks ago, I had my first bottle of Schlitz beer at a social gathering. My immediate reaction was, here's the finest beer I've ever tasted. And I believe I'd heard someone say that Schlitz is the largest selling beer in the country. However, professional experience has made me wary of first impressions. And I'm not one to be swayed by impressive statements. So I decided the proper thing to do was to purchase a case of Schlitz beer and conduct a thorough test, using myself as the subject. I did just that. I tried Schlitz while reading in the evening, after a round of golf, with a bedtime snack, and in my backyard hammock, while considering whether or not to mow the lawn. I have now finished my test and have evaluated the results. I have also finished that first case and have ordered a second. I believe that I can say without reservation, No wonder Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
Now, back to Ivy, where we find Dr. and Mrs. Hall out in their own backyard, busily engaged in affairs of the soil.
There. That should be enough for the trowel. Now, Vicky, do you have a ruler?
You don't need one, Doctor. You're every inch a gardener. But here you are.
Thank you. Don't be facetious, young lady. It's serious business. We dahlia growers take a great deal of pride in our work. Dahlia growing is a man's hobby. A woman just doesn't understand the...
Maybe not. But a woman's hobby is man, especially when that man is her husband. And most especially when he's been kneeling on the damp ground for over an hour in an attitude of prayer, which will probably be answered with arthritis, rheumatism, housemaid's knee.
Vicky, please.
Just why have you been poring over that hole?
This hole, as you call it, is the aperture where the tuber rests. It should be no more, no less than 6 inches deep. Now, let's see by actual measurements just how closely I hit it. I'll take that ruler, and we'll just...
Toddy, you did it. That hole is exactly 6 inches.
Oh, my dear, there's nothing. It merely takes a practiced eye, a steady hand, and a trowel with a 6-inch blade.
I'm proud of you. That's quite a trick.
No. The trick is to repeat this gargantuan feat at several properly spaced intervals.
Do you mean you've got to dig some more?
Oh, certainly. This gaping earth wound is only sufficiently large for one tuber. I have 4 dozen. Vicky, you do like them, don't you? Dahlias?
Well, William, I'm beginning to realize that this may well ruin what has been a perfect marriage. But I'm afraid that if one came up and threw itself at my feet, I couldn't call it by name.
You mean that you're not familiar with this beautiful flower?
To put it briefly, Doctor, yes, I'm not.
Well, despite the fact that you've just committed a grammatical outrage by using a positive with a negative...
Oh, should I have said yes, I am, not?
You're only making it worse, my darling.
Yeah, well, let's talk about dahlias.
Well, there are several thousand varieties to choose from. They grow in size from dwarfs to giant 6-footers. They get impatient to take root at the first sign of maturity. They are heavy feeders, and not the least bit fussy about the soil.
Say, that's pretty good, Doctor.
What's that?
Here I am, sir, over by the fence. Mind if I come in for a minute?
Well, not at all. The gate's over there.
Oh, I don't need the gate. I'll just vault over. Hi, Mrs. Hall.
Hi. Where did you come from?
Oh, I was just going by. I saw you and Dr. Hall out here, and I was just curious. Doctor, do you mind if I ask, what are you doing?
I'm planting dahlias, young man.
On this side of the house?
What's wrong with this side of the house? Is there some superstition about it? Like planting potatoes in the dark of the moon?
Not enough sun. Dahlias thrive on it. Now you take the other side of the house.
I have no intention of taking the other side of the house. The soil is too poor.
Well, your dahlias.
I'm of that opinion, too.
But if they were my dahlias, I'd plant them on the other side of the house.
Indeed.
If the soil isn't so good, you can fix that in a hurry.
I can I?
Sure. Just take a couple of handfuls of bone meal and work it into the ground. About 2 feet around the spot where each tuber will be planted ought to do it.
Is that so?
Well, sure. Come over here. I'll show you. Say, who takes care of this yard anyway?
Have a gardener who comes once a week.
Oh, I wouldn't call him a gardener, Mrs. Hall. Look at the Prunola vulgaris. What are you going to do about that, Doctor?
What a life. That's sweet. Victoria, suppose you tell the young man what we are going to do about the Prunella vulgaris.
We're going to get rid of it.
Now, see, young man, my wife is quite an authority on gardening matters.
Yes, she is, Doctor. I'm just surprised that she hasn't gotten on that gardener's I'm surprised she hasn't had him do something about it. That's a killer weed. It'll choke out your lawn. It ought to be sprayed.
Yes. I was just telling my husband he ought to go up.
Victoria, yours may be just a chance laurel, but I would suggest that you rest on it, my dear.
Maybe you're right. I think I will. Have you any more suggestions, young man?
Well, No, I guess I've made too many already.
Oh, not at all. You've been most helpful. You appear to know a great deal about all this.
Oh, I dabble around in it. I take care of a few yards in town. It gives me a chance to get my hands in the dirt. I like to make things grow. Someday I'd like to have my own farm. Oh, not a big one, just enough land to grow some fruit, maybe some vegetables.
Are you in the School of Agriculture, Mr.
Weatherby, Mrs. Hall. Philip Weatherby. No, not agriculture. I was in the School of Law.
But I still don't understand, Philip, why you allowed yourself to get in this predicament. If you had discussed the matter with your faculty advisor, he could have approached your father. This situation could have been helped.
I don't think so, Dr. Hall.
Here, let's sit down in the shade while Mrs. Hall is getting us something to drink. Yes, much better. Now, why don't you think so?
You don't know my father, Doctor. The minute I mention ag school, well, you just don't know.
Oh, I think I do know. Your father has his heart set on your becoming a lawyer. Isn't that right?
Right. When I was a little boy, he used to introduce me as my son, the future lawyer. All my life, I've heard nothing but law.
Well, he seemed to me to be a very sensible man.
Do you know my dad, Dr. Hall?
Yes, I do. He was here earlier today. He came because he was worried about you.
Yes, sir, I know. How did he take the news?
What news?
About my getting the boot. Expelled. Oh, I would have told him myself, but I didn't have the nerve.
Oh, Philip, I didn't tell your father.
You didn't? Why not, Doctor? He'll have to know.
Well, frankly, at the time he was here, the fact had slipped my mind. And, to be perfectly honest, I'm glad of it.
You are?
Yes, I think I see a way to solve this problem. If you're willing to take an entrance examination.
To get back in law? No, thank you, Doctor.
No, not in law. In the School of Agriculture. Are you willing?
Am I? Oh, brother!
In a sense, it would mean starting over.
Do you think I mind that, Dr. Hall? Why, Oh, what's the use? It won't work. If I studied to be a farmer, it would kill my father.
Well, perhaps I can do something, Philip, to persuade him. At any rate, I'll do my best. I'll call him right now.
Don't go on, Dr. Hall. I won't listen to it.
Well, I'm very sorry about that. It leaves me no other course than to expel him.
There are other schools, Dr. Hall.
Yeah, that's quite true. However, Philip's marks will hardly serve as a passport into any school. There are standards.
He can be tutored. This agriculture stuff is just some crazy kid idea that he's going to be a lawyer.
Mr. Weatherby, I've been in what you might call the education business for a long time. I've seen, literally, thousands of youngsters suddenly come to a realization that they are headed the wrong way, and then make new starts. Your son, Philip, is one of them. One of the lucky ones. One who has, as they say in the ministry, heard the call. I think your son is a dedicated man. I doubt if you can erase the dedication.
If I don't, it won't be because I didn't make a stab at it. He thinks farming is high adventure, romantic. I've tried it, and I know he's wrong. I missed out. I don't want him to.
Would you care to explain how you missed out, Mr. Weatherby?
Mrs. Hall, you're sitting near the bookcase. I notice you've got several bound volumes of Ivy annuals. Is there one there that includes the annual of 1920?
Why, yes, I believe there is. Wait, I looked to be positive, but I can tell you definitely in a minute. Yes. Here it is, 1920.
Do you mind turning to page 263?
Not at all. There. I got it.
Those snapshots were taken in my freshman year at Ivy. Look down at the bottom of the page, Mrs. Hall, at the middle snapshot. Would you mind reading the caption under the picture?
Here. It says, Weatherby is more fun than Tom Sawyer, but we doubt that he'll ever be a lawyer.
Well, I didn't realize.
You won't find my picture among the graduates. During my sophomore year, I left school by academic request.
Mr. Weatherby, surely you're not going to force your son into a profession he despises simply because you made a mistake.
Dr. Hall, just because Philip has been wasting his time.
You have been wasting Philip's time, Mr. Weatherby. It's the same thing as if my father had forced me to be a veterinarian, simply because he had always wanted to be one.
Now you're being ridiculous, Doctor. I can't imagine you as anything but a professor or a college president.
Can't you? Here, look. Here we are. Read this, Victoria. The caption under this picture.
William T. Hall. He'll get there yet. But horses alive, he ain't no vet. No.
Well, it's a bit ungrammatical, I'll admit, but
Dr. Hall, you, a vet? Why, that would have been a terrible mistake.
Exactly, Mr. Weatherby. Thousands of animals probably owe their lives to the fact that I took up teaching. Do you see my point about Philip?
Well, Yes. I think maybe I do.
Been out of that chair all evening. You feeling all right?
It's a very comfortable chair, darling, and I am perfectly all right.
Not even a broken back from burying that one poor unhappy tuber.
No. I'm fine. Don't worry.
William?
Yes, dear?
Did you really take that that horse course? I remember you telling me about it before.
I've been sitting here thinking, aren't the verses under those annual pictures simply awful?
That doesn't answer my question.
What question?
Toddy, no.
Very well. I did not take a veterinary course. That's possibly why I never mentioned it. That was my cousin, William T for Terence. Hall.
Oh, you are a fraud.
No, not at all. If you recall, my dear, I didn't say that I had studied to be a vet. Mr. Weatherby merely jumped to that happy conclusion.
Jumped? He was pushed.
Yes. For the first time in his life, I found my cousin Terence to be useful. I might go so far as to say that I accomplished a difficult task by a relatively simple device. Terence Hall being one of my simpler relatives.
All's well that ends in the School of Agriculture, or to that effect. Yeah, I'm glad for young Philip.
Yes, although just between the two of us, I can't understand his choice.
Why, Dr. Hall, I'm surprised. This morning you spoke in glowing terms of work in a great outdoors.
Oh, that was this morning. Since then, I've had painful reason to change my mind.
Now it comes out.
Yes, my dear.
Well, you can get outside tomorrow and loosened up again. Aren't you going to plant another dahlia bulb?
Well, to put it briefly, my dear, and to quote an old friend, yes, I'm not.
Let those who will be garden lovers while William sleeps beneath the covers. I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Be sure to see Ronald Coleman's latest picture, Champagne for Caesar. We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Bill Thompson as Mr. Weatherby and Conrad Binion as Philip. Tonight's script was written by Cameron Blake and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Here's exciting news for Ivy fans. There's a grand story about Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman and the Halls of Ivy in Look magazine, now on the newsstands. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Coming up, it's the Great Gildersleeve on NBC.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Listen. Season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, ripe, mellow leaf. Tobacco that makes a swell smoke.
James Monroe Ball, ace tobacco auctioneer, said that.
Quality tobacco. Fine tobacco with real flavor. Smooth and mild. For myself, I picked Lucky's. Smoked them for 15 years.
Herbert T. Highsmith, independent tobacco buyer, said that. Yes, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. Remember, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Broadcasting from San Francisco, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Phil Harris's orchestra, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, on last Tuesday night in Los Angeles, with bands playing and trumpets blaring, the star of our show boarded a special car on the Lark. And on Wednesday morning, after a night of excitement and anticipation, finally arrived in San Francisco and was met at the station by a red cap. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, you're absolutely right. Imagine after the mayor, the Chamber of Commerce, and the newspapermen of San Francisco begged me to come up here, there was no one to meet me at the station but a red cap. I was so mad I carried my own bag. And I'm going to stay mad till I get back on the train.
Well, anyway, Jack, even though you didn't get a reception at the station, at least you had the honor of coming to San Francisco in a private car.
Well, Don, it wasn't exactly a private car. It was more like a...
Drawing room?
Well, it wasn't exactly a drawing room. It was more like a...
Compartment?
What's a compartment?
Well, a compartment has an upper and lower berth in it and a chair.
A chair? Hmm? No, this wasn't a compartment. Forget about it now. By the way, how did you come up here?
Oh, I came up on the TWA bus.
The TWA bus? Don, the TWA is an airliner. It flies.
Not when I'm on it.
Now I know what they mean by ceiling zero. Anyway, Don, we got here, so Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Mary, I don't know what's come over me, but I've never seen you look so pretty before. Your complexion so clear, your cheeks so rosy. Have you got on your new makeup?
No, you've got on your new glasses.
Oh, yes. And Mary, I have these glasses made especially for San Francisco. Look at them.
Well, I don't see anything different.
Look closer.
Well, I'll be darned. Windshield wipers.
And yes, and not only that. Wait, Mary, press the little button on the bridge of my glasses.
What?
Go ahead. Press the button.
Okay. Holy smoke, built-in fog lights.
Yes, sir, there's nothing like... Mary, what are you sticking your finger in my ear for?
I'm checking your gas and oil.
Mary, don't be silly. By the way, where are you living here in town?
At the Sir Francis Drake. Where are you?
I'm at the Fairmont Hotel on the top of Nob Hill.
How do you get there, Jack? By cable car?
No.
You ought to ride them sometime.
Mary, if I want to get to the top of Nob Hill, I'll get there.
Yeah, but what you won't do to save a dime.
What do you mean, Mary?
Well, yesterday I saw Jack going up Powell Street with spiked shoes, a rope, and a pick.
Well, I made it, didn't I?
Yes, but when you got to the top of the hill, you didn't have to yodel.
Look, I wasn't yodeling.
Then how come you got fan mail from 3 goats in Berkeley?
Because they got fountain pens that write under milk. I can go along with a gag, you know.
Honestly, Jack, every time you come to San Francisco, you have more trouble.
What are you laughing at, Mary?
Well, yesterday we were taking a drive to Oakland.
You mean over the Bay Bridge?
Yes. When we got to the toll gate, I reached over to pay the man, and before I knew it, Jack flew out of the car, jumped into the bay, climbed up back on the bridge, handed the man the quarter, and said, "Butterfingers."
Yeah.
And, Jack, you want to know something?
What?
That man told me he dropped it on purpose. He knew you'd jump in after it.
Dropped it on purpose, eh? Well, it wasn't a wasted trip, sister. We're having barracuda for dinner.
Barracuda? How in the world did you catch a barracuda?
I didn't catch him. He followed me out. With my new glasses, I look like a mackerel. Now, let's get on with the... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I work in the San Francisco post office, and we have thousands and thousands of letters that say, "I can't stand Jack Benny."
Huh? Well, those must have been sent in for the contest I had last year.
They were sent this year and have nothing to do with the contest.
Well, I'll pick them up before I leave San Francisco.
I wish you'd hurry. One of them is ticking.
Well, you can forward that one to Fred Allen.
That's who it came from.
Now, cut that out. I'll come to the post office in the morning and pick them up. And as for you, Mr.
Jones.
What?
Jones.
Jones? Jones?
Yeah.
Well, I want to shake your hand, Mr. Jones. I really do.
Jack, what are you so excited about? Who is he?
I don't know, but he's the first guy I've met in San Francisco whose name isn't DiMaggio.
That's my first name.
All right, get out of here. I had a fall for a thing like that.
Well, Jack, it's just as I told you. Every time you come to San Francisco, you have trouble.
Mary, I don't have any trouble. People love me here. You should have seen the crowd that turned out for the newspaper men's frolic last night.
And, Jack, didn't you and Bob Hope do an act together on the Damon Runyon Memorial Fund benefit last Thursday?
Yes, we did, Don. In fact, I was one of the masters of ceremonies, and I introduced Bob.
Gee, I like Hope. He's so glib and he talks so fast.
You're telling me. When I introduced him, I said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bob Hope." And between Bob and Hope, he told 12 jokes, sang 2 choruses of Thanks for the Memory, and made a new picture called The Road to Tanforan. What a man. You know, he'd be a great comedian if he could only play the violin. Mary, stop looking at me like that.
If I'd had a good lunch, I'd punch you right in the nose.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What?
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Well, Dennis, I haven't had a chance to talk to you since you got in town. Where are you living here?
Oh, I've got a wonderful suite with 16 bathrooms.
A suite with 16 bathrooms? Where?
In the basement of the Fairmont Hotel.
Oh, well, are you comfortable there?
Yes, but I can never get to sleep.
Why not?
All night long, a man with a whisk broom keeps brushing me off.
Oh. Too bad, Dennis. It was such a good line, too.
And you know what, Mr. Benny?
What?
Going without sleep has made me lose an awful lot of weight.
What do you mean, kid?
Well, this morning I weighed myself 4 times, and the arrow always pointed to 0.
What?
I don't weigh anything.
No, there's something wrong, Dennis. Maybe after you put in your penny, you wiggle around too much when you stand on the scale.
Oh, stand on it.
Yes, you have to stand on it. Now, come on, Dennis. Everybody's here anxious to hear you sing, so let's have your song.
Okay. Well, Mr. Benny, you know, when I put my penny in the weighing machine, a card came out with my picture on it.
Your picture?
Yeah, and guess who I look like?
Who?
Betty Grable.
What?
I can't understand what Harry James sees in me.
I can't either. Go ahead and sing, will you, kid? Go ahead.
Oh, give me back my prairie with the cattle and wild game, where the hills are nice and curvy and the women are the same, where cowboys all yell whoopee while a lariat they twirl, and timber wolves yell timber when they see a pretty girl. Oh, why did I ever leave Wyoming? Why did I ever have to go? Oh, why did I ever leave Wyoming? 'Cause there's a sheriff back there looking for me high and low, and home on the range. Back home in old Wyoming, folks are acting mighty strange. Since they started social climbing, how they've changed the good old range. Our farm is now a dude ranch, and there's carpet on the trails. The cowboys wear tuxedos, and the horses all wear tails. My Uncle Max in Cheyenne claims he's honest as the sun. He worked 6 years in a bathhouse, and he never took A1. The sheriff finally got him, and no more will Uncle roam. They caught him working in a bank and taking samples home. Oh, why did I ever leave Wyoming? Why did I ever have to go? Why did I ever leave Wyoming? 'Cause there's a sheriff back there looking for me high and low, and high and low, and high and the rod. The mandolin. Whoops, sorry. That baritone must have picked the key. Oh, from old Wyoming I will never roam.
That was Wyoming, sung in San Francisco by Dennis Day, who lives in Los Angeles and was born in New York. And now...
Gee, what a trip just to sing a song.
Yes, a trip.
Say, Dennis. Dennis, we looked for you on the train. Why didn't you come up with us from Los Angeles?
Well, I had to wait a couple of days because my mother and father wanted to come. I thought I'd treat them to a little vacation.
Oh, did you drive up in your car?
No, we took the night train. Mother slept in the lower berth, and my father and I shared the upper.
You and your father in an upper berth? That must have been awful.
Well, we wouldn't have minded that so much, but our dog wouldn't get off the pillow.
Oh, your dog was in there, too?
Yeah, she sure picked a fine time to have pups.
Well, it's your own fault, Dennis. Why in the world did you bring your dog to San Francisco?
Oh, I hated to leave her at a time like that.
Oh. Well, it's nice of you to be so considerate, and congratulations, by the way. And now, kids, if you'll all sit down and be quiet, I got a surprise for you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have as our guest star tonight a very fine actress who, because of her great performance on the screen, was recently nominated for the Academy Award. Here she is, Miss Jane Wyman.
Thank you, Jack. It was very very nice of you to say that.
Well, I meant it, Janie. I thought you gave a sterling performance in the yearling.
That's yearling.
Oh, yes. I thought you gave a sterling performance in the yearling. I mean, sterling. Well, Janie, it must have been a great personal satisfaction for you being nominated for the Academy Award.
Oh, it was, Jack. I was never so excited in my life.
Well, Janie, how did you feel about Olivia de Havilland winning the Oscar?
Well, Jack, I thought she deserved it. I think Olivia gave the finest performance of the year.
Well, I know, but weren't you even a teensy-weensy bit jealous when somebody else got the Oscar?
No, not at all.
Gee, that's funny. When Frederick March won it, I could have spit right in his eye. I was furious.
But, Jack, you had no right to be jealous of Frederick March. You didn't even make a picture last year.
I know, but I made one 3 years ago, and people still remember it.
There's an answer to that, but I think my mother might be listening.
I see what you mean. At least, Janie, you were nominated, and there's always another chance. Who do you think will be nominated next year?
Tom Dewey.
Oh, go feed your pups. Janie, you may not know this, but next year I'm going to make a picture that will be so sensational.
Hello, Janie. How are you?
Why, Mary, it's good to see you again. You look wonderful.
Now, in this picture, I play the
Janie,
part...
isn't San Francisco an exciting town?
It certainly is, Mary. And the shops have so many new fashions.
In this picture,
Did
I
you
play
see the new
part...
spring clothes they're showing here?
See them. I've already bought 2 of the darlingest suits at Mason Mendelssohn.
In this picture...
You know, I got a dream of an evening gown at Magnus. It's chartreuse, and the bodice is covered with sequins.
In this picture, I play the part of a chartreuse, and there... I mean, there's a scene where
Mary, you know, they have the most gorgeous things in the lingerie shop at Roos Brothers. Real 2-way stretches and everything.
Now, look, girl.
And I picked up some of the cutest hats at Ransom.
Wait a minute.
Oh, and you should see the suede alligator shoes I got at O'Connor and Moffat.
Wait a minute.
And, you know, they have silk 2-piece bathing suits that are strapless and backless. And, you know,
Now, in this picture, what'd you say about strapless bathing suits?
Nothing. And you should be ashamed of yourself talking about your own pictures when you have a star like Jane Wyman.
Well, I congratulated her, Mary. I told her she was wonderful in the yearling, didn't I, Janie?
Yes, you did.
And the technicolor and scenery in the picture were the most gorgeous I've ever seen. Where did they shoot the picture? In Hollywood?
No, it was filmed in, you should excuse the expression, Florida.
Oh. Well, you certainly gave a great performance. And I also think that Gregory Peck should have won something for running around on all fours and jumping over logs and leaping over fences.
Jack, that was the deer.
Oh. Well, I thought he was kind of cute, too, but...
No. Gregory Peck was the man with a straw hat.
Oh, well, I saw the picture before I got my new glasses, you see. I sat so far back, the 3rd row, too.
Janie, I haven't had a chance to see the picture yet. What was the story about?
Well, Gregory Peck and I were running a little farm, and we were face to face with poverty. We'd worked 18 to 20 hours a day and year after year of back-breaking labor, and we didn't have a penny to show for our toil.
Gee, I wonder where they got an idea like that.
Oh, Rochester gave it to them.
Imagine him selling his diary, isn't it?
What were some of the things you and Gregory Peck raised on the farm?
Well, there were potatoes, yams, cotton, and our best crop was tobacco.
Well, it took a long time, but you finally got around to me.
Oh, you're Don Wilson, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. Don Wilson, in the flab.
Look, Don, we were just discussing... Jane, what are you staring at Don like that for?
Now, I thought San Francisco had a bay. Wyman, you're only a guest, but you're just as corny as they are.
Yeah. Well, Miss Wyman, I saw the yearling, and I was very impressed, but there's one scene that I'd like to ask you about.
What is it, Mr. Wilson?
In that heartbreaking scene when your son ran away from home and with tears in your eyes, you were running through the fields looking for him.
Yes.
Now, the tobacco you raised in that field, was it that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco?
Yes, sir, you bet. Why, sure.
And they dared give the award to another picture?
Don, they gave it to the best smokes of our lives, if that'll make you happier. You know?
And I've been smoking Lucky Strikes nigh on to 25 yearlings.
Good.
Every morning, Gregory would go out and peck that fine tobacco.
Say, that's wonderful.
Then again, if it's not Tom Dewey, it might be Governor Warren.
What? And when Gregory pecked that fine tobacco, it was made into Lucky Strikes that are so round, so firm, so fully packed.
Don.
So free and easy on the draw.
Mr. Wilson, Nob Hill. You got in your commercial. It's time for a band number. Come on, let's dance, everybody. Coffee song played by Phil Harris's orchestra and directed by Mr. Malin Merrick. That is your name, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Merrick, it was nice of you to fill in for Mr. Harris since he couldn't be with us today. And I want to tell you that I've never heard Phil Harris's band sound so good. How long have you studied music?
1 week.
Well, what made you decide so recently that you wanted to lead an orchestra?
Well, I'm a conductor on a cable car, and I don't know how long they're going to last.
Oh, I see. Well, thanks again for helping us out, Mr. What was that name again?
Merrick. Malin D. Merrick.
Now, what's the D for?
DiMaggio.
I should have known, huh?
Jack,
Well,
why couldn't Phil come up here with us?
Phil, well, you see, Mary, Phil has his own program for Fit Shampoo, which follows my show. And when I go out of town and Phil has to choose between the two programs, naturally, he'd choose the one with the bottles. You see? But he'll be with us next week.
You know, Jack, I'm sorry Phil Harris isn't here today. I think he's awfully cute.
Do you, Janie?
Mm-hmm.
There's one thing I can't understand. What do women see in Phil Harris?
Oh, I don't know. He's handsome and impetuous, and he has sex appeal.
Well, don't you think I have sex appeal?
Well, in a gay 90 sort of way.
Now, wait a minute, Janie. How can you say that? You've never even kissed me. Come on, give me a kiss.
Right here in front of everybody?
Why, certainly. Come on, Janie, kiss me.
Well, all right.
There.
Well, maybe he's not as old as I thought he was. Look at the sparkle in his eyes.
Don't get excited. Those are fog lights.
Mary.
If it's not Governor Warren, it might be Herbert Hoover.
What?
Don't you read the papers?
Oh, quiet.
Jack hasn't read anything since Monday except Newsweek because his picture's on the cover.
You said it. And if I do say so myself, I look pretty good.
Go on. I've sent out laundry that looked better than that.
Mary, you're just jealous because Newsweek magazine didn't put your... Come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Pardon the intrusion.
Well, Mr. Kitzel. Mr. Kitzel, what are you doing here in San Francisco?
I'm visiting my relatives.
Oh, you have relatives here?
Yes, my brother owns a hotel.
Here in town, eh? What's the name of it?
The Sir Francis Kitzel.
Sir Francis Kitzel?
Yes, and I have an uncle who's got a restaurant in Chinatown.
A restaurant in Chinatown? What's the name of it?
Ling Ting Fui.
Fui?
You should eat there sometime.
Well, maybe we'll go over after the show tonight. Does he serve yakamain, chow mein, and chop suey?
With a noodle in the middle and a herring on top.
Oh.
He also serves corned beef and cabbage.
Your uncle serves corned beef and cabbage? That's an Irish dish.
He's very friendly.
Oh, well, Mr. Kitzel, it's nice that you have so many relatives here.
Oh, yes, and I also got a cousin on Fisherman's Wharf.
What's his name?
DiMaggio.
Well, look, which one of the DiMaggios is your cousin, Joe, Vincent, or Dominic?
Morris. Yes. You know, he plays baseball with the San Francisco Schlemiels.
Well, Mr. Kitzel, it was certainly nice to see you again.
Well, as they say at 10 for M, mutual.
Yes, sir.
I got to be running along now.
Oh, just a minute. Before you go, I want you to meet our guest star, Miss Jane Wyman.
Hello, Mr. Kitzel.
Why, Mr. Kitzel, you're a regular wolf.
Thank you. Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Oh, Miss Wyman.
Yes?
Greystone 8056. Goodbye, everybody.
Hey, isn't he a cute guy, Janie? Well, Janie, we certainly had an exciting week up here, didn't we?
We certainly did, Jack.
And I want to thank you very much for being on Newspaper Frolics last night.
Oh, it was lots of fun, and I always enjoy coming to San Francisco.
Me too.
Herbert Hoover lives in Palo Alto.
I know. Dennis, why don't you pay attention to what we're... Pardon me. Hello?
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 Who is this?
Your favorite brunette.
Rochester. Rochester, where are you?
I'm in Sausalito.
Sausalito? What are you doing there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
That's the main industry here.
What?
They've got so much of it, they export it.
Oh, you mean things are kind of quiet over there?
Quiet? Over here, they think no apprentice is a blabbermouth.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. I didn't give you permission to go over there.
I know, boss, but I had a couple of spare hours on my hands.
Uh-huh.
And I was, kind of lonesome.
Yeah?
And then I remembered I knew a girl over here.
Yeah?
And it's spring now, boss. Spring!
All right, so what happened?
The main industry, nothing.
Well, look, Rochester, were there any calls or messages for me at the hotel?
A few, boss.
What were they?
Well, the hotel barber came up to the room about 10 minutes after you left.
The barber?
Yeah, I got a shave and you got a haircut.
Rochester, how could he give me a haircut when I wasn't even... Oh, well... I hope it was the blonde one. I want to wear it tonight. See you later, Rochester.
So long, boss.
So long.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
My girl and I have been listening to the program.
What'd you think of it?
Are you sure you've got a contract for the next 3 years?
Yes.
Lovely.
Never mind. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, I guess you can't fool all of the people all of the time. Playboy. Ladies and gentlemen, the 1947 Easter Seal campaign is on. Crippled children can become useful citizens if we give them the help they need while they are young and growing, such as clinical care, schooling, camping, vocational guidance, and finally a job. We can help them best by buying our share of Easter Seals today. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is Basil Rysdale.
As you listen to the chant of the tobacco auctioneer, remember, LSMFT.
At 59, American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Here are the words of a man who's had a lifetime of tobacco experience, Mr. Charles L. Saunders, an independent tobacco buyer of Reedsville, North Carolina, who said,
I've seen thousands and thousands of baskets of ripe, mild tobacco sold to the makers of Lucky Strike. Tobacco that's really fine. So for a grand smoke, I picked Lucky's. Smoked them for 21 years.
Independent tobacco experts like Mr. Saunders speak from their own experience, for they can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco. Yes.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. First, last, always.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everybody here in San Francisco for being so nice to us. Also, Janie Wyman, who appeared on the program through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, who are the producers of that new picture, Cheyenne. Be sure to listen in next Sunday when we will have as our guests Mr. Samuel Goldwyn and Hoagie Carmichael.
What about Herbert Hoover?
Dennis. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
American.
LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Here's what independent tobacco experts say about the fine tobacco bought year after year by the makers of Lucky Strike.
Quality tobacco. Fine, ripe smoking leaf that makes a smooth, mild smoke.
Lucian Purdom, 35 years as tobacco auctioneer, said that.
Fine, mellow tobacco you can't beat for top smoking quality. Smoked like as myself for 19 years.
Fred Evans, independent tobacco buyer, said that. Season after season, at market after market, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Purdom and Mr. Evans can see the makers of Lucky Strike buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. So for your own real deep down smoking enjoyment, remember, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Broadcasting from New York City, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and filling in for little old fatty Don Wilson is yours truly, Kenny Delmar. Ladies and gentlemen, it has often been said that it takes brains to make money. I don't want to start an argument, but here's the star of our show, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Kenny Delmar, you can save those introductions for Fred Allen. You know, you don't have to... Kenny, I'm talking to you. Kenny, look at me.
I'm sorry, Jack, but when I hear the name Fred Allen, I instinctively bow my head.
Well, Kenny, if you bow your head low enough, you might see his hooper. Imagine making people bow to him. Of course, I haven't been in New York a long time.
Well, Jack, the last time you were in New York and you met Fred Allen, you bowed.
Kenny, I wasn't bowing. I just couldn't look at that face. What a homely guy. I've never seen a guy.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jack. Fred isn't so homely.
He isn't, eh? Allen's face has so many wrinkles, when he gets a shave, the barber has to use a bookmark. The only time Allen's face isn't out of place is during the baseball season.
The baseball season?
Yeah, with those bags under his eyes, his nose looks like it's caught between second and third. And the rest of them should be sent to the showers. Believe me.
Well, Jack, I didn't want to mention this, but since you're talking about Allen, I think it's only fair that I tell you something.
What?
Well, Fred said that you've got so much money that you have no more places to keep it.
Uh-huh.
So any money you make from now on, you're going to have melted down and shot into your arm.
You know, it's a good idea. It'll give me all my vitamins. M-O-N-E and Y.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Hi. Mary, I haven't seen you since we got off the train. Where have you been?
Well, I went right from the station to New Jersey to visit my mother.
Your mother, eh? Well, how is the duck-billed platypus of Plainfield?
Jack, please.
I don't know. They told me that's a local joke here, is it? Everybody told me if I say it, they'll scream at it.
Mama doesn't look like that.
I'm sorry, man. Maybe if she went to a beauty parlor, she could, you know. How's your sister, Babe?
I hope she's not running around with that guy she wrote you about, the Undertaker.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. He's a nice fellow, and he's very sporty. He's the only undertaker in Plainfield who has a convertible hearse.
Convertible hearse? That's a good idea. Get a little brown before they lower you down. Your sister really fixed him, doesn't she?
Yeah, but Babe is thinking of giving him up because he's always got his mind on his work.
What do you mean, kid?
Well, one day she went riding with him without her makeup on, and he drove her straight to the cemetery.
Yeah, I bet Babe was frightened, wasn't he?
You're not kidding. He almost finished the eulogy before she punched him in the nose.
Well, why didn't she stop him sooner?
Those are the first nice things he ever said about her.
I see. Well, is Babe still in Plainfield?
Oh, no. She came back to New York with me. In fact, she's sitting in the audience right now.
Where?
Right in the third row. The girl with the marble hat.
Oh, yes. Look at what it says. Babe Livingston, please keep off the grass. Oh, by the way, Mary, I want you to meet Kenny Delmar. He's our announcer today.
Kenny Delmar? Why, Jack, you took him right off the Fred Allen show.
No, Mary, not right off the Allen show. I sprayed him first. You know, I'd like to see Allen's face next Wednesday when he sees my name in lights at the Roxy Theater. You know, he got sick when he heard about the business we did in Chicago.
Jack, I understand that it's the first time in the history of the Chicago Theater that it's passed the $100,000 mark for any week. How much did you get out of it?
Well, I hate to brag, Kenny. You tell him, Mary, huh?
Well, in setting the new record, Jack...
Racket? The new what?
Leave it in. It's good.
You know, it was a new racket at that.
Well,
Start the line again, Mary. It's too good to lose.
Okay. Well, in setting the new record, Jack took in $113,000 for the week.
$113,000.
Yes, but of course he had to pay Phil, Rochester, Marjorie Reynolds, and the quartet. That left him $112,000.
Yes.
Then he paid his income tax, and that left him $1.65.
Uh-huh.
Which he owes me for doing his laundry.
I would have done it myself, but I didn't want to open at the Roxy with red hands. So you see, Kenny, you know, you have to wait here a little longer than Los Angeles. I'm getting used to it now. You see, Kenny, it isn't all. Come in.
Pardon the intrusion, Mr. Benny.
Well, it's Mr. Kitzel. Hey, Mr. Kitzel, are you having fun here in New York? Well, where have you been?
No place.
You mean you're just staying in your hotel room?
Who lives in hotel rooms? When I come to New York, I live with my aunt.
Your aunt?
Yes, Pansy Nussbaum.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum.
She lives in Anelli, and what neighbor she's got. On the one side lives our senator, who's always talking about the South.
Yeah.
Next door lives our farmer, who is always saying, howdy, Bobcat. And also is living there a man named Ajax Cassidy, who is not long for this world.
I hope you're comfortable at Mrs. Nussbaum.
Yes, but next week, Pansy's mother is coming to live with her, so I'm moving to the YMCA.
The YMCA?
Yanko Mendelbaum's Chateau Amour.
Oh, well, Mr. Kitzel, I hope you're enjoying your visit here.
Oh, thank you, I am. And next week, I'm going to see your show when you open by the Roxy Theater.
Good. You like my show.
Yes, indeed. Particularly if Phil Harris is going to sing that song. Won't you come with me to Alabama? There we'll meet my dear old mammy. Frying eggs and boiling pastrami. That's what I like about the South.
Pastrami?
Pastrami, yes.
Mr. Kitzel, the word is hammy.
Look, I just came in to say hello. Don't antagonize me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, all right, Mr. Benny. I'll come to see your show.
Thank you. Thank you. You got me doing it now. Goodbye, Mr. Kitzel.
Goodbye.
He's such a sweet little guy. I hope he has a good time here in New York. There's so many places to go. Excuse me, there's the phone. Hello?
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I have a long-distance call for you from Chicago.
Chicago? Who's calling?
The Sportsman Quartet.
Oh, my quartet. Put them on.
Yes, sir. Here they are.
Hello?
Fellas, what do you want? What's so important that you called me here in New York?
Give my regards to Broadway. Remember me to Effie Boone. Tell all the gang at 42nd Street that we will be there soon.
You will be here soon.
And when you go to Lindy's, please try and save a seat for me.
For you.
So tell everyone on Old Broadway to light an LSMFT. Believe me, we want to ride the subway. So round, so firm, so fully packed.
Around and firm and fully
We'd
packed.
like to drive through Central Park and smoke a lucky in a hat.
A lucky in the hat.
To Columbus Circle, and on a soapbox we will be. Shouting the praises of that cigarette, it's LSMFT.
Gentlemen, your 3 minutes are out.
With my regards
Boys,
to
your time is up.
Remember
Fellows, you'll have to hang up now. Boys, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute!
It was nice of my quartet to call me from Chicago. I wonder how they got that piano in the phone booth. They must have...
Okay, folks, you can wipe off that frown, because here comes Harris, the toast of the town.
Oh, fine. The toast of the town. Rye toast. 90 proof rye.
Say, Phil, are you having a good time here in New York?
Oh, wonderful, Livy, wonderful. What a combination. Me in New York. Me, the world's greatest entertainer in the world's greatest city.
Phil, how can you say such a thing?
Why, ain't New York the world's greatest city?
Jack, put down that knife. We've only got one more show.
All right. I guess I can stand it if you can.
Ah, New York, Jackson. Gee, it's great to be back here. What a city. What sight. The Empire State Building, Fifth Avenue, Central Park, and Mare LaGuardia.
Phil, look at. Come here. Soapbox head. Look at. I got news for you. LaGuardia isn't mayor of New York anymore. He's out of office.
Well, how do you like that, Happy Chandler? First DeRocha, now LaGuardia.
Oh, my goodness. Mary, you take it, will you?
Okay. Say, Phil, what have you been doing in town? Seen any shows?
Yeah, I went to see a show last night. It was all about Jackson.
Wait a minute, Phil. A show about me? What was the name of it?
Call Me Miser.
That's Mister. Call me Mister.
Okay, Mr. Miser.
All right, cut that out.
Okay, don't get sore about it. I was only... Hey, ain't that Kenny Delmar?
Hello, Philsy boy.
Hiya, Kenny. Good to see you again.
Oh, you know Kenny?
Why, certainly, son. Met him last summer, June, that is.
Yeah, Jack, it was when Phil was a guest on Fred's program.
Oh, I didn't know that Phil was a guest on Alan's show.
He was, and very good, too.
Kenny, tell me something.
Why?
Did he sing it? All 50 choruses. I thought so. How he has the nerve to come up and... Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, where have you been? I expected you to call me yesterday from Grand Central Station.
I got off at 125th Street.
125th Street? Well, you were certainly anxious to get to Harlem.
Anxious, I start dragging 1 foot at Albany.
But, Rochester, how could you get off? The train doesn't stop at 125th Street.
I found that out, so I pulled the emergency cord.
The emergency cord? Did that stop the train fast?
Did it? The diner came into Grand Central Station piggyback.
Oh, stop that. Why is it every time we go to New York, you rush to Harlem?
Well, I had to go there yesterday. It was a big holiday. Everybody was drinking toast with each other and throwing confetti out the window and dancing in the street.
Gee, what holiday was it?
Boys, we were having so much fun we forgot to name it.
That's what I thought. Well, look, Rochester, we can't talk anymore because I got to do my show.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
I got some work for you to do tomorrow.
I can't tomorrow. There's another holiday coming up.
Never mind that now. I want you to go over to my hotel and press my gray suit. I'm going to wear it Wednesday when I open at the Roxy.
But, boss, that gray suit doesn't give enough contact with your golden curly locks.
Well, Rochester, what can I do? I don't have any other suit.
I know, but you've got other hair.
Not anymore. Chicago was windier than I thought. I'll see you at my hotel. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss, happy birthday.
It's not my birthday.
It's too late now. My friends are drinking to it.
Oh, hang up. Goodbye. That guy drives me nuts. Well, kids, let's get on with the show because, Al Jolson's going to be our guest star.
Well, how come he hasn't arrived yet?
Well, Mary told me he was driving over here, and there's a lot of traffic, and I don't know, maybe Al isn't a very good driver.
Hey, Jackson, maybe you don't like the way Al Jolson drives, but have you ever seen the way Larry parks? Oh, Harris, you may not be Guy Lombardo, but you're the sweetest thing this side of heaven.
Isn't that awful?
That was my last line, Mother. You can turn it off now.
Bill, come back here. If you miss another one, it's going to be your last line. Imagine telling your mother to turn off the radio. That's terrible.
Don't you worry, Jackson. Mom knows enough to turn it back on for the Fitch bandwagon.
Oh, brother. Now I've heard everything.
You ain't heard nothing yet.
Why, it's Al! Al Jolson! Say, Al, what took you so long getting here?
Well, you know how it is, Jack. I drove over and there's an awful lot of traffic.
Oh, yes, I remember now. And you're not such a good driver.
Say, listen, maybe you don't like the way I drive. But have you ever seen the way Larry parks? Ha, ha, ha. I got a gag in.
No, Al, turn the page.
Oh.
Turn the page. Al, Phil just did that joke.
What's the difference? You get 1 million new listeners when I come on.
I know, Al, I know. That's why it's nice having you on my show.
Well, it's nice being with you, Jack.
But, gee, Al, you've been making so many guest star appearances. I can't understand why you work so hard.
Well, Jack, weren't you ambitious when you were my age?
Your age?
Yeah.
How old are you?
38.
Gee, we all seem to get stuck there. But, Al, seriously, you shouldn't work so hard. Don't you realize that life was made to be lived and enjoyed? Gee, you gotta live leisurely, enjoy the finer things in life. You shouldn't be a slave, a man to his bank account. Remember, money isn't everything.
Don't applaud, folks. You might wake 'em up.
Mary.
Well, hello, you.
Al, this is Mary Livingston.
Hello, Al.
Mary, what a beautiful name. And what a beautiful girl to go with it.
Oh, Al. I didn't think you were still interested in girls.
Listen, honey, baby, let me tell you something. A man never gets too old to be interested in girls.
Say, that's the best news I've heard today.
Phil, please. Huh?
Wait a minute. Aren't you Phil Harris?
Yes, sir. That's me.
How do you like that? He admits it yet.
Nothing bothers him. Now, Mary, Phil, please sit down. You know, Al, it's hard to think of any two fellas in show business who have as much in common as we two.
You're right, Jack, and that goes for radio, vaudeville, Broadway shows, and the movies.
Yeah, take movies, for instance. We both worked for Warner Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
You made Sonny Boy, which was nearly their first talkie.
And you made The Horn Blows at Midnight, which was nearly their last one.
You like that, huh?
Yeah, Jack, I apologize. I mean, it was one of the more recent ones.
No, I mean.
Yeah.
Well, look, it's amazing, though, Al, how our careers are so closely associated.
I think so.
I mean, few people realize that you were the very first man to encourage me and help me up the ladder of success. I remember it clearly. It was in 1922.
1922.
I wasn't working. You were a big-time star. And you met me and you slapped me on the back and said, son, Don't worry, you'll make good. And then you gave me $1 to get a meal.
That was 25 years ago. How about giving it back?
Al, I didn't return that $1 because I thought it was a good luck omen. And I decided to pass it on to some other poor struggling actor who might need encouragement.
Well, I'm glad you didn't keep the $1. Tell me, Jack, who'd you give it to?
Well, first I had my eye on a nice young kid named Eddie Cantor. Now, he was very talented.
Look, I just came here to sing. Don't antagonize me.
Oh.
So he gave the $1 to Eddie Cantor.
Well, you see, at that time, Eddie Cantor was engaged to marry a girl named Ida. But by the time I decided to give him the $1...
He had a wife and 5 kids. I don't know.
Only 3.
All right, Jack. Who did you finally give the $1 to?
Well, you've heard of Bing Crosby, haven't you?
Heard of him. We go around together on the same turntables.
Yes.
Anyway, well, what happened with Crosby?
Well, I noticed he looked hungry, so I walked up to him, slapped him on the back, and said, "Kid, how about $1?" And he gave it to me. Anyway, Al, I didn't know where to turn next.
But, Jack, there were other struggling youngsters who could have used that lucky $1. Fellas like Danny Kaye, Bob Hope, Ronald Coleman, Hugo Carmichael, Jimmy Durante, Darryl Zanuck, Clark Gable, and Menashe Skolnick.
Menashe Skolnick?
Yeah, he's a star of Finkelstein's Rainbow. You know that show.
Yeah. Well, anyway, all those actors seemed to struggle to the top without my help. And so
Yeah.
against my finer instincts, I kept your lucky $1. And now it'll always be with me.
I know. You had it melted down and shot in your arm.
Yeah. Well, Al is getting on towards the end of the program, and I was wondering, well, perhaps you'd like to sing a song.
You know, folks, this kid doesn't listen to radio much.
Well, then you would like to sing, huh?
Well, certainly. That's why I brought my music over. Here, look at it.
Well, this is a swell song. Come on, Al, let's hear it.
Okay, but who'll accompany me?
Phil Harris's orchestra.
Give me back my music.
What? Hey, wait a minute, Jolie. I heard that remark, and I don't like anyone casting aspirins at my band.
That's aspersions.
For his band, it's aspirins. I've heard of.
Oh, yeah? Hey, listen, what's wrong with my band?
What's wrong? Hoo, 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 hoo.
Come on, what's wrong with my band?
Oh, Phil, don't be so sensitive.
Well, I don't care. Everyone who comes on this program has to insult my band, and I'm not going to stand for it anymore. I won't, Alice. I won't. I'm just not going to stand for it anymore.
Gee, Al,
I don't
look,
have
Al.
to stand for it.
Al, you've hurt Phil's feelings. Say something nice to him.
Something nice?
Yeah.
Bourbon.
Thanks, pal.
Phil, stop kissing him. Come on, Al. Everybody's waiting to hear you sing, huh?
Okay, Jackson, stand back. Oh, April showers may come your way. They bring the flowers that bloom in May. And if it's raining, have no regrets, because it isn't raining. Rain, you know, it's raining violets. And where you see clouds upon the hills, you soon will see crowds of daffodils. So keep on looking for a bluebird and listening for its song. Whenever April showers come along. Oh, April showers may come your way. They bring the flowers that bloom in May. So if it's raining, have no regrets, because it isn't raining. Rain, you know, it's raining violets. And when you see clouds on the hills, look, they're not clouds, no. They're crowds of daffodils. So keep on looking for a bluebird and listening for its song. Whenever April showers come along.
Let's throw the script away and have another song.
Okay, Jack. What do you want?
You made me love you.
I always did.
You did? Well, let's have it.
Hit it, boys. Hit it. Take it. You made me love you. I didn't want to do it. You made me want to. And all the time you knew it. I guess you always knew it. You made me happy sometimes. Or you made me sad. But there were times, baby. Oh, you dog. You made me cry for. I didn't want to tell you. I want some love that's true. You know I do. Deed I do. Yes, I do. Gimme what I cry for. You know you got the kind of kisses that I'd die for. You know you made me love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say a few words in behalf of the United States Coast Guard, which began accepting men between the ages of 17 and 25, or veterans up to 35. Many opportunities are available in the technical fields of electronics and aviation. So if any of you men are interested, call your nearest Coast Guard recruiting officer. He's listed in the directory on the U.S. Government Treasury Department. Thank you. Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is Basil Rysdale.
As you listen to the chant of the tobacco auctioneer, remember, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. Mr. James Walker of Durham, North Carolina, has been an independent tobacco buyer for 27 years. A veteran of thousands of tobacco auctions, he said,
season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, ripe, fragrant tobacco. So it's only common sense for me to pick Lucky's. Smoked them for 17 years.
Friends, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Walker speak from experience, for they can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. No doubt about it. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Kenny Delmar and Al Jolson for appearing on my program tonight. Al, you sang great, and thanks very much.
Thanks, Jack, but how about my check?
Look, you just came over to sing. Don't antagonize me.
Ladies and gentlemen, on Wednesday we'll be opening at the Roxy Theater here in New York. Next Sunday will be our last broadcast of the season, when Dennis Day will be back with us, and our guest star will be America's greatest pause for station identification, Fred Allen. Say, Jolie, will you excuse me a minute? I promised I'd drop in next door on the Phil Harris program. They might need me over there.
Jack, they need you like a moose needs a hat rack.
Hey, you heard that on my program.
No, some fella named Norman Krasner told it to me.
Oh, yes, he loves it. Good night.
Good night, Jack.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theatre, starring John Garfield and Jane Wyman in Body and Soul with Marie Windsor. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeling.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Actors, like any craftsman, must serve a long, hard apprenticeship. And when they learn their trade this hard way, we get the finished artistry of stars like John Garfield and Jane Wyman. Add talent such as theirs to the exciting story of Body and Soul, and the result is drama that hits as hard as our pugilistic hero. John Garfield was a natural to star in this Enterprise picture, and we're particularly proud tonight to bring you Jane Wyman as the other half of our starring team, because Jane's latest performance on the screen is the finest she's ever given. Before we began rehearsals for the play, I took a few days' vacation in Palm Springs. While I was there, I attended a wedding. The bride was one of the loveliest I've ever seen, with a complexion as radiant as the desert sun. It proved one thing about Lux Soap I've suspected right along. All the beautiful Lux girls are not in Hollywood. Here's the curtain for Body and Soul, starring Jane Wyman as Peg and John Garfield as Charlie, with Marie Windsor as Alice. New York City, Greenwich Village. The annual election rally and entertainment of the Iroquois Democratic Club. As always, part of the entertainment consists of some amateur prize fighting.
7, 8, 9, 10, the winner by a knockout in 1 minute and 8 seconds of the first round, our own neighborhood champ, Charlie Davis.
Yes, this is a big night for Charlie Davis, winning his fight and awarded the privilege of dancing with Miss Iroquois Democratic Club. A couple of hours later, Charlie's escorted Miss Iroquois Democratic Club to her home.
Well, thanks for bringing me home, champ. Good night.
Ah, come on. Open the door. It's early.
Then why don't you go to the movies? Besides, you said your friends were waiting for you in the pool hall.
Oh, Shorty don't mind waiting. Look, just 5 minutes.
All right. 5 minutes.
Say, what's your name?
Peg.
Peg, huh? Hey, look at all the paintings. What do you do here?
I live here. I paint. And I go to art school.
Well, I don't get it. What about this Miss Iroquois Democratic Club? I figured you were a dancer on the stage or something.
Well, there's a talent agency that arranges these extra little jobs for me. I get $25, and the crowd gets a whistle.
A painter, huh? How about doing me?
Well, sure. Settle for a pencil sketch?
Sure.
All right, sit down then. Let me get my pad.
How's this for a pose, see? Like I was going to throw a jab and cross with my right.
Oh, that's just lovely. Now, try not to move too much. Are you going to be a professional prize fighter, or are you going to run for president?
Oh, I just want to be a success.
You mean you want other people to think you're a success?
Well, sure. It's every man for himself. Hey, let me see how you're doing. Ouch.
Well, keep your hands where they belong.
Okay. You saw, huh?
No, I'm not sore.
Aren't you going to finish the drawing?
I think you'd better go home.
Oh, I'll behave, Peg, honest. Besides, I wouldn't go home. I'd go to the pool hall, and that's bad influence on me.
But your friends will be there, and you can brag how you knocked that fellow out in the first round tonight.
What's so wrong with that?
Nothing, if that's what you want.
Well, my mother thinks I'm a bum. Maybe she's right.
What does your father say?
He's dead. Died about a month ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We got a candy store, see, only we won't have it for long. The store's finished. Debts, you know, when my old man died. I'm trying to get a decent job, but I guess there aren't any around, not for me. Hey, can I see you again sometime?
What for?
Well, just to see you, anything.
Well, try sometime.
You mean that?
Try.
Well, I don't get it, Peg. Why should you want to see me?
Why should you want to see me?
Well, because you're beautiful and you're level and you're different.
You're sort of innocent, aren't you? You know, I learned a poem in school once. You remind me of it. Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night, what immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry?
What symmetry?
Well built.
Oh.
Good night, Charlie.
Huh? Oh, okay. Good night, Peg. Well, the guy was wide open. He was begging for it, okay, so I let him have it.
Hey, beat it, you guys. Go on, blow.
What's the matter with Shorty?
Shake him, will you, Charlie? I gotta talk to you.
My trainer. He's got to talk to me.
Hey, Charlie. Charlie, just see who walked in here. Mr. Quinn.
Quinn, huh?
Charlie, don't say it like that. He's a big manager. He was there tonight, I saw him.
You mean when I knocked that guy out?
Right at ringside. Come on, we're gonna talk to him.
But he's playing pool.
Charlie, you want to get somewhere, don't you?
Sure I do, but...
All right, just leave it to me. We're going to talk to Mr. Quinn.
You got something to say, Shorty? Then say it.
I just wanted you to meet my friend, Mr. Quinn. This is Charlie Davis.
Yeah? How are you?
Like the fights tonight, Mr. Quinn? How'd you like that quick knockout Charlie made?
I've seen knockouts before.
Charlie's a great fighter. He's got style, Mr. Quinn. A little training. And
So what?
So what? He won the amateurs.
Listen to me, Shorty. Kids win this and that every day, thousands of them. Every city in the country. And 1 out of 100, maybe, turns professional. 1 out of 1,000 is worth watching, and about 1 out of 1,000,000's worth coffee and donuts. Now tell your boy here to go get himself an honest job. Okay, Blackie, rack him.
Wait a minute.
Look, kid, I'm playing pool, see? Don't bother me.
Nobody's asking you for coffee and donuts. I want you to get that straight.
You see, Mr. Quinn, a natural fighter. You got a champion here.
Shut up. I'm asking nobody for favors, see? Quinn or nobody. I'll see you tomorrow. It's me, Mom.
Oh, a champion. I already had a delegation from the pool room. They congratulated your mother.
Well, it's better to win than to lose.
Surely. And the other boy, you hurt him good, champion?
Well, it's only a prize fight, Mom. It's a sport.
So, now you'll be a professional sport and make a living hitting people, knocking their teeth out, smashing their noses. Is that what you want, sportsman?
Mom, please, give me a rest. I looked for a job. For 3 weeks solid, I looked for a job. What do you want? You want me to do like Pop did, be like Pop was, spend my life selling 2-cent sodas to kids? Mr. Davis, give me a penny candy. Mr. Davis, give me a pack of cigarettes. Mind the baby. Make mine raspberry. Not me, Ma. Understand? Not me.
Your father wanted you to fool around pool rooms, hang around street corners. He wanted you to study to be something.
I want to be a fighter.
So fight for something, but not for money.
Okay, Mom. I'll try again.
Oh, Charlie. Charlie, you're not a bad boy. It's not for me. It's for you, Charlie. Your future.
Sure, Mom, sure.
Hey, Charlie, I spoke to him again, Mr. Quinn. He'll take you on. Hello, Mrs. Davis.
Well, tell Quinn I'm not interested.
Charlie, you nuts?
I'm through fighting. Ain't that plain enough?
But, Charlie, Mr. Quinn says...
Tell him, Charlie. Tell him.
You heard me, Shorty. I'm through.
Hi, Charlie. What you doing here? Shoot some pool?
I came in to get warm. You could freeze to death on the street.
I thought Peg was coming down. Told me yesterday Peg was coming down to meet your ma.
She hasn't shown up yet.
Maybe she won't come.
She'll come. That's what I'm afraid of. That she will come. It's going to be great. Peg and my mother.
Well, if you're going with a girl...
Who's going with a girl? You need dough to go with a girl.
No job, huh?
What do you think? Look, you didn't forget about dinner. You promised when Peg came to the house that
Who's
you...
forgotten? Hey, see the paper this morning, Charlie?
Huh?
Yeah, look. No unemployment for him. Mike Marino KO's Phillips in the second round. You keep the paper, Charlie. Look to the one acts. Maybe somebody died and you can carry the corpse.
All right. Let me alone.
I saw Phillips this morning. That fight last night was framed. Phillips took a dive, but he got $50. $50 for taking a dive. Phillips is smart, Charlie. He don't have to take his girl walking in the street.
That needle's getting kind of dull, Shorty.
Okay, Charlie, throw your talent in the gutter. Hey, ain't that your girl coming down the street?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Come on, let's go. Hey, Peg!
Hello, Tiger.
You remember Shorty, Peg? Huh?
Oh, the ex-champ's ex-trainer. Of course I do.
Hiya, Peg.
Well, let's take a walk around the block.
Walk? Isn't this where you live?
Yeah, but, my mother, Peg, I thought I'd better warn you. Well, she talks like I was bringing you home on approval or something. I didn't want you to get embarrassed or sore with me.
I won't get sore with you.
No use, Charlie. You can't call it off now. Just tell Peg you'll like long engagements.
Is this a proposal,
Oh,
Charlie?
Peg, listen.
It's a proposal from Mama. And I'll tell you just how she'll start off. First, she'll say, "And where do you come from, Miss Boone?" And where do you come from, Miss Boone? What did I tell you? And what's so funny?
But Peg told you, Mom. She comes from Highlandtown.
Thank you. Yes, she did say.
My father was a druggist there.
A professional man. Very nice. Charlie's father's brother was a teacher, and Charlie's going to night school. He starts next week. He told you.
Yes. Oh, I think it's a wonderful idea.
Your father's a druggist, a professional man. You're an artist.
You know, Shorty lives on the same block, Peg. Got 10 brothers and sisters.
And 7 of them out of work.
The times are hard. It's not easy for a boy to get started nowadays. But if his friends encourage him, if he goes to school and gets an education, if he makes sacrifices and tries to...
You end up wearing glasses and still broke.
Ha! You got something there, pal. Glasses and still broke.
Go, Mom.
I have ears, Charlie.
Mrs. Davis?
Yes?
I'm Miss Tedder.
Oh, yes. Come in, please. We'd better go in the living room. Peg, excuse me for a minute, please. I won't be long. Who's the dame, Charlie?
I don't know. Never saw her before.
I have your application here, Mrs. Davis. Mrs. Anna Davis, widow. Is that correct?
Yes. I'm Anna Davis.
Now, this is just a form so we can have the proper check. Race, white. Religion, Jewish. Nationality, American.
Mom.
Oh, this is your son?
I'm Charlie Davis.
You're unemployed.
You got a job for me?
Have you tried?
He tried.
All the questions on the form must be answered, Mrs. Davis. Now then, have you tried to get a job?
Would I be asking for a loan from charity if I could find work?
Oh, it isn't personal. We have to ask. Have you any resources, any, jewelry?
She has a wedding ring.
Charlie, please.
We don't ask women to sell their wedding rings, Mr. Davis. I wish you'd understand. I have to ask these questions.
Charlie, go into the other room.
I'm staying right here.
Is this furniture yours, Mrs. Davis?
Yes, the furniture's hers. Now get out of here.
I won't have you talking like that.
Get out of here. Get out!
We have to ask questions if we're going to help.
We don't want any help. Tell them we're dead. We don't want any help.
Very well. I'm sorry, Mrs. Davis. Goodbye.
Charlie, you fool.
Charity, why did you do it? Why?
To buy myself fancy clothes. Oh, it was for you. To learn, to get an education, to make something of yourself.
Shorty, come here.
Yeah, Charlie?
Get your coat. Go out and find Quinn. Find him now.
Quinn, you mean?
Get me that fight from Quinn. I want money. Do you understand? I want money.
No, I forbid it. Better buy a gun and shoot yourself.
You forget, Ma, you need money to buy a gun.
Charlie?
Peg. I thought you left. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I had to stand there and hear it.
I looked for you on the street, even the pool hall. Then your mother said maybe you'd be here up on the roof.
Peg, can you understand? I don't want any handout. You think I like the idea of waiting around for the whole world to make up its mind what to do with me?
What is it you want to do? Anything you want to do is all right with me. I must be in love with you, Charlie. I don't know what else it could be.
It'll be quick, Peg. Quick. I got fists, see? I got 2 good fists.
Tiger.
Yeah, that's right. I got claws. But not for you, Peg. Not for you.
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act 2 of Body and Soul. Now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What's on your calendar this week, Libby?
A new film, Mr. Keeley, with the interesting title, No Minor Vices.
And the distinction of being the first picture to be made by Enterprise Studios for release through Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer.
Uh-huh. And there's another unusual thing about it, too. Each of the 3 stars plays a comedy role for the first time. Dana Andrews faces some amusing situations as a children's doctor.
Well, that role should come naturally to him, with 4 youngsters of his own.
Then there's Lily Palmer, who plays Dana's wife and head nurse, and Louis Jourdain as a temperamental young artist.
An ideal setup for an entertaining picture.
The plot of No Minor Vices really thickens when Dana Andrews starts to make love to Jane Wyatt, who plays his assistant nurse.
Well, I can't imagine anyone who'd look more appealing in a nurse's uniform than Jane Wyatt.
Well, it's very becoming. Jane has a fresh, natural look that's irresistible. John Kennedy here would say her luxe complexion has a lot to do with it.
It certainly shows to advantage, Libby, under that crisp nurse's cap.
Yes, Jane Wyatt never worries about keeping her skin fresh as a flower. She told me she owes a vote of thanks to her daily complexion care. Lux Soap facials give her skin just the gentle, protecting care it needs, she said.
Those facials are a real beauty care, as 9 out of 10 famous stars have discovered.
Recent tests by skin specialists prove that. In 3 out of 4 cases, skin became softer and smoother in a short time.
An excellent reason for every woman who wants lovelier skin to try this fragrant white soap. Screen stars tell you it gives skin fresh new beauty. Why not get a supply of Lux toilet soap tomorrow? It's Hollywood's own complexion care, you know. We return you now to William Keeley.
Act 2 of Body and Soul, starring Jane Wyman as Peg and John Garfield as Charlie, with Marie Windsor as Alice. Once in a great while in the profession of prize fighting, a natural like Charlie Davis will catapult to the top almost overnight. Charlie has all the heart and skill to become a champion. But more than that, his lethal fury in the ring is driven by a dread of the poverty he's known all his life. Charlie must have money, and if the champion makes the most, then Charlie's going to be champion. Under Quinn's management, he spent the year away from New York. 21 fights, 19 knockouts, 2 decisions. But now Charlie's back home again.
Hey, this is some apartment house, Shorty. You sure this is where I live?
Yeah, we'll soon find out. These are the keys Quinn sent me.
Charlie.
Peg. Oh, Peg.
You're back. You're home. Oh, darling, I wanted so to meet you at the airport.
Don't
but...
talk, Peg. You're wonderful. Wonderful.
Yeah, she's wonderful. Hey, Charlie, ain't you going to look the place over? Here's some layout.
Later. Hey, isn't Quinn here?
Oh, he said he'd drop by later. He's seeing somebody named Roberts.
Roberts, already? Hey, that's great.
Yeah, great. Peg, if you and Charlie want to be alone...
Stick around. Peg, your new job. In your letter you said that...
Oh, I'm a big success. 3rd assistant art director now.
Swell. You miss me?
It's been a long year, Charlie.
Hey, take it easy.
What's the matter?
Oh, my hand. That guy in Detroit had a head like a rock.
Oh, Charlie. And this scar on your chin?
Chicago.
And this?
Philadelphia.
And there?
Boston. You get something every time, baby. But it's worth it as long as you win. Lots of money, Peg. Lots of clothes. Lots of headlines. Tell her, Shorty. I'll be right back. Got to change my shirt.
You look tired out, Shorty.
I'm just worried, Peg.
Worried? Over him?
Yeah. He's all on edge, Peg. He's all wound up like a guy on a jag. Peg, you gotta...
Oh, what is it? Shorty, say it.
You two still gonna get married?
Well, I haven't had time to say no.
Then get married right away.
Why? Have I got a rival, Shorty?
Yeah, money. They're turning him into a money machine, Peg. A gold mine, an oil well. They're cutting him up a million ways. You're the only one left, Peg. He won't listen to me. If you don't hold on to him, it's goodbye, Charlie Davis. Marry him, Peg, but do it now. Now.
Hey, Peg, how do you like this coat? Camel's hair, handmade. Come on, honey, let's get out of here. We're going to paint up the town. Wait a minute. Mom, I forgot about Mom.
Well, she should be here in a little while, Charlie. Why don't we wait?
No, I've already waited a year. Shorty, when the old lady gets here, make her happy, huh? Make with the jokes.
Quinn will be looking for you, Charlie, if you got to see Roberts.
Who's Roberts?
The guy you got to see if you want to crack at the championship.
He's more than that, Peg. In this racket, he's the dough, the real estate, everything.
Well, what does he want from Charlie?
Everything.
I told you 100 times. After I fight Ben Chaplin, I'll be champ. And I'll give the orders. I'll say what and when.
Sure you will. To everybody except Roberts.
There'll be more dough, won't there? So let him cut it up. A bigger pie, more slices, more to eat for everybody.
It doesn't make sense.
Nothing makes sense. Only dough. Come on, baby. Let's start spending some. I'm sorry we kept you waiting, Ma. Honest. But Peg and I, we've been doing the town.
Oh, let me just look at you, Charlie. Let me see.
Well, no change, Mom. You neither. How do you like everything, huh?
Oh, it's wonderful.
Sorry we kept you late.
Oh, it's my fault we're so late, Miss Davis. It's my fault, everybody. We danced, and Charlie just couldn't get me home. Oh, look at my new coat. Look, it's a wedding present.
We're going to get married right away. We just decided.
Charlie, thanks.
Oh, it's been such a day. Every place we went, there were millions of people, and all intimate, personal friends of Charlie's. And Charlie was king, and I was Charlie's girlfriend. I'm tight. I bet I'm tight. I know you, Mrs. Davis. You're his mother. And you're Mr. Quinn, his manager. And you're Shorty, his friend. And you're... Who are you?
I'm nobody yet.
Oh, well, don't suck. We're all nobody. You know what nobody is? Nobody's anybody who belongs to somebody. So if you belong to nobody, you're somebody. Understand?
Some wife I'm getting, Mom. She likes champagne.
You won't have to worry about Peg.
Oh, Charlie, this is Alice, a friend of mine. She sings in a nightclub.
Glad to meet you, Charlie.
And this is Miss Bourne.
Hi. Could I try it on, your new coat?
It's all yours.
Well, Charlie, when's the wedding?
Right away, Shorty.
Good. We'll invite the whole neighborhood, huh?
Oh, gee, what a coat. Soft. Like a baby's skin. I bet it cost a lot of money.
It's too rich for your blood, honey.
Hey, is that the door?
I'll get it, Shorty. Hello, Mr. Roberts. We've been waiting for you.
Beat it. You're Charlie Davis, huh?
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Roberts. This is my mother.
Good evening, Mrs. Davis.
And this is my girl. We're going to get married.
Oh, congratulations.
And this is our friend Shorty. He's our trainer. How about a drink, Mr. Roberts?
Never touch it.
What's on your mind, Mr. Roberts?
No, social call.
Social call? What kind of a deal did you cook up with Quinn this afternoon?
Hey, take it easy, Shorty.
Didn't you tell him, Quinn?
Well, I figured to wait till we all got together.
Who did you say this fella is?
Shorty? He's my friend, my trainer.
Your friend? For how much? As long as we're talking business, Charlie, I'd rather talk it alone.
Well, yeah, sure. Come on in here.
You want to fight the champ, we got to get a few things straightened out.
Whatever you and Quinn decide.
Sure, only I don't talk money with Quinn. Close the door. I only make one kind of a deal, Charlie. 50%.
50% of what? Quinn gets 30%, Shorty gets 10%, I get 60%.
Well, then we start fresh. You're a fresh young kid, so we start fresh.
But what about Quinn?
Well, he's your manager. We both need him. You give him 5%, I give him 5%.
And Shorty?
Well, I don't ask you what you give your mother, Charlie, or your girl. I pay my expenses, you pay yours.
Well, Shorty gets 10%.
Do it my way. You fight for the championship right away.
Okay. I'll take care of Shorty myself, but don't say anything about it.
What about me, Mr. Roberts? What percent am I worth?
Peg, did you hear? I get a crack at the championship right away.
What about it, Mr. Roberts? After all, I made him what he is because I told him to fight.
He's going to make a lot of money. Enough for everybody. Just take a tip, kid.
Yeah?
Postpone the wedding bells. Keep your mind on that championship. Well, good night, Charlie's girl. It's a very nice coat.
Did I mention it was a wedding present?
Well, just remember, after mink comes sable. Line up a training camp, Quinn. The deal's all set. Good night, everybody.
When do you want to start, Charlie?
When? Right away.
Then you're not going to get married?
Well, sure we're going to get married, but it'll wait.
Why can't the fight wait?
Ma, you can't do a thing like that.
Oh, Charlie's right, Mrs. Davis. You can't postpone a big fight like this.
That's my baby. You know what else, Ma? I want you to give up the candy store. I want you to live here in a decent place.
I live in a decent place, Charlie.
Yeah, and it's paid for, and not by Roberts.
What are you beefing about? What's the difference? It's money, ain't it? You get it, Peg, don't you?
Yeah, I get it, Charlie. What else can you do?
Yeah, sure. How am I doing, Shorty? How do I look?
Oh, take it easy. Slow down.
Who wants to slow down?
If you ask me how he looks, I'd say like $1 million. Count 'em.
You got some nerve, Alice, barging in on me here.
I came to see Charlie.
Well, you saw him now. Turn around and go back to New York.
No hurry. The nightclub doesn't open for a week.
I thought you'd learn to behave yourself.
I think I'm behaving just fine. So does Charlie.
Just one word of advice, honey. In 2 weeks, he fights the champ. Until that's over, I got troubles enough.
What trouble? He's gonna win, isn't he?
Suppose we just wait and see what happens, huh?
Sure, Eddie. Let's wait and see what happens.
Chaplain Davis bout sellout. Great Negro fighter will risk title before capacity crowd.
Davis, 2-1 underdog and bid for crown.
Sensational newcomer meets Ben Chaplin tonight. Claims he'll knock out champ before 6th round.
How do you feel, Ben?
I'm okay, Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, it looks fine, Arnold. You're a good manager.
You haven't forgotten the deal we made.
The $40,000 you owe me? No, I haven't forgotten.
I'm talking about the fight. A decision, right? No slugging. That's the way it still stands, Mr. Roberts.
Sure. We made a deal.
And Quinn understands, and Charlie Davis? I don't mind saying I'm scared.
Scared? You'll make a pile of dough.
I'm talking about Ben here. I told you 2 months ago he's got a blood clot. Those specialists said he shouldn't fight anymore.
And I told you 2 months ago a champ's got to fight. Isn't that right, Ben?
People don't count with you, Mr. Roberts. Just money. But don't worry now, Mr. Arnold. As long as Davis don't get rough, we'll make it look real good.
Roberts wouldn't cross us up, Ben. Not like that.
Get ready, champ. You got about 5 minutes.
And once again, as the third round ends, the champion, Ben Chaplin, is on the canvas. We cannot understand Chaplin's style tonight, ladies and gentlemen. From the start, he's tried to box with Davis, apparently trying to outsmart this hard, this vicious punching wildcat who must sense that the championship is all but in his grasp right now. In his corner, Chaplin seems completely dazed, whether from that last blow of Davis's or simply from surprise, we cannot say. But we do know that nobody can go on absorbing the terrible punishment that Davis has been handing out since the very first round. There goes the 10-second warning. Chaplin's manager's still working on the champion, talking to him, pleading with him. Chaplin's on his feet now, and out rushes Davis as the bell sounds for round 4. The boys are in the center of the ring. Chaplin leads with a left, a jab, another jab. Chaplin seems a little more confident now. He just dodged a terrific left hook thrown by Davis and counters with a stiff right hand to the body as Davis seems to... There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Chaplin's down as Davis throws a tremendous right hand to his head. The count's at 4, but the fight's over. And there's a new world's middleweight champion, Charlie Davis.
Can I come in, Mr. Arnold? It's me, Davis.
Come in, Charlie.
How is he? How's Ben? He's still unconscious. Well, Doc, what do we do?
We better get him right to the hospital. You must have hit him awfully hard, Davis.
Anything I can do, anything. I mean, money,
He'll
anything.
be all right, Charlie.
Will he, Mr. Roberts? No, I don't think so.
Shorty, get Charlie out of here.
You better go, Charlie. I'll stay. I'll go down to the hospital with Arnold.
If Peg wasn't waiting for
I'll
me...
see you both later at the nightclub.
Mr. Arnold, please, if I can do anything...
Charlie, please, beat it.
Yeah. You promised Davis would take it easy, didn't you, Mr. Roberts? Look at Ben. He's going to die.
You better go, too, Shorty.
Wait a minute. Who promised to take care of what?
He knew Ben had a blood clot on the brain. He promised me.
I guess I've been a little slow, ain't I? I don't like being your partner, Mr. Roberts. I'm out of it as of right now. And I think Charlie will be out of it, too.
You've always been out of it, Shorty. Whatever you get from Charlie. He's giving you a handout, didn't he tell you?
No.
Then why don't you ask him? Let me know what happens, Arnold. Send me the hospital bill.
do you say? One more picture, you and Miss Bourne, huh?
Hey, fellas, give me a break. I just want to celebrate.
Okay, champ, we'll catch you later.
Charlie, isn't that Shorty there at the bar?
Huh? Where?
Well, stay here. I'll get him.
Oh, hello, Peg.
Aren't you joining us, Shorty?
No. Why not? What's the matter? How's Ben?
They won't know for a while yet. You didn't win that title tonight, Charlie. Ben was double-crossed. They promised him an easy go.
Where do you get that stuff? Who promised?
Ben was sick. He had a blood clot. They all knew.
A blood clot?
Here's Roberts. Well, ask him.
It's the old alibi, champ. You'll get used to it.
You don't think I beat him square? Is that it, Shorty?
You beat him foul. I don't like partners like Roberts, Charlie. It's rotten. Tell him he's out.
What are you talking about? Are you crazy?
Roberts says I'm out. Am I, Charlie? You gonna keep on giving me the 10% for old time's sake?
What's the difference? We won, didn't we? That's what we wanted.
We didn't win. Roberts won. Charlie went Fester. We're rats.
If you don't like the racket, Shorty, you can always quit.
I quit 2 hours ago in Ben's dressing room. Peg, if he has any sense left, he'll do the same. I'm through, Charlie.
Shorty, wait.
Peg, I'm sorry. I had to say what I did.
Oh, don't run out on me, Shorty. Please don't leave me alone. I can't do it all by myself.
Looks like you'll have to, Peg.
Shorty, wait, please.
Good luck, Peg.
Shorty, look out!
Sit down, Charlie. Let's sit here on the bench.
We've walked all the way to the river. Let me find a cab. I'll take you home.
In a minute. How can so much happen in just one night? The fight, Ben, Shorty killed by a truck. I say the words, but I can't believe them.
It's like Shorty was blind. Like he walked right into that truck.
Is Ben going to die too, Charlie?
No, he isn't going to die. They say he'll live. They say he'll be all right.
If one could only say that it all started here or there.
If what started?
This thing you're in, Charlie. And you've got to get out of it.
Well, what can I do? It was an accident.
Only the dying. Nothing else. We can't live with these people, Charlie. I couldn't bear it.
Well, you don't have to see them or meet them again. We'll live fine. I'll make the money. I'll look after Ben. Believe me, I'll do everything I can. But I can't start again. From what? With what?
But, darling, you won't be starting again with nothing. But if you don't get out, someday it'll be worse. You'll be like Ben.
I'm too smart for that.
It's nothing to argue, Charlie. I can't live this way. You stop now, or I stop.
Peg, that's not fair.
Was it fair for Shorty to die?
It was an accident.
And for Ben to fight with a blood clot?
I didn't know.
One way or the other, Charlie.
But I'm the champ.
You mean Roberts is the champ. I can't marry you, Charlie. It would mean marrying him. I can't, Charlie. I can't.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We'll bring you the third act of Body and Soul in a few moments. Tonight, we welcome a charming newcomer to the screen, Miss Laura Elliott. She's something of a record breaker, too. I understand that though you've took your screen test only last summer, Laura, you've already had several important roles.
Well, I was pretty lucky to get started so soon, Mr. Keeley. Why, it's exciting to be at a big studio like Paramount. I spend hours on the sound stages.
I know of no better way to learn the technique of movie making.
Oh, and especially when there's a big production going on, like Sealed Verdict.
Oh, yes, that's Ray Milland's new picture about GI fraternization in Berlin. By the way, doesn't Sealed Verdict expose the true story of those beautiful German girls who worked as underground agents?
Yes, it does. They call them sweetheart saboteurs. Florence Marley, who co-stars with Ray, is one of them. I was especially interested in watching her on the set. You know, it's her first American film.
Yes, I know. The studio brought her from Europe, where she'd already established an enviable record as an actress.
And she's very beautiful, too. Flaming red hair and a lovely complexion to go with it. By the way, Mr. Kennedy, she's just delighted with Lux toilet soap. Says it's wonderful to get all she wants here in America.
I'll bet she likes that big, generous-sized new bath cake.
Oh, everybody does. It's made to order for luxurious bathing.
Thanks, Miss Laura Elliott. You've explained why Hollywood is so keen about the new bath-size Lux toilet soap. There's real luxury in the abundant, creamy lather, in the delicate fragrance fastidious women love. If you haven't used this satin-smooth new bath cake, why not try it tomorrow? Get a supply for the men in the family. This big new bath size makes a hit with them, too. Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of Body and Soul, starring John Garfield as Charlie and Jane Wyman as Peg, with Marie Windsor as Alice. It's more than 3 years since Charlie Davis won the championship and lost Peg. 3 crazy, exciting years, full of headlines and highballs and glory and $1,000 bills, and a girl named Alice to help Charlie spend them. 5 times Charlie's defended his title and won. And now, after months of idleness, Charlie's going to fight again.
Hello, Roberts. I was in the neighborhood. Thought I'd drop in. Didn't know you were here, Quinn.
Just talking things over, champ.
Glad you stopped by, Charlie.
Oh, you won't be. I'm short on dough. I came to make a touch.
Nothing doing.
Why not? You'll get it all back after the Marlowe fight.
By the way, Quinn just told me you got a new trainer.
Yeah, Ben Chaplin.
He's okay now, huh? You know you can write that kind of charity off your income tax.
Ben called it charity, too, at first, till I told him I needed someone like him, someone I could trust.
Charlie, that ain't like you.
About the Marlowe fight, Charlie. The odds are 3-1 you'll win. That's a lot of dough, if you bet on Marlowe.
I'm not handing my title over to Marlowe. I can beat him.
You gonna bet on yourself?
Sure I am.
Get smart, Charlie. Right now, is the dough rolling in or is it rolling out? You're dreaming.
Maybe Mr. Roberts got something there, champ.
You'd like to see me take a dive, wouldn't you, Quinn?
Me? Why should I? Your money in the bank. But facts are facts.
You said you needed some dough, Charlie. I got 60 grand here for you. For a clean, fair fight that Marlowe wins. 15 rounds to a decision. 60 grand at 3-1, plus your end of the purse, also at 3-1.
No. I don't think I like it.
Let's stop being nice to each other. You're into me for a lot of money. I've already made my arrangements with Marlowe, and nobody backs out now. That's the way it is. Besides, a lot of guys think Marlowe can beat you on the square.
I don't take a dive for nobody. What do you think I am, a tanker?
Who's asking you to take a dive? I said decision. 15 rounds to a decision. You still throwing that party tonight?
Why not? Now I got something to celebrate.
Where's the champ, Alice?
Dreamland, sweetie. Passed out. Oh, boy, did he hang one on.
You gonna bet on the fight?
Every cent I can beg, borrow, and steal.
Just remember I told you about it.
Charlie's gonna make a snoot full of dough.
You go through it in a year with your help.
That gives me a year, Eddie. What about you?
I'll find myself another mug. They come and they go, but I stay. That's the reason you should listen to me.
Don't you ever get tired?
I got no time for pride. Just don't be too sure about Charlie. Every time he's low down, he's gone to Peg. He's not gonna feel so hot after this fight.
I don't care where his heart is. Only the money.
What about me, how I feel?
Oh, don't romance me, Eddie. You're getting old.
You could use a new paint job yourself.
And I know where to get it. Just watch me, Eddie.
Yes?
Milkman. Yeah. Early delivery, Peg.
Charlie. Well, come in. You have to excuse the way I look. I don't often have company at 5:30 in the morning. Trouble, Charlie?
No. No trouble.
Well, come on, I'll make some coffee. You look as if you need some.
Yeah, I got up a little early. That is,
Been celebrating the Marlowe match?
I tried to. I thought you skipped all the places in the newspaper that mentioned my name.
On the contrary, I read about you religiously. Tomato juice?
Thanks. How's the job, Peg?
Well, I've been promoted. I'm a full-fledged designer now.
Gee, that's great.
What is it this time, Charlie? The last time you came, it was because you were bored. Before that, you were lonely. Once it was your birthday, and once it was mine. What's the occasion now?
Does it have to be an occasion?
Well, I don't understand. Oh, well, I worked late last night, and I'm not too bright this morning, but I'll try. Now, what is it you want? Advice, comfort, or recrimination?
I want you, Peg.
Here I am, Charlie.
Peg, I'm scared. So low down. I wondered, but I had to see and find out once and for all about you, about us. I had to know. But we won't be broke. It's my last fight. Look, I got 60 grand here and more to come.
No, don't say it. Don't tell me what you'll get me. Don't tell me what you can buy. You've got nothing to buy.
I said all that once before, didn't I?
Don't talk, Charlie. You'll only start saying things you've learned to say, not what you once were and what you are.
Peg, you're crying.
Well, then don't look at me. Drink your tomato juice. Oh, Charlie, the way things happen, it's not fair, is it?
Peg,
Sometimes you wait very long for happiness. Sometimes you fall over it before you learn to walk. Oh, I'm all jumpy and silly and shaky. I can't think why. I must be ill. I'm running a high fever. Oh, what am I talking about? Do you know?
Peg.
Do you know what it is to love and be alone? I love you, Charlie. I love you. Darling, I talked you to sleep. Meet me at your mother's. P.S. I took your $60,000 with me.
And did she tell you, Ma? Did Peg tell you? It's my last fight. I'm leaving town Sunday. Training camp.
Yes, Peg told me, Charlie.
And she said the most beautiful thing I've heard in my lifetime. She said at her age she didn't think she could ever fall in love again.
With who?
With us, Dopey.
Thanks, Ma.
She talks too much, this girl.
Not only that, she steals my money. Come on, give. What'd you do with it?
Oh, you're too late. I put it in the bank.
Well, in the morning I'll go down with you and pick it up.
What for?
Well, I need it.
Why?
Well, to bet on the fight.
Oh, but darling, if you lose the money, then you'll want to fight again. Oh, no, I'm not going to give it to you. You're rich enough.
Well, you don't understand. I don't want to quit without money. I don't want to end up broke.
But how can you be broke with $60,000? Darling, you can stop right now.
Stop now? There's $1 million riding on my back. If I don't bet, I don't get a dime. I'm all mobbed up, tied hand and foot, down to my last buck. Do you think I want to end up like Ben, punchy, with a blood clot on my brain, waiting to die any day, or with a bullet in my back in an alley?
What do you mean, bullet?
Well, don't you understand? The fight's fixed.
Fixed? What does it mean, fixed?
It means I'm throwing the fight, that I'm going to lose. It's all arranged. That's why I want to bet the 60 grand. You get it, Peg, don't you?
Sure, I get it.
It's an investment, a sure thing. What? Well, what do you want? What are you looking at?
And the people are all so proud of you, Charlie. Like the people in this neighborhood here. You're all friends, Charlie. We have nothing to be proud of. Except maybe you, because you come from them.
Then tell them not to bet on me. They know it's a racket.
They don't bet to win money, Charlie. It's their way of showing they believe in you.
It's none of my business what they do or what they believe in. Nobody looks out for me.
Oh, poor Charlie. Nobody looks out for you.
Well, you're all so high and mighty. Ma wouldn't have a dime if it wasn't for me. Or a too-big candy store or clothes on her back. Peg, it's my money, isn't it? You were in such a big hurry you slap it in the bank. Sure, you said we're rich enough, like the rest of them. I take the beatings and comes out of my hide, and you take the dough, like all the rest of them. Well, this time I'm taking care of the dough. Give me back my 60 grand.
I didn't put it in the bank. It's there, Charlie, there on the sideboard.
Okay, thanks.
And take back everything else you've given me. Here, what everybody gives you. The long years of happiness. the broken promises, the lonely nights. Take it all back, Charlie. Take it all back.
Hello, Ben.
Hello, Mr. Roberts.
Where's Charlie?
Taking a shower. He's been working out.
Ben, how's your head these days?
Still on, Mr. Roberts. No thanks to you.
You still sore? Here, here's something to sweeten the past.
I don't take blood money, Mr. Roberts. Mine or anybody else's.
Oh, I'll throw it on the ground, then. Only now you'll have to bend down to pick it up.
Ben, take it easy, Ben.
I'm okay, Charlie.
You shouldn't get excited.
Last couple of weeks, I've been fighting my head all the time.
You've got to get your real examination, Ben.
Yeah.
This money that Roberts gave you. Let me pick it up. Take it, Ben. Money isn't like people. It's got no memory. It don't think. Here, put it in your pocket.
If you say so, Charlie. Day before the fight. Tomorrow, we're back in New York. Always makes me sad, Charlie, seeing them breaking camp, tearing down the sparring ring. But after a fight, I always felt so good. Walked all over Harlem. And the kids crazy for you and proud. A champion for the whole world to know. This won't be a fight tomorrow night, will it, Charlie? It's all framed and fixed, isn't it?
Ben, look. I've been worried about you, but I got it all arranged. Good doctors, Ben, and a long rest. The guy's got to take care of himself.
Yeah. Look, Charlie, you can lick Marlowe. He's fast, but he ain't got what it takes. If you keep on top of him, he'll go down, I know.
You haven't got a thing to worry about, Ben. The bet's in there for you, too.
What are you ducking out on, Charlie? You can be on top for years yet. Maybe you let Roberts talk a little too fast.
I'd like a word with you, Ben.
Say it, Mr. Roberts. Say your word.
When do you leave here?
Well, when Charlie leaves.
I think you'd better go tonight.
Lay off him, Roberts.
Sure, Charlie. We'll just get somebody else for your corner.
Let Charlie take care of that.
It's been taken care of. I told Quinn to dump you long ago. He said Charlie wanted you. Well, Charlie doesn't want you anymore.
Let Charlie tell me that. Well?
Ben,
I'm telling you, so start running.
You double-crossed me before. I'm through, washed up. But I don't scare easy anymore.
Ben, no, stop.
Why, you're punchy, Ben. Your head's soft.
Leave him alone. He's sick.
I'll let you stay on Charlie's pension list.
You don't tell me how to live.
No, but I'll tell you how to die.
Ben, cut it out. Take it easy.
Why, you crazy punch drunk.
I don't scare you anymore. I don't scare you.
Ben. 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 Hello, Ma.
What do you want, Charlie?
Ben's dead.
When?
A few hours ago. Has anybody called me?
No.
After Ben died, I just got in the car and drove away. I had to come down tomorrow anyway, so I thought... I couldn't sleep, Ma. I thought maybe I could...
Peg's here, Charlie. She's gone to the market.
Oh. I couldn't stand up there after they took Ben away. I couldn't sleep, so I came down. I had to find a place where I could lie down. You know, Ma, you have to have a place. But those things I said to you and Peg, I didn't mean it. You know that.
Charlie.
What's the matter? Don't you want me here?
The butcher was closed, Ma, but I got all the...
Peg.
No, I don't want to see you. Please.
Go away, Charlie. Go away.
Okay, I'll go. Quinn, what time is it?
About 9 o'clock, Charlie. Got an hour yet for the fight. Why don't you lie down in the dressing room? That was a great stunt you pulled last night, getting cockeyed.
Well, what's so wrong? It's not like he was out to win tonight. Quinn, maybe you better go out front.
Yeah. Okay.
Been thinking about Ben, huh? That's what's bothering you. But everybody dies, Charlie. Ben, Shorty, even you.
What's the point?
No point. So you're just going to box Marlowe for 15 rounds like we agreed. Nobody gets hurt, nobody gets knocked out. You'll get your money, we're squared away. The rest is conversation.
Get out. Just let me alone. Let me alone.
Sure.
All these years, down the drain. All gone down the drain.
Introducing the worthy contender, that tough and ruddy boy from the Lone Star State, Jackie Marlowe. And now that great champion who has met and defeated all the leading contenders, the champion of the world, Charlie Davis. Your timekeeper is Bert Jackson, keeping time for the knockdowns, Tony Amata. Judges Edward Watson and Paul Stoddard. Referee Billy Johnson. And may the better man win.
All right, boys, I want a good, clean, honest fight. You know what the rules are. I want you to be very careful about fouls. When I tell you to break, I mean
this
break.
is your ringside radio reporter, ladies and gentlemen, ready to bring you the first round of this long-awaited championship contest. As you know, the experts have figured Davis to beat Marlowe. They say the betting odds have been about... All right, here we go for round one. Well, that was the end of the round, and almost identical with every round as far as the progress of this fight is concerned. I can't call it a bad fight, but after 12 rounds, one thing is certain. The thousands of people who came here expecting to see a quick knockout are really disappointed. Maybe you can hear the boos. There just hasn't been any action, and the champion, Charlie Davis, looks badly out of condition.
Al, what round is it?
13 coming up.
I'll fall down by the 15th.
Hey, the referee.
I've just warned Marlowe, and I'm telling you for the last time, Davis, come on and fight.
Yeah, sure.
Warn him, boys, Charlie.
Okay. You happy, Quinn?
Sure, I'm happy. Just 3 more rounds, Charlie, and you can kiss us all goodbye.
Yeah, 3 more rounds.
Story all over again. There's Davis falling into another clinch. Once again, the referee warns him to start fighting, but from the looks of things, neither man has any intention of... He's down! The champion's down! As he broke from that clinch, Marlowe suddenly lashed out with a hard right. Oh, but a hard one. The first real blow of the contest. Davis is up now. He's shaking his head, stunned. Here's Marlowe rushing him again. An uppercut. A left to the jaw. Another left. And there's a solid right to the stomach as Davis manages to hold on and clinch. Davis refuses to break. He's been hurt and he knows it. They're apart now. Marlowe's backing him against the ropes. He's got his right hand all ready now, and there it goes. Davis is down again. 1, 2, 3, 4. The round's over. And Davis' seconds rush out in the ring and help the champion back to his corner. Whenever a man was saved by the bell, it's Charlie Davis. Is he going to be able to come out for round 14? He's got a bad cut over the left eye, and his lip is very swollen. Maybe Eddie Quinn is going to stop the fight. He's talking to Davis now.
What about it, Charlie? You had enough?
Shut up. Shut up and let me alone. Shut up.
Take it easy, will you?
You sold me out, you rat. This was a waltz. You said he knew Marlowe. You said Marlowe knew.
Look, Charlie, please.
You and Robert sold me out, just like you sold out Ben.
Look, I tell you, Marlowe just lost his head. He knows as well as you do that...
I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him.
Look, take a dive, Charlie, before you get hurt.
14, and Marlowe rushes out ready for the kill. Already he's thrown 3 hard rights, but Davis appears helped by that 1-minute rest. He's boxing Marlowe now, and the contender is missing badly. Davis is ripping lefts and rights into the midsection. But there's another uppercut from Marlowe, and Davis is down again. He's down on one knee. I don't think he's too badly hurt.
Charlie, stay down. Take
Seems to be willing to take a count of 9 and give his head a chance to clear. The count is 7, 8. Davis is up now, and once again, Marlowe is ramming in with a barrage of rights and lefts. He's throwing everything he's got at the champion.
Charlie, listen to me. You know what you're doing?
What? What round?
The last round, coming up.
Let me work on him, Mr. Quinn.
Look, get out of here. Look, Charlie, you crazy or something?
I'm gonna kill him.
Look, take a dive and finish it.
Cross me up, will you? Play me for a tanker, will you?
Look, you're way behind at points. You gotta knock him out to win. You know what you're doing, Charlie?
I'll kill him. I'll kill him.
Never seen anything like it before in my life. Knocked down 5 times by Marlowe, 3 times for the count of 9. Charlie Davis in round 14 suddenly became the champion he once was, and all but knocked out Marlowe in the last 60 seconds. All right, there's the bell. Round 15. They come out and touch gloves. No more of this reckless throwing of leather. Each man's very cautious. And over this capacity crowd, a great silence has descended. They seem to sense the kill. There's fear in Marlowe's eyes now, and Davis stalks and weaves, looking for an opening. There goes Marlowe with his left hand, jabbing. Another jab. But Davis keeps boring and following Marlowe around the ring now like a tiger stalking his prey. And Marlowe with rights and lefts to the body. They're fighting in close now, shoulder to shoulder. Oh, a hard right by Davis. And Marlowe is hurt. Marlowe staggered. Davis now unleashes a terrific attack. A right to the jaw, another right, another to the head, and Marlowe is down. Marlowe is down. The count is 4, 5. Marlowe is motionless. He's out cold. 8, 9, 10. The winner and still world's champion, Charlie Davis.
All right, stand back, everybody. Let him through here. Let him get to his dressing room, will you? Okay, champ, this way. Charlie, wait a minute.
Get out of here, Quinn. Get out.
Okay, Charlie. Sure. Okay.
Let him through, folks. Let him through.
What's the matter, Eddie? Wouldn't even talk to you?
It's funny how things work out, Alice.
What's so funny?
You're back in my league now, aren't you? Oh, come on, honey. Let's talk it over.
I guess you ducked most of the crowd, champ. You want a taxi?
No, I'll find one. Thanks.
So long, champ.
Congratulations, Charlie.
Get yourself a new boy, Roberts. I've retired.
What makes you think you can get away with this?
What are you gonna do? Kill me? Everybody dies.
Charlie, are you all right? Are you all right?
Ted, I never felt better in my life. Come on, let's go home.
The spotlight turns back to the stars who brought us body and soul. John Garfield, Jane Wyman, and Marie Windsor. John, I hear you're off of Broadway soon.
Going back to the stage, John?
Yes, Jane, a little change of pace after finishing the Roberts production of Force of Evil.
And in this picture, instead of exposing the fight gamblers, John gets after the numbers racket.
With the help of Marie Windsor, how can I miss? Seriously, though, I hope the picture can show people how vicious the numbers game is.
Sounds exciting, John. But one of the most exciting offerings I've seen on the screen recently is Jane Wyman's performance in the Warner Brothers picture, Johnny Belinda.
Well, thank you, Bill. Everyone's been very kind.
I understand you took up a new hobby while you were out on location for the picture, Jane.
I began painting in oils, Bill.
Sold a picture yet?
Yes, I sold my first effort to a rather naive art collector for $4.75.
$475. How would you like to be my agent?
Well, not exactly. It was $4.75. See, $4 for the paint and 75 cents for the canvas.
Oh, what subject are you working on now?
Me. A self-portrait.
Well, that's nice work if you can get it.
Well, all day long I look in the mirror, then I run quick for the easel before I forget how I look.
Well, that painting should immortalize a famous Lux complexion.
Thank you, Bill. You know I've always used Lux soap.
It's really grand as a complexion care.
What about next week, Bill?
Next Monday's play is a recent Paramount success, The Big Clock. And we'll have the original stars of the picture, Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan. It's a story with a novel twist that holds the audience in suspense until the last scene. Perfect for radio drama.
That sounds like good listening, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. That applause says it all. Ladies and gentlemen, the people of this nation have recently demonstrated to the world their freedom to choose a government. But our American system means more than just the right to vote. It also means that we live better than people elsewhere in the world. And we do that by producing more. We produce more per man, per machine, per hour, and this wealth of production goes hand in hand with our basic freedoms. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan in The Big Clock. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in our cast tonight were Bill Conrad as Quinn, Ann Wilms Herbert, Janet Scott, Douglas Evans, James Edwards, Carlton Cadell, Jeff Chandler, Bill Johnstone, Herbert Butterfield, Leo Cleary, Maura Martin, Eddie Marr, and Howard McNear. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan in The Big Clock.
Rely on Spry, S-P-R-Y.
For lighter, finer, richer-tasting cakes, Spry tops any other type shortening. Spry's amazing cake improver takes guesswork and hard work out of cake making. Try Spry's one-bowl method for glorious cakes. For all you bake and fry,
Rely on Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Big Clock, starring Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Johnny Green and his orchestra. This is Pat Weaver pinch hitting for Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Yours Truly Is Truly Yours. Now is the time for springtime salads, and that makes it an ideal time to serve Jell-O as a salad. Jell-O combines perfectly with fruits and vegetables. Lime Jell-O, for instance, blends wonderfully well in salads with grapefruit slices. Orange Jell-O is delicious with sections of an orange and sliced bananas. Lemon Jell-O makes a grand combination with grated carrots and shredded canned pineapple. Try one of these delightful combinations as a salad real soon. It's another way to enjoy Jell-O's true fruit goodness. No other gelatin dessert can equal Jell-O's extra-rich fruit flavor. Every one of Jell-O's 6 flavors is good with an added goodness, satisfying with an added satisfaction. So if you want the best, always order Jell-O by name. Always insist on genuine Jell-O. Now we bring to you not the hero of Bunker Hill, not the catch of Cape Cod, not the dean of Harvard University, but who do you think?
Give up? Hello again. It's only me, folks. Were you fooled for a minute?
No.
Fine welcome to Boston. Well, anyway, here I am. 1 week in Baltimore, next week in Cleveland, this week Boston. Oh, I guess it's the gypsy in me. Say, Don, you've lost a lot of weight since last Sunday. Have you been on a diet?
No.
Well, what happened?
Well, I happen to be another announcer. You see, Don Wilson couldn't make it.
Oh, well, the streets are narrow here. He had a little trouble last year, you know. You know, that Wilson guy is pretty heavy.
I know, but the streets in Boston aren't that narrow.
They're not, eh? You know what happened yesterday?
No.
2 worms collided in the middle of Washington Street and held up traffic for 3 hours.
Is that a fact?
No, but I thought it might get a laugh, you know. So you're taking Wilson's place tonight, huh?
Yes, Weaver is my name. Patrick Henry Weaver. Henry, like in Ford.
Oh, I see.
And yours?
John Quincy Benny. Quincy, like in throat.
Tell me, are you enjoying your stay in Boston, Mr. Benny?
Yes, but don't be so formal. I mean, you can call me Jack, you know.
Thanks, Jack. You can call me Mr. Weaver.
Well, thank you. But I am having quite a time here. I spent a few days looking over the historical points of interest.
Oh, yes, there's a lot of American history connected with Boston.
Oh, yes.
You know, Paul Revere rode here.
That's right. Say, was that Rockingham Park or Narragansett? I don't know.
I don't know. I even forgot the name of the horse.
I think we did that joke last year, too, if I remember. Well, it's not important. Say, Pat, you're a stranger in our little group. Now, you won't feel offended if I give you a little advice, will you?
No.
You won't get mad?
No.
Promise now.
For heaven's sakes, what is it?
Well, come here a minute. Now, as Don Wilson probably told you, dignity is the keynote of this program. By that I mean, you only mention Jello with the six delicious Flavors if it happens to fit. You know, don't drag it in.
You mean strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime?
Not so Loud. Somebody will hear you,
I'm
dope.
Sorry.
Well, just be careful, that's all. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes.
On behalf of our great Commonwealth, it affords me extreme pleasure to welcome you to Boston.
Well.
And I hope that your sojourn in this metropolis will be most diverting.
Well, thank you. And who may you be?
I may be the mayor, but at present I'm a dishwasher at Child's.
Well, a fraternity brother, huh? Wash a drop a disher?
No, mop a upper floor.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Nice fellow, wasn't he?
Charming.
What are we talking about, Pat?
Oh, about Boston in general.
Oh, yes. Well, I must say that it's a great thrill for me to be playing in Boston. You do meet such cultured and intelligent people.
Hello, Jack. What was that last line?
Oh, Kenny, I was just telling Pat that in Boston you meet such cultured and intelligent people.
You said the same thing about Cleveland.
I know, but I can't write new stuff every week. Oh, Kenny, this is our announcer for tonight, Mr. Weaver.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Well, how do you do? Have you seen much of Boston during your stay, Mr. Baker?
Oh, sure. I've been everywhere. This morning I was out to Harvard University.
Gee, I'll bet it was a thrill.
You can get 3-1 on that. What are you doing at Harvard, Kenny?
Well, as long as I was in Boston, I thought I'd stop by and pick up a degree.
Did you get one?
No, they're closed on Sundays.
Oh. Never mind. You can pick one up tomorrow.
Hello, Jack. Gee, I had a hard time finding this place.
Hello, Mary. Welcome to Boston.
Say, Jack, want to hear something?
What?
The cutest little Boston bull followed me all the way down the street and right up the steps of the studio.
He did?
Yes, and he's still here.
Well, maybe he's lost, Mary. Is there any identification on his collar?
Yeah, Officer 215.
Oh, that kind of a bull. Hello, officer.
Hello, Jack. Thought I'd drop in on you.
Isn't he cute?
Yeah. Say, Mary, I want you to meet our Boston announcer, Pat Weaver. He's taking Don Wilson's place this week.
Well, how do you do, Miss Livingston? I'm so glad to meet you. I've always been a great admirer of yours.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Weaver. We better understand each other right now. I'm a homegirl, and I don't live in taxis. You can keep your old diamonds and furs. Who wants them? And another thing, I get more kick out of a good book than a highball, so there.
But, Mary...
I've got a good mind to tell Mrs. Weaver.
Well, Miss Livingston, I didn't say anything.
But I know what you're thinking. You men are all alike. You love us, you marry us, and then you look around for a pinochle game. Well, you can't do that to me.
Why, Mary, all he said was he's glad to meet you.
Yes, but the way he said it. I suppose the next thing he'll do will invite me to dinner, and then what?
What are you talking about?
But, Miss Livingston, I wasn't going to ask you to dinner.
Oh, so I'm not good enough, huh? Well, you can keep your old New England boiled dinner. I don't like that kind of food anyway. And another thing, a girl isn't safe anymore. Believe me, you wouldn't talk to me like that if my big brother was around.
Listen,
All you men
play,
do is
Johnny, will you play?
another thing. You men are all alike. Just because I'm young and pretty, you think you can take me out. I've got
Mary.
some nerve.
That was Lost, played by Johnny Green and his orchestra with Some Nerve by Mary. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, we are going to offer...
Oh, say, Jack.
Yeah?
How did you like that last number I played?
Oh, all right, Johnny, but you have been better. I thought your baton was a little off-key there for a little bit.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, just for that.
What?
Oh, never mind.
Well, anyway, tonight, folks, we are going to offer an unusual drama. Something entirely away from our regular...
Say, Jack.
Yeah?
Are you going to the party tonight?
What party?
The one Johnny's aunt is giving. It's a big tea party.
It is?
Yeah, Johnny invited me.
Gee, I didn't hear anything about it. Who's going?
Kenny, myself, and the boys in the band.
Oh.
Weren't you invited?
No, this is the first I've heard about it.
Well, maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
Oh, I don't care. Say parties. I'm sick of them. Gee, I went to one every night 12 years ago. Well, anyway, folks, as I said before, tonight we are going to offer an unusual drama. Something entirely away from the...
Well, say, Jack.
Yes, Kenny?
Do you mind if I quit early? I want to go to Johnny's party.
Oh, Kenny, what do you see in all these parties? Why don't you stay home like I do?
Oh, then you haven't been invited, huh?
I'd rather stay home and practice my violin. La, 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 la. Later, later.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Johnny?
What time is it?
Oh. About 7:15. Say, Johnny, you know, I was only kidding before. I thought your number was all right.
Oh, I don't mind.
Say, have you seen much of Boston, Johnny, since you've been in town?
Yes, why?
Well, I just thought well, you know, I know the town pretty well, and if there are any of the local sites you want pointed out, I'll be glad to point at them for you, you know?
Well, thanks, but Boston happens to be my home.
Oh, well, I didn't know that, but Johnny, you know, there's an old saying that nobody knows less about a town than a man who was born there.
Well, I don't agree to that.
Wait a minute, you take my hometown, Waukegan. Why, until I was 18 years old, I never even knew where the railroad station was.
How'd you find out?
The sheriff showed it to him.
Oh.
He did not. Well, anyway, Johnny, I hear that your aunt is giving
pardon me, Jack, will you? I've got to arrange some music.
Oh, okay, Johnny, okay. Do you need any help?
No, thanks.
Well, I just thought I'd be glad to...
Excuse me, I'll see you later.
All right. No, say, Johnny, I was just thinking I'm not doing anything this evening, and would you like to join me in a little party? You know, where we can sit around and chat, you know. Just,
I'm afraid I can't make it, Jack.
Oh, you mean you have other plans?
Yes.
Someplace else to go, huh?
Yes, yeah, that's right.
You mean another party, for instance?
That's it.
Well, gee, Johnny, I certainly envy you. I wish I had someplace to go. You don't know what it means to be alone in a strange city.
No, I guess I don't. Well, so long, Jack.
Now, who wants to go out anyway? It's raining.
It won't be raining inside.
Yeah, I'm tired. Oh, I don't feel like going anyplace anyway. I guess I'll go right to bed after the broadcast, you know.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Johnny.
Doesn't Kenny have to sing his song now?
Yes, sing, Kenny.
Oh, parties, a bunch of kids.
But you're wonderful, you, lovely you. You completely satisfy, I'm confessing that is why there's nobody like you. You, so much depends upon you, tell me true. Will it be my fate at all, will I ever rate at all with somebody like you? Just to think that you love me makes my future look strong. I swear by stars above me, I'm darned if I don't feel like writing a song about you. Music and words about you, lovely you. Let me think of phrases for, let Let me sing out praises for nobody but you. You're the inspiration of my fondest dreams. Here's the situation. This is how it seems. You can make me happy. You can make me blue. All I am or hope to be is really up to you, dear. Sometimes I don't feel like writing a song about you. Music and words about you, lovely you. Let me think of phrases for, let me sing out praises for nobody but you.
Kenny Baker singing You from the great Ziegfeld. And very well done, Kenny. That was well. You know, they like you here.
Thanks, Jack.
Say, Kenny, with that voice, I'll bet you'll be the life of the party tonight. Huh?
You said it. Gee, I hope there's dancing.
Oh,
you know,
well,
Jack, I've been taking ballroom dancing from a girl who teaches me, and she says I'm doing fine.
Oh, ballroom dancing, huh?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, one more lesson I can dance alone.
Is that so, huh?
Come on, fellas, let's go. Hurry, Kenny. You too, Mary. We got to get going. We'll be late for the party.
Well, so long, Jack. Gee, I'm sorry you're not coming with us.
Oh, that's all right, Mary. I'll stay home and listen to the radio. There's a swell lecture on tonight, The Home Life of a Grasshopper. I don't want to miss it, you know.
Who's interested in a grasshopper?
Another grasshopper.
Well,
good.
so long, Jack. See you later.
So long.
Guys, I'll better have a swell time at that party.
Well, it's all right if you have nothing else to do, you know. I'm going to a theater and see Follow the Fleet for the 12th time.
Come on, Kenny. Everybody's waiting. We'll get in your car. My car? I haven't got a car now. You haven't? No. Did you see that new telegraph pole on Tremont Street? Yeah. Well, I didn't.
Well, Mary, looks like they'll all have to go in your car, huh?
I haven't got a car either.
You haven't. You had one yesterday.
You know that corner at the post office?
Yes.
Well, it isn't a corner.
Oh.
Oh, gosh, this is awful. We'll never get to the party. Hasn't anybody got a car?
La 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 da 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 dee da 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 da.
Oh, Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you drive us to the party?
Well, I'd like to, Johnny, but gee, while everybody's inside having fun, I don't want to stay outside and wait. You know?
Why, Jack, you don't have to stay outside and wait.
No, you can go home.
Oh, come on, Jack. Come on. Don't be stubborn. Come on along with us to the party.
Well, coax me. Well, if you insist, let's go. Huh?
Come on, fellas.
Hey, there's a car, boys. Hey, pile your instruments in the back.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah?
I can't get the grand piano in the car.
Oh, no wonder you forgot to put the top up.
Oh.
Hey, Roy, slide that trombone in.
Say, Jack, how can I get my cornet in?
I can't what?
How can I get my cornet in?
Push the middle valve down.
Well, are you all set? Everybody in?
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. Let's go. Close the door, boys. Release the brake, Mary. Hey, Kenny, throw out the clutch. What was that?
Kenny threw out the clutch.
Play clutch. I mean, Johnny. the music and dance from the picture Follow the Fleet, played by Johnny Green and his orchestra with the piano on Johnny. Say, Mary, I want to see what street this is. Would you mind getting off my lap?
Sure, Jack. Say, Kenny, get off my lap, will you?
Okay. Say, Johnny, get off my lap. Oh, watch out, Jack. Watch out.
Oh, what's the matter, Kenny?
You almost hit a car.
Oh, I thought you were driving.
Hey, this is the place, Jack. Stop right here. Here we are. Everybody out.
Hurry up there. You gotta throw the water. Hey, say, Johnny, you sure this is the right place? This is the waterfront.
I know, Jack. We have to take a rowboat out to the party.
A row what?
A rowboat.
Oh.
Yeah, the party's on a yacht.
On a yacht, eh?
Oh, boy. Yeah, see it over there? It's all lit up. I guess the party's in full swing. Hey, here's a rowboat.
Hey, wait a minute, Johnny. We can't all get in that dinky little boat. How deep is the water?
About 2 feet.
I don't mean in the boat.
Gee, I'm afraid.
Oh, don't worry, Kenny. If anything happens, I'll save you. You know, I used to be a lifeguard. Ask Mary.
Say, Mary, is Jack a good swimmer?
No, but he can wade like the devil.
Oh, we're wasting time. Let's get in the boat.
Yeah, women and children first.
Come on, Kenny.
Hey, don't push.
Gee, I'm afraid, too.
Mary, if you want to be afraid in this crowd, you'll have to stand in line.
Boy, this is a heavy load. Hey, who'll do the rowing?
Well, let's take turns. Who wants to be first? Mutiny on the rowboat. Come on, Johnny. Who's going to row first?
Say, Jack, you want to hear a riddle?
It's a fine time for riddles. What is it?
When you're in a theater, where do you like to sit?
Well, I like the first row.
Give him the yours, Johnny.
I should have known better.
Gee, I'm afraid. Okay, Jack, shove off.
Aye, aye, sir.
Hey, be careful of the dock.
Okay.
You know, it's the oldest dock in the country.
Hey, Mary, what are you laughing at?
The country dock.
Boy, this is a tough pull. Say, Johnny, what kind of a party is your aunt giving?
Why, it's a patriotic affair to commemorate the Boston Tea Party.
Oh, no kidding.
Uh-huh.
Say, where's Mary?
Here I am, Jack. I just went below deck.
Below deck? This is a rowboat.
Oh, no wonder I'm all wet.
Oh, Jack, what was that Boston Tea Party about?
Well, as I remember it, they were having a little blowout in Boston Harbor, and the tea was too strong, so they threw it overboard.
They might have thrown the tea overboard, but they certainly ate the Jell-O with its new extra rich, fresh fruit flavor.
Attaboy, Pat, that was fine. You didn't drag that in. Much.
So try Jell-O with its much delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange,
Hey,
and
wait a minute, Pat. The lemon was left out.
Maybe they're saving it for the tea.
Bravo, Miss Livingston. That was very clever.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Weaver. I'm a homegirl, and I don't want to see any extras. And you can keep your flowers...
Oh, Mary, you're overdoing it. Say, Pat, what are you doing here on the boat?
Oh, I just thought I'd come along and help. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah, get out and push.
Ahoy! Ahoy there!
Party coming up.
Lower the ladder.
All right, everybody.
Climb on board.
Oh, Jack! What is it, Kenny?
I'm scared.
Oh, shut up. Boy, this is some yacht. Come on, Mary, climb up the ladder.
Where is it?
On page 8.
Ah, there's my aunt now. Good evening, Aunt Clementine.
Oh, there you are, you naughty boy. You're late.
Mary, get a load of Johnny's aunt. What a ritzy dame.
Yeah, look at those eyeglasses on stilts. You may introduce me to your friends, Jonathan.
Jonathan.
Auntie, this is Kennethan.
Oh, how do you do, Kennethan?
Hello.
And who is this young lady?
I'm Marathon.
Auntie, this is Miss Livingston.
How do you do, Miss Livingston? Are you of the East Smythe Livingstons of Salt Lake City?
No, Springfield.
Springfield?
That's what it says in my scribe.
That's a lot of treats.
And who is this distinguished-looking gentleman?
Allow me, I'm Jackson Benny. My uncle is S. Van Dyke Chatsworthy Benny. Do you know him?
Yes, the lout.
I say, here comes Uncle Kensington. He's looking rather chipper, isn't he, Auntie?
Quite. Dear old Kensington is a new man since he recovered from his recent inhibited neurosis.
My, how utterly devastating. Was he in a bad way?
Rather. He went nuts, you know.
Oh, well, them things will happen.
Uncle Kensington, I want you to meet my good friend, Mr. Bennett.
Hello, Spencer.
Well, they'll strike me thinketh.
Why, Clever, where'd you get a name like Kensington, huh?
It's fictitious.
Oh.
It's what I call a non-diplomi. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Slap. Well, I must toddle along and rejoin my guest. Au revoir, Schleppington.
Toodle-doo, second mate.
Second mate?
Yes, I was married twice.
Oh.
Hey, Jack, is this a swanky party? They got here the sweet cream of society.
Oh, the 400 are here, huh?
450. They brought their friends. Jack, don't be a wallpaper. They got plenty of food. Caviar, chicken, turkey, and whatnot.
I'll take the drumsticks.
Drumsticks? This is a Boston Tea Party, not the spirit of 76. Come on, Jack, there's plenty to eat, by Jove. Don't be bashful. Have a cookie.
Slep, this is too much.
All right, break it in half. Here, have a cup of tea.
A cup of tea? Oh, boy, that's just what I need.
I'll have another cup of tea. Get into the spirit.
Be careful, Jack.
Say, this isn't bad, you know.
Here, have another cup.
Hey, what's the idea of a spoon in it?
To keep the lemon down, you dopey.
Hey, this tea is all right.
Sure, come on, have another cup. It's stimulating.
You forgot the sugar.
All right, here.
Thanks.
Now have another cup. It's flabbergasting, I'm telling you.
Wait a minute, this is the 8th cup.
Don't be a teetotal. Come on, Jackie boy, have another cup. It's nauseating.
Oh, Kensington.
Yes, Clementine?
The guests are all assembled for the annual ceremony. Come on, everybody, gather around. It's time to throw the tea overboard.
Leave it to me, Mama. Stand aside. Look out below!
Hey, wait a minute, Slep. Wait a minute, you're throwing me overboard. What's the idea?
What can I do? You drank all the tea.
Play, Johnny.
Here's a special announcement for you who are listening to station WJZ, either in metropolitan New York or New England. Jell-O is introducing a new product in your territory. Its name is Jell-O Ice Cream Mix, and with it you can make the best ice cream you've ever tasted. Jell-O Ice Cream Mix comes in 5 luscious flavors: vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, orange, pineapple, and tutti frutti. The 3 fruit flavors are actual fruits in their own sweetened juices. The vanilla and chocolate syrups are wonderfully rich and mellow. Each flavor freezes to smooth, flawless perfection in the trays of your automatic refrigerator. Just open a can of Jell-O Ice Cream Mix, add some milk, some whipped cream, pour the mixture in the tray of your automatic refrigerator, stir just once during the freezing, and you'll have your ice cream, 6 generous portions of it, rich, fluffy, amazingly smooth and creamy. Real luxury ice cream. Ask your grocer for Jell-O Ice Cream Mix tomorrow, and if he hasn't it in stock yet, be sure he orders it for you. Don't accept any substitutes. There's no better way of making truly fine ice cream than Jell-O Ice Cream Mix. Remember the name, Jell-O Ice Cream Mix.
Of the 31st program in the new Jell-O series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from New York City. Oh, Pat, I want to thank you for helping us out tonight.
Oh, that's all right. I was glad to do it. So long, Jack.
So long, Pat.
And goodbye, Miss Livingston. It's been a pleasure knowing you.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me tell you something. I've said about enough from you. If you think that I'm a kind of a girl that you can just toss aside like a cat's off shoe, you have another...
good night, folks. Good night.
K-E-L-L-O.
She Loves Me Not. This program has come to you from station WBZ in Boston. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood.
Weaver Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Barbara Stanwyck and George Brent in My Reputation. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A few years ago, when I was in India, I was reminded that primitive society solved the question of what to do with a widow by simply burning her on the funeral pyre beside her husband. Tonight's play from Warner Brothers' recent screen success, My Reputation, shows that today that problem isn't solved so easily, fortunately for the widow. It dramatizes the modern version of the widow who tries to remake her life in the face of critical convention. Our stars are from the original cast, Barbara Stanwyck and George Brent. Barbara making her first radio appearance since returning from 3 months in Europe. Knowing from personal experience how scarce soap is overseas, I asked Barbara how she ever got along without Lux Flakes. Well, Bill, she said I didn't. I had several packages in my wardrobe trunk and guarded them as carefully as our passports. Well, I'm sure that's no surprise to the ladies in our audience who have done much traveling. You know from your own experience how helpful Lux Flakes are in keeping nice things fresh and clean in crowded quarters. Here's the curtain for Act One of My Reputation, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Jessica Drummond and George Brent as Major Landis. In the late summer of 1944, following a long illness, Paul Drummond died. A comparatively young man, well-to-do, with a lovely wife and 2 fine boys, Paul Drummond had everything to live for. It's a couple of days after the funeral now, and in a charming home in Lake Forest, Illinois, the widow, Jessica Drummond, is visited by her mother.
Come in, Mother. Sorry I'm not dressed.
Really, Jessica? 10 o'clock in the morning and still in a dressing gown.
Well, Frank dropped by unexpectedly.
And you saw Frank dressed like this?
It was important, Mother. Something about Paul's will.
It doesn't matter if Frank is your lawyer. Making an appearance in a dressing gown is hard.
Come upstairs, dear. I'll change now.
I brought you some more black stockings, Jessica, and a morning veil. You'll need several, but Well,
what's the matter?
The dust on this banister.
Oh, really, Mother? When has Anna had time to think about dusting?
Oh, hello, Grandma.
Keith, my dear. And where's Kim?
Here I am, Grandma.
Good morning, dear.
We're going to have some money, Mom.
Well, ask Anna. Run along now, boys.
Where are you going?
To the ball game. The White Sox are playing the
ball
Cleveland.
game. Really, boy, I think you'd be ashamed.
Mother, please don't.
Wait, it's okay, Mom. Grandma's right. We shouldn't have even asked. Come on, Kim. Let's go feed the dog.
Allowing your sons to go to a baseball game the very week their poor
They
father...
love baseball, Mother. They always went with Paul. Besides, they're leaving for school in a few
I
days.
fail to see what school has to do with baseball game. What are you doing?
We're getting dressed.
Well, where's your black dress?
I'm not going to wear black, Mother.
Not wear black? My dear child, you're a widow.
That doesn't mean having to wear black.
To our kind of people, it means exactly that.
Don't insist on it, Mother. I know you've always worn it. I suppose you like it.
Like it? As you know, respect for the memory of your father.
It has been 20 years.
I shall wear mourning till the day I die. Don't understand you at all. Getting into whims.
All right, call it a whim. A psychologist would call it a phobia because that's just what it is. I've learned to loathe black. The very thought of mourning stifles me. It's right for you, perhaps, but it isn't for me. Now, please, let's not discuss it, Mother.
Very well, Jessica.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to blow up. You're going to stay for lunch, aren't you?
I think not. Getting angry over such a small thing. Obviously, I'm a disturbing influence. Naturally, I expect you and the boys to dinner tonight.
Yes, Mother, we'll be there.
Hey, Jess, wait a second.
Oh, hello, George.
You come right over here and let me have a good look at it.
I just saw Riette in the market.
That's right. Bring my wife into the conversation. Hey, you're a sight for sore eyes now.
Yes, I'm a sight, all right. Trying to market these days
Now,
is...
how about stopping by for a drink tonight?
Oh, I can't tonight. I promised the boys I would take them on a picnic. It would break their hearts if I called it off, and by the time we get back... Well, if you'll let go of my hand, George, I have to run, really.
Sure. Call us real soon.
Yes, I will.
Mom, what are we having for our picnic?
Yes, bologna and cold ham.
Oh, boy, I could eat a bear.
Where did you say Keith went?
Just over to Gretchen.
Oh, I saw her mother and dad at the market.
Well, don't worry. Keith will be back, all right. He wouldn't miss this picnic for anything.
Mrs. Drummond! Mrs. Drummond!
Well, that's Gretchen now, isn't it?
We're in here, Gretch. Where's Keith?
Where do you think? Hiya, Mom.
Hello, dear. Gretchen, how about joining us for the picnic?
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about, Mrs. Drummond. Oh, hello, Kim.
Hi.
You see, I've got a house guest, Mrs. Drummond, and she's terribly cute, and we're all going to have supper at the country club. And, well, I was wondering, couldn't Keith and Kim join us? Oh, please, Mrs. Drummond.
Well, of course, if they'd like.
But we're having a picnic with Mother.
And that's what I told her,
Oh,
Mom.
nonsense. Run along.
Well, after all, Keith and Kim are going away to school, and I thought it'd be simply super...
Well, what do you do, Mom? All alone here.
Well, I'll go to a movie.
Oh, gee, thanks, Mrs. Drummond. Goodbye. Come on, kids, let's go.
Bye, Mom.
Thanks, Mom. We won't be home late.
Hey, what time is it?
Oh, it's about 10 o'clock, I guess.
Guess Mom isn't home yet.
Who says I'm not home?
Hey, didn't you go to the show?
Oh, I was too tired. Well, did you have fun?
I'll say.
The whole gang was there, Mom. But if we'd known you were staying
Oh,
home...
it's all right, dear. I'm glad you had a chance to see all your old friends. 2 more days and you're off for school.
Just 2 more days.
You're not sorry to be leaving them, are you?
Oh, sorry.
Well, because you can still go to school here if you'd rather.
Oh, I'm glad we're going to Dad's old school. Mother, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing, dear. You'll write to me once a week at least?
Oh, sure, Mom. Gosh, you won't be lonely.
Oh, no, I'll get along fine. After all, Amnesty and Grandma and I... Oh, look, it's late. We still have 2 whole days to worry about what I'll do when you're gone. Off to bed now.
Well, there they go, Jessica. Massachusetts seems an awfully long way from home for 2 boys so
Oh,
young.
Mother, please don't start sentimentalizing.
Can't a person say anything to you these days? Jessica, I'd like to talk with you.
I can't now. I'm meeting Jim at the Blackmore.
But it's important.
What is it, Mother?
Now, you needn't sigh. It's a thought for your future. When did you see Frank last?
That morning he came over about the will. Why?
Before I go south for the winter, and since you refuse to go with me, I want to know that my child's future is assured. And I think that, next to Paul, Frank is by far the best man for you.
Oh, no, really, Mother.
I have a feeling that Frank would like nothing better.
And what I think apparently makes no difference.
Well, may I remind you that at your age you can't be too particular.
I don't want to discuss it now. I mean it.
We'll continue the discussion in the car. My chauffeur can drop you off at the Blackmore.
Oh, I'd rather walk. It's such a lovely day.
Honestly, Jessica, there are times when I could just shake you. Of all the stubborn...
All right, Mother, all right. I'll ride.
What about the boys? Get them off all right?
Oh, they're gone, Jimmy. Isn't it awful the way things happen between parents and children? You bring them into the world, they depend upon you for everything, but so soon they're changing. They pull away and you have to sit tight and let them. If you don't, it ends up like my mother and me.
Another battle?
Oh, I've been terrible to her lately.
Oh, look who's at the bar. Phyllis with another man.
I haven't seen Phyllis since she got back from Reno. Women on the loose. Oh, Jimmy, they can be such a mess. How do I know I won't be like Phyllis in a year or so?
Oh, sure.
Ever since I was 17, Paul has been my entire life. Before Paul, it was Mother, and recently it's been the boys. Now, what do I do when I have to start out from scratch? I'm scared, Jimmy. I'm scared to death.
Well, look who's here.
Oh, hello, George.
Hello. Riette with you?
All on my own, Jenna. Say, you need a man to liven up the party here.
I don't want to disappoint you, but I'm leaving in a few minutes.
Disappoint me? Well, that's terrific. I'll drive you home.
You know what your wife says about your driving.
Oh, take him up, Jess. Anything's better than that train ride to Lake Forest. Even George.
Isn't she sweet, huh? Well, I think we have time for another round, haven't we? Oh, waiter. Waiter. See? Safely home, Chester. No bones broken.
Thanks a lot, George.
Oh, don't go in yet. You, gonna be in later this evening?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
I'll have dinner at home, but I can tell Riette I have to go somewhere on business.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I've always been crazy about you, Jess.
Well, don't be silly, George. Oh, you must be tired after all.
Oh, come on, grow up. You're a big girl
Let
now.
me go. George, I mean it.
What's the matter with you? Hasn't another man ever kissed you before? Well, I didn't mean to upset you, Jess. No hard feelings.
Hello?
Hello, Jenny, this is Jess.
Jess!
Jenny, can I come over and see you? I mean, right away. Now, I've got to.
Well, of course, dear.
I just can't stand it here alone. Thanks, Jenny.
Coat, Jess, and sit down. I made some tea.
Oh, Jenny, what's the matter with me? What am I going to do? I seem to be going to pieces.
Darling, what is it?
I've tried. You know I have. Jenny, the house is closing down on me. That empty room, everything's closing down on me. Mother and having the boys gone, and what's the matter with me? I can't seem to stop this crying.
Here, Jess, here, have some tea.
Oh, it's awful to come here like this. I'm so sorry.
Stop saying that. And if you don't get out of that house and away from your mother, you'll end up in a sanatorium.
I've never been like this in my whole life.
It just makes me sick the way you've let everyone manage your life. You've got to start being yourself for a change. Your life's not finished.
Jenny, if I could...
Listen to me. Carrie and I are going to Los Angeles on business, and you're going with us. After the business is over, we're taking a cabin at Lake Tahoe. There'll be snow by then. It'll do us all good skiing.
Well, if I go anywhere, I should go south with Mother.
All right, go south with your mother.
I'm the one who has to face her, not you.
Well, I'm glad to see you can stick up for yourself. Oh, I didn't mean to yell at you, darling. Please come with us, Jess. We could have such fun.
Oh. All right, Jim, I'll go.
Good. Now, let's put you to bed before you change your mind.
Lake Tahoe. Snow skiing. Oh, why I ever came out here, Hey! Hey, you! Hey, you!
You calling me?
Yes, I've had an accident.
What's the matter?
Well, I guess I broke one of my skis.
I see what you mean. Anyone who could do that to a ski hasn't any business wandering alone in these woods.
I know. I'm sorry to bother you.
Well, what can I do
Oh, it's
for
awfully stupid of me, but I've been going around in circles for such a long time.
Just a second. One thing at a time.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm staying at the Abbott cabin, and I know it must be somewhere around here, but I can't seem to...
Slow down now. Slow down. Now, to begin with, you're staying at the Abbott cabin.
Yes.
All right. Now, take a look down there through those trees. Oh, no. Way over to the right.
Oh. Well, that's it.
Good. Well, now, that's lesson number 1. Lesson number 2 is how to get there.
Oh, I can get there, and I'm terribly sorry to have interrupted your skiing.
And I'm afraid you're going to interrupt it still more.
Why?
Because it's 2 miles to that cabin. In a half an hour, it's going to be dark, and you'll be wandering around in circles.
I'm perfectly able to go straight down through those trees.
Really? Well, you appointed me your guardian, and I intend to see you safely inside that cabin. Now, take off that other ski. You can ride on the back of mine.
Oh, no, I can't. I'm just learning. I'll upset your balance.
Well, let me worry about that. Now, hurry up.
Well, there, it's off.
Now, stand on my skis and hold on to me. No. Don't just grab my jacket. Put your arms around me. Well, go ahead.
Like this?
Yeah, sure. Now, relax and let me do the thinking for the next few minutes. You all set?
Yes, I think so.
All right. We're off.
It's such a steep hill, isn't it?
What?
Do we have to go so fast?
Well, you want to get there, don't you?
Oh, yes, very much.
Well, then stop complaining.
Oh!
Oh! Yeah. Well.
Oh, I am sorry. I guess we fell. My cap blew off and...
Yeah, lesson number 3. When it's a question of risking a broken leg or losing a cap, forget the cap.
Oh.
Now, look at that ski. Now, I know it's going to be dark before we reach that cabin. Well, come on. Don't just sit there.
Well, come in. Carrie, close the door. Darling, I've been frantic.
We had a slight accident. Oh, you haven't met. I'm sorry. I don't even know your name myself.
Landis. Major Scott Landis.
Hello, I'm Abbott.
Glad to know you.
And Mrs. Abbott.
How do you do?
Well, sit down. You look frozen. What do you say we all have a hot rum, huh?
Thanks, I will.
You stationed around here, Major Landis?
No, I have a 10 days leave, so I thought I'd catch up on my skiing.
Oh, my winter sports are intimately tied up with hot rum. Oh, excuse me. I'll go help Jenna.
Now, just for the record, what's your name?
Jessica Drummond, but they usually call me Jeff.
Oh, suddenly I seem to observe a wedding ring. Is your husband here with you?
My husband passed away last summer.
I'm sorry.
Well, here they are. I hope they're good.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, grab one, Jess. Well, here's to your skiless but safe return.
And to the St. Bernard who found it.
I'm deeply touched.
Now, stay put, everybody. I'll see you about something to eat.
Well, look at the time. You mean to say that I've been talking ever since dinner?
Oh, it's 10 o'clock. You good people will excuse me. I'm going to bed.
Always the tactful hostess, darling. Hey, a little groggy myself.
Oh, look out there. It's snowing again. Where are you living, Major?
Oh, not far. Only about 12 miles from here.
Oh, you're not going to try to make it tonight, are you?
Well, if you don't mind, I could bunk right here on the couch.
I wish you would. See that he has some blankets, will you, Jess? Well, see you in the morning, Major.
Good night, and thanks.
You want some coffee, Jess?
Oh, no. I'll be coming up in a minute myself.
Sleepy, too?
Well, I ought to be. I haven't had so much exercise in months.
Did you good?
I hate to think of leaving here in 4 days.
Must you?
I have responsibilities. I have 2 boys, Major, 12 and 14.
Good. I suppose that's my cue to say you look too young to have boys 12 and 14.
You know you have an odd way of catching people on everything.
You expect stock phrases?
No, I don't at all.
You know, I've been watching you all evening, Jessica. I'll confess it. You've been hermetically sealed most of your life, haven't you?
Well, I suppose so in a way.
Well, it's time to change.
You're very self-sufficient, aren't you?
Well, I never even gave it a thought.
You see, I've never had much of a chance to express myself. Even when I went to Europe, I went with Mother.
Yes, I know. And you stayed at the correct hotels and spoke French religiously while you were in Paris. Mm-hmm. I've seen hundreds of people like that all over the world, guidebook in hand, walking desperately from cathedral to cathedral.
Yes, I'm afraid you're right.
You know, I like you very much.
Must you sit so close to me, Major Landis?
Why, I believe you're serious.
Yes, I am.
Oh, so you're going to rise to your feet and decide it's time to say goodnight, huh?
Well, yes, it is time.
Good night, then, Jessica.
In case you're cold, Major Landis, cat.
Huh? Oh, blanket. Hey, wait a minute.
Good night, then, Major Landis.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act Two of My Reputation, starring Barbara Stanwyck and George Brent. Libby, I hear you went to Jack Carson's birthday party.
Yes, it was right on the set of Warner Brothers' new musical, Love and Learn.
Who was there?
Oh, the whole cast. Bob Houghton and Martha Vickers and Janice Page and 300 extras. They'd been shooting a birthday celebration scene for Love and Learn, and when the shooting was over, the cake and the refreshments turned out to be a real party for Jack.
Complete with presents, too?
Oh, yes, of course. But the nicest thing about the party was that Jack gave presents to his guests.
300? Wow, what were they?
Oh, nylon stockings for the girls.
Nylons and no Lux Flakes to go with them?
Well, I guess Jack figured most of the girls would have Lux anyway. Martha and Janice said there'd been lots of talk about stocking care because the girls had been dancing for 5 days straight.
That would be hard on stockings if they didn't get luxed every night.
Well, girls who work in the studios soon discover that wardrobe departments depend on Lux to keep stockings lovely for a long time. I think you can rest assured that girls who care about their stockings will see to it their new nylons get Lux care. Martha Vickers and Janice Page say they wouldn't be without Lux.
Well, then that proves they're very smart girls, because Lux helps stockings to last twice as long, according to those strain tests we've talked about so often. Silk, nylon, rayon, and cotton all showed similar results. If girls could see how quickly stockings ran when they were rubbed with a strong soap and how much longer they lasted when they were washed with Lux, I'm sure they'd never risk strong soap again.
Oh, goodness, no. When stockings last twice as long, why, that's just like getting an extra pair every time you buy a pair.
A thrifty thought. That's why clever girls Lux stockings after every single wearing. We'll return you now to William Keeley
Act 2 of My Reputation, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Jessica and George Brent as Scott Landis. Jessica Drummond's stay at Lake Tahoe is almost over. Attracted to Major Landis, but still quite uncertain just what to make of him, Jessica spent her last 4 days almost constantly in his company. It's late at night now, and they've just returned from a day's drive through the snow-covered countryside.
Oh, this nice warm room. Me for that fire.
But where are they, Carrie and Jenna?
Getting to sleep, probably. I saw their light go off as we came up the road. Wasn't it a wonderful day? Why do people live in this city? I could stay here forever.
Come here.
Thanks for today, Scott. You've made a new woman out of me. I feel like a kid.
And you look like one. You're lovely, Jessica.
Why did you do that? Why did you kiss me? We were getting along so well together.
Because I thought it was a very fitting ending to a swell 4 days.
I meant what I said.
I don't think you did.
Why? Can't you understand that I may not want to be kissed?
Jessica, just what is your game?
Does everyone have to have a game?
Well, whatever's on your mind, I certainly don't know what it's all about.
I'm afraid we don't understand each other, that's all. I guess we haven't from the beginning. You'd better go.
Yes, I guess I'd better. Goodbye, Jessica. My best to the Abbott.
Thank you.
Oh, be sure and lock your door, Jessica.
Drummond, you've been home now for 2 days, and in 2 days, why, you haven't eaten enough.
Anna, please, I'm just not hungry.
I surely thought that you'd eat something tonight.
I'll answer it.
Jessica, the door was open.
Why,
so
Frank, how nice to see you.
I was out this way, and I took a chance. Oh, some flowers.
Oh, Frank. Anna, we've company for dinner.
Oh, no, Jess, not dinner.
Nonsense, you sit right down. I'll put these in water right after we eat. They're lovely.
You're lovely, too.
Mr. Everett, so glad you stopped by.
Thanks. Well, it's certainly nice being fussed over.
I'm so glad to see you.
You look wonderful, Jess. I'm glad now you went with the Abbotts.
Didn't you want me to go?
I wanted you to stay here so I could look after you.
Oh, that's sweet of you, Frank.
You've no idea how nice this is, sitting here with you.
Oh, it's good to have you here.
It's no secret how I feel about you, Jess. You and I know the same people. We like the same things. I think the boys like me, and I...
Mrs. Drummond, Mrs. Abbott.
I'm sorry, Frank.
Oh, say hello for me.
What did you say, Jenna? You're where?
In the Georgian room at the Blackmore, Carrie and I. And guess who's here? Major Landis.
With you?
No, he hasn't even seen us. He's with some other people. Why don't you get in the car and join us?
Oh, I'd love to. Oh, no, I can't. Frank's here.
Well, bring him along.
Well, maybe, Jenna. Look, if we're coming, we'll be there in an hour or so.
Oh, I wish you would come.
Well, I'll see. Thanks for calling, Jenna. Goodbye. Jenna and Carrie are night clubbing.
Oh, how are they?
They're fine. They, suggested that we join them.
Well, would you like to?
Oh, if you'd like to, it might be fun.
Why don't we?
Well, you finish dinner then, and I'll hurry and change.
Oh, but you look fine.
Oh, this old thing? No, I want to look glamorous.
But what about your dinner?
I'm not hungry, Frank, honestly. Anna.
Major development?
No, not yet, Jenna.
Don't give up hope. I think we're being watched.
Say, what are you two talking about anyway?
Private monkey business, no doubt.
It's simply that Jess has something on the fire, but it still isn't definite.
Oh, well, that clears up everything.
Don't pay any attention to her, please.
Well, what would you like to drink with dinner, Jess?
Huh? Oh, did you say something,
Hello.
Frank? Hello.
Oh, Landis. Well, pull up a chair.
Major Landis, I'd like you to meet Frank Everett.
How do you do?
Won't you join us for a drink?
I wish I could, but I'm entertaining an old girlfriend.
Oh?
And her husband.
Sounds a little complicated.
By the way, if we hadn't parted so hurriedly at Tahoe, I would have mentioned that I was going to be stationed here for a while. I'd like to give you a ring, Jessica.
That would be very nice.
Well, what about giving me your telephone number?
It's in the book.
Oh, well, thanks. It's nice to have seen you all again, Mr. Everett.
Goodbye.
Well, sit down, boys. How about a little toast? Here's
I'll get it, Anna. I'm right here. Hello? Who? Oh. No, thank you. I already have a cookbook. Yes. Goodbye.
Now, look, Mrs. Dolan, why don't you let me sew for the Red Cross and you go over to the Hawks and say some bridge?
Oh, the old crowd's no fun anymore. I feel dreadfully out of it.
But you ought to go out more. It's just
Answer it, Anna.
But the way you've been hopping that phone every time.
Well, I thought that maybe... No, it's never anything important.
Yes, ma'am. Hello? Yes? Yes, I'll see. This time it's a Major Landis.
Oh, yes. Oh, Anna, would you run upstairs and see if you can find that blue thread?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Well, how are you, Scott? Oh, I'm fine. What? Tomorrow night? The Lakeside 6 o'clock. Oh, yes, that would be fine. Yes, I'll be there. Thanks for calling.
That blue thread was right here in the sewing box, Mrs. Drummond.
It was? Oh, that's funny.
Well, what did he want?
I'm having dinner with him tomorrow night.
Going someplace fancy?
I'm meeting him at his apartment. Of course we'll go directly out somewhere. Well, what are you smirking about?
Oh, just thinking what your mother would say.
Well, you can stop thinking and hand me that blue thread.
You said 5th floor, didn't you, miss?
Oh, yes, Major Landis.
That's 503, miss. Right across the corridor there, in front of you.
Thank you.
Elevator! Why, Jessica, what a surprise.
Oh, Mrs. Thompson, how are you?
I've just been visiting the Jacksons. My, you look lovely. When does Mother return, dear?
Well, I really don't know. I imagine...
Jessica, well, right on time.
Oh, hello.
Ooh.
Well, it's lovely seeing you again, Mrs. Thompson. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Jessica. Well, thrill, I must say.
Who was the dragon out there?
Just a friend of Mother's. Oh, what a nice place you have.
Except it isn't mine. A friend of mine loaned it to me while I'm being stationed here. Quite a coincidence seeing you in the Georgian room.
Yes.
You know, I rather like that Frank Everett. Seems like a nice guy.
Oh, he's not only a nice guy,
He's a gent.
I can't imagine you having anything in common with him.
Oh.
Oh, I don't mean it that way. I mean,
You know, you're what my mother would have called a caution.
How is that?
Anyway, if you hadn't been poured into that icy mold of conventionality, you'd be a good egg, you know. You're going to hatch one of these days.
Am I?
Well, let's sit on the couch, shall we? Well, come on, it's not a booby trap.
I thought perhaps it was.
There. Now, tell me, what did you do today?
Well, I went to the Red Cross, and then I did my shopping, and I had lunch with some friends.
What did you have for lunch?
Consomme and chef salad.
No dessert?
No, I never eat dessert.
That's a martini in front of you.
Well, if you'd let me have my hand,
let me hand it to you. Here.
Thank you.
I must make a note of this. Never waste pre-war gin on Mrs. Drummond. Now, let's see, where were we? Oh, yes, lunch with friends.
Well, I guess I've said all there is to be said about that.
Well, then, why don't you just sit back and relax?
You're not a very relaxing person.
These earrings, are they family heirlooms?
Oh, no. I mean, yes, they are. They belong to my mother. Oh, Scott, please, they'll come off.
Your mother's, huh? My, well.
She's south. She'll be coming home day after tomorrow. Oh, it's warm in here, isn't it?
Yeah, is it? Well, with all this interesting talk of chef salad and consomme, I'm beginning to get hungry. Where would you like to eat?
Oh, any place at all.
Any place but here?
Yes.
Well, then, suppose we just get up and go.
Yes.
Yes.
And after dinner, I dropped Major Landis off in front of his apartment house and drove straight home. Mother, now, please, dear, you've just come home. Must we start an argument?
Are you completely out of your mind, Jessica? The whole town's talking.
Oh, just a few gossipy old ladies led by your good friend, Mrs. Thompson.
You don't deny she saw you entering a strange man's apartment.
This is ridiculous.
It's the principle of the thing. The world allows considerable liberty to wives. It has never allowed to widows. If you won't think of yourself, at least remember your duty to Paul.
Keep Paul's name out of this. I've had enough, Mother.
Jessica.
You talk about duty. It's your duty to go to those women and tell them to shut up. You talk so much about wanting to help me, but what you really want is to drag me back into your ivory tower. Well, I won't allow you to, ever.
Where are you going?
To see Major Landis, to really give those old biddies something to gossip about.
Well, come in.
They told me at the desk you didn't wish to be disturbed, but I came up anyhow.
I'm delighted you did.
I just happened to be passing by, so I... Oh, I am disturbing you.
No, not at all.
What's this?
Just a martini?
Expecting somebody?
No, just took a little time off to have one.
Do you mind?
Help yourself.
You know, it's amazing how one can acquire a taste for martinis, like for anchovies.
Yes, I guess it is.
Well, here we are, aren't we?
Yes. Now, suppose you tell me what this is all about.
Oh, you probably know anyway. You know almost everything.
The chicken's beginning to hatch, maybe, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, good.
Oh, I know I'm acting like a fool. I hope you'll forgive me.
Go home, Jessica. Go home right now.
Yes, Scott. As a matter of fact, I only stopped by to invite you over for Christmas Eve.
Oh, sure.
I mean it. I want you to meet my kids. They'll be home from school Friday.
I'd like to meet them.
You will come?
Sure, reindeer and all.
Oh, good. Well, goodbye, Scott.
That's the closet door, Jessica.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that other one is the one.
Yes, I see. Well, goodbye, and don't forget now, Christmas Eve.
I won't.
And for heaven's sake, stop grinning.
In here, you kids. Here, in the kitchen.
What's the big secret, Anna?
You boys got a visitor, that's what.
Here they are, Mrs. Kimball. Merry Christmas, boys.
Grandma! Hello, Gran.
Oh, gosh, Merry Christmas, Grandma.
Well, why'd you come in the back way? What are you doing here in the kitchen?
I have no intention of going inside, Kim. Here are some presents for you.
Oh, gee.
Thanks,
you can exchange
Grandma.
them if you want to. I see so little of you. I know no longer just what you like.
Oh, we'll like them, Grandma. Hey, now, why don't you come inside?
Yeah, Gina and Terry are here, and Frank and some new friend of Mel's, Major Landis.
Major Landis? Oh, not really.
What do you mean, Grandma?
Never mind. Well, since it is Christmas Eve, but just for a minute, mind you.
Hey, look, everybody. Look who's here.
Mother, Merry Christmas.
Don't let me disturb your pleasure. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Mother, this is Major Landis, Scott, my mother.
How do you do?
I've heard a great deal about you, Major.
Isn't it time for the presents?
Well, I'll say it is.
Now, remember, kids, just one each till tomorrow.
Shall we step into the hall, Major? I understand you met my little girl in California. Just where are you stationed?
Chicago. Temporarily, of course.
Isn't that rather a coincidence? First in California and now Chicago.
Oh, entirely a coincidence.
And where, may I ask, did you meet Jessica?
I can't divulge that information.
Why? What do you mean?
Secret business.
Are you joking with me?
No. Here's Jessica. She could tell you if she wishes.
Jessica, are you keeping something from me?
Oh, Mother, let's not start with that. Not on Christmas Eve. Come, I have a gift for you.
That's my fault, Jessica. Madam, suppose we start all over again from the beginning.
No, we shall not. I can see that you're a thoroughgoing scoundrel, young man.
I'm delighted to hear you say so, madam.
Kindly stop calling me madam.
Mother, please.
Now, Jessica, I know what I'm doing if you don't. Young man?
Please, not young man.
I think you're in league with the devil. Good night, Jessica.
Mother.
Well, there went the spirit of Christmas.
Well, shall we try to go on with the party?
Well, we could sing Jingle Bells again. Jingle bells, jingle all the... Well, what's the matter? Come on, it's Christmas Eve.
Off to bed now, boys. Sleep well.
On Christmas Eve?
It's sure nice to be home again, Mom.
It's sure nice to have you home. Merry Christmas, darling.
Merry Christmas, Mom. Oh, what is Major Landis staying?
I just wanted to talk to him for a minute.
Oh, Well, Merry Christmas, Major Landis.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, boys, and thanks.
Well, Scott, now you've seen me as I really am. Home, children, mother. Of course, Mother was more than I'd bargained for.
Oh, I'm glad I met her. What a wonderful museum piece.
Do you like my boys?
Oh, of course I like it.
It was nice to have you here tonight.
You didn't invite me here on purpose, by any chance.
Well, now that you mentioned it, perhaps I did.
Jessica, I've got to talk to you.
Yes?
We simply cannot go on like this.
You want to stop seeing
Of
me?
course not. But I know myself, and I'm beginning to understand you. I'll only make you unhappy, Jessica. It's inevitable.
Go on.
Well, seeing you here tonight in this house that you once shared with your husband...
Don't talk about that
Don't
now,
you
please.
see that I've got to talk about it? You expect a love affair to lead to marriage, and...
Are you trying to tell me you're not the marrying kind?
Well, I've never felt that it was right for me.
Such courage.
Frank Everett's the type of man for you.
I don't love
Well,
Frank.
there are others, and as long as I'm hanging around, you won't find them.
Suppose you let me figure it out for myself.
But don't you see, there's no future in this for you.
I'll cross my bridges when I come to them.
Women. Well, I guess I better be going.
Don't take it so big, Scott. I know what I'm doing.
I wonder. Merry Christmas, Jessica.
Merry Christmas, Scott.
He kissed her. He kissed Mom.
Well, that's on account of the mistletoe, probably. They're supposed to do that.
But she didn't kiss Frank or Carrie. Gosh,
Come on to bed, Kim.
Mom shouldn't have kissed him, Keith. She shouldn't have.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of My Reputation, starring Barbara Stanwyck and George Brent. Hollywood's search for new talent never ends. Our guest tonight is the newest addition to Paramount's roster of lovely stars, Miss June Harris. How did Paramount find you, June?
I sat next to a talent scout at a radio quiz show. He asked me to make a test.
And signed you to a long-term contract, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Have you met any famous stars yet?
Yes, when Paramount was making Blaze of Noon. I met Ann Baxter on the set.
Well, Ann's screen technique is well worth watching if you aspire to the laurels she's already won.
I also met William Holden, William Bendix, and Sonny Tufts. They're all in Blaze of Noon, and they make a wonderful trio of airmail flyers.
In the early 20s, when pioneer pilots gambled their lives and their planes against the hazards of night flying and rough weather.
While some of the flying scenes were being shot, Ann Baxter and I talked about clothes. And Mr. Kennedy won't be surprised to hear that we soon got around to Lux.
I'd be more surprised if you didn't.
In the picture you see, most of Ann's costumes are suits with simple white blouses or plain dresses with white collars and cuffs, and she told me how fast they get soiled on the set.
And then you discovered that every night the wardrobe people took them away, luxed them, and the next day they were just as fresh as could be.
Yes, that's right. And then when I admired the blouse Ann was wearing, she confessed it wasn't new at all. I couldn't believe it until she explained that it always had Lux Care.
Well, that new look is natural when colors get Lux Care, Miss Harris, because we know from actual tests that Lux Care keeps colors lovely up to 3 times as long. Wrong washing methods soon fade colors.
Well, Lux and I have been good friends since my dramatic school days when I just had to make things last.
Lux Care is thrifty care for anything safe in water alone. Thank you for coming tonight, June Harris. Back now to your producer, William Keeley.
Act 3 of My Reputation, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Jessica and George Brent as Scott. It's just 1 week later, New Year's Eve. At the Drummond House, Jessica is waiting for Scott Landis to call for her, while a few blocks away, at the home of one of their friends, Keith and Kim are attending a holiday celebration.
about you anyway, Tim Drummond? A few minutes ago you said you were having a swell time.
Yeah, well, thanks very much. Hey, Keith, let's go home.
Well, why? Mom said we could stay until 12 o'clock.
You should hear the way everybody is talking about Mom. I mean, the grown-ups inside there.
Well, I don't get it.
Well, it's true what they're saying, isn't it?
Kim, what were they saying?
We'll tell you on the way home.
Well, after all, your mother always came here for New Year's, and all of a sudden she doesn't. No wonder people are talking.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it, I'm glad we're going home.
Yeah. Let's go, Kim.
Aren't you home awfully early?
Mama, are you going to the Van Orman's party?
No, dear, I'm going to Chicago.
Well, everybody expected you at the Van Orman.
Well, I didn't know I was so popular.
Mom, did you go to the fights with Major Landis?
Oh, yes. Boys, if you have anything on your mind, I wish you'd tell me.
They made a lot of jokes about it at the party tonight.
And all that stuff about Lake Tahoe and Major Landis.
Have they been telling you these things?
No, I just heard them talking. I didn't believe it.
Mom, none of it's true, is it?
Not their interpretation of it.
We kind of hoped you'd say they were all lying.
Listen to me. I've done nothing whatever you need be ashamed of. Will one of you go to the door, please?
I'll get it.
Mom, you ought to see it from our side.
I don't want to talk about it, Keith. Excuse me, dear. I'd better go down.
Good evening, Kim.
Good evening.
May I come in?
Sure.
Is your mother... Oh, hello, Jessica. My, are you all dressed up?
Hello, Scott.
That tone. Something wrong?
No, nothing. I'm sorry I have to run off, boys, and I'm sorry about what happened. But there's nothing more I can say now. Kiss me good night.
Good night, boys.
Good night.
Scott, do you mind if we stop by the Van Ormans? They're having a party.
Well, if it won't take too long, they won't hold that reservation for Georgian room after 10.
I only want dropped in for a moment.
Well, look who's just arrived. Jessica.
Hello, everybody.
Come on in
Jessica. So you came after all. Everyone, I want you to meet Major Landis, of whom you all have heard so much.
I'm very happy to meet you.
I won't attempt introductions, Scott, but they're all very old friends of mine. Let me take your wrap, dear. Thanks, Riette, but we're not staying. I would like to speak to you alone for a minute. Alone? Well, here's the library. Excuses, everyone.
Riette, Keith and Kim left the party because they were extremely upset by some things they overheard here.
Well, why pick on me?
Because it happened in your home. I don't want to know who did the talking, but I'm asking you...
I did the talking. I think you've been behaving abominably.
Is being seen with a man such a dreadful crime? And what's this nonsense about Lake Tahoe?
Oh, come now, Jess.
No wonder the boys distrust me. What right have you, Riette?
The right of an old friend who hates to see you make a fool of yourself.
A friend should come to me first and not allow vicious gossip to circulate.
We thought you missed Paul dreadfully. It's obvious you forget pretty quickly.
I don't forget. You just resent me for being able to make a new life.
Then you admit you're guilty.
Oh, that's all you got out of what I've been saying.
Look, I'm giving a party and come on. I promise I won't embarrass you in front of your handsome friends.
I'm afraid I don't care anymore.
Then why did you bother to come here at all?
Because I was still coward enough to want to save my reputation.
Why, Jess, how quaint.
But I'm not a coward anymore. No matter how hard it is to strike out on my own, I'm going to do what I think is right for me, even if it means breaking completely with everything in the past. And that includes you, Riette, and all those so-called friends of mine.
Well, I'm ready, Scott.
If you'd rather stay...
No, I want to celebrate, but not here. It's wonderful to really get something off your chest. All of you good people must try it sometime. Happy New Year, Scott.
Happy New Year, Jessica.
I'm so glad we came here. This place has a special sentimental value for me. Do you know why?
I think I can guess.
Suppose I hadn't been here that night.
Jessica.
And don't ask me if it was pure coincidence that brought us together again, because I might tell you the truth.
Jess, if you don't mind, suppose we order supper now.
Well, isn't it early?
Well, I don't think we should stay too late. You know what it's like driving a New Year's Eve.
I have an idea. I have one bottle of good champagne in the ice chest, and we could have it when we get home.
Yes. I'd like to have a last glass with you.
Oh, Scott, you're so serious.
Oh, I only meant the last glass on New Year's. Now, how about a dance, Jessica?
for?
Front door. Guess Mom's home.
As soon as she comes upstairs, let's yell Happy New Year. She'd like that.
Yeah, but I guess he's down there with her, that Major Landis.
Yeah.
Well, she'll probably be coming upstairs in a couple of minutes.
Well, raise your glass, Scott. Here's luck to us.
Luck.
Oh, this is by far the best. I wish now we'd stayed here by ourselves. You know, I've been thinking...
So have I, Jessica. And there's something...
I suppose it's foolish of me to plan for the future, but I just can't seem to get out of the habit.
Plan?
Oh, all the things we can do. It's so lovely here in the spring. We can swim in the pool and have picnic suppers.
Listen, Jessica, I've got to give it to you straight. This is our last evening together. I've got my orders today to go to New York.
New York?
I leave at 7 o'clock this morning.
Scott.
That's why I brought you home so early. Oh, I suppose I should have told you.
Well, this is it, then.
Yes. I imagine I'll be shipped right out.
I'm going to New York, too.
Jessica, listen.
Oh, darling, I knew I'd lose you someday, but now that the time has come, I can't let you go. I can't.
You don't think I want to go, do you?
I don't know anything except I love you. I was afraid to admit it even to myself. I thought that when you did go away, I could pick up my old life again and forget...
That's exactly what you have to do, Jessie. You'd be better off if you'd never known.
Oh, no, don't ever say that. Don't even think it. All I want to hear is that you want me in New York as much as I want to be there.
I want you more than anything in the world.
Oh, then nothing else matters. Oh, darling, I'll have to hurry and pack, and so must you. Take my car. Leave it at your apartment. I'll take a cab and meet you at the train at 7 o'clock.
A little before 7, darling, if you can. I won't say goodbye then. Not yet.
No, not yet.
The South Street Station, 7 o'clock.
Mom.
Keith. And Kim.
Mom, are you going away? We heard what you said.
Yes, dear, I'm going to New York.
But why?
Major Landis is going overseas, Kim. I want to see as much of him as possible before he does. You'll be leaving for school tomorrow, and, well, Anna will see you off. Oh, try to understand, please.
Mom!
Excuse me now, please. I have so many things to do. I'll get it, Anna. It's probably Major Landis. Oh, where is that hat box? Hello. Mother. What? At your house? Oh, yes. Yes, I'll come over right away. Where are they, Mother? Where are the boys?
In the drawing room. Jessica, just a moment. I haven't asked them why they came here. But something must be very wrong at home for them to have to come to me for help. All I beg you is that you think carefully what you say to them. Otherwise, you may regret this bitterly the rest of your life. Now go to your boys, my dear.
Keith. Kim.
Mother?
I don't know what to say or how to begin. But what good did it do to run away?
We don't want to live at home anymore.
Oh, Keith, what an awful thing to say.
You lied to us. We don't know what to believe.
No, I told you the truth, Kim, always.
You're going to New York with them. It proves they were right.
Oh, Mom, don't you remember Dad at all?
Oh, don't say that, please. You know I remember Dad.
Nobody remembers Dad but us.
Oh, can't you understand that I might learn to care for someone else and still have a place in my heart for Dad?
But you belong to Dad. Doesn't make any difference whether he's dead or not.
Kim, Keith, will you try for a few minutes to think of me as someone else than your mother?
How can we? You are.
Well, then just sit down and listen. I don't know whether or not I can make you understand. You don't know how terribly ill Dad was for almost 2 years. He didn't want you to see him suffer. I knew how he felt, so I kept things away from you. After he died, I tried in every way I could to forget his illness. You see, I wanted to be able to remember the good times when we were all together, but I was so terribly lonely. All I could think of was Dad toward the last. Remember that time we planned the picnic just before you went away to school? You went over to Gretchen's instead. I had to bite my lips to keep you from asking you not to leave me. And then when you were away at school, I got so I dreaded staying home. If I hadn't gone away and met Major Landis, I don't know what would have happened to me.
Mom, does he mean as much to you as Dad used to?
Oh, don't say used to, dear. Dad still means just as much to me, only in a different way. Maybe when you're older, you'll know that you can give all your heart to more than one person and still remain sincere and loyal. The first time you fall in love, it's also wonderful and exciting. It can be like that only once. But second love can be just as true and just as deep. I lost Dad, boys. And now I'm losing Scott. I may never see him again. It's very hard to lose someone you love.
Mom.
Don't cry, please.
Oh, Mom, I want you to be happy, and I try to understand, but golly, it's so hard.
Can we go home now, Mom?
Kim. I'll say goodnight to Grandma for you. Mother.
Yes?
We're going home, Mother.
I knew you'd do the right thing, Jessica.
Thank you for helping me.
It's hard to recognize what is right sometimes. I know.
Funny. I never thought you could do anything else.
I haven't always been old, Jessica. Young people resent conventions. But as you grow older, you realize conventions were established because there was a need for them. Now go home and get some rest, my dear.
Jessica, over here, darling.
Scott!
Say, you had me scared. I didn't think you were going to make it.
Oh, darling. Darling, I can't go to New York with you. I can't leave my boys. They ran away because they just couldn't understand about us.
Ran away?
Oh, I got them back. I tried to explain, but they're just too young. If I go now, things will never be the same between them and me. Oh, Scott, please try to realize why I'm letting you down. Please forgive me.
There's nothing to forgive, darling. You have to face responsibility. You wouldn't be you if you didn't.
I'll always love you. Nothing will ever change that. Oh, Scott, this is it. We have to say goodbye.
Not even time enough to say what I'd like. You know how I felt about being tied down to anything. Well, I've changed. I'm coming back, darling. I know I'm coming back. Can you wait for me? Jessica. Tell me, darling. Yes, I know.
Oh, of course I'll wait. No matter how long, I'll wait.
Goodbye, then, darling. And you won't be too lonely.
No, Scott, no. I'll never be lonely again.
We'll return in a moment for a curtain call. Sally, what were you and the other girls so excited about before the show?
Oh, the girls were looking at some lingerie I just bought.
Oh, for a trousseau?
Yes, but not mine. I've been shopping for a friend. I found a lovely buttercup yellow satin slip for her and a cornflower blue nightie that's a honey.
You sound as if you like shopping.
I do, especially now when the stores have such pretty things again. It's been a long time since we could find such yummy colors in lingerie. Turquoise, buttercup yellow, sea green, and rosy pinks. And at last there are lots of lovely laces again. Of course, if it weren't for Lux, a girl just couldn't afford to have such nice things.
That's right, Sally. Lux Care is so gentle, it keeps colors lovely much longer. In fact, 3 times as long. Actual tests prove that slips and nighties washed the wrong way look faded and drab far too soon.
Lovely-looking undies do make a girl feel luxurious.
And you know, Sally, that with Lux Care you can have 3 times as many without spending a cent more.
How do you figure that out, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, with Lux Care, underthings stay colorful 3 times as long. So instead of replacing faded, worn-out undies so often, you can buy extra ones. Have 3 times as many.
That's a swell idea.
And it really works. That's why so many millions of girls always use Lux for underthings. It's thrifty. Now, here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
I'd be willing to stake the reputation of this theater on tonight's performance. So let's bring Barbara Stanwyck and George Brent back to the footlights for a curtain call. Barbara, I'm sure I speak for our 30 million listeners when I say, welcome home.
Thank you, Bill. It's wonderful to be home, even though Bob and I wouldn't take a million for the memories of our trip.
Did you and Bob meet the King and Queen of England, Barbara?
No, they were on tour of Africa. I guess they got out when they heard we were coming. But the Londoners were wonderful to us.
So I gathered from the news reports. Were you mobbed in France as much as you were in England?
No. You see, American players haven't been seen on the screen there in a long time. A few people knew Bing Crosby and a funny dark man he made some pictures with named Hope.
Bing will love that. How about yourself? Well, you were recognized, surely.
Well, an American sailor stopped us in Paris and said, "Aren't you Robert Taylor and aren't you Barbara Stanwyck?" And we said we were. And then he yelled across the street to his buddy, "Hey, Stan, Americans, Americans!"
Did you buy any clothes in Paris, Barbara?
No, we saw only Patou's showing. His collection was lovely, but 150,000 francs, $1,400. Oh, no, that's just too much.
Well, you know George is off on a cruise before long, Barbara, and as captain of his own ship.
Is that right, George?
Yes, I've entered my schooner, the South Wind, in the Honolulu race July the 4th, and I'm going on down to Tahiti and the South Seas.
With all our wishes for happy sailing, George.
Thanks, Bill. And what are your plans for the future, or more specifically, for next week?
Next Monday night, in an altogether different vein, we bring our audience a thrilling saga of the early West. It's 20th Century Fox's recent hit, My Darling Clementine. And our stars are Henry Fonda and Kathy Downs in their original screen roles. Also, that exciting new star, Richard Conte. Based on the life of Wyatt Earp, My Darling Clementine is action-packed, romantic, colorful. One of the greatest westerns yet to reach the screen.
Oh, I'm sure your audience won't want to miss that, Bill. Congratulations and good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thanks for my reputation. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Henry Fonda, Richard Conte, and Kathy Downs in My Darling Clementine. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Have you heard? Meat dealers are paying the highest prices for used fat since fat salvage started. Every time you throw used fat away, you're pouring real money down the drain. America needs that fat to make soap as well as scores of other post-war products for you. The world's supply of fats is still seriously short. So start saving right now all the used fat you can while dealers are paying such high prices. It puts money in your pocket. Barbara Stanwyck is currently appearing in Warner Brothers' production of The Two Mrs. Carrolls. George Brent will soon be seen in the Universal International picture, Slave Girl. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. Next week, part of the country goes on daylight saving time. If your area remains on standard time, tune in to the Lux Radio Theater 1 hour earlier. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear My Darling Clementine with Henry Fonda, Richard Conte, and Kathy Downs. Fly.
When you bake and fry.
Fly.
For your cake and pie.
Fly.
Get your shortening by. Rely on Fry.
For lighter, better-tasting cakes, try Spry, the pure, bland, all-vegetable shortening with the magic cake-making secret. Hear them say, "Boy, what a cook."
Rely on Fry. F-C-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of My Darling Clementine with Henry Fonda, Richard Conte, and Kathy Downs. And why not tune in to Joan Davis every Monday night over most of these stations? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna. As those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives. And I can recount all of them. How do I know? It's very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. Don't get me wrong, I love Budapest. From Budapest come goulashes and shardashes. Shardashes being something you dance and goulash being something you eat if you go for all that paprika. Me, I love it. So, when I got that telegram, I took the first train to Hungary. Maybe I'd better tell you about the telegram first. Dear Mr. Lime, it said, my bank is going to be robbed and I need your help. It was signed Fekete, evidently a man's name, nobody I knew. I knew all about bank robberies, however, and I was dying to help. Besides, as I say, I love paprika. So I started packing right away.
And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the Third Man, in today's story, Too Many Crooks. Before calling at the bank, I stopped at a cute little flower shop I happened to notice across the way. Good morning. Would you give me something for my buttonhole? Why, Lily. Lily, what are you doing here?
We have some very pretty pink
Oh,
gardenias.
come on, Lily, don't tell me you don't remember me. And how are all the Corellis?
The who?
Don't give me that, Lily.
My name is Lulu.
Well, it used to be Lily, and you used to be a blonde. And the Corellis, as you know perfectly well, because you used to work for them, are the best bank robbers in Central Europe. Well, what about it, honey?
Here are your gardenias, Harry. Now get out of here.
Okay, honey, okay. No need to get in a hassle.
I'm telling you, Harry, get out.
I never was one to argue, so I took my gardenia across the street and wore it into the bank.
Mr. Fekete will see Mr. Harry Lime.
You can go in now, Mr. Lime.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Fekete will see you.
Yes, that's what I gathered.
This way, please. And,
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Lime,
Yes.
will you please extinguish your cigarette? Mr. Fekete does not approve of smoking.
Thanks. I'll bear that in mind.
Mr. Lime.
Come in and shut the door. There's a draft. Do you mind if I sit down, Mr. Fekete, or is there a rule against that?
Sit down, sit down. You're a very impertinent young man, but I don't mind that. I'm an impertinent older man. We ought to get along together very nicely.
What's your proposition, Mr. Fekete?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Just what I said. What's your proposition?
Listen to me, Lime. I don't make propositions. I consider them.
Have it your own way, Fekete. I'm a big boy now, and I'm not so easily impressed.
What do you mean, impressed?
All this big desk, double secretary, Mr. Fekete, will see you now. Mr. Fekete doesn't approve of smoking, busy executive hoopla. May go down very well with the bumpkins who give you their money to invest. It doesn't mean a thing to me. You sent for me, didn't you? I crossed 3 national borders to get here and lost a lot of time, so don't ask me what's my proposition. What's yours, Mr. Fekete?
Very good indeed. You're just the man I hoped you were. Have a cigar.
Wouldn't that be breaking the rules?
I make the rules, Mr. Lime, and I don't like cheap tobacco smoke. Nor do I enjoy being forced to distribute these very costly, custom-made Havanas to every, what is it you call them, bumpkin, who comes into my office. I think you'll enjoy these.
Thanks.
Light?
Thanks.
Good. Now that we're a little more at ease, suppose you tell me something about yourself.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
I wish you'd stop asking me what I mean by everything I say, Feckety. I said why, and I meant why. You put private detectives on my trail. You found me. You made me a very substantial down payment on services to be rendered. And now, when I get here, you want me to tell you about myself. That's just plain silly, old man. It's obvious that if you went to all that trouble and expense to get me here, you knew about me already. I'm the one to ask the questions, not you.
Better and better. Mr. Lime, if you were just a little less notorious as a cook, I'd offer you a vice presidency in my bank.
I forgive the insult, Mr. Feckety.
What do you mean, insult?
You go asking me what I mean again. I meant insult.
Now, don't you get pompous on me, Lime. You are a crook, a world-famous one. You don't want to deny that?
What I don't want is very simple, Mr. Feckety. I don't want to be a vice president of your bank.
Oh? Oh, I follow you now. Don't worry, Lime.
Right.
I promised you $20,000.
That's right.
Or its equivalent in Hungarian pesos.
Oh, wait a minute.
And you'll get it without having to serve as an officer of this
You
bank.
promised me $20,000, old man. There weren't any gimmicks in the agreement about the joke money you folks pass off on each other locally. I know. I carry my own microscope for reading the fine type.
Very well, very well. $20,000 it is. Don't you want to know what I expect you to do for it?
Mr. Feckety, you keep making me repeat myself. I told you before that I'm a big boy now. If you're giving me $20,000, I can relax, not worry about asking you silly questions. You're going to get around eventually to telling me what you expect me to do for it.
Did you ever hear of a bank giving a reward?
Yes, but only after a bank robbery.
Exactly. Exactly. Only after a bank has been robbed. I'm reversing the procedure line. I'm giving the reward first.
Oh, so that's the little caper, is it? You want me to rob your bank for you?
Oh, not at all, not at all. A reward is usually given for apprehending the thieves who have robbed the bank. What I want you to do, Harry, I may call you Harry?
Certainly, old man. Call me Harry if it gives you any fun.
Well, Harry, what I want you to do is to apprehend the robbers before the robbery is committed. Very clever, don't you think so? Have another cigar.
In my business, I may get in the way of an awful lot of screwy deals, but I can tell you that never in a long career have I been offered in complete seriousness a loopier proposition than Mr. Feckety's. It seems the key to the whole affair was Mr. Feckety's junior officer in the bank, a certain Mr. Fodor.
Ladislaus Fodor is the full name, Harry. He's one of our vice presidents.
I see.
I tell you this right now, the man is an unprincipled criminal.
Oh?
And come here, and I'll show him to you. Come this way. You can see him through the glass panel.
Yes.
There he is.
Oh, that one.
Second desk to the right. With all those silly hairs pasted over his bald head. That's the man.
He doesn't look very dangerous to me.
Fodor? Dangerous? He has the brain of a backward bird and the charm of a worm. Now that I look back on it, I can't imagine how I ever persuaded myself to be jealous of him.
Jealous? I don't follow you, old man.
If I have a fault, Harry, it is this. I do tend to be jealous. Lulu often chides me about it. I have promised to curb the instinct, but there, it is a part of my character.
Lulu? You mean the girl in the flower shop across the way, that Lulu?
She is the only Lulu I know, Mr. Lyon. How does it happen that you are acquainted with her?
You see this carnation?
I see it, yes.
Lulu sold it to me, overcharged me, scandalously, as a matter of fact.
Well, Lulu is a working girl. She must live. How does it happen you know her?
What makes you think I do?
You know her name?
Oh, one of the other customers called her that while I was still in the shop. As it happens, it was this little fellow you just pointed out to me over there, the vice president, Fodor.
Third vice president.
I hate to keep harping on these commercial matters, Faculty, old man, but just how does my $20,000 reward come into the picture?
Let us retire to my inner office, Harry. I never tell you.
Okay,
Come.
old man.
Sit down, please, Harry. Have another cigar.
My pockets are bulging with cigars now, old man. Let's concentrate on the $20,000.
Certainly, certainly. Oh, Miss Carver. Miss Carver.
Yes, Mr. Feckety?
No matter who calls, don't disturb me. Not on any account. I'm having an important conference.
Yes, Mr. Feckety.
Oh, jealousy, Harry. Jealousy is a terrible thing.
Yes, certainly is. Now, about this reward.
Jealousy is the green-eyed monster who doth mock the meat it feeds on. That's how the poet Shakespeare expresses
the
it.
poet
Harry.
Shakespeare said a mouthful, and now...
But still, if it had not been for jealousy, I would never have followed this Fodor into Lulu's shop. And if I hadn't done that, I would never have discovered the digging.
Digging? What digging?
What would you say, Harry, if I were to tell you that running under the street from Lulu's flower shop to this bank, there is a tunnel?
A tunnel?
What would you say if I told you that?
Well, I'd say, well, what do you know? That's what I'd say.
That's what I said when I found out about it. And that's why I say now that I mustn't ever forget to be grateful to jealousy. Particularly since I've discovered that there's nothing between Lolo and Fodor. Or nothing serious.
And do you know what I'd say to that?
No?
A couple of rude words.
Yeah, but why?
Why? You find them scrabbling away together like a couple of chubby moles, digging away in the general direction of your bank vault, and you say there's nothing serious between them?
There isn't, I'm sure of that. I have Lulu's file. And besides, what could she possibly see in a fat little nonentity like Fodor? No, the only one who thinks it's serious is Fodor. And that's the whole point. Fodor is a dupe, a mere cat's paw in the conspiracy.
Oh, yes? And who's the mastermind?
I am.
Uh-huh. And what does Fodor think about that?
He languishes in ignorance. He knows nothing. And to think that he aspires, he dares to aspire to my position in the bank.
And how does Lulu fit in?
I must tell you that Lulu has given me some reason to hope that she will someday make me the happiest man in the world.
And how would she do that? By giving up Fodor or sending you a big bouquet of roses? Let's get down to cases, old man. Wedding bells can ring out from Buda to Pest and back again, but I won't be there to throw any rice unless I get paid. What is it exactly you want from me? Lessons on how to help Fodor and Lulu rob your bank?
Fodor's going to do the robbing, and besides, it isn't my bank. I'm only a salaried
officer. And then Fodor gives you the money to give to Lulu, is that it?
Certainly not. That would be silly.
That's just what I was thinking.
No. Every day, Fodor is supposed to take the paper money from the various cages and place it in the vault.
Yeah?
This is his responsibility.
Yeah?
Tonight, however, he will not do this. He will leave the money outside the vault, hidden in a large filing cabinet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the entire plan has been carefully worked out, I can assure you.
All I can say is this Fodor of yours is a very cooperative type of cat's paw.
Don't call him this Fodor of yours. He isn't. He's no Fodor of mine.
Have it your own way, old man. What comes next? You, I suppose, huh? You come a half hour later with a dark lantern and a gunny sack. You wrap up the money, join Lulu, who's been waiting for you across the street in the flower shop, and the two of you, hand in hand, move off down the road into the sunrise and also into the very choicest Hungarian hoosegow.
What is a hoosegow?
A jail or prison, a place of forcible incarceration, a lockup for bad little bank robbers.
Not at all, not at all. It is Fodor who goes to prison.
Oh, yes? And how do you work that?
That is one of the things I want you to arrange.
Oh, I see. I'm going to have to earn that $20,000. I think we'll start by having it deposited in my name and in somebody else's bank, old man.
Why now? And why another bank?
Well, every bank in Budapest isn't going to be robbed tonight, so I think I'd prefer one of the others. And I'll take it now because I know you wouldn't want me to go to the police with what is, after all, a fairly sordid little story.
Go to the police, but that's blackmail.
Oh, watch your language, old man. Blackmail's a nasty word. You know, all I want is protection for my poor little $20,000. I'll give you service for it, too, but I want to be absolutely positive that you're ready to meet your payroll.
Very well. You'll have your money, but you will help me.
I'm going to need a few more solid facts, old man.
Well, it all began with this insane jealousy of mine for Fodor.
Oh, yeah?
I took to following him. He used to go into Lulu's flower shop at night long after it was closed. And one time he left the shutter unfastened and I went in. There were no lights in the shop itself, but I could hear voices from the basement below. I opened the trap door very carefully so as not to be heard. And what do you think I saw?
You saw Lulu, Fodor, and 3 men all hard at work digging a tunnel.
Yeah. How did you know?
I didn't, I guess. After all, you told me there was a tunnel.
But the 3 men, how did you know about them?
Still guessing. It's pretty obvious that Mr. Fodor and Lulu couldn't dig much of a hole without getting some help. Tell me this. It was Lulu who persuaded you to call me in on this deal, wasn't it?
How did you know that?
Still just guessing, old man, just guessing. Now, let me guess on for a minute and stop me when I'm wrong. When you saw what Lulu and Fodor were doing, you went home and brooded for a while, and then a few days afterwards you confronted her.
It was the next day.
Oh, okay, it was the next day. And Lulu admitted she was planning to rob the bank, but said she was just using Fodor, and you were the only one she really cared about. And if you joined the party, it's you she'd run off with, leaving Mr. Fodor holding the bag. An empty bag. How am I doing?
Oh, you're a clever man.
Sure I am. That's why Lulu had you send for me.
You see, the idea is that Fodor will hide the money outside the vault and leave. Then, according to the arrangement, as he understands it, Lulu will come through the tunnel at night with her helpers and take the money back under the street through the tunnel.
Who did she tell Fodor these helpers were?
She said one of them is her brother and the other 2 are cousins.
And what did she tell you?
That's what she told me. Why?
Well, nothing, old man. Nothing at all. Just give me one more guess,
Oh, go ahead.
After Fodor leaves the money, what you do is crawl back through the tunnel with a sack of currency clenched in your teeth. But no, that wouldn't make any sense, would it? You'd run into a couple of brothers crawling in the opposite direction.
I'm not to have anything to do with the tunnel. You see, Fodor leaves the money out just before closing time. That way, he's implicated, and we have a scapegoat. So there's nothing to stop me from letting myself in with my key at night and walking away with the money. Who could suspect me? It's a perfect crime, Harry. Wouldn't you say so?
Yes, it's quite a crime if you look at it in one way. But tell me about the brothers. What are they supposed to think about all this?
Oh, they don't know about it. Lulu hasn't told them.
But the news will reach them eventually, and what then?
They must be implicated somehow, along with Fodor. But I must be protected, and Lulu. That's what you're here for, Harry. Have another cigar.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles as the third man continues with today's story, Too Many Crooks.
Naturally, the first thing I did after making my farewells to Mr. Feckerty was to go across the street and pay a call on Lulu.
Harry,
Yeah?
listen to me carefully.
I'm listening, honey.
There's a little cafe on the hill above the old city. You know the place? There's a gold rooster on the roof.
Well, what about it?
Go there and wait for me. You never can tell when Fodor Feckerty will be bursting in here. They keep jumping across the street to check up on each other and buying geraniums. Go to the cafe and I'll be with you as soon as I can close up
What
here.
about the boys below?
Oh, what do you mean?
The construction crew, the Corellis.
Oh, Feckerty told you about the Corellis?
I would have found out anyway, Lily.
Lulu.
Okay, what happens to them if you shut up the store? Isn't there a way out?
No, but they won't be finished work before I'm back. And besides, what they don't know won't hurt them.
Lily, or rather Lulu, it looks to me as though just about everybody around here is due to be hurt by what they don't know. I found the Gold Rooster and sat down on the terrace of the restaurant to wait for Mr. Feckerty's fiancée. Over a glass of Tokay, I tried to add up the situation as of then. As far as I could see, the whole setup was like a Picasso painting. No matter how you looked at it, it was cockeyed and upside down.
Hello, Harry. Don't order anything for
Hi.
me. I haven't time.
Don't worry, Lily. I'm not here to celebrate. We can have our party after I know who's going to pay the check.
I wish you'd call me Lulu.
Okay, Lulu. Now, here's all the sense I can make out of this little caper. You came here with a Corelli gang,
No,
right?
they came first. Then they sent for me to work in the flower shop for a front. The tunnel was their idea.
Then you sent for me. That was your idea.
Right.
Now, Fodor thinks he's going to divvy up with the Corellis and marry you on the proceeds.
Something like
And
that.
Feckerty thinks something like the same something. The president thinks he's going to put it over the vice president. What about the construction crew?
You mean Walter and the
Yes,
others?
the Corellis, the original burglars. What are they going to get out of this? According to Feckerty, it's going to be the old double cross. But if I know you, Feckerty's in for the same gentle treatment.
Harry, why should anybody get anything out of this except...
Okay, Lily, okay. Book a couple of spaces for us on the first milk train out of Budapest, but be sure to get reservations on the bulletproof car.
I wish you'd call me Lulu.
Time marches on. A lot of trusting Hungarian depositors line up at the bank, leave their hard-earned pengos at the impressive-looking gilt cages for what they fondly believe is safekeeping, and hurry home to have their evening plate of goulash. Closing time comes and goes. Feckerty doesn't leave. He just pretends to, and stays skulking in his office. Meanwhile, Fodor takes the big packages of pengos, which, as you know, is Hungarian for money, dutifully to the door of the vault. He slams the vault loudly, this being for the benefit of the janitor, who is deaf anyway and doesn't hear, and quickly stows the loot in the empty filing cabinet which he has thoughtfully left nearby for just this purpose. He then goes home and passes a very restless night. The moon rises over the city and winks at its own reflection in the Danube. A lot of good Hungarians are in their beds. The others are all in a nightclub called the Arizona, dancing a Shardash. They do not come into this story, so we'll leave them dancing. Down onto the street, the Corellis, those adept bank robbers, continue to dig. They are putting the finishing touches on their tunnel, and we will not listen in on them because their conversation is very vulgar indeed. In his luxurious office, Mr. Feckerty sits biting his nails and dreaming of a long West Indian cruise with Lulu in an adjoining deck chair. As the gang in the tunnel understand it, when the clock strikes 12, they are to open the secret trap door which they have previously prepared inside the bank, a section of tiling near the vault, go to the filing cabinet and take out the money which Fodor has left there.
thus eliminating the noise and inconvenience of breaking into the vault, and, first closing the loose tile after themselves, scuttle back with the loot under the street into the flower shop, out into the night, and as far away from Hungary as possible. As I say, that's the way the gang in the tunnel understand it. This is also the arrangement as Mr. Fodor understands it, with a trifling difference that he expects Lulu to stop by for him with his share of the profits. Like Mr. Fekete, he is biting his nails and dreaming of tropical cruises. And what of Lulu? What of Lulu, indeed? It is Lulu's little plan to foozle everybody, Corelli, Fodor, and Fekete. She's led them all on to just this point. It is the point of departure. Lulu's departure. Lulu and all those neatly wrapped packages of pingos. The trouble is, it's all just a little bit too much for one little girl to handle alone, so Harry Lime's been sent for. Harry is supposed to assist at the general foozling of one and all, and then, in due time, of course, he's to be foozled as well. Lulu will send Harry off to mail a postcard, and when he gets back, Lulu will have continued her travels alone, with nothing to keep her company but the loot. That, as I say, is the way Lulu understands it. The clock, high in the steeple of San Stefano, strikes 12. This is the signal. Mr. Corelli, that celebrated expert, with his 2 able assistants, starts toward the bank. The tunnel was not built for comfort, and the going on hands and feet is a trifle rough. There's a bit of genteel cursing, but hearts are high. At the sound of the clock, Mr. Fekete removes the bound bundles of money from their place of safety and checks once again the bolts and fastenings which keep the loose tile in its place. In the darkness, Mr. Fekete smiles. He is satisfied that, contrary to the Corelli's expectations, the bank end of the tunnel is firmly and irrevocably closed. Still smiling, he starts toting the money toward the side door for which he, Mr. Fekete, is the perfectly legal possessor of a key. On the outside, Lulu, with a high-speed car, is supposed to be waiting for him. Unfortunately, however, a moment earlier, Harry Lime, on the flower shop end of the tunnel, has persuaded Lulu to go down for a moment and tell the boys not to try lifting that trick tile for at least a half hour. Lulu hates herself now for not having analyzed the merits of this suggestion. She has plenty of time now to think this over, because foxy old Harry in the flower shop has bolted down the trap door. The clock has stopped striking, of course, and Mr. Fekete pops out of his bank looking for all the world like a jolly Christmas shopper with his arms loaded with bundles. There is a high-speed car waiting for Mr. Fekete, all right, but it is full of strange gentlemen, and they are all dressed in uniforms.
Put up your hands, Fekete. Put up your hands. You're under arrest.
But there's some mistake.
Oh, not at all, old man. No mistake at all. You see, gentlemen, just as you were told, there he is, and there's the money.
Come along now, Fekete. We are taking you in.
You, Harry, a police informant.
Not a bit of it, old man. I wouldn't dream of telling on you. No, the cops got the tip-off from an anonymous letter, and you know how you spell anonymous? L-U-L-U.
Lulu. She did it.
Lulu. That wouldn't be Lulu Hartz, would it? Alias Lily the Twister.
Yes, officer, I believe so. There's a reward offered for her capture, isn't there?
I should say there is.
And what about the Corelli gang?
They've got the biggest price on their heads in Central Europe.
Oh, that's lovely. It's all beginning to add up. When you throw in the generous reward Mr. Fekete posted in the name of his bank this afternoon...
But you're not going to collect that, are you?
Why not, old man? After all, you put up the money for me to collect before the bank was robbed, didn't you? You also wanted me to thwart the Corellis, and if you yourself are foolish enough to go breaking the law, you'll just have to tell it to the judge.
I'll tell him plenty. I'll tell him about you.
Go ahead. I haven't broken any laws, remember, and you'll only help me collect my various rewards.
As a matter of fact, Lime, just what is your connection with this affair? What have you done?
Officer, all I did was turn a bolt on a trap door. Nothing at all, really, just a twist to the wrist. And now, if you've got some spare handcuffs ready, I think we better open it up again. The folks down below may be getting a little fretful, and I think they'll appreciate a change of scene. If you'll come with me, officer, I'll show you the place.
Really, Mr. Lime, I can't tell you how grateful...
Please, old man, don't mention it. Pleasure, I assure you. Won't you have a cigar?
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
You know, friends, I had thought of substituting those fat packages of Pengos for the same weight of old newspapers. But the rate of exchange wasn't so good on the Pengo just then, so I resisted the temptation. After all, as Mother always said, too many crooks spoil the goulash.
A few hours ago, after serving a term of 14 years, Frankie Madison was released from Sing Sing prison. Now, in a second-rate hotel in Midtown, New York...
Is it all right, Frankie? Rooms are kind of hard to get these days, but
It's fine, Dave. Any room will look fine to me as long as it didn't have bars on it. And thanks for meeting me at the station.
Forget it, will you?
Town looks good to me, Dave. 14 years, and it's still the same.
It only looks the same, Frankie.
Well, it better be the same.
Oh, I bought some clothes for you. Everything's in the closet. Hope you like what I picked out.
Thanks, Dave.
There's some money for you in the bureau drawer.
Dave, you haven't said anything about Now. How is he? How's the nightclub doing?
Things are okay, Frankie. All's fine. Frankie, I got to get back to the club. I got a lot of work to do. I'll see you later, won't I?
Well, what's the trouble, Dave?
Trouble?
Yeah, you're scared.
Me? No.
I can smell it. I spent 14 years where everybody was scared. What is it?
Nothing, Frankie, honest.
Is it Noel? Has he got his teeth into you? Here, look at this. This magazine.
Huh? Oh, that magazine. That was good publicity for the club, Frankie.
Yeah, lots of pictures, huh, Dave? Pictures of Noel. Pictures of the celebrated Regent Club, one of New York's most exclusive night spots. Noel Turner and his famous Major Domo Maurice. Yeah, and this one, Noel with a dame so rich. What's he trying to do, crash society?
Frankie, wait.
Now, look at this one. Noel and another dame.
That's Kay Lawrence, Frankie. She sings at the club.
Noel Turner coaching Kay Lawrence. Coaching? My pal. Now, my partner. He sent me a carton of cigarettes once a month. Never a visit, never even a letter.
Listen,
I was
Frank.
63 minutes away from the new Parkway. He never drove it once. What about you, Dave? You came and visited me, didn't you? And each time I saw you, you were a little worse, a little more frightened. Is it, Noel? What's he doing to you?
Cut it out, Frankie. Let me alone.
I'm 2 years older than you, Dave, and I've been in jail. Look in the mirror. What's happened to you?
Nothing's happened to me.
This character in the magazine, this Maurice, the Major Domo, who's he?
Don't worry about him, Frankie.
I'm not worried about anybody. But who is he? Where'd he come from?
The Riverside Club. He's got class, Frankie. Brought in a lot of wealthy people.
A guy like that works on a salary?
Well, no, not exactly. And I'll cut him in for 5%. He figured...
That's okay. He must be worth it. I'll see you later, Dave. Thanks. Stay where you are, Noel.
What? Oh, Frankie.
It's been a long time. Your man said I could wait for you here in the office. Let me get a good look at you now.
Well, how do I look?
Not so good now. You're pale.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what you get for being cooped up in this nightclub. Now, take me. I got the sun every day. I had to hurry to get a spot in the right corner of the yard, but I got the sun every day. Yeah, I'll bet you're smoking too much. You know, I got along on a carton of cigarettes a month.
Oh,
and
Frank,
the hours you must keep. You know, you can't go on living this way now. I'll have to see to that. Yeah, that picture on the wall. You and me, huh, now? 14 years ago.
I've taken that picture along everywhere I've been, Frankie.
I don't believe you. I think it just went up there tonight. I had the same picture in Sing Sing. After a while, I threw it away.
All right. I should have written you, granted.
Granted.
I should have come up to see you.
That's right.
Would have done more harm than good.
Why?
Building this club's been a long, hard pull. If I'd come up to see you, some shutter-happy reporter might have taken a picture, written it up.
They took a picture of me, front face and profile.
All it would have taken would be one picture. Noel Turner, the famous Regent Club, visits criminal friend. Next night we'd fold. Frankie, listen. I got plans, Frankie, for you. Sorry if there's been any misunderstanding, but now that you know I'm on a level...
Very sorry to bother you, Mr.
I thought I left orders not to be disturbed.
I know, sir, but the table
All
captain...
right, all right. Be with you as soon as I can, Frankie. We got a lot to talk about.
Well, don't make it too long, now.
Why don't you have Dave show you around the club? You find him at the bar,
Yeah, I'll do that. Well?
He's smart, Maurice. But he's sentimental, always was. Shows a great concern for Dave. Get Kay in here.
Kay? But she's got another song coming
I'll have to skip it. Kay's a good listener. Nothing like a good listener to make a man talk. When a man talks, especially a sentimental man, he's bound to soften. Get her in here.
This is quite a bar, Dave. A little longer than the one we used to have in the old Four Kings.
3 times as long. 20 times the inventory, but... Hello, Kay.
Hello, Dave.
Frankie, this is Kay Lawrence. Miss Lawrence, Mr. Madison.
Ah, so you're the famous Kay Lawrence who takes so well to coaching.
I must be famous if you've heard of me.
What song are you going to sing, Kay?
Oh, does it matter, Dave? All the songs sound alike these days. Hey, your tie's crooked. Stand still and let me fix it.
Kay, Mr. Turner wants to see you.
Oh?
Now, if you don't mind.
Your hands are shaking, Kay.
There. That's a lovely tie, Dave, if you'd only wear it straight.
Thanks.
Your hands are still shaking.
They are, aren't they? See what you do to me, Dave?
Now it's girl.
She's all right, Frankie.
In love with him?
I guess so.
Private dining room. Pretty girl. It's very nice now.
It's your welcome home dinner.
Even I'm impressed now.
Well, I'll see you later,
Sure. Oh, I'm expecting someone. Let me know when he comes in, will you?
Who is it?
Nick Palestro. Remember him?
Yeah.
I thought you would.
I'll let you know when he gets here.
Let's talk about something else.
All right. Name it.
You.
Me? Why?
Well, for one thing, I've never had dinner before with a man who didn't keep talking about himself and end up thinking he knew all about me.
Well, what do you want to know about me?
Oh, the usual. Who are you? What you've been doing?
At the moment, I don't do anything. Where I've been wouldn't interest you.
Why not?
It was dull.
Whatever it was, I wish you'd tell me.
Why?
Because I'm interested. But if you'd rather not, how about dancing?
Well, I'd like to, but it's been so long,
Weren't there any USOs where you were stationed?
USOs? Say, what do you think I've been?
Overseas, maybe with the Marines.
Stop it.
Well, I'm sorry.
You trying to tell me that you really don't know where I've been?
Well, should I know?
With Marines, huh? Listen, I'm a jailhouse Marine. I've been 14 years in prison.
Frank.
Not just in prison, but 14 years in prison. 1933 was a good year, he said. Yeah, it was the year I went up the river.
Oh, Frankie, I'm terribly sorry.
Sound like I'm sorry for myself, do I? Well, I'm not. People are walking to a stone wall with their eyes wide open. They got no right to be sorry for themselves.
How did you...
How did I get jammed up?
Yes.
Well, you remember Prohibition. Now that I owned a speakeasy here in town, Four Kings. We brought our own liquor in from Canada by truck. Well, this night we were being followed by hijackers. I was driving and I gave them a rough ride for a while, and they started shooting. And I shot back. They hit a tire and their car packed up in a ditch.
Step on it, Frankie. We're in the clear now.
Yeah, after waking up every cop this side of the border.
Look, we better split up.
Why?
It'll give us twice a chance. One of us is sure to get away. Then he helps the other one.
Okay, get ready to hop off now. I'll stick with the load.
Forget me, Frankie. I want Hayes for a lawyer. Keep the Four Kings going till I get out, and I'll have some place to come back to.
Right.
Now do the same thing for you. Everything 50-50, Frankie. Right down the line.
Right, pal. 50-50.
But you didn't get away.
No. Cops picked me up a few minutes later. I took the rap, and, well, here I am. Except we shook hands on it. So everything is 50-50. Now Turner and I are partners.
Yes, I see.
Maybe you'll be working for me from now on. Take an order. Supper with the boss after the late show tonight. Maybe we'll feel more like eating.
Frankie, no. Thanks, but no.
I beg your pardon. There's a man to see you at the bar, Mr. Madison. Nick Palestro.
Oh, thanks. About supper. Why not?
Frankie, I've been singing around this town for 6 years. In that time, I've learned more than just how to put a song over.
Look, don't worry about me. I just got out of prison, not college.
Nick, how are you?
Hello, Frankie.
Hey, I've been waiting.
Long?
Yeah.
They didn't tell me you were here till just now.
I don't like waiting here. I'm a 3rd Avenue boy. I like my 3rd Avenue spot.
I hear you're doing all right since you got out.
I got sprung at the right time, Frankie. Everybody made money during the war. All kinds of grab. Right now, I got a used car lot. And since I still open nights, Frankie...
Sure. I won't keep you there.
Well, not to rush you, but what's on your mind?
Well, I want some information and maybe a little help later on.
My pleasure, Frankie. Anything for you.
Now, I'm a little uncertain at the moment, Nick, but I'll know where I stand pretty soon. And maybe if you had, say, 3 or 4 good boys standing by in case I needed them.
Oh, sure, Frankie. Sure.
Why did you tell me he'd been in prison now?
I wanted to see if he'd tell you himself. If he did, I knew he'd tell you everything.
What's going on in that mind of yours?
Told you. I want to help him.
It sounds good.
You don't believe me?
50-50 on everything?
50-50? Is that what he said?
That's what he said. He said you made a bargain. Why don't you live up to it now?
I don't think I ever realized it before. Well, you're like Frankie. You're sentimental. 50-50, huh? Well, you found out what I had to know. Thanks.
Nice talk you tossed at me, Noel. Have a drink, Frankie. Some champagne, dinner with a girl. But not a word about what I'm listening for. The oldest trick in the world. When you want to pump a guy, use a woman. And I grant.
All right, Frankie, I was trying to pump you. Now ask me to have dinner with you because he said he was trying to help you.
I know how he'd like to help me, and you're in on it. Well, Noel, what kind of news did your pigeon bring back?
Look, Frankie, if we have some business, let's settle it like businessmen.
All right. Why not?
Let me get Dave. Sit down, Kay. No need for you, please.
Here's what you asked for, Noel, the file on Frankie.
Thanks, Dave. Now, here, this will interest you particularly, Frank. This photostat. It's a dissolution of partnership, the Four Kings Club.
What? Oh, wait a minute. We had an understanding, you and I.
Sure we did. We shook hands on it. 50-50 on the Four Kings, and nothing else.
Dave, this paper. This looks like one of those papers you kept bringing me to sign.
Yes, Frankie.
But you told me they didn't mean anything. It was just a lot of rigmarole. I didn't even have to bother reading them. Why didn't you tell me?
You can't blame Dave, Frankie. After Prohibition was repealed, the Four Kings started losing money. We had to sell. You were away, so I had to handle it alone.
So what?
Look, I just didn't sell out and move into this place. There were some tough years in between.
I should have sent you cigarettes.
There was a little money left out of the sale. Dave, how much does Frankie have coming to him?
Well, with interest at 6%, a little over $2,800.
Are you trying to tell me that I don't own any part of this place?
How can you collect on a race when you don't hold a ticket? I had Dave make out this check. Here's $3,000, Frankie. Your half of the Four Kings.
Marked paid in full.
That's right.
Why, am I figuring wrong? Dave's a good accountant, all right, but there's one figure he forgot to add in. 14 years. He left out the 14 years I gave you. 14 years to be out in the sunshine. Eat good, sleep good. What's 6% of that? What a fall guy I am. Three of a kind.
No. Are you all right?
Yeah. All right.
Your face is bleeding. Now, let me get some ice.
Never mind. You can go now, Dave.
Okay.
How low do you think I am now? You use me on Frankie like one would use a bar girl to make a man buy drinks. A stool pigeon, he said. Well, he was right.
Hey, listen to me.
Not this time, no. This time you're listening to me. As far as we're concerned, from now on, it's strictly nothing.
Hey, it's about time for you to go on. Hadn't you better change?
Is it time for me to go on now? Or did you push your buzzer like you always do when you're inconvenienced? You'll never have to buzz to get rid of me, darling. Just say the word.
Oh.
Nick, this is Frank. I'm going to need you sooner than I figured, Nick.
You know me, Frankie. A pleasure.
Get hold of those boys. Bring them over to my hotel as soon as you can.
Tonight?
That's right, Nick. Tonight.
30 minutes have passed, and in his office in the nightclub, Noel Turner is again alone with Kay.
Please believe me, Kay. I'm terribly sorry. I had no idea you'd take it this way about Frankie.
How did you expect me to take it?
Oh, I don't know. Made a mistake, I suppose. Kay, I have something else to tell you. You know I love you, don't you?
Right now, I'm not sure of anything.
Kay, I'm going to marry Helen Richardson.
You love me, but you're marrying her. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, there's a lot of things you have to do for business. She puts the club in the upper brackets, not just with money, but with a blue book, and that's real security. That doesn't mean we can't go on seeing each other, Kay. Doesn't mean we can't.
You're not in love with me now. You never were. For 2 years now, I've watched you grow more and more in love with the nightclub. It used to frighten me. Now it just makes me sick.
I've given my life to this club. That's what's made it a big success, a big business.
Big business. It's a place where people come because they don't want to go home, to show off or try to forget. It's exactly like you are now, exactly.
Anything else?
Yes, I'm quitting. But just for the book, you're firing me because I want that week's pay.
So you're in Frankie's league now.
Thanks, Noll. I couldn't ask for better company. Hello, Frankie. Dave told me where you were staying. I had to see you.
They don't care who comes into this hotel, do they? You're going to tell Noll that
Noll didn't send me. Please, Frankie, I just wanted to explain. Noll wanted me to get you to talk about yourself because he said he wanted to help you. I should have realized the only thing Noll ever built up was the Regent Club. Everything else he tears apart.
I thought you were his girl.
I thought so, too. It's all over.
Is that why you've been crying?
I suppose it is. But I'm glad. It might take me a little time to get him out of my system.
You going back to the club tonight?
Yes, I'll work the week out.
I'll go back with you.
I don't think you'd better, Frankie.
I'm not being polite. I was going back anyway, right now.
Frankie...
I gave Noll his chance to do things his way. Now I'll do them my way.
But you can't face them alone.
Yeah, that's how I figured. Nick Plestro's there now. He and his boys are looking things over till I get there.
Don't go, Frankie.
Oh, I see. It's Noll you're worried about, huh? You said you hadn't got him out of your system.
It's you I'm worried about. I like you too much to see you get hurt again. Noll's smart.
And I'm dumb, huh? Well, maybe I am. Come on, we'll soon find out.
All right, Maurice, settle down. Now, where are they, these tough boys?
They're at the bar. Nick Palestro and 3 gangsters. I'm calling the police.
Postpone the showdown? No. This thing's got to be settled once for all. Isn't that right, Dave?
I guess so, no?
We'll wait for him right here in my office, Dave. You, Maurice, and I.
Stay where you are, Noll. Come on in, boys, and shut the door.
Hello, Frankie.
Nick Palestro here you know. Rest of the boys you don't know. But you know what they're here for.
You gentlemen care for a drink?
Yes, well, what a layup.
Shut up, Skinner.
Maurice, if you do the honors.
Stay where you are, Mouseface. I guess there's only one way to handle you, Noll.
Kill me?
If I have to, yes. Guy's got to fight for what's his. Dave, you and Mouseface, get out of here.
Ain't on my business, they stay. You and your boys. This isn't the Four Kings, Frankie. Steel doors and a peephole. This is big business. Ask Nick.
Today, everything is big business.
We deal with banks, lawyers, and Dun & Bradstreet ratings. The world spun right past you, Frankie. You're finished, as dead as the headlines the day you went to prison.
Nick?
Yeah.
You ready?
Sure, Frankie.
Heinz?
All set.
Skinner?
Sure, that's what I'm getting paid for.
Okay. Noll, you've got exactly 1 minute.
1 minute for what?
To cut me in for what I own, the half that belongs to me.
Now, listen, Frankie. You're mad, sure. I don't blame you. But I couldn't tell you half this place is yours if I wanted to. If I did, I'd be lying.
I can tell to the second now. Comes from living in a cell, waiting for something to happen. 30 seconds now.
But there's nothing you can take over. Look, I can prove it to you. Business like this, you keep books. I'll get the books here. I'll show you the figures.
20 seconds. 18. 15.
That's what you want. All right, half the business.
See, Nick, you had to be smoked out. All right, now hand it over.
It's not that simple. Ask Dave.
All right, start talking, Dave.
Well, the Regent Club, Frankie, is controlled by 3 corporations. Regent Incorporated, Regent Enterprises, and Regent Associates.
I don't care what kind of a region you call it. What's Nowell's in?
Well, for instance, on fixtures and furniture, that's the property of Regent Incorporated. The equipment, on the other hand, belongs to Regent Enterprises and Regent Associates.
Stop trying to dizzy me up. Now, I just want answers. Simple answers. Nowell's got the full say around here, right?
Well, yes.
Okay, then.
Except it's revocable by a vote of the Board of Directors of Regent Associates.
Stop the double talk.
I'm sorry, Frankie, but that's how it's all laid
Just
out.
what does Nowell own?
In which corporation?
Take them one by one.
Well, Regent Associates is sort of a holding company, a desk.
A desk?
Yes, it owns 51% of Regent Enterprises. Regent Enterprises is a service company with assets like linen, silverware, glass.
Ah, now we're getting somewhere. Linen and silverware and the liquor.
No, Frankie, not the liquor. That's Regent Incorporated.
Right back where you started.
Shut up, Skinner.
Brother, they got you swimming in.
Well, I'm through swimming. I know what I want now. Write out a paper that gives me half of everything you own.
It wouldn't be legal, Frankie.
Why not?
Because in the Articles of Incorporation on file in Albany, no stock can be transferred without the consent of the Board of Directors.
You did this to me, did you? You're always so smart with figures. You put together all this paper I can't swim through. Okay, Nick. We're moving in. We take over right now. Nick, you heard what I said?
Yeah, Frankie, I heard.
Well, then start moving. I'm giving the orders around here.
Frankie, I'm afraid there is no boss here. Not you, not even no Turner.
I told you, Frankie, the old days are gone and you with them.
I'm sorry about all this, Mr. Turner.
It's all right, Skinner. Drop in sometime. I'll buy you a drink.
Yeah? Swell. Come on, Hines. Let's breathe.
Frankie, it's like that with my used car lot. I got a piece of it, my wife's got a piece of it. My brother-in-law, who never worked a day in his life, he's got a piece of it, too. It's on account of the taxes, Frankie.
Get out of here.
I'm sorry. Really, I'm sorry.
Dave. You cooked this up, Dave. Yeah, you. It wasn't Nowell you were scared of. It was me. You know what you've done, cheating me one cross after another. I'm going to kill you, Dave, so help me, I'm going to...
Thanks, no.
Well, that's that, I hope. Frankie, can you hear me? There's only one way to treat you, Frankie. I'm going to have some sense beaten into you. And I hope that works, because if you come around here again, I'll have you beaten up and thrown out again and again until you crawl.
No, wait a minute.
Shut up. Get Dan and Mossy. Tell them to work him over in the alley.
Okay.
Dave has a lot of brains, Maurice, but not much stomach.
All right, Nowell, you won. But don't push things too hard. This can only lead to trouble.
See that, Maurice. You've already said your 5% worth. Get back to your station.
Frankie, it's me, Dave. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Frankie. I'm awful sorry.
They finished with me?
They're gone, Frankie. Nowell told them to beat you up. I couldn't stop them.
Frankie,
Give me a hand, Dave. I don't want them to see me like this.
it doesn't matter how I see you. Just so I see you.
It's not as bad as it looks. They didn't hurt me much.
Frankie.
Your hands are shaking, kid.
Okay, take him to his hotel. I'm going to see Nowell.
Dave, I'm sorry I shut my mouth off. I know you just put the numbers into the books. You don't make them up.
It's all right, Frankie. Anyway, the books don't balance anymore. I'll see you at your room. I have a lot more to tell you.
We'd better go to my place first, Frankie. Maybe I can patch you up. And then we'll go to your hotel and meet Dave.
I didn't know you could take it like this, kid.
There are a lot of things I didn't know about myself. But I'm learning. Come on. We'll find a cab.
Well, Dave, what is it?
About Frankie and all. They beat him up fine.
I already had a full report.
Well, then we'll skip Frankie and talk about me. I've had all I can take. I'm fed up.
Aren't you forgetting a little matter of forgery? I have 3 checks in my vault with my name forged, and not too well, by you.
You don't seem to understand. I'm not scared anymore. Sure, you can send me to prison, but first I'm talking to Frankie. I want him to know how I built this setup for you and how I think it can be torn down. Maybe it can't, but it's worth a try. After all, there's 1 or 2 things like our real set of books that no one's ever seen except you and me.
Don't threaten me, Dave.
You know, I think you're the one who's afraid now. Frankie with his prison record, me with those checks I forged, and you with this setup here. Everyone trying to look out for himself. Maybe get something for nothing. How about Frankie paid now? And I paid. Now it's your turn. Well, we'll see what happens. Good night.
Yes, Mr. Turner? Dan, there was a fellow with Nick Pilestro tonight named Skinner. Think you could run him down for me?
Sure, boss. I saw him go to that bar across the street. I think he's still there.
Find him. Tell Skinner I want to see him right away. I've got a job for him. Yes?
This is Skinner. About that job. It's been taken care of.
You're certain?
5 slugs. I'm real certain, Mr. Turner. Okay?
Yes, that's fine. Thanks.
I don't know if you feel any better, Frankie, but you certainly look a lot better.
I'm fine. Thanks, Kay. Thanks for everything.
And what happens now?
Back to my hotel. Dave has something to tell me.
I don't mean about that. I mean what happens tomorrow and the next day.
I don't know. For 14 years, I thought I knew. Now I don't.
You'll find a new place.
I don't have any plans. I don't have much of anything.
You're sounding pretty sorry for yourself, Frankie.
I just got beat up good.
Sure, it was tough. But you faced a lot tougher.
It's not the beating I feel.
Well, you're not the only one. What do you think my life's been?
You've got everything.
Including a nice big hole where I used to have a heart. Now tore that out of me. So you see, I took a beating tonight, too.
You'll do fine. I guarantee you. You'll do fine.
The only reason I'll do fine is because I've got sense enough to face the facts. Sure, Niall handed me a rough deal. But I'm going to turn it into something that does me good. I'm not letting Niall win all the way around.
It's okay for you, but it don't work for me.
No, Frankie. I don't think it does either. I think he's one hands down. When I first saw you, I thought you were a man with some strength, not only in your hands, but in your head. Yes, I think now beat you because he's stronger than you are.
Shut up.
Not much of a man for the truth, are you? Hurts to have the facts where you can see them. Or are they facts?
I said shut up.
Sure, I'll shut up. But think it over, Frankie, and then you can leave if you want to.
But I just can't believe it, Lieutenant. Dave dead. Murdered.
That's right, Mr. Turner, about an hour ago. We got a few facts from your doorman here. I'd like to check on them.
They're the police, Mr. Turner. I had to tell them what I knew about that argument. Dave and Frankie Madison.
That was here, in this office?
I'm afraid it was.
And just what did Madison say?
Maurice, tell him.
He said, I'll kill you, Dave. So help me, I'll kill you.
That was when you threw Madison out?
Well, Frankie looked so wild. I was afraid he might try to go through with his threat right here. I had to get a little rough with him.
Madison said that Dave had cheated him, huh?
Can't you take Dan's word for it?
Why not yours?
Well, Frankie and I... He was my best friend, Lieutenant.
Sure, I understand how you feel. Well, it's a clear enough case. Schreiber.
Yes, sir.
Start with Madison's hotel and the girl's place. Send out a general alarm for Frankie Madison to be booked for murder.
Still thinking it over, Frankie?
Come on. Let's go to my hotel.
Will Dave still be waiting for you?
Sure. Nothing could stop me. You know, sometimes I wondered what I'd do for a living if Noel didn't come through.
And what did you think?
Well, I thought I'd find myself a smart new angle.
Oh, I see.
Now, I don't know. Seeing that guy Skinner tonight, well, it sort of stopped me cold.
Skinner?
One of those mugs that came with Nick. Kid like that, he's... Hey, listen.
What?
Police siren. You never even noticed it.
Well, there's so many.
Whenever I hear one, I think of the guy they're after. Well, I never again want that guy to be me, Kay. With all the guys I knew fighting the law, not one of them ever grew old. Skinner won't. And I want to. Well, come on, let's go. Let's go talk to Dave.
Extra, read all about the murder.
Frankie.
Buy a paper, Kay. They may be down the block. Don't you see? That's my picture in the paper.
Frankie, Dave's dead. Look.
Shot in the back. That's not all right.
No, but why?
You remember what Dave told us in the alley? The books don't balance? He went to tell Nolly he was through. Why didn't he tell me? Why did the poor guy have to get himself jammed? I've got to get to Nolly and get the truth out of him. Where would he be?
The club's closed now. He'd be home.
You know how to get there?
Yes, he lives in Jersey. The Millbank Road. We'll need a car.
Yeah. Nick Flestro. He could get me a car. No. I don't dare go to him. He may be watched.
I can phone him.
Hey, that'd be fine. Look, tell him to leave a car outside the old church. He'll know. It's a place we used to meet at in the old days. I'll wait here if you can.
Frankie.
We'll make out. Keeping clear of the police is one thing I know. But hurry, Kay. Hurry.
Crossing the George Washington Bridge into New Jersey, Frankie Madison and Kay, thus far at least, have eluded the police. Now, in the half light of dawn, they draw up to Noel Turner's home in the country.
House is dark. Put a light on.
He's home. That's his car over there. What'll we do now?
The bigger the house, the more chance the front door's open. It's locked. Maybe we can try one of the windows.
Greetings. I heard you drive up. Come in.
Sure.
I don't usually welcome guests with a gun in my hand, but under the circumstances... Well, let's go in the library. And keep your hands out of your pocket, Frankie.
Who killed Dave?
Why, you did. Didn't you know? Papers are full of it. Been on the radio, too. You might turn on that lamp, Kay. It's rather dark in here. That's better. Yes, Frankie, it's my duty to call the police. I'm sorry, but...
Take your hand off that phone.
Frankie, I have the gun.
And that's where you went haywire. When it comes to stocks and papers and books that don't balance, you're better than me. When it comes to guns, you're down to my level. Maybe you better call the cops. They'd be interested in what Dave told me in the alley after the working over you gave me.
Oh, yes. Just before you killed him.
Try again now. Remember, you're down to my level now. You've made it just like the old days. When it comes to guns and tricks, you never could score. I was always quicker. Well, go on. Call the cops.
Come any closer and I'll shoot.
Frankie, please.
Yeah, you'd be happy to kill me, wouldn't you now? I'll be out of the way, too. Just like Dave. Nobody to remember what he said.
I warned you, Frankie.
You'll have to kill both of us now because I'm Frankie's alibi. I know Frankie's not guilty. I found him in the alley. Dave was with him. After Dave left, I took Frankie to my apartment. The doorman saw us go in. The elevator boy took us up to my floor. And they both saw us leave later, after Dave was murdered. That's a pretty tight alibi now.
Your hands are sweating now. When you pull the trigger, your finger will slip. Well, you're not even going to... Get down, Kay. The room's dark now. I busted your lamp. How's your aim in the dark? Miss me now. 5 shots left. But it's a big room. Lots of furniture to duck behind. Kay, you all right?
Yes, Frankie.
Now, you're pretty rusty now. I only threw a book at the wall. But don't give up. You still have 3 shots left. 2 shots. You ought to be more careful. It's hard to hit the sound of a voice in the dark. Why, this is just like that night at the warehouse. Remember, Noel? The night Allie Marafi tried to hijack us? Do you remember what I did when he had me covered?
I remember, all right. You tipped the table over on him.
I took his gun away. I thought you'd remember. 1 left, Noel. 1 more chance. And if I were you, I'd...
Frankie, you all right?
Turn on the lights. Easy now, easy. This way, if you struggle, you get your windpipe crushed. Remember? I want that gun. I'll only need 1 shot. Drop that gun now. Grab it, Kay. Well, no. What do you think?
I don't know.
You're slipping now. Now we go for a ride.
You wouldn't kill me. You'd only be worse off.
Who killed Dave? And don't say I did.
I don't know.
Let's ride now. All right, Kay, you can get his car now. Familiar country now? It was around here they found Walt Werner. They took gasoline from their car and they They set him on fire.
Where are we going? Kay, listen to me. I know I've been rotten to you, but make Frankie see that killing me won't help. Kay, please stop him.
Do you still think Frankie killed Dave?
I told you I don't know who killed him.
We're coming to the bridge, Frankie.
Don't worry about the bridge. Cops are trying to stop me from getting out of the city. They won't be looking for me to come back in. Unless Nowell talks. And if Nowell talks, there's still that one shot in his gun.
I won't talk, Frankie. I won't say anything.
All right. Then we'll cross the bridge and go to the Regent Club.
What do you want at the club?
You'll see now. We'll be there soon.
Nothing more depressing than a deserted nightclub. Well, where to, Frankie? Bar, the green room, or...
Who's there? Oh, it's you, Mr. Turner.
The watchman.
I was just finishing up my rounds, Mr. Turner. Anything I can do for you?
There's nothing he can do for you. Is there now?
No. You can go, Ed.
Thanks, Mr. Turner.
We'll go to the office, Kay.
Kay, do something.
But I am doing something now. I'm wondering who killed Dave.
You got a safe in here, haven't you, now?
Behind that picture, Frankie. And you can have anything. I'll transfer everything to you.
But you can't do that.
Why not?
It's in the bylaws. No stocks can be transferred without the consent of the board of directors.
Oh, but I can have...
Open the safe. You got money in there?
Yes, Frankie, a lot of money.
Count out $2,800.
Well, you can have more, all you want.
I only want what you said I had coming to me from the Four Kings. Now, hurry up. Count it out.
Yeah, sure, Frankie, sure.
Now, get over to your desk. Here's a pen. Start right now to receipt. Received from Nowell Turner, $2,800. Paid in full. I'll sign it.
Frankie, look, I'd be glad to make it more. Believe me, I'll give you all I
Do
have.
just what I said. And don't try to open any drawers in that desk. My hand's in my pocket now, and I won't miss.
I've written it, Frankie. The receipt.
Now walk toward the door.
Oh, no, Frankie. No, don't shoot, please.
Don't do it, Frankie. He's not worth it.
Give me 10 minutes, Kay. Then call the homicide squad. Wait for me in here and keep the door shut.
What are you going to do?
It's all right, baby.
Yes, Frankie.
Open the door now. Start walking. We're going to that beautiful, spotless kitchen of yours.
What are you trying to do to me? Well, go on. Kill me, shoot me, get it over with.
Now, who killed Dave?
I don't know.
Who killed him?
All right. I had to do it. He was crossing me. I had to have him killed.
You shouldn't have done that now. Not to Dave. All right, here's that pen again. You're going to do some more writing. Write out just how you did it. Nice and legal now, the way you like it. Remember where we found Dutch Roth? In the freezer now, frozen solid. These pens are great. They write any place. Underwater, up in plains. I'll bet they'd even write in the freezer. Now, I'm going to put you in that meat locker now. And if you can write out a confession before you freeze to death, I'll let you out.
That's wrong.
Yeah. You remember how Dutch looked?
I'll write it, Frankie. Give me the pen. I'll write anything you say. Homicide, Sergeant Carr. Frankie Madison. Where? Yes, ma'am. Never mind the details now. Yes, ma'am. Right away. Open up, Madison. I got a warrant for your arrest. And I'm warning you, if you've got a gun, you...
No gun, Lieutenant. Just a confession. Turner just wrote it.
Turner? I wrote it, Lieutenant. But there's not a word of truth in it. Why not? I signed at the point of a gun. He threatened my life unless I signed it. He's got a gun on him, Lieutenant. Driver.
Put up your hands, Madison. There's no gun on him, Lieutenant.
Just a roll of bills here. There's no gun.
You remembered Ali Marathy now, but you forgot the simplest trick of them all. The fountain pen gag. What? You pulled it on me the first time we met. That's one thing I learned from you.
No, he's got a gun. Look, you don't think I'd sign a thing like that unless he had a gun.
Nothing but the money, Lieutenant.
I tell you,
It's a pen that I bought for Dave, now, but I never got a chance to deliver it.
No.
Get yourself a lawyer. Maybe he can enter a plea like Hayes did for me. You might get off with 14 years.
This confession, Johnny Skinner, eh? Waters, phone in a general alarm for Johnny Skinner.
Yes, Lieutenant.
You better come along, Turner.
He tried to get my club away from me, the Regent Club.
I'll be back in a minute, Madison. Stay here with the Matthews.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Miss Lawrence, you can come in now.
Frankie.
I did it your way, Kay. From here on in, the cops can take care of now.
This way, Turner. Schreiber and I have a few questions to ask you.
Where do you want to talk to me?
I don't think it matters.
Hang out in the car might be best. Before we go, you boys mind if I have a little farewell drink? There's the bar. It's my favorite bar, you know. Ever been here before?
Well, places like this are a little beyond my salary.
Go ahead. Fix yourself a drink. Thanks. Want to join me? No, thanks. Bartender keeps my favorite bottle in this cabinet. It's my only guarantee. Don't make a move, either of you. I never dreamed you'd fall for this one, Lieutenant.
Are you crazy, Turner? Drop that gun.
Put your hands on the bar. Sorry, boys, but I'll have to disarm you.
You're being very stupid, Turner. You know what this means?
Sure, you'll be walking a beat in the Bronx.
At least I'll be walking.
I got nothing against you fellas, but I got a score to settle with Frankie Madison in there. I'm warning you. Stay right where you are and don't make a sound.
I don't understand, Frankie. You had a gun. Null's gun.
I left it at Null's house, in the bushes as we drove away.
Then all the time, all the way down here, you...
I've learned something, Kay. I've learned why I'll never use a gun again.
Look out, Madison! Turner's behind the door. He's got a gun. Nice going, Walters.
Turner must have forgotten about me going out there to telephone.
You all right, Madison? Null never could handle a gun. Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead.
It's all right, baby. Come on, let's get out of here. Is it okay, Lieutenant?
I'd like to see you at headquarters for a while.
Sure.
Take over, Schreiber. I'll be back. Thanks for your statement, Madison. Yours too, Miss Lawrence. I don't think we'll want you at headquarters again. Well, I'm going back to the nightclub. Can I give you two a lift?
I don't think so, Lieutenant. I think we'd better walk.
Well, good luck.
Well, here we are. No strings attached. No place to go.
And nothing to stop us. We can go anywhere you wish, Frankie.
If it's together.
It is.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Grand Ballroom of the Hotel Pierre, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Abe Lyman and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with You from the Great Ziegfeld. They say that time is money, and if you want to save both time and money, serve Jell-O for dessert. Jell-O is easy to make, easy to take, a good-looking, good-tasting, inexpensive dessert that you can make in just a jiffy. Your whole family will go for Jell-O's refreshing true fruit taste. And remember that genuine Jell-O brings you that extra rich fruit flavor that comes from fresh, ripe fruit. So brighten up your dinner table some night soon. Serve a great gleaming dish of colorful Jell-O. It looks so attractive, it tastes so good, and costs so little. Ask your grocer for Jell-O tomorrow. But be sure you get the real thing, accept no substitutes. Insist on the one and only genuine Jell-O. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a fellow who is a big man in Hollywood, a giant in Waukegan, but just another actor in New York, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you from the Grand Ballroom of the Hotel Pierre. And listen, Don, I'm not such a small guy in New York either.
Well, then, Jack, how come they won't even let you broadcast from the NBC studios? First, you're at the Waldorf Astoria, now the Pierre.
Well, it's because NBC is crowded, that's why.
Well, how long are you going to stay in New York, anyway?
Until we run out of hotel. I've been hanging around so many ballrooms, I feel like a chandelier. Of course, there's a certain amount of class and prestige broadcasting from a place like this. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes.
On behalf of the management of the Hotel Pierre, I bid you welcome and trust that the broadcasting facilities here are satisfactory.
They certainly are.
Now, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to call upon me.
Well, thank you. Is there anything I can do for you?
Yes, don't mingle with the guests.
That's what I get for slumming on the avenue. Anyway, Don, it's still a distinction to be able to do our program from here. Not every entertainer would be granted that privilege, particularly one that I know of.
Mm-hmm. And who's that, Jack?
Well, I don't want to mention any names, but I don't see how Harry Von Zell can laugh at him every Wednesday night.
Oh, Von Zell, that announcer.
Yeah.
Say, Jack, what product do they sell anyway?
Nothing you can put sliced bananas on.
By the way, Jack, did you hear Alan call you a bully last Wednesday? Benny the bully, Benny the bully.
Well, it's better than being a scaredy cat. Alan is a scaredy cat. Alan is a scaredy cat.
How do you know?
Oh, Don, he's an awful baby. Imagine a grown man taking ether when he gets a manicure. Anyway, I don't want Alan's name mentioned anymore on this program. From now on, if you have to refer to him, just call him Boo. That's good enough for me.
Boo Allen, that's a silly name.
Well, it fits the character.
Hiya, Don. Hello, Jack.
Oh, Mary. Where have you been?
I was out with Boo in Portland Hoffa.
Oh, you were, eh? Well, I should think you'd select your company a little more carefully. Of course, Portland's all right, but I'd watch out for Boo.
You know, Jack, he asked me if you really played the Boo on your violin.
That's the B, and don't overdo it. Anyway, let's change the subject.
All right. Jell-O is not only economical, but it's easy to make. And remember, it tastes twice as good as ever before.
Yeah, now let's change the subject again.
Hey, surely. Jack, where's Kenny?
Oh, Kenny, he had to go to Hollywood to finish his picture, but he'll be back again next week, Don.
You know, Jack, I just got the cutest telegram from Kenny.
Oh, then he must have arrived there. What does he say?
He says, wait a minute, here it is.
Oh.
Arrived home safely, weather excellent, trip pleasant, bus comfortable.
Oh, he motored back, I see. He motored.
Scenery was beautiful in Pennsylvania, especially when we passed through Bootown.
Bootown?
He means Allentown.
Oh, I see. He must have read my thoughts. Go on, Mary.
Right now, I'm listening to the program, and I certainly miss me.
Oh.
You would never know Hollywood. It has changed a lot in 2 weeks. I can't even find my house, and the Paramount studio has changed its name to Anheuser-Busch.
Anheuser-Busch? Where's that wire from, Mary?
St. Louis.
I thought so. What a dope. Imagine getting off at St. Louis. Read on, Mary.
P.S.
P.S. and a telegram.
I just found out that I'm in St. Louis instead of Hollywood. Boy, are they mixed up.
Well, that serves me right for letting him take that trip alone.
Say, Jack.
Yeah? Oh, hello, Abe. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right. Can I talk to you a minute?
Sure, Lyman. What is it?
Listen, Jack. I heard some pretty bad reports about me on last Sunday's program.
You did? Why, I thought you were great, didn't you, Don?
Why, certainly you were swell, Abe.
Oh, I don't mean my music, but my friends all seem to think that you made me sound like a pretty tough guy.
But, Abe, see, we were only kidding.
Well, I'm sensitive.
Oh.
Gee, Jack, I'm not a bad guy. I'm not a mug or a tough egg or anything. I'm considered a gentleman.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Abe, really.
Well, don't do it again or I'll kick your teeth out.
Oh, you will?
Are you going to take that from him, Jack?
Well, I'd fix him, but I don't want to be known as a bully.
Especially without teeth.
That's gratitude for you. Say, Don, why do I always have trouble with orchestra leaders? What have I done to deserve those constant threats of violence? Am I a magnet that attracts the brutality in my throat? A football to be kicked around from pillar to goalpost? Why must I be eternally ducking behind a microphone?
I don't know. Why?
While I'm thinking of an answer, the orchestra will play I Got Rhythm. Play, Lyman. I wish Freddie Bartholomew had an orchestra. I'd tell him something. rhythm from Girl Crazy, played by Abe Lyman and his musical Muscle Men. I don't know, Abe, how can your musician be so tough and play so sweetly?
I feed him raw meat and cream puffs.
Oh, I see.
And anyhow,
Now, listen, Abe, I don't want to argue about anything. I'm too tired. I was up all night doing some last-minute work on my income tax.
Income tax?
Yeah.
Why, Don and I saw you at the Stork Club last night with a blonde.
Well, she was helping me.
The way she ate, you could put her down as a dependent.
Mary, blondes aren't deductible.
You know, Jack, I'm glad I live in California where there's no income tax.
Why, Mary, the federal tax applies to California the same as any other state.
That's funny. I never paid one.
You didn't? Well, didn't you get any letters from the government?
Yeah. See, I thought it was fan mail. I sent him a picture.
Well, you better file a tax report right away or you'll be doing a guest appearance on the Leavenworth Hour. That's pretty good, wasn't it? Huh?
I like it.
You better get after it, though, Mary, really.
Fine romance with no cheesecake.
Hey.
Hello, friends.
Hello, Cliff. How are you?
Well, I feel like $1 million, and on that I don't have to pay tax.
Well, Schlapp, I really didn't expect you tonight.
Jack, so soon when I heard Kenny Baker wasn't coming up here, I came up to offer my services to give you an audition.
Oh, really? So, are you a singer?
That's me, Ding Slapperman. And the Yodelers and Yonkers, you know.
So you're a singer. Well, that's news to me. Whose band did you sing with?
Goyle Lombardo.
Goyle?
Rather snappy band of rhythm boys. Wow.
Oh, the Lombardo. Say, listen, I've listened to them a lot of times, but I never heard your voice.
Oh, did they play it loud?
Well, Slap, tell me, what kind of songs do you sing?
Mostly sentimental. At home on the ranch, shoes and saddles. And there's an old swimming pool in the parlor.
Swimming pool?
That's spinning wheel, you dope.
Hey, Jack.
What?
Jack, what's the matter with that Lyman?
Oh, you know how temperamental musicians are, especially band leaders.
Lyman, our band leader. A brush you should have on the end of that stick.
Slap, you said it.
Pipe down, Slapperman.
Look what's talking. Look at him. He works 2 weeks and already he's a foreman.
Don't worry about him. Well, Slapperman, it was very nice of you to offer your services, but I've already asked Mary to sing a number.
Oh, I don't want to sing tonight.
Oh, come on, Mary. I'll tell you what. If you'll sing a chorus, I will, too. You're not offended, are you, Slap?
Why, certainly not.
I'm sorry you made the trip for nothing.
Who made it for nothing? I sold 9 suits in the lobby. A fine romance detached. Pockets not
Sit down, Slap. Mary's going to sing. Come on, Mary. Would you folks like to hear? No kidding. Would you folks like to hear Mary sing? Would you like to hear her sing a song? There you are, you see? Now you'll have to go through with it, Mary. Hit it, Abe. And you weren't nervous or anything.
No, and now it's your turn, Jack.
All right, now I'll sing my chorus, and I dedicate it to Don Wilson. Come on, boys. You say the darndest things, Wilson, but oh, you're so doggone cute with it all. cha-cha. You're always out to sell Jell-O in winter, spring, or summer, or fall. Good, isn't it? You always say strawberry. You always say raz. You always say cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. You nearly drive me nuts, Wilson. But oh, you're so doggone cute with it all. What's that noise out there? What is that? What is that? Hey, what's going on in here? That's funny. Now listen, I heard that disturbance outside. Now, whoever's manipulating that foghorn in here has got to cut it out.
Where the hell are
Well, as I live and regret that there are no locks on studio doors. You heard that. If it isn't Boo Allen. Now, listen, Allen, what's the idea of breaking in here in the middle of my singing?
Singing?
Yes.
Now, listen, Betty. I didn't mind it when you scraped that overnight bag 2 weeks ago and called that playing the bee.
Yeah.
But when you stand here tonight and set that whooping cough to music and call that singing, you're going too far.
Oh, you didn't like it, huh?
Like it? Why, you make Andy Devine sound like Lawrence Tibbett.
Now, look here, Alan. I don't care what you say about my singing or my violin playing on your own program. But when you come up here, be careful. After all, I've got listeners.
Keep your family out of this.
Now, listen. My family likes my singing and my violin playing, too.
Your violin playing?
Yeah.
You're using the verb loosely, Mr. Benson. Why, if I was a horse, if I was a pony even, and found out that my tail, found out that any part of my tail was being used in your violin bow, I'd hang my head in my oat bag from then on.
Well, you listen to me, you Wednesday night hawk. Another crack like that, and Town Hall will be looking for a new janitor.
Why, you fugitive from a Ripley cartoon? I ought to bend your nose around until if you want to smell anything, you'll have to curb it. You lay a hand on me. You lay a hand on me. Anything we'll say accidentally will be better than the script. Now, see, you lay a hand on me, Benny, and you'll be hollering strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and health.
Oh, listen to that smile of beauty. Keep this up, Alan, and I'll ask Don Wilson to fall on you. And if Wilson falls on you, you know what that means. Huh?
Oh, boy, pressed ham.
That a girl, Mary. That's a honey.
Quiet, coward.
Coward?
Yes, coward, and she doesn't mean that English entertainer, Noel, either.
Now, Alan, I'm up here attending to my own business. There's no place to settle our private affairs. How did you get in here without a pass?
I made one at the door, man, and you're next.
Oh, I am, eh?
Gentlemen, don't fight here, please. Why don't you go over to the Medicine Square Garden?
You keep out of this, you little squirt. From now on, your wife will be having both ends of the herring.
Well, goodbye, Jackie boy. Take it easy.
There goes Schlepperman. I wish you'd follow him out.
Listen, cowboy, why didn't you stay out in Hollywood where you don't belong?
Because I heard you were coming out there to make a picture, that's why. You ought to do very well, Mr. Allen, now that Boris Karloff is in England.
Well, I saw your last picture, Lionel Benny.
Yes?
Until you made a picture, nobody knew what a lull looked like on celluloid. And maybe you didn't start bank night, but you certainly kept it going.
Oh, yeah? Well, 3 states are waiting for your picture to be released. They're going to use it instead of capital punishment. Wow!
Now, back at him that time, didn't I?
That's telling him, Jack.
Who's that pallbearer?
Sick 'em, Lyman.
Look what's going to make a picture. Fred Allen, the great... I suppose Gable and Taylor are losing a lot of sleep right now.
Not if they're listening to this broadcast.
What a witty retort. Where are you going to live in Hollywood, Mr. Allen? At the Ostrich Farm?
I may.
What are you laughing at, Mary?
He'll show those birds how to lay eggs.
Mary, that was marvelous. I'm going to kiss you for that.
Then I take it back.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yeah, she'd rather kiss an ostrich, and so would I.
Well, Allen, this gone a little too far. I didn't mind a little mudslinging now and then, but when you make those kind of remarks, it means fight where I come from.
You mean your blood would boil if you had any?
Yeah. And I got just enough to resent that. Mr. Allen, I come from the West. I'm a hard-boiling, two-fisted he-man. And you step out in the hallway. I'm ready to settle this little affair man to man. You're here! Yes, sir.
This will be the last number of the last program on any Jell-O series.
Next week, the Jell-O program starring Mary Livingston.
Come on, Allen. You want to go through with this?
I didn't come up here to get your autograph.
Now, listen, Allen. I'll give you just one more chance to apologize.
Apologize? Why, I'll knock you flatter than the first 8 minutes of this program.
Hold on there, Allen. Who touches a hair on Jack's gray head has to find it first.
Who said that?
Barbara Livingston.
Never mind that. Come on, Allen. Let us away. Play, Lyman. Sorry, now I sold my rowing machine.
That was Hallelujah from Hit the Deck, played by the orchestra with Abe Lyman at the baton and Benny and Allen at each other's throats out in the hallway.
And the winner will tell his version on his own program next Wednesday night.
Oh, now, I don't know about that. Jack can certainly take care of himself.
It's Allen he has to worry about.
Gee, I hope nothing's happened to either one of them, especially Jack.
Well, they're both pretty husky, although Jack did look just a little bit worried.
Oh, Jack doesn't care whether he wins or not. He's got a due bill on a hospital. Here they come now.
Gosh, Freddie, those were the days, weren't they?
You're a card, Jackie. Remember that time in Toledo when you walked into the magician's dressing room and stole his pigeons?
Do I? Say, they tasted pretty good, didn't they, Fred?
The bones I got did, certainly did, yeah.
Say, Freddie, you remember the guy in the show with us who used to take in washing on the side? You know, the guy that did our laundry?
Say, what's Ben Burney doing now?
He's got a band, you know, Ben Burney and all the suds. Say, we didn't make much money in those days, Freddie, but we did get a lot of laughs.
We certainly did, until we walked on the stage.
Hey, Jack.
Yes, Mary.
What happened to the fight?
What fight? Say, Freddie, remember that time in South Bend, Indiana, when you were going with 40?
Hey, no kidding, fellas. What happened to that fight?
Why, Don, we were never serious about that.
And how did you get that black eye?
Oh, this. Well, I was writing a letter.
Yes, I accidentally dotted his I, Mary.
Now, wait a minute, Freddie. I slapped you more than you did me. Look at your wrist. It's all red.
Well, I made you say uncle, unquote, when I pulled your hair.
Uncle isn't the word, unquote, but let it go.
Say, Fred, here's a package you dropped on your way out to the hall.
Oh, yes, that's a box of candy I was going to give Jack.
Oh, Freddie.
Candy, can I have a piece?
Sure, but take the square ones, Mary. The round ones have got cement in them.
I see. And by the way, Fred, when you get home with that box of flowers I sent you, it's still ticking. Just put it in water.
I will, and thanks for the tip, Jack.
Oh, gee, this candy is swell. Have a piece, Jack?
Say, this is good chocolate. Wonderful flavor. What's it filled with, Freddie?
Ipana.
Oh. Well, I was going to brush my teeth anyway. I might as well eat it.
Well, Jack, I've got to go now. I've got a lot of work to do on my own program.
Okay, Fred. Well, thanks for your kind visit and apology.
What apology?
Never mind. Let's not start that again. Before you go, Fred, I want to tell you that I didn't mind one thing you said about me during our feud.
You didn't? Why not, Jack?
Well, I'll tell you. You said the darndest thing, Freddie, but you were so doggone cute with it all. You said the meanest things, you're wacky, riding high, but you're due for a fall. I owe you some words. You said I was bloodless.
You said I was tight.
You insulted my fiddling. A rootin' tootin' hootin' tootin' ha-cha-cha.
We said the darndest thing, palsy,
but oh, we were so doggone cute with it all. And now we're friends. Fred, I didn't know you could sing that good.
Thanks, Jack. Well, I've got to leave you now. And, oh, by the way, Mr. Lyman.
Yes, Fred?
Now, listen, Tuppy. You lay off on my pal, Jack Benny. That's a hint. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye. Goodbye. So long, Fred. So long. Well, play, Lyman, and watch your step. You heard what Alan said.
Why, you little sawed-off punk, I'll take you and tear
Fred!
you from limb to limb.
Freddie! Freddie!
St. Patrick's Day is only 3 days away, so you better begin now to get together your shamrocks and Irish colors. And here's a Jell-O dessert that has the touch of color in keeping with the occasion, called Emerald Fruit Cup. You make it this way. Just dissolve 1 package of lime Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and then pour into a shallow pan. Chill until firm, and then cut the Jell-O into cubes. Arrange the cubes of lime Jell-O in sherbet glasses, alternating with grapefruit sections. Serve plain, or for a distinctive touch, pour over each portion 3 or 4 tablespoons full of ginger ale. Refreshing lime Jell-O with juicy grapefruit. It's a grand combination to start a dinner with, and equally delicious as dessert. Serve Emerald Fruit Cup for your St. Patrick's Day dinner, but be sure you make it with genuine lime Jell-O. For lime Jell-O, like all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors, has that extra rich fruit taste. Ask for Jell-O by name and look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O.
This is the last number of the 24th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night broadcasting from New York City. And, Mary, I want to tell you your song was swell.
Thanks. Say, Jack, are you really glad that you made up with Fred Allen?
Certainly I am.
Why?
Well, now I won't have to listen to his program to hear what he's saying about me. Good night, folks.
Here's a special announcement for our Canadian listeners. All Jell-O sold in Canada is made in Canada.
Select some fine romances from Springtime, written by Jerome Kern. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Grand Ballroom of the Hotel Pierre, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Abe Lyman and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Gee, But You're Swell. You've often seen the hallmark on gold or silver, but perhaps you never knew why it is there. It's there as a symbol that the article which bears the mark is genuine. In the same way, the name Jell-O on the package is your assurance that the product in that package is genuine Jell-O. And so the reason I keep emphasizing those big red letters is this. Jell-O is a gelatin dessert. The name Jell-O is a trademark belonging to General Foods. When you see the big red letters on the box, you know you're getting genuine Jell-O made by General Foods. So if you hear any other flavored gelatin dessert referred to as Jell-O, you'll know that is incorrect. For there is only one Jell-O, and only Jell-O brings you that extra rich fruit flavor. That's why Jell-O is the most popular gelatin dessert in the entire world today. So be sure you get the real thing. Always insist on genuine Jell-O. And now we bring you the man who came to New York for arrest and has to go back to Hollywood to get it, Jack Playboy Benny.
Well, hello again. I got this horn left over from last night, folks, and I want to tell you, Don, you're right about me being a playboy. I'm a regular demon since I've been in New York. Shows and parties and one nightclub after another. Woo!
Oh, Jack, stop carrying on so. You know, you're not as bad as you're painting yourself.
I'm not, Abe. Don, I've been carousing around like a madman. Boy, am I sophisticated.
I can't understand that, Jack. You don't drink anything.
I don't, Abe. Last night I had a gin fuzz.
That's fizz.
Fizz, fuzz, who cares as long as I have a headache.
Well, tell me, Jack, are you glad that you're going back to Hollywood tomorrow?
Oh, yes, Don. After all, how long can I keep up this mad pace?
Imagine you setting a mad pace. Have you attended any teas?
What's that?
Have you attended any teas?
Afternoon or strip? Anyway, that was good, wasn't it? All right, Jack. All right, I thought that was good. Anyway, I'm really just all in. Oh, hello, Abe. Hello, Squirt. Squirt? If you've been hanging around with me lately, you'd find out what kind of a guy I am.
Oh, you're not so wild.
No, that's what you think. Only yesterday I was thrown out of Schrapp.
You were?
Yes, sir, and I would have reported that bouncer if I knew her name. And I'm not kidding.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Kenny. Toot, toot.
Where'd you get that horn?
I wish I knew. Say, Kenny, do you notice anything different about me tonight? Huh? Oh, really?
No, why?
Well, Can't you see those dark rings under my eyes? Huh?
Gee, I thought it was mascara.
Well, it is.
Hey, Jack, give me that horn, will you?
Oh, no. This horn and a chicken sandwich cost me $14. Say, Kenny, we missed you last Sunday when you had to go back to Hollywood. How did your picture turn out?
Oh, swell, Jack. You know, Phil Harris is in it, too. And, oh, boy, the girls at the studio are hanging around him.
Oh, taking my place, huh?
Nah, these are young girls.
Oh. Say, Kenny, who has the love interest in your picture?
I have. And there's one place where I sing a love song to the leading lady right under her balcony.
Yeah?
And when I finish, she smiles and throws the rolls at me, and then she comes running down the steps.
Yeah, and then what happened?
That's when Phil Harris takes her over.
Well, that's not very fair. Don't you feel badly?
No, I got a rose out of it.
Well, when I get back to Hollywood, he'll have some real competition. I've learned plenty here on the gay white way.
Hello, you little desperado.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Say, Don.
Yes, Mary?
Take that horn away before he plays the bee on it.
Well, I'll tell you, Mary, I've just worn to a frazzle from this constant hurly-burly and excitement. I got to go someplace where I can be alone for a couple of hours.
Why don't you find out where your last picture's playing?
Yeah, well, don't be so funny. You know, I've got to go out on a party again tonight. Parties and nightclubs. I tell you, I'm getting to be the best-known rounder on Broadway.
Go on. You couldn't get a ringside table at the Automat.
Oh, I couldn't, eh?
No kidding, Mary. I really think that Jack has turned out to be a pretty wild sort of a guy.
Oh, yeah? He went to Minsky's the other night and fainted during the opening chorus.
Well, it was hot in there.
Was it? Wow!
Kenny, now let's drop all this talk. I'm on the ragged edge now. And, hey, play something soothing, will you, so I can sort of pull myself together?
Okay. Say, Jack, when you go out tonight, you want to try something that'll pick you right up?
Sure, eh? What is it?
A striker's cocktail.
Well, I bet this is a peach of a gag coming. I can see that. A striker's cocktail, what's that?
One drink and you sit down.
Oh, no, not me. I can hold my own.
Why, you even stagger from an alcohol rub.
Is that so?
Better be careful, Jack. You keep this up and you'll look as bad as Fred Allen.
Now, wait a minute, Lyman. You're talking about my pal. You say one word against Allen, I'll have him knock your block off. And I'm the guy that can tell him. Freddie and I may have had our little spat, but underneath it all, there's a spark of loyal friendship that can never be extinguished. Play, Lyman. Played by Abe Lyman and his orchestra. And incidentally, folks, Mr. Lyman is making his farewell appearance on this program tonight because we are going to Hollywood next week, among other reasons.
Meaning what?
Meaning nothing, and put your coat back on.
What's the matter, Jack? You afraid?
Afraid? Wait till he gets that letter I'm going to send him from California.
Hear that, Abe? Jack's going to write you a nasty letter.
The laugh's on him. I can't read.
You said it, especially music. How was that, Mary? I can sing faster than Lyman.
Who can't?
I can't.
Well, I don't want to start any brawls up here tonight because it so happens we have a very distinguished guest with us.
Oh, Jack.
It's not you, Kenny. Ladies and gentlemen, a very dear friend of mine is visiting in New York and has accepted my invitation to attend this broadcast. We grew up together, went to the same school, and he is now the chief executive of my hometown. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege and a pleasure to present His Honor, Mayor Mansell Talcott of Waukegan, Illinois.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I really didn't want to impose on you, Mayor, but knowing you were in town, I couldn't resist taking advantage of it.
Well, that's all right, Jack. I'm glad to be with you.
Thank you. Well, Bitey, that's his nickname, folks. You don't mind, do you, Bitey?
No. We all had nicknames in those days. Remember yours?
Mine? Oh, yeah. Let's see now. What was it the kids used to call me?
Tuffy.
That's right, Tuffy Benny. Did you hear that, Mary? I was quite a scrapper in those days.
Time marches on.
Yeah, never mind. Well, Bitey, tell me something about home. How's Julius Sinnig and Stub Wilbur, Ollie Eimerman, and the rest of the gang? Eh?
They're doing fine, Jack, and they're all proud of you.
Oh, well, say, you remember Vivian Thompson and Hazel Clark? And say, Bitey, how's my Aunt Josephine?
Oh, fine. She's still on the fire department.
Yes. Good old Aunt Joe. I can still see her sliding down that brass pole, you know what? Bitey, I'll bet the town has changed a lot since I've been there.
Sure has, Jack. You remember the blue suit that used to hang in the window in your father's store?
Yes, I do.
Well, there's a gray one there now.
Probably the same suit. I told Dad to buy an awning, yeah. Well, Bitey, now that you're here, I do want to congratulate you on the success of your political career.
Thanks, Jack.
You know, I bet when we were kids and went to school together, you never dreamed that you'd become mayor. You got about the lowest marks in the class, didn't you?
No, next to the lowest.
Oh, I thought we were tied.
Not quite. Say, Jack, on your way back to Hollywood, you're going to stop off at Waukegan for a day, aren't you?
I certainly am. Yes, sir.
That's fine, because we're planning a celebration for you. Jack Benny Day in Waukegan.
Well, thanks, Bitey. I appreciate that. I do.
Now, we're not going to make a formal affair or present you with a loving cup or the key to the city.
Well, I'm glad you're omitting that ceremony.
However, I called a meeting of the local merchants, and as a token of our esteem, we decided to call off all of your old debts.
Well, thanks, but I imagine they're outlawed by now anyway. Now, Bitey, before you leave, I'd like to have you meet the members of our cast. I know they're eager to meet you. First, Mary Livingston. Mary, this is His Honor, Mayor Talcott of Waukegan.
How do you do, Mayor Talcott?
Hello, Mary.
Say, Jack, is that a real mustache?
Yes, it is. Quiet.
Gee, there's not much of it, is there?
Mary. Now, Bitey, I'd like to have you meet our orchestra leader. Not that it'll improve your social standing. Anyway, this is Abe Lyman.
How do you do, Mr. Lyman?
Glad to know you, Your Majesty. Hey, that's Your Honor.
Go on, Your Honor, as a judge. I ought to know.
There, you see what I'm up against? And this is Kenny Baker, our tenor.
Well, hello, Kenny. How's that wonderful voice?
If you'd listen in every week, you'd know.
Kenny! Your Honor! Now, come here, Don, and don't embarrass me by asking the mayor if he likes Jell-O. Bitey, this is Don Wilson.
I'm very glad to meet you, Don.
How do you do, Mr. Mayor?
That's better. At least Don got the title right.
Yeah, but we got the laugh.
Now, go away. Well, Bitey, it's about time for Lyman to play a number, so how about you and I sitting down and having a little chat? Or you and me, rather. Which is correct, Abe? You and I or you and me?
You and him. Don't drag me into this.
Play, Lyman. Come on, Bitey.
Right with you, Jack.
and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our feature attraction tonight, in honor of my boyhood friend, Mayor Mansell Talcott, and also to revive memories of our youth, we will go back through the years and reenact a day in our lives when I was just a kid helping my father in his department store in Waukegan. Bidey, would you like to help us out and be a kid again for a few minutes?
I sure would, Jack. It'll be fun.
You will have some stuff there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in this little sketch about my dad's store, I will play the part of my own father. And I've engaged little Junior O'Day to play the part of Jack Benny the child, as I am too modest to repeat the many clever things I said when I was a kid. Gee, I was bright. Well, let's get started. Mary, would you like to be a customer in my father's store?
Not at his prices.
I'll give you a discount. Kenny, while we're fixing up the store and moving in the merchandise, you can sing your song. Huh?
All right, Jack, but don't be too noisy.
We won't. Sing, Kenny. Come on, fellas, give me a hand on this, will you?
I'd reach for the moon if you'd ask me to. For you, I'd take down the stars when the night was through. In winter, I'd be bringing the spring to you. In summer, every moment I'd sing to you, cling to you. For you, I'd see that no daydreams would all come true. For you, there's nothing that I wouldn't gladly do. Above you, there'd be nothing but heaven's blue. Love you would mean living my life for you. Every move you would make, I would watch every step you take. You'd mean so much to me. Every beat of my heart would be for you. And then I would place you upon a throne and live for you.
For you from Kenny's picture, The King and the Chorus Girl. And, Kenny, I want to tell you that week's vacation did you a lot of good. I mean, your voice sounds sweeter and more melodious than ever.
Yeah, don't it?
Yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you back about 25 years to the thriving little town of Waukegan. The scene is the Benny's department store, more widely known as the Emporium, on South Genesee Street. Now, remember, folks, I play the part of my father. Let's go. Curtains. Music. Hello? Waukegan Emporium. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Penchel. Yeah, a birthday present for your husband? Well, we just got in something new, a nightshirt with pants. They call them pyjamas. No, you don't need suspenders. Yes, I'll send them over as soon as the horse gets up. Goodbye. Jackie.
Yes, Pa?
Go into the back room and practice your violin. I'm not spending 50 cents a lesson for nothing.
Aw, I don't want to.
You're going to learn to play the violin if it takes a week. Now go in there and practice the B. It'll come in handy 25 years from now.
Then what's the rush?
What's the rush? That little Freddie Allen is talking already. Now get in there and practice.
Oh, all right.
And don't practice too loud. I got to make a living. Certainly an unbusy day.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, little Mary Thompson, what can I do for you?
Nothing. I'm just window shopping.
Window shopping? Why don't you do it outside?
Why don't you wash your windows?
Now, was dangerous. Last time I done it, the glass warped. Say, how's that suit I sold your father?
The coat and pants are fine, but the vest drags on the ground.
Well, just tell him to tuck the vest in his trousers.
He did, but his foot got caught in the pocket.
And you can't blame the suit if he's clumsy. Close that door, Jackie. You know, Mary, someday that kid of mine will be a great violinist.
Well, right now he's lousy.
Avy, get away from that door. Stop hanging on my sign. People will think this is a pet shop. Good morning, Mrs. Wilson. What can I do for you?
I have a complaint to make, Mr. Benny.
You have?
Yes, I washed that tablecloth you sold me, and now it's a scar.
Oh, that's too bad.
Wash it again, and you got a handkerchief.
Mary. There's your little boy, Donald. How old is he now?
19 months.
Well, what a cute little rascal. My, what a healthy-looking youngster. How much does he weigh?
210 pounds.
210 pounds. Well.
And look, he's got 6 delicious chins.
Darned as he ate. Well, does he talk yet, Mrs. Wilson?
Does he? Darling, say something for Mr. Benny.
Glub, glub.
Oh.
Now, come on, Donald. You can do better than that.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, aubrey, lemon,
Come on, baby.
lime.
Isn't that just too de-foo? Huh? Isn't that cute?
I wish his rattle was heavier so I could sock him.
Well, just wheel him under the chandelier. It looks shaky.
Well, I guess I better take him home.
Yes, goodbye, Mrs. Wilson.
Bye.
Jackie, not so loud. Good morning, boys.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Say, where's Jackie?
He's in the back room practicing.
Can he come out and play ball with us?
No, he can't, Mansell. All you think of is playing ball. How do you ever expect to become mayor of this town?
Don't worry, I'll make it.
Well, you can have my vote now if you'll buy a suit.
That's fine. I'll be able to put the city hall in my vest.
Don't be so fussy.
Oh, please, Mr. Benny. Won't you let Jackie come out and play ball with us?
I said no.
Oh, gee, we need his violin for a bat.
Well, he can't play baseball with you. He might hurt his hand, jeopardize his musical career.
He's got 2 strikes on him already.
Oh, yeah? He'll make good. What was that? Who threw that stone through the window?
I did. This is my last week anyway.
That's Abe Lyman again. Well, run along, all of you kids, and stay out of here. More trouble with those children. You think I was running a playground. Oh, how do you do, sir? Anything for you?
Yes. What's the price of that suit you have on display outside?
Where?
Right out there in that dummy.
Oh, Jackie?
Yes, Pop?
Go out and tell Uncle Julius to move around once in a while. Anything else, sir?
Yes. How much is Uncle Julius?
Get out of here.
23 skidoo.
This is... Well, that was good in those days. It's a fine store. It's been 3 weeks since I heard the cash register ring.
And the good old summertime, I'm selling a central line. Hello, Spencer.
Well, Mr. Schlepperman, the traveling salesman. Say, did you hear that applause? You think it was your hometown?
It will be if I don't get my expense check.
Well, Schlep, what line are you handling this year?
Mr. Benny, have I got a swanky line of suits? Nifty with a capital nif.
Well, I don't know. Everybody's complaining about that last lot of suits you sold me.
And what's the complaint, honey child?
Well, the coat and pants are all right, but the vests are too long.
What vest? Those are overcoats.
Overcoats, and where are the vests?
In the side pocket. Why don't you look around?
Well, can't use any suits, but summer's coming on. What have you got in men's bathing suits?
Now you're talking. I got here some bathing suits that will make you head swim, I'm telling you.
Men's bathing suits, eh?
Yeah, here they are. The latest creations in Paris.
Oh, imported. Well, they look pretty good. Hey, these are only the tops. Where are the trunks?
They missed the boat.
Well, maybe I can sell them during high tide. Gotta wait for that one. Pretty good.
Mr. Benny, I'll put you down for a couple of dozen. Anything else I can show you out there?
No, Slap, I guess that's about all. Oh.
What's that?
That's my little boy, Jackie, practicing. He's going to be a great violinist someday. Don't you think so?
You should live so long. Goodbye.
Well, I'm sorry I gave him an order. Jackie, it's time to close up and get home to dinner.
Okay, Pop.
Blow out the lights, son, and let's go. In the good old summertime, in the good old...
Hey, that song is pretty popular, isn't it, Daddy?
#1 on the hit parade.
It is?
Yep, it passed Pony Boy last week. Well, come along, son. Let's close up and go home. In the good old summertime, in the good old summertime.
Oh, Daddy, look. There's still a customer in the store.
Well, lock him in. We'll get him tomorrow. In the good old summertime.
Officially, this is the first day of spring, and wherever you are, here's a spring to your menus. It's called Tropical Dessert, made with tangy, sunshiny lemon jello, and it's easy to make, too. You just dissolve 1 package of lemon jello in 1 pint of hot water. Chill until slightly thickened, and then fold in 4 figs and 8 dates chopped fine, and 1 banana thinly sliced. Mold and serve either plain or with whipped cream. It's gay to look at and downright delicious to taste. Why not plan to serve this tempting springtime dessert soon? But be sure you make it with genuine Jell-O, for Jell-O has that extra rich fruit flavor from fresh, ripe fruit. So ask your grocer for Jell-O by name and look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O.
The last number of the 25th program of the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood, California. Well, Abe, I want to thank you for your swell cooperation, tell you how much everybody's enjoyed your work on this program. And I'm going to tell everybody on the coast that you're not as tough as we made you out to be.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm pretty...
Quiet. Well, Slap, it's been nice seeing you again, and I hope you come out to California.
Well, you never can tell, Jackie boy. I got a trailer.
Well, when you get a car, pull it out. And, Bitey, I want to thank you, too, and congratulate you, not only your political success in Waukegan, but on your dramatic triumph.
Thanks, Jack. And by the way, don't forget to forward all of my fan mail to Waukegan.
What street address?
They know me there.
Oh. Well, folks, looks as though we'll have to leave you now.
Say, Jack.
What, Mary?
Is Mayor Talcott married?
Why, certainly.
Oh, then I'll go out with Lyman tonight.
Yeah, good night, folks.
My Love to Keep Me Warm was from On the Avenue. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with All's Fair in Love and War from the Gold Diggers of 1937. When you go to the theater or the movies, you always expect the entertainment to reach a thrilling climax, and the same thing is true of a dinner. So if you want your dinner to wind up on a really exciting note, by all means serve Jell-O for dessert. A gay, colorful mold of it in any of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. Jell-O is truly delicious and full of the refreshing flavor of fresh, ripe fruit. Jell-O always brings a touch of color and joy to the end of any meal. So order genuine Jell-O from your grocer tomorrow, and you'll be sure of that extra-rich fruit flavor, which makes Jell-O the most popular gelatin dessert in the world. But accept no substitute. Get the real thing, genuine Jell-O. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that Hollywood fashion plate whose pockets bulge from his tailor's bills, Jack Benny.
Well, hello again. This is Jack Benny, your Beau Brummel speaking. Now listen, Don, this new spring suit of mine is paid for. And you'll have to admit that I do look pretty nifty, don't I?
At the risk of losing my job, no.
Now, wait a minute. It's a pretty swell suit. I've been looking in the mirror all afternoon, and we ought to know. Say, Don, that's a snappy spring outfit you're wearing. Tailor-made, isn't it?
Yes. Do you like it?
Oh, yeah. It looks like it was made for the Ritz brothers.
Well, one thing, Jack, it's individual. There's not another one in the whole country like it.
Well, naturally, there's no cloth left. Say, Don, come here a minute, will you?
All right.
Get a load of that. Huh? Oh, come here. Okay.
All right, Jack, I'm right here, yeah.
Get a load of that sport coat Phil Harris is wearing. You know?
It is loud, isn't it?
Loud? It's the first time I ever saw a sunset with a belt in the back. Say, Phil.
Yes, Jack?
Look, Phil, I don't like to be bossy, but I wish you'd dress more conservatively, especially for this program. After all, you're not a toreador.
What about that coat you've got on?
Well, what's the matter with it?
Well, it looks like your tailor took a crazy quilt and put buttons on it.
Oh, yeah? Well, I like this coat, and I bought it.
Well, if you ever get tired of it, you can grind it up into chili.
Well, still trying to get your watch back, eh? Well, it won't work, old fellow. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Gee, look at you, all dressed up. Wow.
Yeah, how do I look?
You look like you were thrown out of the Easter parade.
That's so.
That's an old suit, isn't it?
It is not, and anyway, it's how you wear it. You don't see any holes in this suit, do you?
A moth with any pride wouldn't go near it.
Atta girl, Mary.
Atta girl, Mary. Atta girl, Mary. Now, listen, fellas, you can kid all you want to, but if you want to know the truth, I'm considered the best-dressed man in Hollywood.
Ha, ha, ha.
Yeah, who was that?
Adolph Monju.
Oh. What's he laughing about? I bought this suit from his gardener. You know what kills me? When a fellow tries to... Oh. Come in.
Special delivery for Mary Livingston.
I'm Mary Livingston.
I know, just sign here.
A little fresh there, buddy.
There you are.
Thanks, miss. Get a load of that suit.
Wise guy. Who's the letter from, Mary?
From my mother. I'll read it.
Oh, your mother again. Why doesn't she get her own program?
She says...
Well, just forget about it. We haven't got time.
Hey, Jack, here comes Kenny all dressed up. Boy, I'll bet he knows it's spring, too.
I'll give you 2 to 1 he don't.
Yeah, well, look at him, all dolled up in sport clothes. Hello, Kenny.
Ain't I something?
Yes, but I can't put my finger on it. Where'd you get that outfit, Kenny?
Oh, from a little tailor around my neighborhood. Pretty coat, isn't it?
Coat looks more like a vest to me.
Gosh, did those sleeves fall off again?
Turn around there. Let me look at you, Kenny. Nice material. But look, isn't that coat awfully long?
Well, the pants aren't finished yet.
Oh.
Don't let him kid you, Kenny. You look all right. Those are new shoes you got on, too, aren't they?
Yeah, but they hurt like the dickens.
Well, they'll stretch.
Say, do you think they'd feel better if I took the shoe trees out?
Yeah, why don't you do that, Kenny? It will be.
Say, Jack,
What?
you ought to hear this letter from my mother. Gee, she's cute.
Well, as long as she's cute, go ahead and read it.
Okay. Newark, New Jersey, April 8th.
Newark? I thought your folks lived in Plainfield.
There was a cyclone.
Oh.
Dear daughter Mary, I was happy to get your letter and glad to know that you are well. I was so excited when I talked to you on the phone last Sunday that I forgot to turn off the gas range. How do you get oatmeal off a ceiling?
Tell her to stand on her head when she mops the floor.
We had a lovely Easter, except for one thing. Your brother Hillard mixed the egg dyes in your father's derby. And when your father put his hat on, was his face red? Also blue, green, and yellow.
Nice family you've got there.
But everything turned out all right as he went to a masquerade that night dressed as a rainbow.
Well, that was quick thinking. Yowza.
We had a lot of fun on April Fool's Day, too. Everybody was here for dinner, and we sewed your Uncle Herman's knife and fork to the tablecloth.
Well, must have been funny.
It would have been some joke if Uncle Herman didn't eat with his hands.
That's fine. Doesn't he ever use his knife and fork?
Only to comb his hair.
Oh.
The dinner was strictly formal. Everybody kept their shoes on.
I hate those ritzy affairs.
Right in the middle of the meal, a funny thing happened. The cat jumped on the table and knocked over Papa's bottle of gin. Papa got so mad, he gave the cat a milky fin.
Milky fin? That awful.
Did I tell you that your grandpa came to visit us last week, and he acts the same as ever?
Oh.
Last night, we caught him starching his beard so he could use it for a shoehorn.
Mary, find out if he sleeps with the shoehorn over the quilt or under the quilt.
No other news except that your cousin Rita and her husband aren't getting along. They're always fighting.
That's too bad.
This morning they borrowed our axe to make twin beds. No more news or ink. So we'll close with love to you, Jack, Don, Kenny, Phil, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime, and the millions of people who eat it every day. Yours truly, Mrs. Livingston.
Well, I'm glad that's over.
Oh, here's some more, Jack. P.S. There was another cyclone, and we're back home.
Well, there's only one thing that can top that. Sing, Kenny.
Low golden moon, blue tropic skies, night winds that sound like lovers' sighs. Two hearts in tune, two shining eyes, lighting my way to paradise. Moonlight and shadows and you in my arms, and a melody in the bamboo tree, my sweet. Even in shadows I feel no alarm, while you hold me tight in the jungle night, my sweet. Close to my heart, you always will be. Never, never, never to part from me. Moonlight and shadows and you in my arms. I belong to you, you belong to me. My
Light and Shadows from The Jungle Princess, sung by Kenny Baker in his own inimitable way. And very good, Kenny.
Oh, you always say I sing good.
Well, you do, don't you?
Yeah, but you don't have to rub it in.
Isn't Kenny fast on the repartee tonight, Mary? Huh?
He's got a mind like a snail with a rheumatism.
Yeah.
I see, Mary, you're keen.
Keep that up, Kenny, and someday you'll be starching your beard. You know? I ruined that gag myself there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we haven't done a play in some time, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to present our original hair-raising melodrama. That panorama of surging emotions. That symphony of the great outdoors. Entitled... See who that is, Mary.
Why, it's Gracie Allen.
Hello, Gracie.
Well, Jack, Benny, of all people, what are you doing here?
Stuff up the microphones, fellas. Well, Gracie, this is a surprise.
Well, not to me. Georgie Porgy sent me over here to give you an important message. He knows he can trust me on account of I'm unreliable.
Well, why didn't he come himself?
Why?
Yeah.
Why? Well, he had to stay there so you'd know where the message came from.
Oh.
You see, if he came over here, he wouldn't have had to send me with a message.
Oh.
But the message is to you, and you're here. So,
yeah.
it would be very silly for me to go somewhere else with a message for you. Or would it?
Well, I think that...
Oh, hello, Mary. Did you have a good time in New York? Ooh, gee, what a cute hat. Do you like it? Oh, it's beautiful and so original. Just like mine. I must have made it yourself. They are alike, only mine's got something under it. Well, mine is just plain. I like simple things. Have you seen George?
No, Gracie. What's the message he sent to me?
The message?
Yeah.
The message.
Jack, do you think that about him...
Oh, well, here's Georgie Porgy now. Give me a kiss.
Hey, wait a minute.
Gracie, that's Don Wilson.
Oh, it is not. Don Wilson is a box of Jell-O.
Don Wilson is our announcer, and anyway, he's twice as big as George.
Well, who cares? I'm not going to lift him. Oh, and Jack, who's this cute little boy?
That's Kenny Baker, our tenor. Say hello, Kenny.
Hello.
Gee, you're cute. I'll bet you're smart, too.
Am I? I got a mind like a snail with a rheumatism.
Oh, snails with rheumatism. Oh, that must be delicious.
See what you started, Mary? How can a snail get rheumatism?
Sleeping in a shell with a window open. I don't get it.
That we know. Now, look, Gracie, we have a program to do. Have you thought of the message yet?
What message?
The message that George sent.
Oh, you can give it to me later.
Now, look, you told me that...
I give up.
Look, Gracie, it doesn't have anything to do with your starting a new program on the air tomorrow night, does it?
No, this is something important.
Well, isn't that important? You and George are going on the air for Grape Nuts.
We get money.
Quiet, Mary. They'll want it, too. Say, Phil, find out if this is still the Jell-O program, will you?
It certainly is, with those 6 delicious flavors.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and tomato juice.
Now, look, Gracie, if you'll just sit down now and be quiet, we'll go on with the play I was about to announce.
Oh, don't mind me. Oh, Harris's laugh. Oh, Philby.
Phil, come down off the piano.
Oh, no, not me.
Oh. Come on, Philby. Let's go over in the tuba where we can be alone.
Yeah, do that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our feature attraction this evening, we are going to present an old favorite.
Why?
Because one that I know... That's nice. One that I know you'll all be waiting to hear. Another thrilling episode of that rip-snorting drama of the West, Buck Benny Rides Again. Gracie.
Don't mind me. I won't be any trouble.
No, I know that. Now, in our play this evening, Mary Livingston will again be Daisy Carson, my sweetheart. Don and Kenny will be my deputy sheriff, and if Phil Harris will come down off the piano, he can be Pappy.
Well, what'll I be, Jack?
You can be quiet.
Is it much of a part?
I hope so. Now, immediately after the next number, folks, we will take you to the little cow town of Rump State, Texas. Where we find... Come in.
Hello, Jack. Is Gracie here?
Yes, George, Gracie is here, and I wish you'd keep her in your own yard.
Well, I sent her over here to give you some tickets for our broadcast tomorrow night. Where is she?
Well, here I am, Georgie Porgy. Put me down, Phil.
Look, Gracie, what did you do with those tickets I gave you to give Jack?
Well, I put them in your pocket.
Well, then it's lucky I came.
Oh, so that's the message you had for me, Gracie.
Well, yeah. Why didn't you think of it before?
I don't know. I must be slipping.
Well, it's time you woke up.
Mary, what are you laughing at?
I don't know. Hello, George.
Well, I see things are just as crazy on this program.
Well, thanks, George. Thanks for those tickets. Nice dovetailing. And look, we're going to start... we're going to start our play right after the next number. Would you mind keeping an eye on Gracie? You know, keep her under control.
Oh, you're nuts too, huh?
Well, do the best you can. Play, Phil.
Say, Georgie, hasn't Phil Harris got the waviest hair?
Yes, beautiful.
Played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present our latest episode of Buck Benny Rides Again, or Ready, Willing, and Lame. The scene is the office of the sheriff of Cactus County.
Gracie, put that drum back in the orchestra.
Oh, is the drummer too?
Yeah. Starting out. The scene is the office of the sheriff of Cactus County, where we find Buck Benny busy opening his morning mail. Curtain. Music. Doggone these wooden envelopes. Hey, deputies.
Yes, Sheriff.
Come here and help me open this letter.
Why, Buck, you're prying off the top of your desk.
Darn if I ain't. I'm getting into more trouble since I lost my glasses. This morning I put the bridle on the wrong end of my horse.
Say, Sheriff.
Yeah?
You got your pants on backwards, too.
Thanks. I've been looking for my hip pockets all morning. Say, Wilson, any news on Cactus Face?
Nope, ain't seen hide nor hair of him.
Well, it's been going on long enough. We got to get that critter. Dead or alive.
Oh, isn't he wonderful, George?
Quiet, Gracie.
You know, boys, Cactus Face has stolen every cow in these here parts. Fine state of affairs, not a cow left in the county.
Oh, well, that's too bad. I'll be a cow for you. Moo!
Quiet.
Come on, Moon.
Come on. Quiet. Gracie, we're in the sheriff's office. We're in jail.
Oh, yeah? Then where's my daddy?
Now, Gracie, please.
Well, my daddy's in jail more than your daddy, isn't he?
Gracie, go ahead, Jay.
Now, listen, deputies. Getting Cactus Face alive may be dangerous, so be on your guard and stick close together. Meanwhile, I'm going out and investigate.
Good luck, Sheriff.
Good luck, Sheriff.
Good luck, Sheriff.
Thanks, men. Wish I had my glasses, though. I'm blind as a bat. Well, boys, if you need me, I'll be over at Daisy Carson's. So long. Doggone it, I thought there was a door there.
There is now.
Well, a little ventilation won't hurt none. So long, boys. So long.
Oh, wait, I'm going with you.
Oh, no, you're not. Lock her up, men.
Okay.
Steady there, partner. Daisy Carson's house and step on it. Get here! Get here! Buck Benny rides again! Whoa, partner, whoa! Two men on a horse. I wonder if this is still Daisy's house. Haven't been in here in over 6 weeks.
Come in.
Gracie, that's my line.
Why did I say it?
That's fine. You steal my part and then you want a reason.
Well, that's because they haven't got a reason.
You're telling me. Let's split it, Gracie. I'll say come and you say in.
All right.
I wish somebody would say it. It's raining out here.
Come in.
Come in.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and nearsighted.
Well, gal, ain't seen you for some time. You sure look pretty. Lost a little weight, ain't you?
That's the whole tree. I'm over here.
Well, Daisy, it's spring. And you know that old saying, in the spring, a young man's fancy likely turns to the thoughts of love. So I'm going to ask you once more to marry me. Will you, gal?
What did I say last time, Buck?
You said no.
Well, add positively.
Yeah, when you say that, you're a tearing at my heartstrings. I know I ain't much, and I ain't good at the like them now city fellas. But underneath this old red shirt beats a heart of gold.
Oh, what acting. Isn't he wonderful, Mary?
No.
Ain't that the truth?
Thought we locked her up in a cell.
Oh, George, he's thinking of my brother. Oh. My brother's name is Sal. Of course, we only call him Sal for short. His whole name is Imbecile.
Oh, Imbecile, yeah. Is that the one who's living?
No, he's the one who sings tenor.
Oh, the tall one, yes. The one who looks like a steamed clam.
Yeah, the pretty one.
Yeah, the one with the face.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, wait a minute. Save that for tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah? Whose program is this? Is it your program or my program?
It's my program.
Well, then don't act like it's your program.
Gracie, please, go ahead, Jay.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Well, deputies, or well, Daisy. What's your pappy doing these days? I hear he's cut down on his drinking.
Yep, he's only using one arm now.
Oh. How'd that brandy he was making turn out?
Something went wrong with it and it hardened in the bottle.
Too bad. A total loss, eh?
Nope, Pappy just breaks the glass and eats it watermelon style.
Mighty practical idea. Say, Daisy.
Daisy? Oh, what's your name, Mary or Daisy?
Gracie.
Oh, that's silly. Gracie's my name.
I was saying...
I like Mary better than Daisy, don't you, Gracie?
Well, some daisies I like Mary, and some daisies I don't.
Oh, George!
Gracie!
Using Watson, Renaud...
Quiet! Daisy, where's your pappy?
He was papering the room here this morning, and that's the last I saw of him.
Gosh, that is new wallpaper, isn't it? But wait a minute, what's that big lump on the north wall?
Here comes Pappy now.
Hello, Buck.
Hello, Frank.
Mind moving, little Buck? I gotta put some paper right there where you're standing.
Pappy, you're not going to paper the floor, are you?
Shucks, honey, I thought it was the ceiling.
George, that's Phil Harris. Isn't he cute?
No, I am too.
Them darn Easterners are ruining our play.
What was you saying, Buck?
I was saying you did a mighty good job papering. Looks fine.
Doggone it, Daisy, I got bad news for you. I gotta tear down all this paper I put up.
But, Pappy, it looks swell.
Can't help it, honey. I lost my job.
I'll help you find it, Frank.
Okay, look for a lump with a kick in her, Buck.
I always look for a lump after a kick.
There's the phone, Daisy.
Rip off the paper and answer it.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Funny, can't hear a thing.
Thanks, Buck. You found my job.
Here's the phone. Hello. Just a moment. For you, Buck.
Thanks. Hello? Hello, Deputy. What's that? You did? I'll be right with you. So long.
What's up, Buck?
My boy just located a hideout of Cactus Face Elmer. They're waiting for me down by the creek, and I'm heading that way. So long, gal.
So long, Buck.
Come on, partner. Yeah.
Giddy up, partner. Giddy up.
Gracie.
Giddy up, partner.
Giddy up, partner.
Gracie.
Come on, partner. Look, Gracie rides again. Yippee!
My own fault for starting this. Play, Phil.
Everybody would like to think of new and exciting dinners 7 days a week, and no mistake. Of course, there's a limit to the number of kinds of meat or fish you can serve, but when you're thinking of dessert, there's no end to the number of ways in which you can serve Jell-O. And here's a new Jell-O dessert that's bound to make a big hit, Orange and Date Cup. Just dissolve 1 package of orange Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and then chill. Arrange 2/3 of a cup of cut-up oranges and 2/3 of a cup of chopped dates in sherbet glasses. When the Jell-O is slightly thickened, pour it over the fruit and chill until firm. It's refreshing and zestful, while the whole family will certainly enjoy it. So try Orange and Date Cup soon to add that springtime touch to your menus. Order Jell-O tomorrow from your dealer, but be sure you get the real thing, genuine Jell-O. Look for the big red letters on the box.
This is the last number of the 28th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And I want to thank George Burns and Gracie Allen for dropping in on us this evening. Also, to wish them lots of luck on their new series of broadcasts from Grape Nuts over the same network starting tomorrow night. See your local paper for announcement of time. And I hope to see all of my Los Angeles friends at the annual radio editor show at the Shrine Auditorium next Saturday night.
Oh, Jack.
What? What's funny about that?
We laughed when Gracie did it.
Good night, folks. Good night.
Jell-O. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we present Stranger in the House by Michael Clayton Hutton. And here to introduce the play is your producer, Victor Mackerson.
Thank you, Peter. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Clayton Hutton's Stranger in the House is a thriller with a difference. The story of Miles and Ruth, a married couple whose past is shrouded in mystery. A mystery which deepens when a stranger enters their lives to plague them with memories which were best left buried in the past. Our stars tonight are Anthony James and Sheila Holiday as Miles and Ruth. Raina is played by Tony Jay, and as Diana, you will hear Diane Wilson. In just a few moments, the curtain will be going up on tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Stranger in the House.
Glamorous Hollywood film star Debbie Reynolds has this to say about new Lux Beauty Soap.
Lux is the loveliest way I know to help keep our skin beautifully soft all over. And I'm sure you love its perfume as much as I do.
New shape, new perfume, new creamy lather. Now, more than ever, Lux is the beauty soap of the stars. They know that luxurious new Lux really is the perfect beauty care. It's so creamy and gentle, wonderful for the complexion. So take a tip from Hollywood's famous stars and discover for yourself the luxury of new Lux, a beauty treatment every time you bath.
And now we present Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Stranger in the House.
Move this cork in the sherry bottle.
Yeah, let me help you.
Smile, please. Let my hand go.
Oh, very well, Diana. That's the way you want it.
It is. I know you'll send me your wife, but she's my oldest friend, and I'm a guest in her house.
I'm sorry. Forgive me?
Oh, Miles.
If you're angry, I shan't enjoy my New Year's Eve. You'd hate me not to enjoy it, now wouldn't you?
All right, you're forgiven, but...
I know. Don't let it happen again.
Don't.
Well, let's have a drink. We'll all have one, I suppose.
Well, everything seems to be in order in the kitchen. Is that the truth? Is that sherry?
Yes, I poured you one.
It's stormy outside, isn't it? Still, one must expect a bit of weather when one has a house that's built on a cliff top, mustn't one? And I do think this is the most heavenly house. Are you glad to be back in England? Yes, we are, aren't we, Miles?
6 years is a long time.
I can't think why you stayed away so long. You go off for a year and stay 6.
That's the way it goes, Broad.
It just sort of drifted, didn't we, darling? Every month or so we kept saying we must come back. But if there wasn't any real reason for coming back, we didn't, that's all. Nice work you can get it. Oh, darling. My present shares just go on working and working, and I might as well spend what money I've got. Just for fun, I worked it out the other day, and it's going to cost me nearly $60,000 to die. Well, as it is, it costs me 19 and 6 in the pound to live, so what's one to do?
Will you stop chattering? 19 to the dozen. And drink.
Oh, I know. I nearly forgot.
What?
We must let it in.
Let what in?
The new year, of course.
Well, it come in by itself.
There's a ceremony. We really must do it. But I forget what it is.
Oh, that's a help.
I'll go and look it up for you. Where? Well, in fact, it's in here, of course. That's what it's for.
What's the matter, Ruth?
Nothing at all, darling.
What are you smiling about?
Just looking at you.
Oh. Are you pleased with what you see?
Very pleased. I was thinking about something that Diana said just now. Nice work it is really.
What about it?
It suddenly reminded me how spoiled I am. Too much money and not very much sense.
You've got to be jolly clever to have too much money these days. I should leave the sense to other people.
I can't help it, you know. I feel like saying to people, I can't help being rather a silly woman. I can't help not having very much brain, and the money was left to me.
That sherry's gone to your head.
And then there's you.
What about me?
Oh, people ought not to be in love after 6 years of marriage. Sometimes I think it's all too good to last.
Ruth, I have something to tell you.
Something nice?
No, not very.
Oh?
Diana.
What about her?
In the words of our cheaper novelist, I made a pass at her.
When?
Last night, after you'd gone upstairs.
Why?
I don't know quite. She's there, looking very attractive. I'm a man.
In love with his wife?
Yes.
What a silly thing to do.
I know. Is that all you're going to say?
I'm not going to throw a thing, if that's what you mean.
You really are an extraordinary woman. stupid deed that if I went off for a thoroughly bad weekend, the first thing you'd say when I came in would be, have you had your breakfast?
If you had been off for one, nothing I could say could make any difference, could it?
Did I hear you say just now that you were a stupid woman?
I suppose there must be degrees of stupidity, that's all.
Who's that? You know, I've been thinking about practicing again.
You mean medicine?
Yeah. Would you mind?
And you've forgotten, don't you? 6 years is a long time. It'd be too awful if you went and gave everyone the wrong bottle.
I don't think I'd do that.
Anyway, I was the nicest patient you ever had. And what's more, I always paid my bills at once.
Yes, only because you could then send for me on the slightest pretext.
You've been telling me I chased you, Nick.
But you did. You were the scandal of Westover. I'm sorry, darling.
That's all right.
It slipped out. The name.
It's all right, dear. Don't go on about it.
Oh, I've hurt you now, haven't I?
Miles.
Yes?
I love you very much.
Still?
Yes, still. And you?
Still, darling.
It's been worth it, hasn't it?
Oh, yes, Ruth. It's been worth it.
There's some terribly interesting things in this encyclopedia.
Are there, Diana?
Did you find the rules for... Oh, I didn't have to. I suddenly remembered. A dark man has to go outside and carry a piece of coal in.
What, in all that rain?
It stopped then. And you're dark. And a man.
You're mad, the pair of you.
So you ring the bell, and then we let you in, and you wish us a happy new year, and march through the house and go out.
Well, then what do I do? Spend the night in the coal shed?
Then you come in, and we give you an enormous drink. Now, you better go out and find a nice piece of coal.
But it isn't midnight yet.
I know, but we must have a rehearsal.
Oh, dear. Which door do I go to?
The back. It's a sort of symbol. You know, the year that's at the back of us. No, you're wrong, dear. It's the front.
You wouldn't like me to run round the house chanting carols, would you?
Well, try the back. And if that isn't right, we'll know, and then you can try the front. Now go along and find the coal.
I have a feeling that all this is going to end in terrible disaster.
Oh, dear, I am out of practice. No. It's pretty. What is it? I like it. Etude by Chopin. Nice. Ruth? Yes? I'm so glad everything turned out so well for you both. Thank you. There's something else. I know Diana. Miles told me. You didn't think he would? No, I didn't. He goes up in my estimation for that. We tell each other everything. That's Miles now. Don't get up. I'll go. There's no one here. Oh, then he's at the back. Well, I'll see him. Go on playing. What are you doing, Miles, darling? Diana's gone round the back to let you in. Don't be tiresome, dear. Do shut that door. There's a terrible draught. Miles,
Good evening, ma'am. The door wasn't properly closed.
Can I help you?
Well, ma'am, you could ask me in for a moment. I mean, out of this rain. Which it is.
I'm afraid I can't ask you in because...
Oh, good. Fighting it is, ma'am.
I know all that, but...
And it's New Year's Eve.
Very well, but only for a minute.
Nice. Very nice, ma'am.
What is?
This room. Great taste, if I may say so, ma'am. Oh, dear. Oh, sorry about that, ma'am.
That's a very nasty cough you have.
That's me heart, ma'am.
Sounded more liquid than that. Tell me, what can I do for you?
Well, I seem to have got myself lost, ma'am. I saw your light.
If it wasn't for your heart, I'd offer you a drink.
Oh, one won't hurt, ma'am. If you have such a thing, brandy would be very nice.
More one?
Oh, ma'am.
There you are.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, and for heaven's sake, stop calling me ma'am.
Calling you what, ma'am?
Ma'am. Now, why were you walking around out in the rain?
I had to, miss. Get this.
What is this? I can't see what's inside that paper.
A plant, miss. Grows up on the edge of the cliff. I'm a sort of authority on cliff plants, if you know what I mean.
Well, it's nothing to do with me, but isn't it rather silly in your condition to go climbing around cliffs in the rain?
Oh, ma'am, sorry, I mean Mrs.
Curzon. Mrs. Curzon. You know this fool of a husband of it. I fear this gentleman seems to be lost.
Evening, sir. Good evening. Evening, miss.
Good evening.
I'm sorry to burst in on you like this, sir. I want to get to Latham.
Well, that's a good 10 or 12 miles.
As much as that, sir? Oh, well, I must be off or I'll never make it tonight. You don't know what time the buses go, do you?
No, I'm afraid I don't. You see, we've only been here a very short time. A week, actually, so we haven't found out any of those sort of things.
I hate to say it, but I think you'll find the last one is gone.
Oh. Oh, dear me. Oh, well, never mind. Done more walking than most in my time. Thanks for the drink, ma'am. Oh, sorry, Mrs. Curzon.
Not at all. Good night, Mr.
Rayner. Charlie Rayner. R-A-Y-N-O-R.
Good night, Mr. Rayner.
Oh, before I go, what time is... Well.
Is there something the matter, Mr. Rayner?
That clock on the mantelpiece.
It's a very beautiful clock.
Yes, miss. Very beautiful.
You study clocks as well as cliff plants, Mr. Rayner?
Oh, sometimes, you know, Mrs. Curzon. Not all the time, of course. But now and then one catches me fancy.
And my clock catches your fancy?
Yes, Mrs. Curzon.
Why?
Because it's only the second like it I've seen.
Now, there you're wrong, because there isn't another like it. I found it in a tiny village in Italy about 10 years ago. Quite unique.
Is that so now? Unique? Well, I could have sworn I'd seen one like it somewhere.
Well, I'm afraid you haven't.
Let me think, sir. Those little cherubs the clock's mounted on. Isn't one of the arrows missing? One of the arrows that little boy's got in his...
As a matter of fact, it is, yes. It was missing and I got it in the first place.
And one of the little boys turns round on his base.
Yes, but...
And underneath him there's a little drawer for a key.
Yes, there is. That's quite correct, but...
Still, there it is. And talking about clocks won't get me to Latham, will it now?
No, it won't. Will it, Mr. Rayner?
I hope I have enough sense, Mrs. Curzon.
No. What makes you think that?
Well, you've gone quite pale. Quite sudden. Well, thank you again, and good night.
Mr. Rayner, you'll probably think I'm very silly, but could you remember just where you saw this clock? Or one like it?
Mr. Rayner will never get to Latham, dear, if you don't let him go now.
I won't keep him a minute, darling, but I would like to know.
You know, ma'am, I can't for the life of me remember where it was.
Do think carefully, very carefully. It's very important.
No good. Afraid I can't remember. I'm so sorry I can't help you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Really, Ruth, you do go on.
Sorry, Miles, but I was curious and... Oh, dear.
What is it now?
He's left it behind.
Left what behind?
His plant. You'll be so upset. Miles, dear.
No. Much as I love you, no. I'm prepared to carry coals to Newcastle for you in the pouring rain on New Year's Eve. But I am not chasing down the road after an old drunk with a bit of seaweed.
Oh, look, it's nearly 12. Oh, Miles, hurry up.
For what?
Well, get that piece of coal from the kitchen table and go outside again.
Oh.
I'm not going to have my New Year ruined by some dreadful old man of the night. Well, go on, Miles. Just stand there. Look at the clock.
Oh, I've had enough of that confounded clock for one day, thank you. All right, I'm going.
Oh, now then, Ruth. Just stand there as though you were in a trance. I'm all right. Of course you are. I'll go and take Miles outside. The clock. No. Can you know? Oh.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Back again, Mr. Rayner?
Yes, you see, I forgot...
I know your plan. Here it is.
Oh, Mrs. Curzon, I've suddenly remembered where I saw it.
The clock?
Yes.
Have you, Mr. Rayner?
Yes, it was a small village. Nowhere you'd know. little village down in Devon called...
Westover.
That's right. Pretty little.
Yes, a pretty little place.
I fancy you know him.
My husband and I used to live in Westover a long time ago.
When you were first married to Mr. Curtin?
No. I lived there with my first husband.
So this is your second attempt, so to speak?
Yes, this is my second attempt, as you call it.
Unpleasant thing, divorce, Mrs. Curtin.
There was no need for a divorce, Mr. Rayner. Perhaps you'd like something to eat before you go.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Mrs. Curtin.
If you'd like to go into the kitchen, I'll get you something.
Mrs. Curtin, why have you offered me food?
Because I thought you'd be hungry.
Is that the only reason?
Of course. What other reason could there be?
That's funny.
Why?
Because I knew you would ask me. I'll go into the kitchen, Mrs. Curtin.
Well, I think Miles on to the front. Ah, here he comes now.
Miles?
Yes?
Miles,
What's the matter, darling?
Mr. Rayner has come back. He's in the kitchen.
Well, then I'll give him something to eat and send him packing.
Darling, what's the matter with you? You're dreadful.
He remembered where he saw the clock before.
Did he? Well, what is it?
Westover. Miles, he said Westover was a pretty place.
Oh,
Darling, don't you see?
Please, darling, pull yourself together. Happy New Year.
A Happy New Year, Miles. Paper? The paper? No, Diana, I haven't. Perhaps Mr. Rayner has it. By the way, where is he? 10 minutes ago, he was eating his fourth kipper.
I expect he's gone weed hunting again. I hope he falls over the cliff.
Diana.
I mean it. Of course, I think he's gone stark raving mad. Do you realize that man has now been in this house for 4 whole days?
He's going this morning.
Who said so?
Miles. He's going to tell him before lunch.
Why, you had to ask him to stay at all, I can't imagine.
Diana, it was a terrible night, and it was New Year's Eve. Oh, he looked so miserable and wretched.
It all sounds most peculiar to me.
What does?
All that nonsense about his having to get to Lacey. He hasn't mentioned the place since. It's perfectly clear he's a very well-organized tramp who gets a very nice living like this.
Then how do you explain the clock?
There's nothing to explain. He obviously had a good look at it while you were getting him his drink.
Then how did you know about Westover?
He didn't. You admitted that yourself. You said you supplied the name for him.
Maybe you're right. Anyway, he's going today. It hasn't really been much trouble.
Well, apart from the fact that he eats like a horse, has waited on hand and foot, coughs and spits all over the house, and drunk 2 whole bottles of brandy and hides the morning paper. Apart from that, I should say he was the perfect guest for a long weekend. Having said my piece, would you like some tea?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Diana. I just want to see what there is for lunch.
I'm taking it upstairs. Come up when you're ready.
Thanks, Diana.
Ruth, look what I've been digging out.
What on earth is all that?
Odds and ends from the surgery. I packed them away in this box before we left.
What are they?
Oh, let me see now. This one's zinc ointment.
That awful-looking thing, what's that?
A scalpel. I did my first operation with that and kept it as a souvenir.
And that blue jar?
That's morphia.
I thought morphia was a liquid.
It can be either. What are we having for lunch?
Sardines, I'm afraid.
Then I'll tell you what you can do. Give the morphia to Rayner for lunch. It should be delicious with sardines.
Oh, put it away and don't make too much mess. I'm going to have some tea with Diana.
All right. Oh, you're back.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. It'll be the death of me.
You shouldn't walk up it then, should you?
Oh, must have a breath of fresh air after breakfast. That's better. Nice armchair in front of a warm fire.
Must it cough like that, Mr. Rayner?
Can't help coughing now, can I?
A little bit brandy might help.
Those doctor's orders.
They could be, yes.
That reminds me. I must ask the good lady for another blanket. Quite chilly I was last night.
You won't be needing another blanket.
No?
No.
Now, what does that mean, I wonder?
It means that you're leaving this house today.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Oh, this needs a bit of thinking about, this does. You can't just turn a man out into the street.
There's a perfectly satisfactory bus service that will take you to Latham.
I don't think I've got my fare.
It'll give me the greatest pleasure in the world to present you with your fare.
Oh, well, this has come as a shock. Yes, indeed, it has given me quite a turn. I think I shall have to have just a small brandy.
If you so much as touch that decanter, Mr. Rayner, I shall knock it out of your hand.
Now, that would be a silly thing to do, wouldn't it? Hitting a sick man. And if you did that, the sick old man would have to turn a bit nasty now, wouldn't it?
Mr. Rayner, if you are not out of this house within 1 hour, I shall call the police and have you thrown out.
And what will you tell them, Mr. Curzon?
The truth?
People who shout about the police never tell them the truth. Not the old truth, anyway. Well, it's up to you.
What's up to me?
Which of us sends for them, Mr. Curzon? Either I stay here and you send for them, or out I go and see them.
And tell them what, may I ask?
Nice material in those curtains. Heavy. I've always liked heavy material. Nice wood on the piano. Good polish. Mind you, needs tuning a bit from what I've heard. Nice fireplace. Big. I like big grates. Can't be bothered with the modern ones. Comfortable bed in there, beautiful view, see under my window. Good brandy. Brandy's so good for me heart. Nice house. Nice glass. Nice atmosphere. In fact, Mr. Curzon, a very nice house and a very nice life. Now, which of us is going with the police? Who are you? Charles Rayner, who wouldn't hurt a fly. Unless a fly worries him, Mr. Curzon.
And what would you tell the police if you sent for them?
About a necklace your wife was wearing at dinner last night. A necklace with a large sapphire in the centre.
What about it?
Just that she shouldn't have that necklace, that's all.
Why not? Why shouldn't a woman have a necklace that's her own?
Because that necklace was supposed to have been stolen, wasn't it?
Stolen by whom?
The man who murdered your wife's first husband.
Murder?
But you wouldn't know about that. How could you? Your wife's husband was called Brooke, Mr. Curzon. David Brooke. He had a lot of letters after his name to prove he was an architect, but he didn't need the letters or the money he made because he was a very wealthy gentleman.
You're not telling me anything I don't know, Mr. Rayner.
Well, one fine night, some man comes along, sees a light in the house, knows Mr. Brooke is alone, working on some papers, knows there's a packet of jewellery in his desk. Mrs. Brooke's jewellery. So, what does that man do, Mr. Curzon? He enters the house, kills Mr. Brooke, and vanishes into the night with the jewellery.
Mr. Rayner, what are you trying to do? For 6 years, my wife and I have tried to escape from that story. Why are you bringing it back into this house?
It was in this house already.
How?
That necklace Mrs. Curzon was wearing last night was part of the stolen jewellery.
The police recovered the jewellery.
Not all of it, Mr. Curzon. They never recovered a necklace with a large sapphire set in it.
How do you know what they recovered and what they didn't recover?
Oh, I know. I know better than most. Because, you see, I was on the case.
You were in the police, Mr. Rayner?
That's right. Attached to the yard. Homicide squad. We were sent down to Westerner.
That's why you remembered the clock?
That's right. And I had to check all the stuff that was stolen when we got it back from the pawnbroker.
And the man had pawned it, had he?
Well, what there was of it.
Wasn't there very much?
Not what there should have been. That's what always worried me, what always seemed suspicious.
Why?
Well, look at the matter this way, Mr. Curzon. A man sets out to rob another man. He finds out where the stuff is kept. And yet he only takes the small stuff. He leaves all the big, valuable stuff in another drawer. And don't forget, Mr. Curzon, he had to kill to get the stuff. Now, does a man commit murder for pennies when the pounds are stuck under his nose?
But you said the necklace was stolen.
By mistake.
If a man goes to steal, he doesn't take valuable pieces of jewelry by mistake, Mr. Rayner.
If He goes to steal. What do you mean? Only that this man didn't go to steal. He went to murder.
Then why bother to steal anything?
As a blind.
For murder?
Exactly. And having taken the jewelry, he went to pawn it to get rid of it. And because the jeweler would have remembered to face the pawned a valuable piece like that necklace your wife was wearing last night, he took it out of the collection and pawned only the little useless stuff. And the man was right, you know, Miss Curtin, because although we questioned him for hours, the pawnbroker couldn't remember what the man looked like.
Then what do you think the man did with the necklace?
He kept it.
And how did he get back with the other things when they were returned to my wife?
It was never returned to your wife, Mr. Curtin. It was returned to your wife's doctor. Your wife collapsed at the time with shock. When the jewelry was recovered, it was returned to her doctor.
Indeed. And then he gave it back to my wife. Is that it?
More or less. But in giving it back to her, he also returned the sapphire necklace, which he had kept.
I see. And could you tell me why anyone should want to murder Mr. Brooks?
Why do men ever murder other men, Mr. Curtin? There's always one thing or other, money or women. In this case, it was both. Money mostly, but he couldn't get the money without the woman, so he murdered and then married.
And so you say the doctor murdered Mr. Brooks?
That's right.
And what happened to the doctor then?
He married Mrs. Brooks, Mr. Curtin.
And did Mrs. Brooks know all this?
Oh, no. No. She was in love with the doctor. She was having, for want of a better word, an affair with him, Mr. Curtin.
Surely the return of the necklace with the recovered jewelry could have been very dangerous. What if the woman had mentioned it to the police?
Oh, she was too ill. She didn't even go to the inquest. The next we knew, she'd been taken abroad for her health.
There was a verdict at the inquest?
Robbery with violence. And murder against person or persons unknown, Miss Curtin.
Tell me something, Mr. Rayner. What was your own theory? Or the theory of the police?
Oh, all of us. But we couldn't prove it.
I gather you left the police, Mr. Rayner?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Well, seeing as we're all being honest, I borrowed some money belonging to the Detectives Benevolent Fund.
You were sacked for theft, in other words?
Crudely, yes.
Isn't it rather odd that the police, sharing your views in this case, have done nothing further about it?
Well, there was nothing they could do, unless...
Unless what?
Unless they found the necklace.
Tell me, Mr. Rayner, are they going to be told where that necklace is now?
Well, now, sir, that rather depends.
How much?
How much what?
Money.
None, Mr. Curtin.
You don't want money?
Good gracious, no, sir.
What in the name of heaven do you want?
A home, sir. A nice home with fires and a garden, with a piano and a bedroom that overlooks the sea. Good food, drink. Nice, friendly couple to look after me.
You mean you want to settle here?
In this house. That's right.
My wife would never leave it.
I don't want you to leave, Mr. Curtin. Now, what would be the sense of that? No, you must stay. I mean, you would see them with food and drink if you left. Who would clean your room and who would I talk to? Now, what would I do in a great big house like this all on my own? Oh, no. You'll stay. And we'll be one big, happy family. Don't you think so, Mr. Curtin?
Don't come near me.
Ruth, we must be calm.
I am calm and quiet. That's what frightens me. I ought to pick up that phone, ask the police, and tell them what you've told me. I ought to ring them and say I'm married to a murderer. Come and take him away. I've never known what people meant when they said they were so frightened that their hearts stood quite still. I know now.
You're frightened of me?
No, not of you. That's the odd thing. Of him.
What are we going to do?
We must get out of this house. We'll go Somewhere where he can't find us, where he can never touch us.
We can't run away.
Then what do we do? Spend the rest of our lives with that foul creature sitting between us, eating with us, intruding into every part of our life. Is that what we've got to do?
I don't know. I thought until my brain won't think anymore.
Why did you do it?
Because I wanted you so much. And because I've made you happy, I began to believe that in some way I've made up for what I've done.
I've read about it so often, and I never believed it.
Read what?
That a man kills, and then a woman helps him, hides him. But I could never think why they did it. Now, I'm standing here, watching you, noticing all the things I've always noticed. Your hair, your eyes, the way your shoulders curve. I'm standing here, still loving you. Loving you and being afraid for you.
But afraid, Ruth, we shall never get away from him. Never. Do you hear me? Never.
We shall get away from him. If we don't, then each day we shall get a little more apart. A little more of us will die every day. Hate will grow inside us, and finally we shall both die inside, and he'll go on sitting, and we shall just move about doing what he wants us to do. Miles.
Yes?
Does anyone know he's here?
Only Diana.
Where is she?
She went down to the village.
Anyone else besides Diana?
I don't know. Why?
No one else knows. It won't be so hard.
No, Ruth.
No, what, Miles?
You kept the jar of morphia.
Yes, you can see I have.
Put it down. That isn't the way.
Please don't shout.
Give me that jar at once.
Miles, what has happened has happened. Nothing we can say or think can alter that now. You've made me very happy. Happier than I've ever been. In a strange sort of way, your crime has become my crime. Miles, Reno said he'd be back for tea. I want to see him alone. Please go upstairs.
On one condition, that you don't do anything silly.
I shall only talk to him.
You promise?
I promise. Now, please, go upstairs. So there you are. I told you not to stay out too long in this wind.
Is that the tea?
Yes, I've just brought the tray in.
Oh, give it to me. I'll take it over by the fire.
No, it's... Oh, now look what you've made me do. I've dropped my handbag.
Oh, dear me. Everything out of it all over the floor. But don't you worry. We'll have it all back in a jiffy.
No, please don't. I can manage. You start your tea. I get clumsier as I get older. Silly place to leave a handbag on the arm of a chair.
I could never understand why you women carry so much junk about with you. Everything here but the kitchen stove. You'd have that in here, too, if there was room.
Yes.
Now, take this jar here. Why, in heaven's name, do you carry that around with you?
That? Oh, that. It's only hand cream. I forgot to leave it upstairs.
Hand cream.
Thank you, Mr. Rayner. Well, I think that's all. Now, sit down here and have your tea.
This is what I call cozy. A nice cup of tea by the fire.
Mr. Rayner, you've been at it again.
Been at what?
The brandy.
Now, look, didn't I promise you?
You promised me twice a day, but the bottle gets lower and lower.
Well...
And I don't like the way you're coughing.
Charlie Rayner. Charlie Rayner will outlive the lot of you. Don't you worry your head about me.
If anything did happen to you, who would I get in touch with?
No one. I haven't got a relative in the world.
I see. That's rather sad. No one at all in the world.
Man's better off without relatives.
In that case, you'll have to let me look after you, won't you? That's why I want you to go straight to bed.
But look, Mrs. Curzon...
It's high time someone took a firm hand with you. I'm going to have your chest looked at in the morning.
Who are you going to get a look at it?
The doctor from the village. Now, go along.
Look at you, bullying me.
You need it.
Listen. If I go upstairs, can I have a bread?
No. Not till I'm told by the doctor that you may.
Now, look, just one won't kill me, will it?
Kill you?
Just one.
Well, we'll see. Perhaps. If you go along upstairs, and I'll get the doctor to come and see you in the morning.
You know, Sally?
What?
I think I like being bullied.
Go along. Up to your room.
All right. You won't forget what you said, will you, about bringing me...
No, I won't forget. Hello? This is Mrs. Curzon from Clifftop. Could I please speak to Dr. Seaton? Diana, have you seen Rayner?
Rayner? Isn't he in bed? He's been there for a week or more.
He's not there now. His overcoat's missing. I expect he's slipped out. To the pub. Oh, I imagine so.
Ruth, what's going on in this house?
Nothing as far as I know.
Oh, very well. I've already stayed here far too long. I'll go back to town in the morning.
Oh, no, Diana, please don't.
Oh, Ruth, I'm not a fool. Something sinister's happening here. If I stay, I want to know what it is.
Why do you say that?
Because I think I know why that man is in this house. I believe it's because of a very terrible idea I've had in the back of my mind for years.
What sort of terrible idea?
Murder.
Do you have to remind me of that?
Aren't you being reminded of it every day?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Very well, if you're determined to be stubborn. But, oh, please do one thing for me.
What?
Whatever has happened, whatever is happening, and what is much more important, whatever may happen, don't do anything without thinking, without telling me. Do you understand that, Ruth? Don't do a thing without telling me.
Still not back, Ruth?
No.
You're like exhausted.
Oh, I am.
How is Rayner? What did Seaton say today?
About the same, nothing dangerous. Just an alarmingly high blood pressure to a drink.
Ruth?
Yes?
It will have to be tonight.
Must it be tonight?
Neither of us can stand any more of this.
But must it be tonight? Couldn't we just wait a little and...
No, it couldn't be more suitable. An old man with a bad heart, under doctor's orders, plays truant. He gets out of a warm bed on a bitterly cold night. He slips down to the local pub and drinks too much.
He may not be at the pub.
Oh, he will be. He'll be seen drinking heavily.
He hasn't any money.
I gave him some money. Rather, I played cards with him and saw that he won. He won £6 from me this afternoon. £6 worth of drink could kill even a healthy man.
You think of everything, don't you, Miles?
I try to, darling. The minstrel boy is wending his way home. When he comes in, humor him and get into bed.
Supposing it's difficult to
He'll do it for you.
And then?
Take his milk up to him. Stay with him while he drinks it, and then leave him. But remember, stay with him while he drinks it.
How did you tell me? I emptied it out of the jar and into the sugar bowl on the tray with the milk.
Give him the milk first of all, without the sugar.
Without sugar?
You notice at once. It hasn't any in it. Take the milk back from him, apologize, and then put in the sugar.
How much?
Quantity, I told you.
And then?
Watch him drink it, and then leave him.
And then what shall I do, Miles?
Nothing until the morning. What time is Seaton coming in the morning?
9.
Good. Then you will not wake Rayner in the morning. Or rather, you will not take his breakfast up to him. You'll have it ready at 9, and you'll take Seaton up with you when you go. You will discover Mr. Rayner together.
Are you sure he won't be able to trace it?
He could if he looked. He won't. He's been treating Rainer for hard. And after this excursion into the village, he won't be so very surprised.
You've got it all worked out, haven't you, Miles?
It's your idea.
Of course it was. Miles?
Yes?
There won't be any pain, will there? I couldn't bear that.
Not at all. I promise you that. You just doze and doze and just look back.
Good evening to you.
You'd better come in before you fall down.
Charlie Rayner fall down? Don't talk such rubbish.
Of course you won't fall down, Mr. Rayner. But you'd better come in and get warm.
Ah, there she is. That's my girl. The only living soul who's ever spoilt me. And I like it.
I ought to be very angry with you. You've probably given yourself pneumonia.
Never a day's illness in my life.
Look at him. Something with upstairs to bed. Now go along. I'll bring your milk up to you.
I hate milk. Germs in it.
No, Diana, Mr. Rayner. Never difficult, are you?
Can be sometimes.
Go along upstairs. Diana will help you. Yes, of course I will. Come along, Mr. Rayner.
Bullying me. What you're all doing, bullying me.
I'll be up presently. Give me your hand.
You're pretty.
Thank you, sir. Mine's upstairs.
Can I have my book? My murder book.
Of course you may have it when you get upstairs.
I could write a book. You know that.
Well, suppose you write it upstairs.
A wonderful book. All about people.
Well, that makes a nice change. Mind you don't trip on the rug.
Live people, dead people. Only one of them's got to die.
Ah.
Because he killed him.
I can see it's going to be one of these books with a difference. Who killed who?
I told you. Doctor killed the architect.
Oh, that's fine. The doctor killed... Yes. You told me, didn't you?
Of course I did. Then he pinches the wife. Easy, see?
I'm beginning to. And the wife, does she know about the murder?
Of course not. Spoil the book.
Yes, I suppose it would.
Well, I know about it. And I'm going to write it.
Up you come, Mr. Rayner. We're doing wonderfully.
No.
You must tell me more about this book.
Not till I've had a drink of brandy.
You'll get your drink of brandy, I promise you.
Oh.
Because I want you to tell me the whole story. Oh.
Morning, Diana.
Morning, Miles. You're late getting up, aren't you? It's after 10.
It's just like 10 logs. I've only just woken.
But you know about...
Yes. Who told me?
She and Dr. Chesterton went into the room.
I know.
Ruth and I, we were both upset. I just went out for a breath of air.
Oh, what did you do?
Walked along the cliff and thought.
Like what?
People and things. Things people do to each other. Then I thought about books.
Fiction?
Mostly about a man I knew who was going to write a book. A book about murder.
Did he finish the book, your friend?
No, he got stuck in the end. You see, he was writing from life, and he had to wait for the end to happen.
What was this book about, Diana?
About a girl who goes down to stay for a few days with some people in the country. And before she knows where she is, she's outstayed her welcome. And is surrounded by murder.
If that happened, wouldn't she go to the police?
She was very tempted to. But she was very fond of one of the people concerned and wasn't at all sure how involved this person was.
If I were you, I'd suggest to your friend that he tries comedy. That would be more his line, I think.
You're very certain of yourself, aren't you, Miles?
I know what I want.
And it doesn't matter how you get it.
The end, not the means, that matters.
I agree with you. What time did Susan say he'd be back?
I think we said about 10:30.
About half an hour. And they'll take him... I don't... They'll take Ray...
Yes, they'll take him away.
Is there no one to notify? A friend or relative?
No one, apparently.
What a lonely way to die.
Death is rather lonely, you know.
Yes, Ruth. Ruth, are you all right? All right. Oh, but I would like some tea. I don't make it.
Ruth, did Dr. Seaton say anything about the death certificate?
He said he'd bring it with him.
I'm trying not to look so worried.
It's that locked door.
It has to be locked. Police will be there. I say, it gave me rather a shock when I tried it. Why didn't you wake me?
You were sleeping so soundly, Miles. When Dr. Seaton arrived, I explained to him that you and Diana were still sleeping, and we went into the room together.
Yeah.
You were right. He looked very peaceful. He was in exactly the same position as I left him in last night. Made me feel a little better.
One day you'll learn to believe me, Ruth.
Yes, I shall, shan't I, Miles? What are you doing?
Looking for a letter. I thought it was here on the desk.
Are you sure?
What do you mean, I'm sure?
You sure you're looking for a letter?
Of course. I just said so, haven't I?
Miles, do you feel anything about what we've done?
I feel relief.
No horror. No disgust.
What? What's the matter with you?
I'm not sure. I know, but I'm still frightened. I thought that when it was over, I shouldn't be, that we could go back to where we were, but now I know we shall never go back, Miles, never.
Why not?
Because the thing we've done to keep us together always be between us. In time, we shall hate each other for what we've done. And I think I shall always be a little frightened of you as well.
Of me? Why?
Because you kill so easily.
But that particular life meant nothing to anybody in the world.
It meant enough for us to end it, Ruth. So please, touch me.
Go upstairs and rest. I'll deal with Stephen when he arrives.
I think I'm seeing you for the first time, Miles. Seeing you and not liking what I see. I'm thinking of David, just as I'm thinking of Raina.
Have you lost your senses?
No, I found them. I found them for the first time in 6 years.
You're talking and behaving as though you had nothing to do with this business, Ruth. As though the whole thing has come as a complete shock to you. Have you forgotten why Raina had to die?
Was it to keep me, Miles? Did you love me so much that you could kill twice?
I didn't kill Raina.
What did you say then, Miles?
I said I didn't kill Raina.
I see. I killed him, didn't I?
You gave him the milk, Diana, so you go and get it for him. She saw you take it up to him. I didn't go into his room at all.
Miles, when you said a few minutes ago that you were looking for a letter, are you sure you weren't looking for this?
Get that to me immediately, Ruth.
Passport with brand new visas for France.
Give it to me.
No.
Drop it in the fire, would you? Get out of my way.
No, Miles. Too many people have had to get out of your way. You were leaving England, weren't you?
Nonsense.
Is it nonsense that in your wallet there was a steamer ticket for the 15th of next month? A steamer ticket issued last Saturday, the day you had to go up to London to see about your work?
You're quite certain there were not 2 tickets?
Quite certain. I've never prayed so hard in my life. Prayed that there was another ticket there somewhere, but there wasn't.
When did you find it?
Last night. So the whole thing's been a lie, hasn't it? A gigantic lie that's lasted 6 years.
You've been happy for 6 years.
Because I had to be. You had to make me happy, didn't you? That was all part of your plan, wasn't it?
And exactly what do you intend to do now that you know the truth?
There is nothing I can do. Nothing at all.
You've had a very good 6 years, Ruth. It is more than most people have. More than I've had.
It's been so dreadful for you then.
Dreadful? Have you ever had to make love to someone you didn't love? Have you ever had to force yourself against everything in your own nature, merely to please someone else? Do you know what it means for 6 years to drive yourself to be pleasant, to be passionate, to be kind, even very often to be civil, when everything inside you is bursting to get away, gnawing away inside you to let you out of it? You think those 6 years have been easy for me?
I'm sorry I was always so dull.
Oh, you weren't dull, Ruth. It would have been easier if you had been.
You have never loved me for one single moment, have you, Miles?
Never.
And now there is nothing I can do, is there?
I can't afford to make mistakes. Not even over a simple thing like who gives who a glass of milk, who puts the sugar in it.
Do you feel nothing for me at all?
Oh, pity. Because you're weak, and I despise grit.
I don't want your pity, Miles. It's been bad enough to hear you throw back into my face every minute of those 6 years. In any case, I don't need your pity.
Are you so sure of that?
As sure as I am that you won't be using that steamer ticket.
And what's going to stop you?
I am.
Indeed.
Suppose that sounds rather silly. Stupid, boring, loving Ruth. Ruth who nauseated you with love, embarrassed you with affection. This same Ruth is going to stop you.
How, may I ask, is this to be done?
How, Miles? Very easily. By not loving you. By producing the one thing that can stop you. Look over to the stairs, Miles.
What?
Rainer! Rainer, with the glass of milk still in his hand. Ruth, what does this mean? So you're in this too, Diana?
I, as you say, am in it too.
What about Seaton?
Dr. Seaton, there's a whole revolting story. You've already been to the police.
They'll be here in no time. A very efficient body, the police.
Oh, well, if you think you've got the better of me,
You take the trouble to look outside, Miles. You'll see a man at the gate. You have only to shout and he'll be here.
Which reminds me, I must go and have a word with him.
Hadn't you better put that glass down first?
The glass. How are you? Yes, of course. It's a good job I don't like milk, isn't it, Mr. Curtin? Full of germs, it is, full of them. If you people want me, just give a shout. I'm just ready for a breath of fresh air. Shutting me up in that bedroom all the time? It isn't natural.
Ruth, I want to speak to you alone.
I'm not leaving this room.
Diana, go into the kitchen, will you?
No, I won't leave you alone with him.
Please, Ruth, take very little time.
He won't touch me, Diana. He finds touching me repellent. Don't you, Miles?
I'll stay on the other side of the door.
If he tries to, he won't. Well, Miles, what is it?
Ruth, you can't do this.
You're wrong. I am doing it.
Has Seaton really spoken to the police?
Yes, and so have I.
The locked door.
That was the only way we could stop you from getting in, from finding out what had really happened.
I can't believe it.
Diana and Raynor showed me the truth about you. Then I found the passport and the tickets, and I knew they were right.
You really give me up to that?
You gave me up.
But you love me.
Did I? I can't remember.
It doesn't matter what I do. You'll always love me.
You're wrong. I'll always love you. But it does matter what you do.
But tell you honestly. Tell me that you feel nothing for me now.
Only pity. They're coming, Miles.
Look, last night.
What about it?
Last night. Did you put the sugar in the milk?
Yes, I obeyed your instructions very carefully.
Thank you for that. And I never really liked milk either, till this moment.
Miles, what was that piece we used to play? Supper! That's you! I should have been all arrangements were straight. That's not the thing but not now.
So why not make Lux your beauty care?
In tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Stranger in the House, you heard Anthony James as Miles and Sheila Holliday as Ruth. Diana was played by Diane Wilson, and Raynor was portrayed by Tony Jay.
Stranger in the House by Michael Clayton Hutton was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Victor Matheson and directed by David Manley. Next week, Lux Radio Theatre takes great pleasure in presenting The Long Frontier, a radio play specially written for Settlers' Day by Alistair Scobie. Listen next Sunday night at 8:30 to a saga of drama and adventure dedicated to the pioneers who helped to build our country in The Long Frontier, presented by Lux Radio Theatre. Until then, this is Peter Tobin bidding you all good night.
television service brings you the Hollywood Radio Theater, starring Dick Powell in Island in the Sky. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The Warner Brothers picture, Island in the Sky, was based on the best-selling novel by Ernest K. Gann, a masterpiece of drama involving aeroplanes and the men who fly them. As we shall see in tonight's thrilling attempt to rescue a crew of men isolated in the Arctic wasteland. And as our star of this Batch Act production, we have one of those amazing triple threat men of Hollywood. Actor, director, producer, Dick Powell. Now Act One of Island in the Sky, starring Dick Powell as Dooley.
This is a story about professional pilots and their special guarded world. Their island in the sky. In the world aloft, the age-old factors of life and death assume their proper values. That's why professional pilots are uncomplicated, simple men. Their thinking must be straightforward, or they die violently. In World War II, many professional airline pilots were attached to the Army Air Transport Command. They were of the Army, but not in it. First of all, they were flyers. In the icy emptiness above the Himalayas, in the skies of the South Seas, North Africa, and the cloudy vastness over Greenland and Labrador, they flew the material of war. Men like Murray, D'Annunzio, Stankowski, Lovett, and Dooley.
D'Annunzio.
Yeah, Captain?
See if you can get us a cross bearing from Desolation Island.
Been trying to, can't race it.
How about Goose Bay?
Nothing doing. All I get on these headphones is bacon flying. It's the Northern Lights. Think we're going to pick up some ice?
So I was thinking. Murray.
Yes, sir?
Where do you figure we are?
200 miles off the Labrador coast, sir.
You sure it's not 201 miles?
I didn't point us right here on the chart, Captain.
Oh, yeah, well, maybe. I got a hunch we're almost over the coast. Suppose you figure out what kind of ground speed we'd have to make to be over Hamilton River Peninsula in about 10 minutes.
Oh, that'd be 200 miles per hour, sir. That's just not possible.
Why, anything's possible up here, son.
Something wrong, sir?
No, not yet.
The air's getting pretty cold outside, isn't it? 10 below.
What do you know? The kid's learning to read instruments. Frank.
Yes, Daddy.
You better wipe off your winds.
Oh, sure. Let's enjoy the view, huh? Of what? Hey, it's getting rough.
D'Annunzio. Pick up any signals yet?
No, sir. Maybe you ought to try yours, sir.
Okay, right now.
Pretty, isn't it?
Yeah. Sweetest music this side of heaven.
Think we might chance letting down through these clouds?
Not till I'm sure where we are, dead sure.
Might go back to Greenland.
No. You want to tangle with that fjord tonight?
Not me, Daddy.
Well, we couldn't make it anyway. If we can't get into Goose Bay, we'll keep right on to Presque Isle.
Take a lot of gas.
Yeah, that it will. All we got.
You don't worry about rough air. It's just uncomfortable. You don't worry about snow or even the static. You do worry about the winds up here. They're invisible and powerful. But most of all, you worry about ice. It can kill.
That's high. Just where Goose Bay. Now, why don't they turn on the range?
They say it is on. Oh, we're sure not getting it.
Goose Bay tried to take a bearing on us, but they say our signals are too weak. How about Greenland?
Still no go.
Maybe Montreal?
Nothing.
Murray, where do you think we are now?
Just coming up on the St. Lawrence. Maybe. With no stars on the radio, it's pretty hard to be sure.
Ah, that's a good boy. Talk like that, I can believe you. You must have missed Goose Bay altogether.
Yes, sir. But by the amount of our drift, I think we're east of our course.
Oh, then we'll set a new one. Frank, fly 270.
Mm-hmm. 270, Daddy.
Stankowski. Hey, where's Stankowski?
Go back in the cabin. Hey, somebody go back and wake up that dumb engineer.
I heard that, Lovett. If it wasn't for this dumb engineer, a lot of you running those guys would be in...
Stankowski, how much fuel has there left in the cabin tanks?
Maybe a couple of teaspoons.
Why? Trouble? what does it sound like to you?
Big trouble. Ice.
Yeah, ice on the props. They're slinging the stuff straight at us. Down here.
Yes, sir.
Transmit blind. Keep sending. Ask for bearings from anyone you can raise. Presque Isle if possible. Tell them we're icing up and losing altitude. We're turning northwest until we run out of gas. You got it?
Got it.
Then send it.
Yes, sir. Presque Isle. The pilots call it the jumping off place. Because this field, in the far northeastern corner of Maine, was the last American runway before Labrador and Greenland and Iceland and Europe. Dooley knew it well, and Presque Isle knew Dooley.
Lieutenant Cord.
Yeah, now later, Angeli.
Oh, excuse me, sir, but maybe you ought to read what's coming in right now.
Well, it better be important, Corporal. Position uncertain. Icing up fast. Proceeding northwest until gas runs out. All stations take bearings. Merry Christmas, Dooley.
Any instructions, sir?
Yes. Get Goose Bay. Quick. Come on, baby. Stay up.
You can't, Daddy. We're just one big cake of ice.
Frank, run the engines to 2,535 inches.
35. Okay.
Sankowski, more alcohol on the props. Denunce, you getting anybody?
Can't tell. I'm so tired. This is Presque Isle, Maine, calling Goose Bay. Calling Goose Bay. You getting Dooley signals? If so, take bearings. This is Presque Isle, Maine.
Captain, I just found something.
Like what, Murray?
Well, if we keep on going northwest, we'll fly right off the map. My charts don't show any details, just big blank spots. And maybe we're going to fill in one of those blanks.
Yeah, but how? We're close to stalling, Daddy.
Yep, let's take her down.
2100. 1900. 600.
Frank.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. We're breaking through, huh?
Yeah, there's something shiny down there.
Yeah. Hey, it's a lake. Yes, it's another one over here on my side. There's Snow and Lake.
Landing lights.
Right.
Wheels down, half flaps.
Wheels? Not gonna land this thing with wheels down.
I am. Denunzia, Murray, Sankowski. Get back to the cabin. Stretch out on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Full flap.
Full flap. Hold it, Daddy. Just hold it up just a second.
What's wrong?
Get out of that snapshot of my girl. Think of the time to kiss her picture. Ain't no better time.
Here it comes.
Cut the switch. Cut it!
One more we could walk away from. Angeli, anything more on Dooley?
Oh, yes, sir. Just came in.
Then why didn't you let me know?
Well, I said it just came in, sir. I haven't had time.
You haven't had time. You want to go into the staff room and tell Colonel Fuller and the rest of them you haven't had time? They're in a real good mood right now at 1 in the morning.
Well, I'm sorry, Lieutenant, but you see...
Oh, give me that report.
Now, the search party is easy enough to organize, gentlemen. Now, the problem is where to search. Can't send planes out indiscriminately in this weather.
Colonel Fuller, sir, a radio report from Montreal.
Oh, thank you, Lieutenant. Gentlemen, we have a bearing on Dooley. At 2300 hours, Montreal fixed him as north of the St. Lawrence.
How far north, sir?
Well, that they couldn't give us. But at least it indicates that Dooley followed his plan, went off to the northwest. That narrows down the area somewhat.
Uh-huh. to about 10,000 square miles. If Dooley flew to the end of his gas supply, he's at least 200 miles into uncharted territory.
Yeah. Well, assuming, Captain, that he came down in one piece, how long could he live up there? Any game to shoot?
Who knows? Certainly not the Eskimos. They wouldn't have any part of that region.
Lieutenant Cord, how many ships are available for search right now?
5, sir, counting the general ship.
The general can walk. Turner, what's the disposition of the civilian airline pilot?
Well, sir, McMullen's here at the base. Willie Moon's westbound out of Goose Bay. Stanish is probably over Greenland. We haven't gotten a clear signal from there in 24 hours.
What about J.H. Handy and Stutz?
Handy is east to Iceland, sir. Stutz on his way west from there.
All right. Cord, your job will be to make radio contact with all of them. Tell them what's up.
Yes, sir.
Turner, you'll see that all 5 ships are ready with Arctic kits. Get with Major Ditson. Work out the stuff we're dropping.
Right away, sir.
All right, gentlemen, that's all. See you at 0900 in the briefing room.
Calling Boomerang. This is Presque Isle calling Boomerang. Calling Willie Moon. Calling C-47 Boomerang.
Willie Moon. Calling C-47 Boomerang.
Hey, Willie, that's us. Yeah.
Boomerang. Go ahead, Presque Isle. What's doing?
On arrival here, you report to Colonel Fuller at operations.
Me? I'm going through to Boston.
Sorry, change in flight plan.
Says you. I promised my wife I'd be home for our kid's birthday. You tell Colonel Fuller I'm a civilian pilot.
So is Dooley, sir. And he's down.
Repeat that.
Dooley is down. Colonel hopes you will join search party.
Hopes? Tell him he dang well better let me.
Will do.
Hey, how about Stutz and Handy and Stanish?
Can't reach them. Relay word to Greenland.
Then get to it, boy. Get to it. Breezy, if this isn't Greenland, we're lost.
Why, Captain Standish, I'm surprised, actually. You mean those palm trees oughtn't to be down there? GGK, the BWA tower. Looks like we're about 7 icebergs west of the field.
Roger, GGK. Altimeter 2990. Wind west 12. Hard pack, snow on runway. Clear to land.
Thanks.
Hold on, give me Stanish.
Oh, Captain.
Stanish.
Word from Presque Isle, sir. Dooley is down.
What? Where?
Well, they're not sure. Maybe Labrador. They're getting up a search party.
Tower.
Yes, sir.
Tell operations to refuel us on landing. We're going on through.
This morning? You gotta get some sleep.
While Dooley freezes to death? Sorry, we're going through.
Penelope to Lighthouse Lil. That you, Handy?
Yeah. Stutz, you think you might have enough gas to make it to the mainland?
Don't think so. Why?
Presque Isle says Dooley's down.
Dooley?
Yes, the Labrador, the rest looking search planes.
Handy.
Yep.
I got enough gas.
Same here.
Daddy? Captain. Hey, Dooley. Still awake?
Yeah.
Thinking, huh?
Yeah. Just thinking.
How about climbing out of this crate and having a look around?
Can't see anything till daylight.
I suppose not. You figured out anything?
Go back to sleep.
Daddy.
Okay, but keep your voice down. No use waking up the rest.
Well, you got ourselves a crew of real sack artists. Have you figured out anything?
Like where we are?
Yeah.
No. In the morning, we'll break out the octet and take a shot at the sun.
Yeah, if it comes out.
Yeah, if the sun comes out. Well, anyway, about 30 gallons left in the tanks. You can get some generator power for the radio transmitter.
If we can start an engine in this cold.
Yeah. Oh, and food, yeah. Let's worry about food a little bit. Got 3 tins of salmon, 8 chocolate bars, some sea rations, 2 marmalade sandwiches left over from last night.
One of them's got a bite out of it.
Mm-hmm. Your bite. Shot bites, but it's all we got. Well, it's enough to last 5 men, maybe, 6 days.
Mm-hmm. After that?
I'm not worried, Frank.
Okay.
Sure, not. I'm not.
Oh, that again, Daddy.
Not worried. Sometimes a man has to lie. Even you, Dooley. You have always tried to live by the exact truth. Exactness is so necessary in flying. But you're down. 5 men down in the middle of a great big nowhere. Well, tonight it's all right. This'll be the easiest time for them. But tomorrow, or the day after, they're going to know what real hunger is. So find food, that's number 1. Then find out where this nowhere is, so you can help the others find you. Spanish, McMullen, Stubbs, J.H. Handy, Willie Moon. They'll come, Dooley. They won't leave you floating alone on an ice cake. They'll come if it takes all winter. Yeah, but you've only got 6 days. Well, you got to be strong, Dooley. You got to keep them hoping, keep them believing. They'll find their strength in you. But where will you find yours?
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come.
Act 2 of Island in the Sky in a moment. You know, with our servicemen stationed in so many countries around the world, they have a wonderful opportunity to observe the customs and traditions of other people. They're finding out that these customs aren't so strange after all. For instance, in many countries, marriage is by proxy. The groom and the bride are not allowed to meet until the wedding is over. Well, this is the custom in Malaya, the South Celebes, and Siam. This is also one of the reasons for the veiling of Mohammedan women and the Hindu rule of purdah. In other words, the brides are hiding from the groom. Well, that has its modern counterpart in marriage among Christians. We say it's bad luck if the groom sees the bride before the ceremony. Well, we don't really believe that, maybe, but at least we have them come to separate rooms at the church and join each other at the altar. And the veil of a Mohammedan woman is as sacred as our marriage rites are to us. This is true about customs and traditions of all countries. The way of doing things may be different, but the ideals are the same. And our servicemen are helping to maintain goodwill by observing these customs, by learning about them and honoring them. This, after all, is one of our traditions, to let the other fellow have the same rights and privileges that we want for ourselves. Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of Island in the Sky, starring Dick Powell as Dooley.
A plane is down. To the man who seldom flies, or perhaps never, it's simply a statement of an unpleasant fact. To men like Willie Moon and McMullen, Stanish and Stubbs and J.H. Handy and Colonel Fuller, it means more. One of your own kind is down. And it's important beyond anything else, that he rise again.
Gentlemen, our information is still very sketchy. We can rely on the bearing that Montreal gave us last night. Dooley was somewhere in the vicinity of Lake Manouan, right where my porter's touching the chart. At that time, Dooley radioed that he was proceeding on a northwest course.
Well, if I might suggest, sir, since Dooley is a civilian, he might have taken the liberty.
All right. If Dooley said he was going to fly northwest, he flew northwest.
Yes, but we don't know that, McMullen. We're theorizing.
Yeah, that's the trouble with all this stuff. Let's have some action.
Now, suppose you let the colonel finish, Moon.
Now, I have word from Greenland on Dooley's fuel load when he left there. According to those figures, and assuming that he kept to a northwest course, he had enough gas to carry him 4 or 5 hours beyond Lake Manouan or somewhere right around this region.
Oh, brother.
Ain't nobody ever explored that territory?
No, not for map-making purposes. Yes, and to make it more difficult, the weather's against us.
So what do we do? Wait till summer and everything's nice and balmy for us?
McMullen, we don't want to dissipate our efforts. You and Moon are on hand, but Stutz, J.H. Handy, and Stanish won't fly in here till dark. Tomorrow morning we'll be ready to go.
Tomorrow. What if Dooley and his men are injured?
That is a possibility, of course. There's another still. They may all be dead.
Colonel, can we count on taking off in 4 hours?
No. Be back here ready to go in 2 hours.
Dooley?
Yep. Any luck? No game?
Not even a bird in the sky.
Any firewood?
Plenty of trees in those hills, but the wood's frozen solid.
Well, I guess that figures. It's 40 below zero.
That's awful mean country, Daddy. Nothing but whiteness and glare and silence.
Yeah, you can almost hear it. Frank, I want you to do something for me. It's Murray. Kid's pretty scared, I think. Keeps going on about his wife and baby.
Yeah, I heard him.
Maybe you might talk to him. Might help. You two are kind of near the same age.
Heck, we are. I did my first solo before Murray was old enough to even spell the word navigator.
Well, anyway, I think he'd warm up to you quicker than he would to me. How about it?
Sure. You know, if this little fiasco had come along about a week later, I might be sweating it out the same as Murray.
You? You mean you, a wife?
I know. I'm always yacked about this dame and that dame. I don't know, maybe that's a test. About Margaret, I ain't talking.
Well, you sure are now, bud. Come on now, let's go back to the ship. I want to start up one of the engines so Denunzia can work the radio.
It better start pretty quick.
Keep it going.
Skipper, there's just so much juice in our batteries, and that's it.
Keep it going, I said.
Please, Captain, no more.
Okay, Philip. Now we'll have to get along without a generator. Denunzia, how many times can you transmit with what power we got left?
Well, from what I just heard, maybe 3 or 4 short messages. Maybe less.
Oh, that means every word's got to count. Oh, who's that?
Sounds like Murray.
Yeah, he's up in the Astrodome again.
Murray, come down here. Murray!
Yes, sir?
What kind of reading did you get this time?
Just doesn't make sense, Captain. According to the octant, we should be having coffee in Bangor, Maine, or Paris, or Stalingrad. All on the same latitude. Maybe it's me. It's so cold I can't think.
Yeah, that's what's wrong. It's the cold, you know. The octant's got pneumonia. Same as our watches. Oil in the gears, get sluggish. Just won't work right in these temperatures.
The navigator should know where he is. I don't. I'm sorry.
Oh, sure, fellow.
It's funny. Every time I get a good sight on the sun starts changing into something else. It looks like a toy ball. Like a baby's toy. But perhaps if I try just once more.
Like a baby's toy.
Yeah. You see what I meant? Denunzia.
Yes, sir.
Switch on your dynamotor.
We're going to send?
Right now. One message and repeat 3 times, no more.
Yes, sir.
Ready?
Ready.
Okay. Dooley. To all stations. Down on Frozen Lake. Position uncertain. Just about 600 miles. Boomerang to Pelican. Do you read me, McMullen?
Calling into Boomerang. Sure, now, Mr. Moon.
Good. Take a gander at that horizon. Them mountains ain't on my chart.
No, mine either. Well, Julie didn't try to go through there. There's a lot of ice. He'd never clear those mountains.
Yeah, and even if he did, look at that hunk of weather stacked up on the other side. Poor Dooley. Will you shut that mouth of yours for a second? Listen. Now what's wrong? Presque Isle relays to Dooley. Dooley? Come on, boy, come on. Give it to me. Down on Frozen Lake. Position uncertain. Yes, about 600 miles northwest of St. Lawrence. Yeah. What else? What do you mean, what else? It's faded out on me. Well, get him back. Do something, can't you? Oh, sure. I'll pick him up on my brainwaves. Wait a minute. Here comes again. No injuries. Urgently require food. batteries low. Hope to make one more transmission. That you take bearings. When you arrive over area. Signed, Dooley.
Hey, McMullen, did your guy read that message from Presque Isle?
Yeah, man. That lucky Irish sure he made it. He's alive.
Yeah, sure he is. Alive and kicking, just like we knew he'd be. That beat-up old balloonist. Hey, Ralph.
Yeah, do I acknowledge Presque Isle?
You bet I do. Tell him we're proceeding to the area given.
What about the storm front?
Forget it. Somewhere over the mountains, Dooley's waiting for us.
Look, you guys, will you pay attention?
Yeah.
Pay attention, will you? Go on, Donanchi.
Well, it's real simple, fellas. Since we got to save our batteries, we use this portable transmitter, the hand crank job. You wind away on it like it was a coffee
Daddy,
grinder.
I got an idea.
Just a minute, Frank.
This here aerial is supposed to be hoisted up in the air by a balloon.
And we ain't got one, I bet.
Oh, yes, we have, but it's so blame cold the balloon wouldn't have enough buoyancy. So we'll have to string the aerial between two trees.
There's plenty of trees all along the lake. Maybe we could cut them down and make a log cabin.
Great idea.
I'll tell you what we are going to do. We're going to cut on some of those trees and pour some of our gasoline on them. If we can once get a fire started, we can thaw out enough wood to keep the thing going.
Hey, Captain, that'd be swell, because I was wondering how we could heat up this coffee grinder. The grease in the gears is frozen, so you can hardly crank it.
I wasn't thinking about the coffee grinder. If we're in for a blizzard, and it looks like it, that fire's going to keep us alive.
Now you're cooking, Daddy. That's my idea.
What is?
Find something to cook over your fire. I'll run right down to the corner grocery.
Oh, sure. Right now, how about helping me drain some gasoline? Now, come on, boys. Let's move it, huh? Okay, boys. That's enough wood to start with. Stankowski, Murray, that's enough. Anunzio.
Yeah.
You and Frank pile the wood over there on the lee side of that snow bluff. Hey, wait a minute. Where's Frank?
I know. I haven't seen him.
Stankowski, Murray, where's Frank?
I thought he was with you, Captain.
A half hour ago.
He went hunting.
Hunting? Oh, cut it out, Murray.
He did. He took the rifle and the ammunition. He said he was going to get us something to eat or else.
Oh, no, but this wind kicking up the snow, he's got visibility for about 20 feet. Frank! Frank! Come on, boys, yell together. They can hear us. Frank! Again! Frank!
I'm lost. Better fire that rifle. Oh, what happened to that rifle? It's lost, too. Dooley! Stankowski! Saluncia! And Murray! That's use. Keep walking in a straight line, that's all. Never walking around those circles. Just keep straight line. Ain't no bushes and trees. Just follow these footprints right back to camp and then I'll go sleep. Oh, sleep. Most important thing in the whole wide world. Well, you know, I can't even see the footprints now. I can't see nothing. I know what old Dooley'd say about that. He said, take it easy, son, rest. And that's just what I'm going to do, Dooley. I'm going to sit down right here. Ooh, it feels so nice, so soft. Just going to lie here and think about Margaret. She's so nice and soft, too. Warm. Every time I looked at her, I always felt so warm and good, like 4th of July at Coney Island.
Oh, Frank, I can't hear a thing. It's ridiculous.
Sure you can, Margaret. Just pay attention to what you're doing. Stop looking at me, will you?
But I'd rather look at you, Frank. Do you mind, really?
Oh, I love it.
Did you ever see anything so funny? I just never did take a good photograph.
Oh, wait a minute. For 25 cents, it looks pretty good to me. Besides, it was your idea, wasn't it?
Well, I wanted you to have a picture of me.
I don't need a picture to remember what you look like. I'll always remember, Margaret.
Oh, Frank.
I'll always remember.
The Pelican. Hey, McMullen.
Julie.
I can't buck these winds any longer, Mac. Another 10 minutes and I won't have enough gas to make it back to Presque Isle.
Same here. When Julia's down below, it sure is heck we never split him.
Okay. Let's make a 180. Ralph.
Yeah, what?
Tell Presque Isle we're coming in. Tell them that if Stanish and Handy and Stetson got in from Greenland to just sit tight. Nothing anybody can do till the storm blows itself out.
These 2 sticks of firewood are the best I can do, Captain. They don't look much like a cross.
That'll have to do, Denuncier. Set it up right here by his head.
Captain.
Yes, Murray.
Frank showed me a snapshot of his girl. I hope you took it out of his pocket.
Why?
Well, so you could return it to her.
Maybe Frank would rather have it here with him.
That's the way I figure. Any of you men want to say anything? No, I suppose there's no need to. We all know what kind of a man Frank was. He was a good pilot. That takes an awful lot of things. There's something in the Bible, some psalm about the shepherd, but I don't know it. I think maybe we better say something that we all do know. Like, our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
In a moment, Act 3 of Island in the Sky. The Navy Enlisted Men's Club in Tokyo is a pretty nice place where the men of the Navy can sit around and talk, read, or play cards on off-duty hours. It's a pretty nice place in another way, too. There's a box on the bar for the spare change of the sailors, and every penny that's dropped into it goes for the support of their private orphanage called the Home of Affection. Over 50 boys and girls of all ages are fed, clothed, and educated there. The orphanage has formed its own self-government, and the children are learning what it's like to live by democratic rules. With the help of the enlisted men of our Navy, they're meeting the world with a new hope, a new dignity, and pride. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow.
Curtain rises on Act 3 of Island in the Sky, starring Dick Powell as Dooley.
How long is the day? 24 hours? 1,440 minutes? 86,400 seconds. Well, it all depends. If you're lost in the great white emptiness of the subarctic, time is measured by the icy paralysis which penetrates ever deeper and deeper into the body. If you're in the sky, time is an almost mystic complex of RPM, inches of mercury, gallons of gasoline, degrees of drift, barometric pressure. Things known to men like Willie Moon and McMullen and Stanish and Stutz and J.H. Handy.
Boomerang to all ships. Altitude 13.7 coming out on top. Where are you?
Lighthouse 5, J.H. Handy, just below you, 12.5. Ginger K, Stanish, same altitude. Penelope, Stutz, 11,000. Billy and McMullen bringing up the rear, 10.5. How's it look up there on top?
Clear as a maiden aunt's conscience. Maybe it was worth being grounded 48 hours.
That depends on how Billy made out.
Yeah. Ralph, you picking up anything yet?
No. We ain't over the area yet.
That don't stop you picking up Dooley's signal.
Sure it does if he's sending out the emergency outfit, that hand crank job.
How far can you hear one of them things?
Maybe 25 miles. Maybe 100 if everything's just right.
Well, don't bust yourself wide open with optimism, bud. Okay, let's pretend Dooley's got enough juice in his regular set. Let's pretend he's trying to pick us up.
So what do we say?
Tell him to build a big bonfire with lots of smoke. Tell him we'll be looking for it.
Will do.
Smoke? But at 70 below zero, smoke may simply settle to the ground. A plane down on a frozen lake. But what lake? That one? Or that one? There are 1,000 lakes. From the air, you can see 100 miles. But the wingspread of a plane may be only 100 feet. Like looking for a chip of wood in the middle of the ocean.
Dooley. Fellas, it's them. What?
Yeah. You sure?
Yeah, they're calling us right now. Listen. Build big fire. Keep it going.
Yeah? Yeah, what else?
They say, take it easy. How close do you think they are? Signal's pretty weak. They aren't close.
Well, tell them that. Send an answer.
In a minute. I gotta warm up my fingers.
Okay, Murray, Stankowski, get outside to start filling up that bonfire. Pour some engine oil over it. Maybe we can make some real smoke.
Yes, sir. Right away, Captain. Hey, Captain, our batteries are almost gone. If I hold my key down, the juice will be gone in a few minutes. I think it'd be better if we took bearings on them.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not, but at least the batteries will last longer if we tell them which direction they're flying.
All right. Are your fingers warm enough now?
Well, they're as warm as they'll get.
Good, then shoot the works.
Willie, I got him, Willie.
Boomerang. Hey, guys, we got Dooley.
So wait. Yeah, stop yagging so we can hear him.
Come on, Ralph. What's he say?
He wants to take bearings on us. Says to fly at 140 degrees.
140? That's behind us.
Well, that's what he wants. That'll give us another bearing.
Okay, 140 it is.
Will you slow down, Willie? We can't keep up with you. Our right engine is icing up.
You pumping alcohol?
You kidding? The ship smells like a brewery right now. This is Stanish. Just picked up Dooley again. He says turn to 150 degrees north.
Another bearing, Willie. 160 degrees.
How's Dooley sound?
Weaker. Can't last much longer.
New bearing. 170 degrees.
170.
They acknowledging?
Loud and clear, just about knocking my ears off. Dooley.
Yeah?
We've had it.
Oh, what's the batteries?
Yeah. Just 1/2 of one jolt left in them.
Okay. Then tell them to listen on 500 kilocycles, the emergency set, that coffee grinder.
I'll try.
Hey, Willie. All we can get is bum music on 500.
Yeah, same here. That big station in Montreal's spilling over. Hang it all. We must be sitting practically on top of Dooley and we can't hear him.
This is Stutz. We're at the end of our gas. McMullen, likewise. J.H. Handy. That makes it about unanimous. How about you, Stanish? They didn't want to break up the party, but... What do you say, Willie?
Yeah. This is it. Back to Presque Isle.
of gears on this coffee grinder. It must be moving in solid cement.
Here, I'll crank it for a while.
I'll do it, Captain.
Yeah, me too.
You'll all get your turn. All right, now you can put some more wood on that fire and keep praying.
Captain, lay off a second.
Huh?
Listen.
Hey, it's them. They're coming, boys. They're coming.
Hey, there's one coming over there. Oh, there's another one over there. Hey, look, another one.
Right this way, guys. That's the stuff. Come to
They don't see us.
Oh, they got to.
Willie! McMullen! Saucy!
They didn't even see the smoke. And they were coming right over it. They'll never come back. They'll never come back.
I'm sorry to call you men here directly from your ships, but we've got to decide our next step tonight. Then you can hit the sack. Willie.
Yes, sir?
I believe your ship made the first contact with Dooley. Now, what time was that? What was your position?
Around 1500. We were an hour north of the mountain.
Proceeding on what compass course?
Yeah, that's anybody's guess. Compass just won't stand still up in that country.
Well, we had the same trouble, sir. The magnetic pole kept moving on us.
Captain Standish was a long-distance call for...
It can wait, Lieutenant.
The operator said it was urgent, sir. New York.
All right, Standish. Make it short.
Thank you, sir.
Now, man, what I'm trying to get at is this. 5 ships covered a certain area today. We've got to know what that area is so we can eliminate it on our next sweep.
Colonel.
Yes, Andy?
I hate to say this, but for the first time since I started flying, which was a long time ago, I just don't know where I've been.
My case, too. Wow. This is pretty extraordinary. Well, has anybody got any ideas?
Yeah.
All right, Stet.
Well, let's go back at night. Fly the stars. Plot one fix after another so we know where we are. Plan to arrive over the search area just before dawn. Dooley hears our engines, he'll shoot up a flare, and we'll see it.
We will, huh? We told Dooley to build a big fire, but we sure didn't see any smoke.
Well, maybe we were flying too high. Let's stay closer to the deck next time.
Captain Turner, how about the weather?
Well, there's a new low-pressure system forming over Hudson Bay, so it'll hit Dooley in about 36 hours. It may last as much as 4 days.
All right. Here's what we do. I like Stut's idea of going up in the stars. Tomorrow night we try it. Stake out what you men think is a new search area. And hope that Dooley hears you and sends up a flare. If you miss him this time, well, you heard about the weather. Dooley's already out of food. He can't stand another blizzard. Oh, Standish, while you were on the phone, we worked out a plan. Boys will tell you.
Who was it, Standish? One of your dolls?
It was Murray's wife.
Murray? Dooley's navigator?
Yes, sir. She wants us to give her husband a message.
Don't she know we ain't found him?
Well, she says she knows he's alive. She says to tell him the baby's over his cold and that she loves him.
Dooley, you asleep?
No.
I've been trying to, but I keep thinking. What if the planes don't come back?
They will, Murray.
You sure?
Try thinking about something else.
But why should they come back to this same place? They looked here and didn't see anything. Tomorrow they'll try someplace different. Wouldn't you, Dooley, if you were flying one of those planes?
Oh, they'll be back. All we got to do is build up a bigger fire tomorrow.
You're not just saying that, Dooley. You're sure?
I'm sure. Now get some sleep.
Gee, I hope my wife and kid are all right.
Hope can be murdered, but seldom the deep human strength of survival. Yet this strength is as tricky as it is powerful. It can become miserable panic if the leader falters.
He said they'd come today, and they didn't.
Yeah, and the wind's getting louder. What's that mean? If it keeps up all night, we'll maybe have another blizzard.
Why don't Dooley talk to us? He just keeps walking around. Why don't he stay here with us?
Because he went for some more firewood.
Dooley! Dooley, come here!
What's wrong?
We want you to talk to us. Tell us something. Say something.
Nuncio?
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow, instead of sending straight signals, maybe better tap out some kind of a message, like, return to same place. Return to same place.
Okay by me.
How long could you keep that up?
As long as the boys can crank the coffee grinder.
What's the good of it? It'd be better if we started walking out of here.
How far do you think you'd get? Empty stomach doesn't give you much mileage.
That's why we gotta move. We gotta find some food to shoot. Here, it's like everything was already dead.
That's enough, Murray.
We might find a river or a stream.
I said shut up.
You said the planes would come back, Dooley. They haven't.
Shut up.
No, they'll never come back.
Dooley. Now listen. All of you. There's a boy buried out there in that snow because he didn't listen to me. Our only chance is right here. If the planes can't see our ship from the air, they sure couldn't see us walking. Now, the first one of you who hikes out of this camp here is going to get shot. I'll aim for your legs, but I may miss you and hit you in the back of the head. Now, who's for leaving? All right, that's better.
Hey, McMullen. Where are you? On top. About 14,000. Spanish just broke through beneath me. Yeah, let's take a reading off Vega and then spread out.
Nuncio. Hey, come on, wake up.
Dooley?
Yep, let's start cranking.
Oh, it's not even light yet.
It will be before long. We want the coffee grinder really warmed up by then. Come on, I'll start it.
Some of them stick up pretty high. Hey, one of you other guys. Ralph and I are going to listen to steps, so you hunt for Dooley at 500 kilocycles.
Spanish, you guys having any luck?
Not me, J.J. McMullen, nothing here. How about you, Stutz? I gotta turn back. Only 450 gallons left. Sorry, boys.
Oh, man. My arm is about to drop off. I had it.
All right. I'll take another whirl at it. Keep sending, Denuncia. Keep sending.
Yeah, Handy?
Looks like we gotta turn back.
Yes? Okay.
Hey, guys. Hey, I got him. Where? Do you see it? No, on the radio and the compass. Listen, do you hear the signal?
500 kilocycles, Frank.
Look at your needle. Look at it spin. Yeah, I see it.
Hey, Willie. Dooley's talking to us. Says, return to same place. You hear that, guys? Come on!
There's the signal again. Turn 30 degrees, 10 left. Turn!
He must be almost on top of me, knocking my ears off. Well, you'd look better without him anyway.
It's getting light, Captain.
Yeah. I wish those clouds would clear away. Minkowski, how about sculling me on this thing?
Dooley, listen.
Murray, throw me that flare gun.
Yes.
Here goes. Think the flare will clear the clouds?
Yeah. Can I see it in this light?
Message for me, Captain?
Yeah. Standish wrote it. Says, your wife's fine and little, what's-his-name is over his cold.
Gee. Oh, gee.
That's all? Don't say anything else? Mm-hmm, yeah. Ski planes will be back this afternoon to take you out.
Wow!
Julie, your wife and kids are waiting for you.
Huh? What? Hey, Dooley, we didn't know you had a wife and kids.
Yeah. 6 of them. And thank God I'm going to see them again.
In a moment, Dick Powell will return. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. Elizabeth Vining was an American who probably had more individual success than anyone else in creating a strong feeling of friendship between the United States and Japan. In 1946, she was selected for the important job of teaching English to the 12-year-old Crown Prince Akihito. Her tour of duty was for 2 years. In Tokyo, she found a class of 20 boys had been assigned to her. By patiently conducting her class completely in English, Miss Vining gradually taught them a language they were eager to learn. Her methods of teaching and subject matter were of her own choice. The boys studied American history and democracy, had discussions on the United Nations, and the prince memorized Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. At the end of her assignment, Miss Vining agreed to stay another year, since the prince's English had reached the point where he could understand the expression of ideas. At the end of the 3rd year, Prince Akihito was well acquainted with English and the benefits of a democratic way of life. Miss Vining's work was finished. The Emperor and the Empress thanked her for the understanding she had brought to the prince and the Japanese children, and gave her many gifts to show their gratitude. And what had Elizabeth Vining learned from her work? That she had contributed much toward the future peace of Japan and the rest of the world. That she opened windows which had remained closed too long. As one of her students told her, "You have not only taught us English, you have taught us thoughts." Yes, Elizabeth Vining had learned that by helping others, you help your country. Now, here's Mr. Cummings.
Dick Powell, congratulations on a very fine performance.
Thank you, and thank you, Irving. I understand you were selected by the nation's top radio and TV editors as the best dramatic show on radio.
Yes, in a poll conducted annually by Radio and TV Daily, we're very pleased and proud. We intend to go right on presenting the very best motion pictures Hollywood has produced.
How's about next week's show?
You won't want to miss it either, because it's one of the most famous comedies of all time, with one of the greatest romantic teams ever seen on the screen. Another of our 20 greats, this time from Columbia Pictures. The gay-mad story of The Awful Truth. And recreating their original roles, Cary Grant and Irene Dunn.
Oh, that's a great one, all right. Good night.
Good night, and best regards for Julie.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theatre. Starring Jane Wyman in The Blue Veil. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When I first met Jane Wyman several years ago, I was impressed with her beauty. her talents as a pert ingenue, and, of course, her sense of humor. I thought she undoubtedly would win some sort of an award with this delightful combination. But I didn't predict that it would be the coveted Academy Award and that Jane would receive it for her performance in a highly dramatic role. Tonight we present Jane Wyman in a characterization for which she received another Academy Award nomination. RKO's moving drama, The Blue Veil. Now the curtain rises on The Blue Veil, starring Jane Wyman.
But he didn't stand a chance of getting away. And then he stopped and began firing at us. That was his big mistake. The sound of the shot stampeded the cattle, and by the time they were driven off, our suspect had been trampled to death.
Why are you driving me home, Lieutenant?
Oh, Inspector Donnelly suggested it. You should have been home long ago.
It's too bad you lost that man.
Yeah, I've been waiting for you to say that. But at least we know who he was. His name was Gus Hatter. Where he lived, fingerprints, driver's license. Donnelly's got men planted at the hotel and on his telephone. If anyone tries to get through, they'll take him.
I suppose that's the best way to look at it now. Try not to think about the other kidnappers. The ones who are waiting for that man to...
Meantime, we'll look for something else for you.
Certainly glad to see you, Mrs. Mason. And I hope that as you get accustomed to the house and to the little fellow here, that you'll be happy and glad you came to us.
Well, thank you, Mr. Begley. But you realize that I'm just filling in until you can find someone.
Oh? Oh, well, I didn't know. But you will stay until I do get someone.
Oh, yes, of course I will.
May I tell you something, Mrs. Mason? For 10 years, my wife and I prayed to have the joy of a child. And when she died, to give him life, the joy became a great sorrow. I am only now getting able to speak of it. I try to hide it as much as possible, but I do feel
Mr. Begley, I think your son needs some rest now, don't you?
What? Oh, yes, ma'am. Rest he shall have. When it comes to Fred K. Begley, Jr., I'm your obedient servant at your beck and call. This way, Mrs. Mason. Let me show you to your room.
As the weeks went by, Mr. Begley discovered that finding someone to replace Louise was anything but easy. It became their custom on Sunday mornings for Louise and her employer to take the baby to the park.
I give up, Louise. I've interviewed 5 nurses this week.
Oh, you'll find someone, Mr. Begley.
You've spoiled us, you know. You've not only been so good to little Freddie, but the way you've brightened up that gloomy old house.
Thank you.
Louise, how is it that a girl like you, young and attractive, is doing, well, this sort of work?
I like it.
Well, I must say that's a perfect reason.
But then I suppose I'd like any kind of work that has a lot of Freddie in it. He's such a sweet baby.
Louise, that man back there on the bench, you spoke to him before.
Oh, yes, that was Frank Hutchinson. He owns the toy shop. I stop by there quite often.
But you call him Frank and me Mr. Begley.
Well, I'll call you Frank, too.
My name, as you well know, is Frederick and has been for some time. Louise, let's sit here for a while. There's something I would like to say.
Yes, Mr. Begley.
I've had lots of time to think since Margaret died. I know I'm not a young man, but I do have some standing in the community. I own the 4th largest corset house in the East, and I have the goodwill of my employees. And, well, I hope I don't seem big-headed or anything like that.
Oh, no. You have so much to be proud of.
Well, what I'm getting at is that I find myself increasingly lost without a woman close to me. Wife, Louise, and I was wondering whether, since you two
Oh, Freddie, darling. Oh, well, it's all right. It's all right. It's a nice doggy. He was just playing with you. Oh, now, you mustn't cry, dear.
Just frightened, eh?
I think he's more tired than frightened. We'd better start for home.
Home? Oh, yes, of course.
That's a good boy. There, now, you see? The doggy wants to walk with us. Well, we had a fine time in the park, didn't we?
Yes, didn't we? May I come in, Louise? I've brought some ice cream.
What a nice surprise. Yes, come in.
What? Oh, I take it my son is asleep.
Shh. Yes. My, this is a treat.
Louise, did you hear what I said to you in the park this morning?
No. What?
Nothing, I said.
Well, you were telling me about your situation.
I was proposing to you, Louise. I mean, well, I know you love Freddie just as much as I do, and since we're both... Well, what I'm saying is, will you be my wife?
It's kind and good of you to ask
Maybe
me.
you don't find it such a bright prospect, but on the other hand, it's nothing to dismiss lightly, is it?
Oh, no, it isn't.
No.
And I understand what you mean by loneliness. It's frightening. But one mustn't act hastily because of loneliness, Mr. Begley.
Oh. Then the answer is no.
Oh, don't put it that way, please. I like you very much. But I feel that my place is with little Fred. Big Fred can fend for himself. He always has, and he's done very well.
It was good of you to listen to me.
I want you to know I'm proud of having been asked.
Thank you. Thank you, Louise. Good night.
Some months later, Mr. Begley married his secretary at the factory, a good and devoted woman. Little Freddie had a mother again. And to Louise came the bitter realization that she'd have to leave him. But whenever she felt in special need of cheering up, she could depend upon the man in the toy store, Frank Hutchinson.
Look at this train. Just look at it. The workmanship.
Well?
It's too good for children. They don't deserve it.
Now, what have you got against children this time?
They act like a privileged class just because they're little. When they're infants, they're nothing but an alimentary canal with noises attached. Then the older they get, the more they resemble adults, and you know what that leads to.
Is there no one you like, young or old?
No, don't start fishing for compliments. I have a criticism to make of you, too.
Now what have I done?
I'll tell you, as soon as I get rid of this monster.
He's just a little boy. Now be nice to him.
All right. Now what do you want?
You should be ashamed of yourself. Pretending to that little boy that you didn't know what he wanted.
Any fool would know he wanted a kaleidoscope.
Then why wouldn't you let him buy one?
Because all he could call it was a thing. Let him learn words. Nobody knows how to speak anymore. No language. Everything's a thing.
You were going to tell me what's wrong with me.
Oh, I was indeed. Why do you want to go on looking after other people's kids? The first thing you know, that silly nurse's blue veil of yours will be a permanent fixture, a way of life, a habit.
A bad habit, Frank?
I'm warning you, Lulu. Mind what I say now.
And I love you dearly, but you haven't been right about anything as long as I've known you.
Mr. Hutchinson.
Well?
The thing I wanted. It's a kaleidoscope.
A what?
You know, a kaleidoscope.
Spell it.
Yes, Louise had taken another position, this time with a wealthy family in Connecticut, the Palfreys. They had two boys, Harrison and Robbie. The Palfreys had a tutor for Harrison, an energetic young man named Gerald Keene. So it was the younger boy, Robbie, who was Louise's special care.
Oh, I'm coming, Robbie. I'm here.
Lulu!
Oh, it's just thunder and lightning, Robbie. Don't be afraid.
It woke me up. It scared me.
Well, you know what that old thunder does. He's here to wake up people who are sleeping so he can tell them to get up and close their windows or they'll be rained on.
But why is it so loud?
Well, sometimes it's loud because it wants to make little boys brave enough to jump out of bed and turn on the light.
I can turn on a light. I think.
Well, good. Let me see how brave you are.
There.
Why, that's wonderful. Now turn the light off and show me that you're not afraid of the storm in the dark either.
Now?
Now.
There.
Oh, Robbie, I'm so proud of you. Now back to bed and go to sleep. I'm sure Harrison's been asleep for hours.
Aren't you going to tell me a story?
Again?
But I have to fall asleep again.
Oh, well, all right. Now, where did I leave off?
They were in danger, and it sure looked bad.
Oh, yes. The enchanted prince was pitching. All the bases were loaded when along came a five-eyed giant swinging 5 bats at the same time.
Why did he have 5 bats?
Oh, I don't know. He was that kind of a batter. He went up to the plate and the umpire said, "Excuse me, sir, but aren't you using more bats than the rule allows?" And the 5-eyed giant said, "Well, excuse me, sir, but I was always under the impression that a batter could use as many bats as he cared to." Now this puzzled the umpire. Mr. Keene? Oh, I thought I heard someone down there.
Shh, we just came home. Harrison and we've been seeing a cowboy movie.
You and Harrison? Well, where is he?
I told him to sneak up the back stairs.
Oh, my, how education has changed. I never thought a cowboy movie would find a place on a tutor's course of study.
Oh, come on in the kitchen. I'm hungry.
How was the movie?
Oh, it's good. It's very good. You mind if I take off this wet coat?
Better take off those wet shoes, too. You can put your feet in the oven.
Oh, the nicest extras come with this job.
You like this job?
Well, it'll do till something better comes along. And something may, too.
Oh?
I've got applications all over the place. An instructor in Mexico, something rather with standard in China, faculty job at the American school in Beirut, Syria.
Mexico, China, Syria.
Adventure, Lulu, adventure. New horizons. Hey, where are you going?
Oh, this milk I've been warming is for Harrison, not for you.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to fix some eggs.
Well, thanks. I'll eat them in the morning. Good night, Mr. Keene.
They saw considerable of each other in those next few weeks, Louise and Jerry Keene, the tutor. And then one afternoon in the garden, he brought her some exciting news.
It's a cablegram, Lulu, from Syria.
Well, something better did come along, didn't it? Congratulations, Jerry.
Only now I'm not so sure that I want the job. I'll miss you, Lulu.
They don't leave you much time, do they?
No. And by the way, you're going to a party with me tomorrow night.
Oh, you're way ahead of me.
It's just a few friends giving me a send-off. Say yes, Lulu.
Well, I'm not sure that I could get off.
I've already fixed it with Mrs. Palfrey.
Oh, you're too efficient for me.
Yeah, we'll have dinner in New Haven, go on to the party, and be back here in time for me to catch the 1:40 for Washington. I have to meet some of the trustees down there. How about it, Lulu?
Well, I don't know. I don't know that I'd fit in with your professor friends.
Oh, utter, absolute, horrible nonsense.
Lulu!
Oh, it's Robbie. Excuse me.
Wait a minute. Is it a deal?
Lulu!
Yes, it's a deal.
The party was a wonderful success, for Louise especially. Jerry's friends all liked her very much. And then, while they were driving back to the Palfrey estate...
I liked your friends, Jerry. Why, they didn't scare me a bit. And thank you for such a nice evening.
Oh, gosh, how fast can things happen? One minute I'm tutoring a rich man's son, and the next minute, Syria. A whole new life ahead of me.
Oh, you're so lucky. I envy you so.
Hey, I just got a great idea. You're going to Syria with me.
Oh, Jerry.
No, I'm serious.
Oh, but that's a mad idea.
Well, what of it? Haven't you ever done anything mad in your life? Now, look, we can stop at the house, you pack your things, and we'll still be able to catch the train. We'll sail on Wednesday and be married by the ship's captain on Thursday. What do you say?
Well, what about Robbie?
Robbie? Well, he's a Palfrey, isn't he?
Oh, he still needs me, Jerry.
And so do I. Oh, come on, Lulu. The minutes are slipping by.
Well, aren't you being a little impulsive?
Oh, sure, but I'm asking you to be impulsive with me. And we haven't much time. Shall I drive fast or slow?
Well, not too fast, Jerry.
I heard you drive in, Mr. Keene. I wanted to say goodbye again.
Thank you, Mrs. Palfrey. You've been very kind. I'm glad you heard me. I was just about to leave a note for you.
Oh?
I'm not leaving alone. Louise is coming with me.
Louise? When did she decide to do that?
Tonight, Mrs. Palfrey. Just like that.
And you're going to be married?
Yes, on board the ship.
Well, I hate to dampen your enthusiasm, but I must say I'm a little bit startled.
You're angry with us?
No, but you haven't known each other very long. And marriage is a big contract, you know.
We know that, Mrs. Palfrey. But because some quick marriages fail, it's no reason to condemn all of them, is it?
We're very fond of Louise. We'd be sorry to see her hurt, that's all. And you, too. But I shouldn't have spoken. I hope both of you will be very happy.
Thank you, Mrs. Palfrey.
Lulu?
I just came in to kiss you, Robbie. Now go back to sleep.
Where have you been?
I was out.
Are you going out again?
Yes, I'm going out again.
Why?
But I'm going away for a little while, Robbie.
No, Lulu, no.
Oh, Robbie, darling, you've got to let me go or I'll be late.
I won't let you go. Don't go, Lulu. Please don't go. Lulu? Lulu!
Well, darling, we're on our way. You happy?
Almost. Oh, it's Robbie, Jerry. I just couldn't tell him the truth, but somehow he knew I'd never be back.
Oh, he'll get over it.
After all, you had to leave him someday.
Well, it's done now, and I'm very happy to be here.
Oh, you don't know how glad I am to hear you say that. You know, you had me worried.
But why?
I didn't think you seemed sure.
Well, what do you mean, Jerry?
Well, I had the feeling that I took advantage of you. I mean, and using the pressure of time to rush you into this.
Oh, but I liked being rushed.
Yes, but would you have accepted if I'd asked you yesterday, when I showed you the cable?
You're trying to say something. What?
No, I just want to be sure.
Well, aren't you sure?
Oh, come here, darling. That's my answer, sweetheart. Are you convinced now? You're going to love the trip, Lulu. You're going to love the country and the people and all the things we're going to see.
You don't have to convince me, Jerry.
I'm not trying to convince you. It's just that I want so much for our marriage to be a success.
You aren't very confident, are you?
Well, of course I am, but... Well, you're the last person in the world I'd want to hurt, Louise.
I hoped you'd have something else to say to me. I am a little hesitant now.
But you've got me all wrong. I just thought it was being fair to you to mention the dangers. The point is, we're going to succeed in spite of them.
In spite of them?
You haven't lost your nerve, have you?
Oh, no. You see, I had a feeling it was wrong to rush into this like a couple of kids, and then when I saw Robbie...
Well, you don't mean that he makes any difference now.
Well, I had no right to hurt him, and I did. Jerry, if this thing is right, our getting married, it doesn't have to be this minute, does it? I'll go back.
Go back?
And we'll wait a while. We can write to each other, and then in a couple of months, after you're established and you still feel, then I'll follow you.
Well, if you really think that we'd...
And by that time, then Robbie will understand, and I won't be running away at his expense.
Well, I guess that is more sensible. But I hate to be sensible.
I know. I know.
They changed trains in New York. Jerry went on to Washington, and Louise went back to Connecticut. Early in the morning, Robbie stirred in his sleep, his eyes half opened. He saw a familiar figure sitting at the window of his room.
Hi, Lulu.
Hi, darling.
In just a moment, we will continue with Act Two of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. Today, one of our outstanding ambassadors of goodwill is Nelson Rockefeller, grandson of John D. With his brothers, Nelson is in a business partnership with South American Nationals. The official title of this venture is the International Basic Economy Corporation, but South Americans call it El Plan Rockefeller. With American equipment, the people of South America don't want Santa Claus gifts. They want to be partners, and with us, do the job of helping themselves. Mr. Rockefeller knows only too well that by helping others, you help your country. Now our producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Act Two of The Blue Veil, starring Jane Wyman as Louise Mason.
Jerry Keene went to Syria. Louise never saw him again, nor did they ever write to each other. When Robbie was a few years older, Louise left the Palfrey home and went to work for Annie Rawlins. Annie was in musical comedy, not so young anymore, but still a star. She had a daughter, Stephanie.
Well, tell me, Lulu, the dress. How do I look?
You look very lovely, dear. Well, all I have to do is finish the hem, and that's it.
I wish Mother were here. She should have phoned by now.
Well, she will, darling.
Lulu, this confirmation dress, it's like a wedding gown, isn't it? I mean, with a veil and everything?
Yes, it is, a little.
When you were married, did you wear a beautiful wedding gown? Was it exciting?
No, it was a pale blue chiffon dress.
I mean being married. Were you madly in love? Lulu, what's it like to be in love?
Oh, Stephanie, my goodness, I don't even know that I'd remember.
Oh, yes, you do. Was it long ago? How many times were you in love?
Once and a half.
How did you feel? What's it like?
Well, it's mostly a glad feeling, like when school's out for summer vacation.
Is it really?
Of course, it isn't any one thing, Stephanie. Sometimes it can be very exciting, like when bells are ringing and whistles are blowing on New Year's Eve. And sometimes Well, I wonder who that is. I'll get it, dear. Good evening, Mr. Ashworth.
Hello, Louise. For heaven's sake, what have we here?
Hello, Bill.
Well, you modeling for a wedding cake?
She's being confirmed tomorrow.
Oh, good. It'll never hurt you, Steffi. I've been confirmed for years. A confirmed bachelor, for which your mother is entirely to blame. Where is our Annie?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Ashworth. She was supposed to be home early. Take the dress off, darling, and it's way past your bedtime.
Good night, Uncle Bill.
Good night, honey, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Good night, Lulu.
Good night, dear.
What's going to happen to Annie?
Oh, I really don't know, Mr. Ashworth.
Well, why won't she quit? She's had a great career. She's had everything an actress could
look
possibly...
who's here.
Oh, hello,
Oh,
darling.
there's no business like show business. Hi, Louise.
Good evening, Mrs. Rollins.
Things have been happening.
Well, tell me.
Well, here I am worrying about the show closing when who do I bump into but Peter Allen? He's written a new show and he wants me to audition for Tad Joplin.
Joplin, that old wart? Don't tell me you're going to...
Mama.
Stephanie, darling. Oh, but what are you doing out of bed?
I wanted to see you. I was worried about you.
Oh, I know, honey, and I'm awfully sorry, but I got tied up. I was just coming in to see you.
Will you sit up close tomorrow at my confirmation?
Of course I will. What time do you go on, sweetie?
11 o'clock.
Well, I have an audition at 9, but I'll be there in loads of time.
You hope.
Oh, don't pay any attention to him. Now go to bed, sweetheart. I want you to be bright and pretty in the morning.
Good night, Mama. Thanks for coming home.
Good night, baby.
Joplin, huh? Annie, be sensible. Give up this rat race.
Well, believe me, I was ready to, until I met Peter Allen. Oh, darling, come over to the piano. Let me show you some of the songs.
No, Annie didn't make it to church the following morning. It wasn't her fault. Joplin, the producer, enjoyed keeping people waiting. So it was Louise who took Stephanie to church. Louise who met Stephanie's friends. And then, later on, at home.
Steffi, I tried to get away. Oh, baby, are you mad at me?
No, Mama, it's all right. Louise was there. How was the audition?
Oh, it's a big day for us, Steffi. I got the job. I'm going on the road again. But today we'll celebrate. We'll do anything at all that you'd like to do.
Can Louise come?
Well, sure, if you want her to. Where is she?
In the kitchen, fixing lunch.
All right. Now, you get into a pretty dress, and then we'll... Well, you make the plans, huh?
I'll think of something real special. And thank you, Mama.
Louise.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Rollins. Lunch will be ready soon.
How was the ceremony?
Very beautiful. And so was Stephanie.
Well, I got the job.
Oh, that's fine.
3 weeks rehearsal. Boston 2 weeks, then New Haven, then New York.
Mrs. Rollins, I'd like to leave if you could find someone to replace me.
Louise.
Well, I've been meaning to say something about it for some time, but I find it so difficult.
Don't you like it here? Don't you like Stephanie?
Well, I'd rather not go into that.
But I insist that you tell me.
I've been on the verge of leaving before, Mrs. Rollins, but each time, well, you'd get another show, and I'd postpone doing anything about it, and each time it would get worse.
I just don't understand. I thought you were happy with us here. I thought you loved us.
Oh, I do. And believe me, it's because I do that I have to leave.
Oh, well, that just doesn't make any sense.
Mrs. Rollins, I know you don't mean to, but you see so little of Stephanie. She's been turning to me more and more, and now she's turned completely.
Oh, that's silly. No one could take the place of a mother in a child's life.
This morning at church, the children, some of the parents, well, they wanted to meet Stephanie's mother. Stephanie introduced me. She told them that I was her mother.
But it was just a gesture, Louise.
No, it's more than that. Unless I leave, Mrs. Rollins, you may lose your daughter, and that would be the worst mistake you ever made.
It's good of you to tell me. Excuse me, I'm going to phone Mr. Joplin. I'm turning down that job.
And then after lunch, we're all going out, Lulu. I've decided Lulu, what's the matter? Don't you want to come with us?
Well, perhaps it would be better if I stayed here, Stephanie.
What's wrong? Something must be wrong. What is it? Mama!
Stephanie, I'm leaving, dear.
What? Did you two have a quarrel or something?
Oh, no, darling, not that. I have a new job. I just didn't want to tell you about it until after you were confirmed.
That's right, Angel.
Well, you're just going for a short time, aren't you?
No.
Why? Why are you leaving?
Well, you see, you're getting to be such a big girl now, and I should be taking care of smaller children.
Is it anything I've done?
Oh, no, darling, you mustn't think that.
Who are you going to take care of?
There's a little girl.
I don't want you to go.
Oh, don't be selfish, sweetheart. You've had Lulu to yourself for a long, long time.
I don't want want you to go.
I really don't know what to do, Stephanie. The people called me last week. They said it was pitiful how this little girl needed someone, and I told them that it was up to you whether I would leave or not. I thought that maybe you'd let me go. But if you want me to stay, then I'll stay.
You don't love me. Isn't that the truth?
Oh, no, darling. It's far from that.
But then why...
Do you remember what the bishop said this morning? He said that you're an adult now. You're like Mother and me. You're responsible. And if that's true, then aren't we all responsible for people who need help more than we do?
Well, I suppose if the girl really needs you...
She doesn't have a mother like you do, darling.
We're both going to miss Lulu very, very much, Steffi. Now come inside, darling. I've something else to tell you. I'm not going to work anymore. I'm not even going to
Stephanie. Oh, Stephanie.
So just as little Freddie Begley had gone out of Louise's life as Robbie Palfrey had, now Stephanie, too, was only a memory. Except that part of Louise's heart remained with each child. Her next two charges were both boys. There was Dennis Rice, and then Tony Williams. Louise had been with the Williams family only a few months when the war broke out in Europe, and Tony's father, being English, was called back to London. And then some weeks later...
Oh, I'm so glad you're back. Oh, Louise.
Why, you've been crying, Mrs. Williams. What's wrong?
Louise had been with the Williams family only a few months when the war broke out in Europe, and Tony's father, being English, was called back to London. And then some weeks later...
Oh, I'm so glad you're back. Oh, Louise.
Why, you've been crying, Mrs. Williams. What's wrong?
I've had bad news. My husband, he's been wounded.
Oh, is it serious?
I don't know. All I know is that I've got to go to him. I wanted to go with him in the first place, remember? Oh, Louise, I've been thinking. Oh, I know it's a wild notion, but...
Well, what is it?
I've just been... Well, I was wondering if you'd take care of Tony for me while I went over. As soon as Huey's all right, I'll be back.
Well,
Oh, please say yes. You're the only person I trust with Tony. Please say yes, Louise.
Well, you're not to worry anyway. We'll work something out, Mrs. Williams. Just please don't worry.
So Tony's mother went to England. For a while, there was a letter every week and a check every month. But then the letters and the checks became less and less frequent. Through the years, Louise had one friend who'd never changed, the man in the toy shop, Frank Hutchinson.
Yes, I hate to admit it, Louise, but that's quite a boy you got there. Quite a boy. 3 years old already. Well, what about it?
What about what?
I want to know why Tony's mother isn't back. First, it was because she'd enlisted in the ambulance corps. Then came word that her husband had been killed. That was 2 years ago, Louise. 2 years.
Well, you read the last letter I got. She's remarried.
That's just what I'm saying. If she's married again, why can't she come back now?
Well, they're having such a hard time of it. And after all, she's doing her part, and I'm doing mine. She'll be back as soon as they get on their feet.
Little Miss Sacrifice.
Oh, now, Frank, stop it. I'm enjoying it. It's the first time in my life I've had a child all to myself, and I like the feeling, as long as it lasts. They'll be back one of these days.
They're taking advantage of you, shameful advantage.
How can you say that?
You don't mention they've stopped sending you money.
Who said so?
Oh, you can't fool me, Louise. Moving into that tiny flat, skimping on yourself right and left. Look at that dress.
Well, I've always dressed conservatively. You just never noticed it before, that's all. Well, do you intend to wait on your customer or not?
All right. I know how to run my business.
Lulu. Do you want a cookie, Tony? You do. All right, darling. Here's another cookie.
But Tony's mother didn't come back, and the years rolled by. Tony was 10 years old now and quite a baseball player. Every Sunday afternoon, Louise would go to the park and watch him play.
How'd you like that, Mom? That's 3 hits out of 4. Boy, are we giving him a shellacking.
Well, this is your last inning, Tony, and Frank's, too.
You're some umpire, Frank, calling those first 2 pitches strikes. Anything wrong with your eyes?
Just myopia, stigmatism, and a tendency to... Now get out in the field.
Yes, sir.
So, it's my last inning, is it?
You know what I promised, Dr. Berenberg. Just look at you, and at your age.
You know, for all the boasting around you do, we might as well be married.
What a proposal.
What an acceptance.
Who said I accepted?
Now, you listen to me, Lulu. At our stage of life, we're no longer Siegfried and Brunhilde. Just very old friends. But nobody can make soft-boiled eggs the way you do. And I'd be happy to marry you for just that. Furthermore, you can't go on supporting that boy just by doing needlework. You'll be taken in washing next. And I choose to think you prefer me.
I think we'd better continue this conversation after dinner. I wouldn't want you hit by a fly ball.
Well, I suppose after 30-odd years, I can wait till this evening for a simple answer.
Come on, Frank, umpire.
And this is your last inning, or we boycott your dinner.
Just be there on time for a change. 6 o'clock. And I don't mean 6:30.
When Louise got home, there was an envelope under the door, a cablegram from England. Tony's mother and her husband were coming back.
Boy, oh boy, what a game, huh, Ma? Hey, did you see me drop that fly ball? I can't figure it out.
Tony, we're not going to Frank's tonight.
You mean we're staying home?
No. We're going away, darling. We're going to pack some of our things, and we're going away.
In our moment, we'll continue with Act 3 of The Blue Veil.
We pause now for station identification.
The curtain rises on The Blue Veil, starring Jane Wyman as Louise Mason.
And so they disappeared, Louise and Tony. The boy's mother started to search for them, which was why one afternoon a detective came by to see Frank Hutchinson.
I'm here to see you about Louise Mason.
Oh? Where is she?
Well, that's what I want to know from you. I'm from the police.
I have no idea where she is. What do you want to know for?
Because Louise Mason may be charged with kidnapping.
How silly can you get? That boy's mother abandoned him long since. Louise Mason has devoted 8 years to that child.
You've seen them together often?
Of course I have.
You related to Mrs. Mason?
No, just friends.
For how long?
Oh, years and years.
You've been no more than friends, huh?
Get out of here. Go on, get out of here. You're a disgrace to your badge.
All right. Don't get excited.
Mr. Hutchison, is anything wrong?
I'm afraid I've upset the old boy. Didn't mean to.
Throw him out. I won't have him in my shop.
Mr. Hutchinson!
I can't breathe. Doctor. Get the doctor, please.
And I don't mind saying, Mrs. Mason, that my office had quite a time trying to find you. You know who I am.
Yes. You're the district attorney.
Now, you admit having received a cable from Mr. and Mrs. Hall, hmm?
Yes. That's when I decided to leave. Where is my boy? What have you done with him?
He's all right. You'll see him soon. Now, you didn't mean to kidnap him, did you? You were excited, perhaps not in your right mind when you ran away with the boy.
I was never so calm. I've never done anything so deliberate.
Mrs. Mason, believe me, I'm trying to help you. Now, to begin with, Tony is not your son. He's Mrs. Hall's son.
She has no right to claim him.
Burgess, bring in the boy, will you?
He's happy and content as my son. They've had a life of their own. They can have children. What do they want with mine?
His mother's very angry about your disappearance. For a month, she didn't know whether Tony was alive or dead.
For 5 years, she didn't know. And she didn't care.
Lulu.
Oh, Tony, darling.
They wouldn't let me see you.
Oh, I know, sweetheart, I know.
But why are we here?
We have to answer some questions, dear, but nobody's going to hurt us now. Now, you come and sit down by me.
How much does he know?
Nothing.
Don't you think you were wrong to let him lose all memory of his parents?
Do you have to in his presence?
I'm sorry, I really am. But it has to be done. All right, Burgess. Tell the Halls to come in. Tony, you know, you have a real mother. Louise took care of you when your mother went away. But now she's back, and she wants to have you with her and your new father.
I want to stay with Lulu.
Yes, I know, Tony, but after a while,
Tony. Oh, Tony. Aren't you going to say anything to me?
Go and kiss your mother, Tony.
And this is your new father.
How are you, son?
You have no right to call him son, and neither do you.
Louise.
A son is a person you live with, not a piece of baggage that you check.
Look, Mrs. Mason, there's a little matter of kidnapping, and I'm
Officer, take the boy in the other room. It's all right, Tony. You can come back in a little while.
Lulu.
Mr. Hall, do you intend to take the boy to Chicago with you?
Yes, naturally.
Are you going to take Louise Mason with you, too?
Certainly not. We were very grateful to her, but when she stooped so
Never
low...
mind that.
Oh? Why not?
Mr. Hall, I'm not at all clear just who's to be prosecuted. I'm not sure that this isn't a case of child desertion and abandonment.
Oh, please. There was no idea of abandonment. When I went to England, I joined a service. I was in uniform.
I know all about that. Now, tell me, how much do you figure you owe Mrs. Mason for the care and education of the boy?
Well, I sent her about $1,400.
In 8 years. Yeah, that comes to about 50 cents a day for salary, food, board, clothing, doctor bills, and love. I take it you trusted Mrs. Mason to make up the difference. How much did you spend, Louise?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Well, Mr. Hall, how much are you going to give her?
Well, I've made out a check. Here. I thought this might be fair.
I don't want anything. Are you going to let them take Tony away from me?
As much as I regret to say it, the law doesn't allow that he be left with you.
She's never been a mother to him. Giving birth to a child doesn't make a mother. What about the 1,000 and million things she doesn't know? That she'll never know about him?
Louise, please.
What does she know about all the things that frighten him? How to comfort him when he wakes up in the night crying? And the little things about him. What if he'd been neglected? And suppose there hadn't been a savings to see him through. Suppose no one worried about his measles and whooping cough and pneumonia. And what does she know about getting on her knees and praying to God to take her life instead of his? What if there had been no love in all this time? No love, do you know what that means?
Yes, I think I do. Burgess, bring the boy back, please. Mr. Hall, do you still want to press the charges?
Well, I don't know. My lawyer said...
I advise you not to. I further advise you to get out of here right away. Now, there's the boy. Take him and go.
Come along, son. Everything's going to be all right.
Mrs. Mason.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry.
Have you any relatives? Any old friends?
I did have one. I telephoned him yesterday, but the young lady said he had died. It was quite sudden.
The district attorney had slipped the Hall's check into Louise's purse. For a while, anyway, she'd be able to get along. But Louise couldn't live without children. The employment agencies told her she was too old now for a nursing job. Parents wanted younger women. So she took the only other job she could get and still be near children. She went to work for a private school.
You wait for me. I'll be back in a minute.
Hello, little boy. Did you forget something? Now, don't be afraid. I'm just the cleaning woman. Was it your book? Or your cap? Oh, maybe it was your lunchbox.
My glasses. They were in a case.
Your glasses? Oh, well, we must find those. I don't see so well myself. I'm going to have to get glasses one of these days.
Here they are. I found them.
Oh, well, that's fine. That's fine. Now, what's your name?
Jackie.
Jackie? Well, my goodness. Jackie, you come over here where I can see you. Oh, that's better.
I have to go now.
You can talk to me just for a second. How old are you?
6, going on 7.
6, going on 7. Well, now, when is your birthday? You know, when a little boy has a birthday, he's...
I found them. I found my glasses. Hey, Tommy!
Louise didn't do anything about getting glasses until one day when she was crossing a busy street and a car almost hit her. The traffic cop told her about the clinic at the city hospital.
Well, there's nothing radically wrong with your eyes. It's just a condition caused by a deficiency in your diet.
Everything in diets these days.
I'm prescribing some pills and some eye drops, and you'll feel better if you wear tinted glasses for a while. Now, what's your name, please?
Louise Mason.
Mm-hmm. Now, just take these prescriptions down to the dispensary. And, about the glasses, tell them to talk to me, to Dr. Palfrey.
Dr. Palfrey?
That's right, Mrs. Mason.
You're not Robert Palfrey?
Why, yes, I am.
Did you have an older brother named Harrison?
Yes, I did. He was killed in the war. Did you know him?
So, you're little Robbie who was afraid of lightning.
Why, you're Lulu. Lulu, I can't believe it. Oh, my goodness, what are you doing now, Lulu?
Well,
I just can't get over it. Oh, those days all come back to me now.
Oh, I have many pictures of you when you were a little boy. I carried them around with me all the time.
You do?
Yes. I have a little album of all my children.
May I see it?
Oh, yes. Now, that one was taken the day we went on the picnic with Harrison and Mr. Keene.
Mr. Keene. Yes, of course. Oh, this is wonderful. Louise, could I borrow these pictures? I'd like to show them to my wife.
Why, certainly. But you mustn't lose them.
Oh, no, of course not. And I don't want to lose track of you either. I'll tell you what. Why don't you have dinner with us some night soon?
Oh, I'd like that.
You would? Well, let's see now. How about next Tuesday?
Oh, fine.
And about these prescriptions, I'm taking you down to the dispensary myself.
Why, that's very nice of you, Robbie. Thank you.
So on Tuesday night, Dr. Palfrey called for Louise and brought her home.
And here she is, Mary. This is Lulu.
Oh, I'm so glad to meet you, Mrs. Mason. I feel I've known you for years.
You're very kind, Mrs. Palfrey.
Robbie and I were so worried. We thought you might have forgotten about tonight.
Oh, my eyes are weak, I suppose, but my memory's fine. Oh, my, this is a very handsome house.
Not as elegant as the old place, Lulu, but it's ours.
And you have a very beautiful wife. You should be proud of yourself.
He doesn't have time for that, Lulu. I have to be proud for him.
Well, now if you'll just open the door, dear.
Oh, so many people, Robbie. I didn't know you were having company.
Don't you recognize anyone?
Recognize?
Lulu.
Stephanie.
Oh, Lulu. Lulu.
My dear Stephanie.
Did you think I could ever forget you?
Oh, my goodness. And this young man, this is your husband?
No, Louise. I'm Freddie. Fred Begley, Jr.
Little Freddie. What a big boy you are. I can't get over it. And Dennis. You're Dennis.
Lulu.
Little Dennis who hated girls.
I want you to meet my wife. This is Marjorie.
How do you do? She's very pretty. Dennis, Robbie, you did this. From all the names in the album.
Are you surprised?
Oh, my, yes.
There's someone on the phone who wants to speak to you, Lulu. It's long distance.
For me?
Oh, yes. We had quite a time arranging for this. But go on. Go on, talk to him.
Hello? Yes? Yes. I can't speak. Where are you, Tony? Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. It's so nice to hear your sweet voice. You are? During your Easter vacation? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I am. I'm very happy. Very happy. Yes. Goodbye, Tony. All of you. All my dear, dear children.
And 2 more, Lulu.
But I don't remember these 2.
Well, these belong to the house, Lulu.
This is Andy, and this is Judy.
They're yours now.
Hello, Andy.
Hello, Lulu.
Hello, Judy.
Hi, Lulu.
In a moment, Jane Wyman will return.
Here's a story that has sort of a special tug at the heart when you hear it. An American soldier with a camera spotted a cute little Japanese boy playing outside the family home in northern Japan. He asked him to pose, and the boy did. The soldier went his way. 1 month later, tragedy struck at the household. The little 7-year-old boy was dead of influenza. His father, realizing that there was not even a recent snapshot to remember his son by, remembered the passing serviceman, and he asked the United States Army for a copy of the picture. Ordinarily, that would seem like a pretty hopeless task, to find among all the Army's picture-taking soldiers the one guy who'd taken that picture. But one man set out to do just that, PFC Stephen Toole of the 19th Infantry Public Information Office. He wrote letters, he broadcast over the radio, searched Army records. Eventually, halfway around the world, he traced Sergeant Leroy McIlvaine in a little Kansas town. Yes, the sergeant had been in Japan during that time. Yes, his hobby was photography. Yes, he had pictures of little Japanese boys, some 4,500 of them. Painstakingly, he searched through them, and he found the right one, the one that could make a grieving family just a little bit happier. This is a story that community in northern Japan will not soon forget. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow. Now, here's Mr. Cummings and Jane Wyman.
Janie, you were simply magnificent. We all want to congratulate you. And Jane, congratulations are also in order on your recent marriage to musical director Freddie Carger. We want to wish you both every happiness.
Well, that's very nice of you, Irving, and we both thank you.
I am amazed at your versatility. No wonder you were invited to place your footprints in the famous concrete blocks in the forecourt of the Chinese Theater.
They don't look like much alongside of Jimmy Durante's famous nose. Al Jolson's hands and knee prints.
Well, that's only because you have very small feet.
I love to sing their praises.
And we love to hear you. Speaking of singing, Janie, reminds me that Warner Brothers just completed their Technicolor production of The Jazz Singer.
Yes, and Danny Thomas and Peggy Lee are just wonderful as the stars.
And now, Janie, I want to tell our audience about another great picture we have for them next week. It was a gigantic undertaking to film, and the stars undoubtedly gave 2 of the most hazardous performances of their careers, because the picture was filmed in deepest Africa on the thrilling search for King Solomon's Mines. And as the stars of this Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer screen triumph will be the original romantic team of Deborah Carr and Stuart Granger.
It was certainly a breathtaking picture, Irving. And good night.
This is Irving Cummings saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in our cast tonight were Dan Riss as the narrator, William Conrad as Begley, Bill Johnstone as Frank, Gloria Blondell as Annie, Lamont Johnson as Keene, Herb Butterfield as the district attorney, Yvonne Patey as Helen, Tom Brown as Dr. Palfrey, and Norma Varden, Stanley Farrar, Marlene Ames, Peter Votrian, Mickey Little, Eddie Marr, Charlotte Lawrence, Martin Dean, Harry Shearer, Leon Ledoux, Marvin Bryan, Harvey Grant, Lee Norix, and Dave Alfred. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. Hollywood Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Myrna Loy and Cary Grant in I Love You Again with Frank McHugh. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Somewhere in the voluminous files of the Lux Radio Theater, there's a hastily scrawled memo that says, Team Myrna Loy and Cary Grant next week. I think that note was written 4 or 5 years ago. And our chance came last week when we discovered that through some happy studio miracle, Myrna was doing nothing but coaxing her flower garden to even greater glory, and the already tanned Mr. Grant was just lying on the beach tanning. A phone call to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and we had a comedy which made golden music at the box office. I Love You Again, from the story by Octopus Roy Cohn. Just imagine yourself walking into your own house with no recollection of what you'd been doing for the last 9 years. That's the situation Cary Grant faces in the role of Larry Wilson. And to complicate things a bit more, Myrna Loy, as Mrs. Wilson, is extremely doubtful of his whole behavior. We have some doubters in this audience, too, I've discovered. They want to know how I, a mere man, can speak so confidently about Lux Flakes. Between the lines of their letters, I can read, What, my dear sir, have you ever washed in it? Well, here's the answer. Right now, I'm probably one of the biggest customers our product has. When you're shooting a Technicolor picture like Reap the Wild Wind, you've got hundreds of brilliantly colored costumes to worry about. And in the course of a shooting schedule of about 5 months, those costumes get some pretty hard use. But we've got to keep them looking bright and fresh, and that's where Lux Flakes comes in. I know they're good business for me at Paramount. That's why I feel pretty safe in saying they're good business for you at home. Now the Lux Radio Theater curtain goes up once more, this time on I Love You Again, starring Cary Grant as Larry Wilson and Myrna Loy as Kay, with Frank McHugh as Doc. You'll meet at least one on every ocean liner. He's usually found in the ship's lounge, drinking lemonade with the boys and talking about himself. He wears black suits and stiff collars, belongs to every club in his hometown, and never forgets his rubbers. He's a first-class bore. In our case, the bore is a certain Mr. Lawrence Wilson of Habbersville, PA. At the bar of an ocean liner approaching New York Harbor, he's been boring 3 tired gentlemen for almost an hour. As yet, there's no sign of a let-up.
Oh, yes, sir, gentlemen. That watch was given to me by the Habbersville Chamber of Commerce. Pretty fine watch, isn't it?
Terrific.
Well, L.J. Hawkesbury himself made the presentation. L.J. is one of the biggest men in our town. Now, I can remember every word he said. He said, "It is my pleasure and privilege to present this token of our esteem to one of our first and foremost citizens, Lawrence Wilson, for his unfading energy as chairman, he said. That's what he said, of the Habbersville Morals and Clean Government Committee."
Oh, fine. I'll bet you're some pumpkins back there in Habbersville.
Yeah, well, you know how it is. Well, gentlemen, last night out, how about having a farewell drink with me? A Dutch treat, of course.
Yes, I figured that one out.
Oh, Stuart, service, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, what'll it be, boys?
Bourbon and soda.
Make mine the same.
All right, Stuart. You know mine?
Yeah, ginger ale and grape juice.
Oh, come on now, Wilson. That's no drink.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, fellas, but that's all I ever take.
Hiya, man.
Hello, Ryan.
Hi, fellas. Hi, Stuart. Fill her up. Hi, Wilson. How's the old sourpuss? Hey, Stuart, give the old sourpuss a drink.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan, but I don't indulge.
I don't indulge, eh? You're too good to drink with me, eh?
I'm sorry. Good night, gentlemen.
Come back here, you.
Now, take it easy, Ryan. Mr. Wilson doesn't drink.
I know, grape juice Wilson, but tonight he does. Listen, Wilson, you've snooted me long enough on this boat. Take off that stuffed shirt. Come on, knock me down.
Mr. Ryan, you're inebriated.
Oh, so I'm inebriated, huh? I'll show you if I'm inebriated. I'll walk a straight line with anybody on this boat. With anybody on any boat. I'll even go out there on the deck and walk along the rail.
Oh, now, here, Ryan. Don't go out on deck.
Inebriated, huh?
Oh, now, come back, Ryan. Come inside.
I'll show you.
Oh, Ryan, you'll fall overboard.
Let me go on. I'm going to wait on that rail.
Listen, Ryan, old man.
There, how's that? Right up on the rail.
Oh, now, come down. You're too intoxicated to realize your peril.
What's this one, Wilson? Tightrope walking. I can balance myself like a... Hey. Hey.
Oh, now be careful.
Hold me. I'm slipping.
Hey, let me go.
Help.
Oh, no, let go.
Hey.
Oh, look out. We're both falling.
Oh,
let go. Let go.
Oh,
hey!
Man overboard! Man overboard!
Full speed astern, and the lifeboat. Lower away there. Lower away.
I saw it. I saw the whole thing. Mr. Ryan fell off the rail and Mr. Wilson jumped in to save him.
Wilson, the grape juice man. He's a hero.
Well, are the passengers all right, Doctor?
I think they will be, Captain, but Mr. Wilson is still unconscious.
Unconscious?
Oh, he'll come around all right in the morning, Captain. He had a rather nasty blow on the temple.
How did that happen?
I'm not certain, but I believe when your men lowered the boat, one of your sailors hit him on the head with the oar.
That's the stuff, Wilson, old boy. Open your eyes now.
Oh, dear.
Everything's fine. Wake up, pal.
Oh, my. What happened?
How do you feel, pal? Dizzy? Look at me, pal. It's your old friend, Ryan.
Ryan? You dirty rat. Come here.
Oh, now, take it easy, pal. Take it easy.
You
Let go.
slugged me.
No, pal. Honest, it wasn't me. It was a sailor with an oar.
Huh? Sailor with a... Hey, wait a minute. This is a boat. I'm on a boat. What's the idea? Why was I taken off that train?
What train?
You know what train, you double-crossing...
Wait a minute. Look, don't you remember me? Ryan? Doc Ryan, your old shipmate?
I never saw you before in my life.
Holy smoke, you sure knocked you goofy. Why, you saved my life last night.
What do I want to do that for?
Gee, I don't know. I don't remember much, Mr. Wilson.
Huh? What's that you called me?
Mr. Wilson, your name?
Look, what's going on here? What's happened to me?
Well, you took a dive for me last night when I fell overboard. You were socked in the head.
You're a liar. I can't swim.
Look, pal, I won't be a minute. The doctor's right down the corridor.
Now, sit down. Last night I was on my way to the fight in New York.
What fight?
What fight? Don't you read the papers? The sharky smelling fight. Hey, I must have missed it.
I'll say you missed it by about 9 years.
Huh? 9 years? What date is this?
Here's the ship's news. April 10th, 1941.
Let me see that. 1941? It's a misprint.
No, honest, pal. That's right.
But, oh, wait a minute. It was 1932 last night.
Now, I've got to get the doctor.
Now, sit down, sir. I don't need a doctor. I need a drink.
Okay, I'll ring for you. Ginger ale and grape juice.
What? I want a drink, not a foot bath.
Well, that's what you've been drinking. Buckets of it.
What, ginger ale and grape juice? Well, there's no prohibition on these boats, is there?
There's no more prohibition. Roosevelt did away with that.
Roosevelt? Why, Teddy Roosevelt's been dead for...
No. I don't mean Teddy. I mean Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the president. Been elected 3 times.
Oh, he's president. How's he doing?
Fine. Look, Mr. Wilson, I'll go and get the...
Why'd you keep calling me Wilson? My name's George Davis.
George Davis? Hey, wait a minute. You're not the George Davis that was partners with Duke Sheldon in them con games.
Well, what if I am?
Well, gosh, don't be that way. After all, we're in the same business.
Oh, is that so? What's your racket?
Oh, I've been kind of working the boats, you know. Cards, a few tricks with the dice. Say, I get it now. You've been working this boat yourself under the name of Wilson.
Oh, what are you talking about? Last thing I remember is getting on that train in 1932 to go to the fight.
You mean you ain't got no line on yourself since then?
No, I can't. Wait a minute. Somebody slugged me on that train in a card game. Well, what's happened since then? Where have I been? Hey, there's a name for this thing.
Name for what?
Lapse of memory, lost identity. Amnesia, that's it, amnesia.
Is that what you got?
No, it's what I've had. A blow on the head can make you forget the past. You live on as someone else. Perhaps forever, unless another shock or blow brings you back to your right self. Marvelous. You read about these things, you never figure them happening to yourself. Say, what was this Wilson like?
Oh, a novel heel. I like Davis better.
Thanks.
All Wilson did was talk about Habersville.
Habersville? Who's he?
Not he, it. It's some burg in Pennsylvania.
Never heard of it. Hey, wonder if Mr. Wilson has any money.
He should have. Wilson was the closest mug I've ever seen.
Oh, was it? Well, I think it might be a good idea to take an inventory of our Mr. Wilson's luggage.
Say, it's funny, ain't it? Here we are talking about you and a guy named Wilson, and you're both guys.
Look at this suit. I must have borrowed that from an undertaker. What's all this stuff? Hair restorers, saltine crackers, dyspepsia tablets? Look at that, a bottle of gargle. See, I certainly took good care of Wilson.
There's a lot of papers and stuff. Boy, were you a joiner. Rotary, Elks, Owls, Community Chest, Primrose League. Wait a minute. What's it? A bank book.
Oh, no, we're getting somewhere. Give it to me. Habersville National Bank. Lawrence Wilson checking account C. $147,000.83.
147. Let me take a look at that.
And that's the C account. That means there must be an A and B as well.
It might even go right through the alphabet.
Yeah. Say, why wouldn't it be a good idea for Mr. Wilson to pay a visit to Habersville? Just long enough to get the money, huh?
Do you think you can swing it?
Well, it's worth trying. There's a fortune in this thing. Hey, Doc, how'd you like to go in on it with me?
You mean it?
I'll cut you in for 25%.
I'd have done it for 10. After all, you saved my life.
Well, look, I'm going to need some money. I think I'll send a radiogram to the Habersville National Bank. I'll tell them to send me $5,000 to the Whitney Hotel tomorrow morning when we land.
25% of $5,000. Oh, boy, what a cut.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. There's one thing, Doc. You've got to stick close to me. If anybody starts asking questions, if I seem to be getting into a tight spot, I'll pull a feint. And don't you forget to catch me.
Trust me, pal. I'll be a regular Florence Nightingale.
Come on, Doc. Snap it up. We go right to the hotel, see if the Habersville Bank is set that... Well.
What's the matter?
Oh, boy, get a load of that girl over there. There's a dish for you, huh? Wonder who she's waving to.
Come on. Keep your mind on your work.
Larry! Oh, Larry!
Huh? Larry?
Hey, that's you.
Oh, Larry, are you all right?
Huh? For me? Well, sure. I'm fine. How are you?
Well, Larry, the papers all said you were injured.
Oh, well, nothing serious. You know how papers are. Well, it certainly is good to see you.
Yes, I know you're surprised.
Surprise isn't the word.
Larry,
Oh, excuse me. This is Doc Ryan. Doc, this is, Yes, sir. Good old Doc Ryan.
How are you, Dr. Ryan?
Well, never better, miss. Thanks to Larry.
You know, Larry, Habbersville is pretty proud of that rescue.
Oh, Habbersville, eh? Well. Good old Habbersville. Did you just leave there?
When I read you were hurt, I didn't know how seriously. Naturally, I had to come.
Oh, well, naturally. Well, it certainly is good to see you.
Yes, so you said.
Oh, no? Well, it's worth repeating.
Larry, you seem so strange.
Who, me? Me? Oh, no, that's just because you haven't seen me for a while. Before you know it, we'll be right back where we were.
Larry, what in heaven's name is the matter with you?
Nothing, why? I'm just surprised to see you here.
Well, what's so surprising about that? Habbersville would think it very proper for a wife to meet her husband.
Oh, I don't know about... Huh?
Wife?
Did she... Oh!
Larry, what is it? What's the matter?
Oh, nothing at all. I'm fine. I'm just, I'm wonderful.
Oh, no, you're not. You're sicker than you think. You need a lot of rest and quiet.
Oh, nonsense. I never felt better in my life.
I'll take you to your hotel.
Huh? Oh, sure.
Oh, now listen, Larry.
Now, go away, Doc. Go away. Can't a man speak to his own wife?
You'll find everything very satisfactory, sir. This suite is one of our very best.
Sure. Thank you very much. That's all for now.
Yes, sir.
Well, dear?
Larry, a whole suite? It isn't like you.
Oh, now the best is none too good for you, Mrs. W. Well, here we are, just us two. Cozy, isn't it?
Larry, I'd like to talk a bit if you feel up to it.
Oh, talk. Oh, talk, yes. Well, of course. Sit down, dear.
If you don't mind, I'll sit over here. I don't know quite how to begin.
Huh? Begin what?
Well, I've had a long time to think things over, and I've decided once and for all to go through with a divorce.
The divorce?
Yes.
Well, but now wait, you can't do that.
I've made up my mind, Larry.
Yes, but a divorce, why, that's awful. After all, we mustn't be too hasty about this thing.
I wouldn't call 5 years exactly hasty.
Well, some mightn't. You know, a thing like a divorce, well, it can break up a marriage.
So I've heard.
Now, what's more, very often what really seemed a good reason for a divorce isn't a good reason for a divorce at all. Now, take, for instance, if I'd beaten you or something like that.
I'd like to see you try it.
Well, then, say I'd been running around with some woman.
You with a woman? Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Oh, well, after all, you know, sometimes a vacation can change a man a lot, the sea air and all that.
I'm afraid it'll take more than sea air to change you, Larry.
Oh, what's the matter with me? Look, let's forget the divorce and try just once more, starting from scratch, huh?
It's too late, Larry.
Nonsense, it's never too late. Why, I'll tell you what we'll do.
There's someone at the door.
Oh, that's all right, ignore it. Go away.
You might as well answer it, Larry. I'm leaving anyway.
Oh, but listen.
I'll be at the Shore Haven until tomorrow if you want to get to...
Oh, hello, Mrs. Wilson.
Why, Mrs. Wilson.
Oh, Mr. Billings, how are you?
Oh, couldn't be keener, thanks.
I was just leaving. I'll probably be seeing you, though.
I hope so.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, wait, don't go.
Goodbye, Larry.
Well, Mr. Wilson, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with you.
That's what you think.
Say, Larry, I met Mr. Billings in the lobby. He came all the way from the Habbersville National Bank.
That's right.
Bank? Oh! well, Mr. Billings, how are you?
Couldn't be keener, thanks.
Shall we get right down to business?
Oh, yes, indeedy. I got your wireless, Mr. Wilson, and here's your money.
5,000?
5,000. Here you are, sir.
Well, I call that service.
Me too.
Now, let me see. These 5,000 here make you 2,700 overdrawn. Yeah.
Overdrawn?
Well, when you went away, you had on deposit with us $2,800.
Uh-huh.
Then we paid $500 for you on that plot of land at Marsh's subdivision. Oh, by the way, here's your deed for that.
And I owe the bank $2,700?
Uh-huh. Oh, but the bank was only too glad to accommodate you.
Well, what about those other accounts, the B and C accounts?
Oh, those. Well, those are separate.
Oh, well, fine. Go ahead.
Well, here we are. In the C account, we have $147,083.
Look, would you repeat that, please, sort of slowly?
Oh, sure. $147,083.
Oh.
That's the community chest account.
Huh?
I said that's the community chest account. Naturally, all checks drawn on that have to be countersigned by Mr. Sims, Miss Breathwaite, 2 directors of the fund, and yourself.
Oh. What about the National Guard? Don't they have to sign them, too?
Well, now, in the B account, which is the Anti-Vice League Fund, we have...
The Anti-Vice League,
Uh-huh.
I think I'd rather not know how much we have there.
Oh, well, just you say, Mr. Wilson. Well, I better run along. I trust I've made everything clear.
Oh, terribly clear. Give my greetings to Mr. Sims and Miss Breathwaite.
Oh, I will indeed. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, my. The more I learn about Larry Wilson, the more I like termites.
Raising all that good dough for the Anti-Vice League. You certainly were a stinker.
Wasn't I? Oh. Wait a minute. Now, Larry Wilson may be a dope, but in Habbersville, he's trusted and respected, huh?
Sure. A guy that raises thousands of dollars for a chest certainly ought to be able to raise a little for himself.
Let's see. Well, it's Pennsylvania. How about oil?
There's a lot of money in oil.
Oh, we'll do it, Doc. We'll locate Duke Shelton. He specializes in oil. We'll wire him to meet us down there.
Wait a minute. What about your wife?
Huh? No. Oh, my wife. Oh, dear. She's divorcing me. I meet a girl, in 20 minutes she's divorcing me. Now, can't let her do that. I need her more than ever now.
What for?
Well, with a divorce going on, Larry Wilson couldn't sell peanuts in a town like that. Now, where's my coat?
Where you going?
To the Shore Haven to call on the little woman. Who is it?
Open this door.
Well, take it easy.
Open this door, I'll smash it down.
Hey, what's the idea?
Where is she? Where are you hiding her? Kay? Kay?
Hey, who are you?
You know very well who I am.
Sure? What I mean is, who do you think you are?
Where is she, Larry? Come on.
Well, where's who?
You know who. Where's Kay? She was here with you.
Oh, was that Kay?
Shut up. She's been here. I looked at the register.
How did you know?
Yes, Lawrence Wilson and wife. That's how you signed it, you dirty sneak. What do you mean by that?
Well, after all, she is my wife, isn't she?
Yes, she may be your wife, but she's engaged to me. Holy smoke.
Engaged to you? Now, wait. Why should Kay want to divorce me? Answer me that.
You know why.
Oh, do I? I mean, well, of course I do, but do you?
I'll say I do, and so does everybody who knows you. Why, it's written all over you. Kay wasn't married to you. Kate McLean. He was married to the Rotary, the Kiwanis, the Lions, and the Greater Habbersville Committee. Boy, is that bigamy. Will you please get rid of your wisecracking stooge? We'll settle this thing between the two of us.
There's nothing to settle. Things and people have changed. All bets are off. From now on, it's every man for himself.
You promised Kay a divorce. I might have known you wouldn't keep your word, you dirty double-crossing.
Oh, you've been asking for this.
And you asked for this. I guess you forgot I was the amateur champ of Boonton County. Well, so long, Larry. Hiya, pal. Come on now. Wake up, pal. Wake up.
Oh,
Boy, are you going to have a shiner.
Oh, well, he might at least have told me his name. Now, get me up. Where's the phone?
What for?
I'm going to call my wife. You don't think I'm going to take this lying down, do you?
You were doing pretty well just a minute ago.
I'm going to call her and take her out to dinner. And just let that guy try to interfere, that's all. A husband has some rights in this state. Champagne. Good old bubbly. Nothing like it, is there, dear? Have some more?
Thank you, I've had enough.
And if you ask me, Wilson, so have you.
Who asked you? Look, darling, did you have to bring your bodyguard along with us?
Herbert and I are engaged, Larry.
Oh, yes, Herbert, and you're engaged. That's what he said this morning, didn't you, Herb?
Now, look here, Wilson. Kay and I came here tonight for only one reason. We want to know what you're going to do about the divorce.
Divorce? Oh, Kay can have the divorce.
She can?
Yes, in a month or 6 weeks. But I am opposed to this unseemly haste. Somebody might get the idea my wife didn't like me.
Oh, you can't fool me, Wilson. It's not Kay you're thinking of. It's the Chamber of Commerce.
Huh?
Of course, I might have known. 6 weeks, you said. And by an odd coincidence, that happens to be the date set for the election for president of the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, now, wait.
No wonder you ordered the best suite in town and dining here tonight at the most expensive restaurant. Everything you've done since you got off that boat. All for the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, well, not all. Honestly, Kay.
You're just afraid a divorce will hurt your chances. But I'm not going to ruin my life so you can win an election.
I should say not.
Very well, then. Unless Kay comes back to Habbersville with me for 6 weeks and palms herself off as my devoted and loving wife, I'll fight the case. I would feel it my duty.
If he feels it's his duty, Herbert, we're so. We'll have to give in.
Herb, you're taking my wife. The least you can do is give me the Chamber of Commerce.
Well, all right, you win.
Thanks, Herb.
I believe this is your hotel, Wilson?
That's right. Thanks very much, Herb. Well, good night, Kay, dear.
Good night, Larry.
Kay, you think, that is, if Herbert doesn't mind, if I kissed you goodbye?
Now, listen.
It's all right, Herbert. It doesn't mean anything.
Oh, that's right. Not a thing. I just lean this way a little, dear. Oh, well, go on. Lift your hat a little.
Oh, that's the girl. All right, Wilson. That's enough. I said that's enough. Now, look here, Wilson. Say, what do you think this is? Now, cut it off. Let her go.
For heaven's sakes.
Doesn't mean a thing. Well, farewell, Kay, and don't look back. It'll be easier. So long, Herb.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of I Love You Again, starring Myrna Loy, Cary Grant, and Frank McHugh. Now I'm going to ask Lou Silvers to play a march for us. All right, Lou?
A march? You wouldn't get very far if you traveled at that rate of speed.
Well, now listen to this.
Now that's more like it.
Yes, it's 3 times as fast. And that illustrates one important fact about new Quick Lux. It's 3 times as fast. In water as cool as your hand, new Quick Lux gives you suds 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps. Not just twice as fast, 3 times as fast.
That's one reason so many women prefer Lux Flakes, Mr. Ruick.
Yes, indeed, Sally. And there are other reasons.
Of course. We know we can count on Lux for purity.
That's right, Sally. You see, some soaps contain harmful alkali which weakens fabrics and fades colors. But new Quick Lux hasn't a bit of harmful alkali. It's safe for anything safe in plain water.
And the little goes so far, it's thrifty, too.
No wonder twice as many women use Lux Flakes for stockings, underthings, sweaters, and nice dresses. Twice as many as use any other flakes, chips, or beads. Buy a big box of new Quick Lux Flakes tomorrow for your pretty washroom. It's fast, thrifty, and so gentle that it keeps things new looking longer. You'll find new Quick Lux at your grocer's in the same familiar package at no extra cost to you. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Act 2 of I Love You Again, starring Myrna Loy as Kay and Cary Grant as Larry, with Frank McHugh as Doc. Larry Wilson, amnesia victim and confidence man extraordinary, is piecing together the jigsaw puzzle of a life he doesn't remember. And with a wife like Kay as one of the principal parts, he's looking forward to finishing the picture. Traveling by separate compartments, they've taken the train back home to Habersville, but to avoid gossip, they get off arm in arm with Doc Ryan 2 steps to the rear.
Ah, Habersville. Good old Habersville. Why, the very air smells different in Habersville.
That's the glue factory.
Oh.
Hey, Larry, look. It's a welcome committee.
Oh, for me?
Of course, you know you're a hero.
Hiya, Larry!
Well, hi, well, it's great to be back.
Larry, darling, let me see you.
Huh? Oh, hello.
Oh, Larry, I'm so proud. Let me kiss you, darling.
Ixnay, I got the boy for me now. Scram, babe.
What, dear?
Hello, Mother.
Kay, darling.
Mother? Oh, Mother. Well, how are you, Mother? Doesn't she look wonderful, Kay?
My mother usually looks all right.
Your mother? Sure, well, that's what I mean. She looks fine.
You're looking wonderful yourself. But you've changed, Larry. What is it?
Vacation, you know. Nothing like a vacation to change a man.
Larry, here's Mayor Carver.
Oh, hello, my boy. Welcome home.
Well. Hello, Mayor Carver. How's the old chief executive?
Habersville's mighty proud of you, my boy, and here's Habersville's highest award, the key to our city.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, folks.
And now, Larry, it's my proud privilege to present a gift on behalf of the municipal band. A solid silver bugle.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Much obliged, fellas.
And now I hope you lead us all in singing the Habersville Town Song, your own brilliant composition.
Huh? Oh, yeah? Well, yes, of course.
Well, Larry, suppose you start us off with the fanfare on your new bugle.
Fanfare on the bugle?
That's it. Go right ahead now, son.
Get behind me quick. Well, here we go. Now, you see,
Larry!
Give me
back, everybody, please. He just couldn't stand all this happiness. Get an ambulance!
Larry. Larry, are you asleep?
Oh, come in, Mother. What time is it?
It's after 10. Feel better?
Oh, I feel fine. Where's Kay?
In her room. Now, Larry, about Kay. I know the whole story, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I hope you brought her to her senses, Mother.
Not yet, but I will.
Good old Mother. When?
The idea. You in this room, her over there across the hall for a whole year. I don't know how you could do such a thing.
Oh, well, neither do I.
But we're going to change all that. I've come to stay for a while. I'm taking the porch room, which should have been a nursery long ago.
Oh, Mother.
Don't argue.
Well, who's arguing?
But you can't win Kay back with a stuffed squirrel.
Huh? A stuffed what?
Those animals you're always stuffing. You've got to stop it, Larry.
I've been stuffed. Mother, believe me, I'll never stuff another animal as long as I live.
And now you better try to get some sleep.
All right. Good night, Monty.
Good night.
Hey. Okay.
Yes?
It's me, Larry.
What do you want?
Well, I'm hungry.
Well, look at the icebox.
Oh, well, all right, dear. Don't you bother. I'll get my own food. That is, if I don't faint again before I get there. Well, good night, dear.
All right, wait a minute. Would you like some eggs?
Well, more than anything in the world. Almost.
Well, come on down to the kitchen.
Kay? Kay, you don't know what this means to me.
Never mind the sentiment. We're going down for eggs.
Yeah, darling. More toast?
No.
Champagne?
No.
Coffee?
A little. You know, I can't get over it. The last time we had champagne in this house was 3 years ago on New Year's Eve. The boss came to dinner. And even that was a bottle my mother gave us for Christmas.
Well, I wish you'd forget about the past, Kay. The fact of the matter is, I've changed quite a bit lately.
Oh, no, not you, Larry. You couldn't change any more than one of your stuffed owls could change.
Oh, but Kay.
No, I feel awfully good. Awfully good.
You do? Oh, well, that's fine. Here, let me fill up your cup.
You know, I'm sort of sorry.
Sorry?
I'm sort of sorry I'm not in love with you anymore. Because if I were still in love with you, I'd be awfully in love with you right now.
Kay, I'd like to show you the most wonderful game of two-handed post office.
I think I'd better drink my coffee now.
Yeah, but listen, Kay, how about the post...
Listen, we'd better have an understanding. I'm in this house simply because of our agreement. To convince the general public that I'm still your wife.
Well, all right, convince me I'm one of the public.
That strikes me as a pretty foul thing to say about the public.
Okay, you're certainly making me pay for those scrambled eggs.
You're not even eating them.
Well, I'm not hungry.
Oh, you're not?
That is, I mean, well...
You're not hungry. I see. You got me out of bed and spoiled my sleep, but you're not hungry.
Well, I'm not really, I guess.
You don't want to eat your nice scrambled eggs?
No, dear.
Then how would you like to wear them over your ears?
Kate!
Good night.
Hello, Mrs. Wilson. How's my patient?
Insufferable.
Hi, Larry. How'd you make out with her?
Just dandy.
Hey, what have you got in your head?
Scrambled eggs, what do you think?
I didn't know.
No. What'd you find out in town?
It's pie. The town's loaded with dough. Just right for an oil boom.
Hey, not so loud. Did you phone the hotel?
Yeah, Sheldon just got in. He's going to plant the oil tomorrow.
Good. Now what about me?
You're the manager of a big pottery works here.
What? Oh, I make pots?
Yeah. You may not have any money, but you've certainly got plenty of pots.
Oh, pots. That's just what I've always wanted, a whole lot of pots.
Welcome back, Mr. Wilson. The office hasn't been the same without you.
Oh, thank you, boys. Thank you very much. Right now, we've all got our little jobs to attend to.
That's right, boys. On the job now. Oh, say, Mr. Wilson,
yes?
I've got some great news. 70 hours from kiln to shipping.
Oh, fine.
Now, shall we bear down on the jigger wheel or on the pug mill?
On the bugger wheel. By all means.
Okay.
Mr. Wilson, your wife is here.
My wife? Oh, my wife, yes. Well, send her in. Outside, everybody. To your jobs, please. Hello, Kay.
Hello, Larry.
What would you like to hit me with this morning? I can recommend the inkwell. The inkwell, right there.
I'm not going to apologize. You were terribly aggravated.
Oh, well, then I'll apologize. I should have ducked.
Larry, it's the 15th.
Well, certainly it's the 15th. By all means, the 15th. That means tomorrow is the 16th.
Oh, dear.
What? Something wrong?
It's just continually amazing to me the things you can think of to keep from writing a check.
A check? Oh, yeah, the 15th, yes.
I guess we've established that all right.
Well, now, just slip my mind, Kay. All the excitement of getting home, and, well, now, let me see now. That would be how much?
You know perfectly well how much, and don't try to tell me that slipped your mind.
Well, no, certainly not. Now, well, what about $200?
What?
Well, just for the time being, of course. If you run short, just call on me.
Well, don't wake me up. Let me dream. Well, goodbye. I'm going shopping.
Oh, no. We're going shopping. You need a man's advice.
No, thanks. The last time I went shopping with you, I ended up in a cut-price Mother Hubbard.
Yes, and today you may end up in a creation by Charmaine. Come on.
Just a minute. Where did you learn about Charmaine?
I read about it on the boat.
I see. Do you know how much a Charmaine creation might cost?
About 100, 200. What's the difference?
Larry, do you mind if I just faint quietly?
Tea. Ah, yes, tea. Nothing like tea after a hard day's shopping, is there?
Just look at the rain out there. And here we sit warm and cozy. I love this place.
So do I. Now, look, you see those tea leaves? You want your fortune told?
Please.
Well, here we go. I see someone in your life. It's a man.
No.
Yes, it is. It's a tall, dashing, handsome man with a striped tie, just like mine.
Go on.
Well, isn't that enough? He's tall, he's handsome, and very dashing.
That's what puzzles me, the dashing. It's there, all right, and I don't understand it.
Oh, nothing at all.
Give me your cup. I tell fortunes, too.
All right. Well, see anybody I know?
It's a woman.
Wonderful. What does she look like?
Suppose you tell me.
Well, she's about 5'5", lovely complexion, hair just like yours.
Seriously, Larry, I'd like to know what she's like.
Who?
The woman. The one who taught you about Charmaine and dancing and being dashing.
Oh, her.
Where'd you meet her, on the boat?
Yes, sort of.
Of course, if you don't want to talk about it.
Well, no, there's really not much to talk about. I mean, nothing's really happened yet.
Oh, but it will, Larry. I'm sure of it.
Honey, if you're sure of it, that's good enough for me.
I know it's none of my business, but I've been worried that you might have changed like this, to please me and maybe patch things up. But, of course, that's out of the question. My plans are all made with Herbert.
Ah, Herbert. Should have stuffed Herbert. That's what I should have done. Herbert. Have you ever taken a good look at Herbert?
Now, listen here, Larry. Don't spoil everything.
Well, you can take a good look at him now. He's just outside the window making faces at us. Look at the poor man.
Oh, my goodness. I had a date with Herbert. He'll never forgive me, standing out there in the rain. Poor thing. Goodbye, Larry.
Wait. You can have it cleanly pressed. You look just as good as new.
Oh, keep quiet.
Evening, Mother dear.
Larry, listen. Herbert's been here all evening. He just left. I don't like it.
Well, neither do I, Mother, but what can I do?
You can go and speak to Kay about it.
Yeah. Where is she?
In her room. And if you have to, kick in the door.
Oh, Mother, you pioneer woman. See you later.
Who is it?
It's me, Larry. Open the door or I'll kick it down.
What?
Open the door. You hear me?
It is open.
Oh! Well, hello. I thought it was locked.
Well, suppose it had been.
I would have kicked it down.
What for?
Well, so I could come in.
Larry, I've just spent 2 hours straightening things out with Herbert. Don't you think you've gotten me into enough trouble for today?
No.
Sometimes you remind me of a high school boy on a street corner, whistling at girls.
Well, it's romantic to whistle at the opposite sex. Birds do it. Lovebirds.
Lovebirds don't whistle. They coo.
They do, too, so whistle. Sort of a low cooing whistle, like this. Gets you, doesn't it?
Not particularly.
Oh, that gets me. I once knew of a case where a female lovebird locked a male lovebird out of her nest. He stood outside and cooed for hours. Oh, it's pitiful. Poor fella. Finally lost his temper and kicked the door of the cage down. And what do you think the female lovebird did then?
Gave him a sharp peck at the base of the skull.
Not at all. She put her soft little wing around him inside. And laid him an egg.
Please, for heaven's sakes, leave me alone.
Oh, okay. I haven't done anything.
Oh, you haven't. You've done everything you could think of to make me miserable.
Okay, what have I done?
I suppose you didn't take me out and buy me the most expensive clothes in town.
Was that bad?
And I suppose you didn't say nice things and pay me dozens of compliments and try your best to please me. You were just as nice and sweet and kind as you could be, and you know it.
Oh, well, when you put it that way, I guess I've been a heel.
You're not getting anywhere, and I wish you'd stop it. I want you to be yourself. Your owl-stuffing, speech-making, pompous old self.
Oh, well, now, let's get this clear. You're upset because I'm acting as though I found you lovely.
Yes.
But you are lovely.
There you go again.
Oh, well, I was only...
Lariat! Now, I've got something to tell you, and I don't want you to say another word.
Not a word?
Just keep quiet, understand?
Well, all right.
You said before that I was lovely, attractive to you. Well, that's not so. It's your pride, that's all. You're losing me, so suddenly I seem worth holding on to. But it isn't me. It's just the idea of ever giving up anything that ever belonged to you. You don't love me, and you never did. Public opinion is the only thing you love. Public opinion, public buildings, public positions. That's why I resent your attentions, and that's why my door is going to stay locked as long as I'm in this house. Now, if you've got anything to say, please make it short.
Oh?
Oh, you get out of here.
Oh, no, gosh, Kay, there's nothing to cry about. I was only...
Oh, please go away, please.
All right, Kay. I'm sorry.
Mr. DeMille returns in a moment for Act 3 of I Love You Again, starring Cary Grant, Myrna Loy, and Frank McHugh. But now, it's a lovely summer night. But Anne's not dancing. She's upstairs, all alone, packing her bags.
There, that's done. And tomorrow morning I can get away from here, thank goodness. I hate it. I've been so lonely. So awfully lonely. Darn that music.
Poor Anne. Of course she's unhappy. Planning all year for that 2 weeks vacation full of fun and dates and dances, only to have it turn out a miserable, lonely failure. Libby, what would you say to girls like Anne?
Well, there's one thing I'd like to say to Anne and to all the thousands of girls who are planning weekends and vacations now. It's just this. If you're looking forward to good times, new friends, perhaps romance, then be sure that everything you wear is fresh and sweet and dainty. For neglect of daintiness is one of the surest reasons for finding yourself left out of things, not invited, not one of the crowd. People won't tell you what's the matter. They just leave you alone. It's cruel, but it's true. The only thing to do is never, never take chances. And after all, it's very easy to protect daintiness nowadays, because new Quick Lux takes away perspiration fast. It takes only a minute or so to lux under things every night, and then you know you won't offend. Dresses need frequent luxing, too, and that's just as easy. Any dress safe in water, you know, is safe in Lux.
I'm sure if Anne had taken Libby's advice, she would have felt something like this as she packed her bags at the end of her vacation.
There, I guess everything's packed. My, I hate to leave and say goodbye to everybody, but Bob says he won't let me say goodbye to him. Oh, it's been such a wonderful time. Just perfect.
Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Curtain rises on the third act of I Love You Again. There's no use arguing with Kay Wilson because her mind's made up. The door's been closed on Larry and he's shut out of her life. In his office the next morning, Larry has decided to go through with his oil swindle and call it quits.
It's a cinch, pal. Duke's got an option on all the land surrounding yours. Now, here's the map.
That my land there?
That's it, Marsh Creek.
Marsh Creek, huh? Now, what about the oil?
Duke planted it all over the place. It's oozing up through the creek to beat the band. But nobody's given it a tumble yet. Say, it might take weeks for anybody to see it out there in that jungle.
Yeah, well, we'll have to fix that somehow. Marsh Creek, huh? Have to get the yokels down there. Did you get a line on any of them?
Did I? Take a look at this. All the big income tax brackets.
Mm-hmm. Land at Harksburg. Look at at that. An income of 210 grand. Edward Littlejohn, 131,000.
If we could only get a couple of these old boys to go swimming in that creek.
Yeah, swimming in oil up to their necks. How are we going to do it?
Oh, Mr. Wilson,
Yes, Miss.
is it all right for Corporal Bellinson now?
What do you mean, is it all right?
It's Thursday, you know.
Oh, that's right, so it is.
Who is Corporal Bellinson?
Oh, who is Corporal Bellinson? You tell him, Miss.
Why, he has a Ranger medallion, 2 silver stars, and a community stripe.
You don't say.
You may come in, Corporal.
Good morning, sir. Corporal Bellinson reporting to Scout Leader Wilson.
Scout leader? Who's a scout?
What? Good morning, Corporal.
Mr. Wilson, the troop is very proud of you, sir. That rescue at sea.
Well, thank you.
It's 2 o'clock, Mr. Wilson. The troop's outside already.
Where are they going?
Well, that's up to Mr. Wilson.
He can't go this morning.
But it's Hawksbur's test today, sir.
It is out of the question.
Wait. Did you say Hawkspur?
Oh, yes, sir.
What, you mean, Leonard Hawkspur's little boy?
Sure, Junior. He's been waiting for you to get back to take the test for first-class ranger. And so is Little John.
Little John, well, of course, yes.
Oh, well, I've worked out a special test for today, a sort of test by water. You remember, Doc, we were just talking about the water test?
Of course, very interesting.
That's splendid, sir. But first, how about shooting the buck?
All right, I'll fade it.
Dr. Ryan.
I'm ashamed of you, Corporal. Gambling at your age.
What? This morning, Corporal, we have a new test. Brand new.
Really, sir?
Yes, indeed. The swimming test. Tell the men we're leaving in 10 minutes for Marsh Creek.
Mr. Wilson, sir.
Yes, Corporal?
We've just taken the test, sir, and I'd like to report that the whole troop is all over tar.
Tar? Well, where did you get tar on you?
In the creek, sir.
Oh, Corporal, this is terrible. Tell the troop to report to their homes. I imagine their fathers will find a way to take it off.
Troop 7, report home and get the tar washed off.